Okay, Nerd Squad, I'm on the counter first, so let's address that first. Waiting, and waiting. We have no delay. Oh, we do. We have a 2-second delay. We went from 11 seconds to 14, Nerd Squad. It is 10:40 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Friday, February 21st, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've only been authorized to state I am an informant. That being said, there's a series of things that you need to know. First off, Unit 207 is actively attempting to break and enter. They've come by, they've decided to attempt to demand that I open the door, even though they've known for over 6 months that they're illegally detaining me and they're all going to prison and that everything they've done has constituted domestic terrorism against the United States and also their employer, the state of Washington, who will be dealing with them separately when they're arraigned in Snohomish County Superior Courthouse, which isn't going to occur until after they've been arraigned in King County, because the FBI is in full and complete control. Now, that being said, Unit 207 is actively attempting to terminate this live stream at this very moment in time, setting it up, gearing it up. Why? To make actionable a plan that they've had in works for 17 months, a plan to break and enter and unlawfully and illegally commit, arrest, or kidnap me without a live stream rolling. This is something they've attempted numerous times, as recently as tonight, all without immunity, all after having received 11 months of cease and desist letters before they decided to make the transmutation from an aggravated criminal conspiracy to a domestic terrorist organization. Now, what some of them don't realize is that the FBI has eyes and ears on them all and has had 12 FBI agents in the shitty city of Everett since Valentine's Day because of their criminality and their current plans. Now, read the description on this video because it's a doozy. And it lets you know everything that you don't already know yet in a legal filing, because if you missed it, yesterday, before the stalking incident, the FBI had me orally tell everybody I wasn't to file any more legal filings, and I'm only to file one police report a week. And the police report I filed this morning, they rejected less than 30 minutes later because they already, get this is from the FBI, they already had the premeditated and illegal plan to come at 5 o'clock and yell bullshit at my door to volunteer to go to prison. You're not getting away with anything. You're stupid as fuck. Now, that being said, if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, it's because of the domestic terrorists currently in Unit 207. They are solely responsible. They will be charged with it, as the FBI has had me warn them repeatedly just between February 4th and February 13th. There will be no leniency for those who obstruct and tamper with evidence. There is no immunity for following unlawful directives. And each and every one of you is individually and criminally liable for your actions. Also keep in mind, just worth noting, Unit 207, over half of the members that are up there on the regular are actually FBI informants and victims just as much as me. They're not only in a hostile working environment, they are now marked as domestic terrorists because of that hostile working environment. And additionally, per the FBI, they are 100%, they are guaranteed at risk of retaliation that, according to the FBI, is worse than what I've experienced. And if we include all of their co-conspirators, I have literally experienced everything short of my own murder, having acid thrown on me, being a victim of arson, or them breaking and entering and physically touching me to kidnap me, unlawfully arrest me, or unlawfully commit me. Also keep in mind, the FBI has stated since August, no one will be physically removing me from my home, but everyone who's in Unit 207 during the Blitz sweep will be physically removed from that unit before it's seized. And they've also stated that the federal marshals would love for you to break in and touch me, because if you move me even a millimeter, it constitutes an additional act of domestic terrorism that puts your domestic terrorist organization in a series of legal categorizations, which would the prosecutors would be very happy with. And I don't know any of that because I'm not a member of the bar. I suspect those that the FBI have stated are already federally disbarred but unaware, are probably aware of and not sharing. Now, that being said, I am in the preceding live stream and just changing the title on that one, leaving the timestamp end date, and I'm writing NEP Unit 207 attempted illegal. Oh, no, I won't write attempted. I'll write illegal entry at 5 p.m. and plans to break in by Monday with live off due to terrorist. So that is what I'm renaming this video to once Unit 207 allows the full caption to show up. There we go. Okay, it's 7 letters too long. I'm going to change it to crimes at 5 p.m. and plans to break in by Monday with live off due to terrorism. Okay, saving that for the preceding live stream. Oh, and I'm going to add a thumbnail to that because I ended that one, showing the runtime. That's also the video that addresses that this video will be remaining on private, like the FBI instructed me to do from the get, that I told everybody I was ignoring on the 16th or 17th. I said, the FBI said to keep this private while I'm recording the live, but I'm not going to. Saving it right now at 10:48 p.m. Nerd Squad. And now I am copying the description from that video and putting it in the description of this video. Unit 207. This video is, I'm reading the title, North Everett Precinct et al. Attempting, breaking, and entering FBI informant under imminent threat. Why is that the title? Because that's what the FBI told me to title this video. Saving it at 10:49 p.m. This is interesting, Nerd Squad. Each time I'm clicking on the live where I should see the control room, I'm not seeing the control room. It's like the idiots upstairs just got rid of it altogether. Maybe I mistakenly closed the tab. I doubt it. But let's play pretend. Maybe I mistakenly did it, eh? Or maybe I didn't click on the control room since this has only been running for 9 minutes. That's also possible. And you may be wondering, well, what difference does it make if the video's set to private? I have no fucking idea, dude. I have no idea. I don't know. I just do what I am told. And I also know that the live stream will be running when all these idiots are detained. And I know that the FBI likes to bait them. And I know that the FBI likes to mock them because they've never, not once, per the FBI, not taken any bait. So why did I say that? Well, I said that because I also know that the FBI is in full control. And I speculate perhaps the plan is to lure them back to my door again, only to then show an excellent conduction as people start appearing that you couldn't see before. Oh my goodness. What? Okay, Nerd Squad, I got the control room open. Screenshotting it at 10:51. And let's go to the YouTube channel and see if the preceding live stream is reflected and how many videos are set to public. For who? For the Nerd Squad. $295 videos showing for public, which I know is the incorrect number, but that's what I get to see visually on my interface, Nerd Squad. Still very much being hacked by UNIT207, all white and whatnot. I do see the live stream that I just ended is visible. So is the live stream before that. So is the live stream where they attempted their last attempt at illegal entry. Mr. Gwynn, I want to go to prison. Mr. Gwynn, I want to go to prison. That's what it was, remember? Mr. Gwynn, I want to go to prison. Open the door, Mr. Gwynn. I want to go to prison. I want to go to prison, Mr. Gwynn.
I think that's how they got busted.
According to the FBI, there was at least one female out there that is one of the individuals they're excited to throw in prison. So there's that too. I heard a guy. I heard what sounded like a muffled woman, but I thought it was one of the whores upstairs.
Why is the inside of his body missing?
But the only human that I heard on the other side of the door was a man saying, "Mystic, open the door, even though I know I'm not supposed to be here because I've received letters telling me to stop being a stalking creeper for a year and a half."
I think I've been thinking about
some of you all the way back, even beyond that, for 2 years.
Down the greatest guitarist of all time's mouth.
And a vast majority of you, per the FBI,
and that's how he dies.
I've turned down for dates.
Fucker, that's scary.
I've dumped.
His manager.
I've cut off and out of my life. I've reported to the FBI 8 years ago, you know?
Of course.
All the little things. Remember, I was wrong, guys. There wasn't a day, not a day, that there was ever a legit operation. Not a day.
He definitely did die by asphyxiation.
Again, did I mention how much evidentiary value there was in my multiple times convicted stalker and abusers text messages from 2022?
But if anything happens, people always think the CIA was involved somehow.
Let that sink in.
No matter what it is, right? Yeah, pretty much. They always say that. Yeah, I don't trust nothing. Secret agent, man. Yeah, it's either them or it's China or it's Russia. Who's really sending me this text telling me that I'm qualified for the $4,000 in savings? Who's, you know those texts you get? Like, who's sending those? Which texts? You know those texts that you get? Like random texts? Hey, congratulations, you received approval for your loan. Oh, I don't get those. You don't get those? I get them for a dude named Ray. So Ray had my fucking phone number before I moved here. Fucking Ray. Ray must have signed up to every goddamn list. Ray must have put in that number every chance he could. I keep getting these fucking text messages for Ray. And it's all like loans and you qualify for this and this is available. We're looking for someone to hire. There's always some weird scams. You qualify for aluminum sidings. I don't understand how they can't stop that from happening. It seems weird that you get so many of them. You get so many of these scam things where they get a hold of your phone number, just spam you lies. I think they think you get to a certain age, 50, and they think you're gullible to these tricks now.
Well, I think young people are gullible too. If
they send it to 22-year-olds. Hey man, you want to fix your home?
Yeah,
Or do you have a home?
If you're dumb and you're 22 and you get something that you qualify for 4,000, oh shit, they think this is me. Yes, I'll take that money. And then whatever the fuck they do, I don't know what they do.
There was a guy in LA that was calling women at their jobs and telling them they had won something, and he convinced them to cut their heels off their shoes.
And you like film it?
No, he was just calling them up randomly. Hey, you just won blah 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 blah. All you're gonna do is cut your heels off your shoes right now. And the women were doing it, and he called a bunch of chicks, and they all just fucked up their shoes for nothing.
Oh, what an asshole! It's funny, but it's
and
also
that person was me, and I wasn't. But it was somebody.
A rude thing to do to a lady, especially if it's your favorite shoes. You only have one pair.
Not my red bottoms.
Bro, shoes are hard to get.
Dude, that would be fucked up if you had one pair of shoes and somebody ruined them.
Why are we so lucky we don't have to wear shoes that hurt? Girls wear shoes that hurt. They can only wear them for so long. Like, I can't imagine. I don't even like wearing things other than sneakers.
Yeah.
Or like a comfortable boot. Like, I got a couple pairs of these Origin boots. Real comfortable. Easy to walk around in. Like, nice, smooth leather.
I don't think I ever had boots.
Boots are great. But the point is,
I never had cowboy boots. I've had Doc Marten, but not cowboy boots.
The point is, they don't hurt to wear. But ladies are always wearing shoes that hurt. What crazy choice.
5-inch heels. Stilettos.
That's probably why they have better pain tolerance, too. They have to give birth, and they wear shoes that hurt all the time. So they have to deal with pain. We're so lucky we don't have any of that stupid shit. Imagine if we had to wear makeup every day. Imagine what it'd be like. Like, Felipe, what have you done to your eyes?
I don't know, man. I put mercury on them.
Isn't that interesting? Like, women, most, a lot of women wear makeup every day. Or makeup regularly. On a regular basis, they wear makeup. It's not a very rare occasion thing. Most, I don't know what the number is. Want to find out? Let's Google it. Because that's probably, a lot of that stuff's probably not healthy for you either, right? What's in those colors? What kind of dyes are they using?
The red dye, huh?
Like, what is all that stuff made out of? Are we sure? I mean, maybe some of it's really good for you. Maybe some of it's terrible for you.
UNIT207 is temporarily refraining because they want to wait till I go to sleep.
Well, the native lipsticks.
Remember, fools, like you've been hearing, and is evident in hundreds of live streams. You perpetrate any crime against me on Saturday, it's a hate crime.
You'd be batting a horse up your ass.
So, what percentage?
43% reported.
Okay.
Fact, if I wanted to be petty, I could say the same thing about Friday nights.
Weekly, but it doesn't break out the daily portion.
But your asses were here before sundown.
To 2019, same source noted a higher share of women wearing makeup daily. Gen Z, 18 to 24, at 30%, and millennials, 25 to 34, at 35%, suggesting a decline over time. Separate 2023 YouGov poll of 1,000 U.S. women found that 38% wear makeup at least a few times a week or daily, with older women 65 plus being the most likely to wear it daily compared to younger groups. They probably all wore it daily back in the day, right? You got to keep up your looks, Gladys. Go that back up again, please. Another study from 2017 by Statista indicated 41% of U.S. women aged 30 to 59 wear makeup daily.
Yeah, there was a woman back in I don't know if the 1800, 1900. She was the first woman to make a woman's magazine on clothing and home gardening, how to cook. She was first lady to put recipes in a magazine.
Oh, yeah?
Kind of like for a homemaker.
Right.
And then, yeah, there was a magazine back then. I don't know what the name of the magazine, but...
Jamie, Google is makeup bad for you? What do you think? Google is makeup toxic.
When I was a kid, my 7th grade teacher thought it was bad. Don't put on that makeup, young girl.
Well, it's toxic makeup for sure.
Wait, what are the ingredients in makeup that are toxic?
Wizard of Oz guy got.
Oh, that's right.
The lady with the green makeup, yes.
Bro, no, the lady with the green makeup, the Wizard of Oz, or the Tin Man,
the witch.
Yeah, they got real sick, man. Yes, some makeup can be toxic. Wow. Lead, mercury, and arsenic. Heavy metals can be found in cosmetics. Phthalates, common.
We've got an 11-second delay between what you're seeing and what's reflecting on the screen.
Yeah, man. That's why a lot of comedians back then stopped blackfacing.
Bye. Man, that's scary shit. That's scary shit. I wonder if that contributes to a higher incidence of certain issues, health issues that maybe women have that use it daily.
I wonder how many
I wonder, right?
how about the people that worked the news back then in the 450s? They were a shitload of makeup.
Oh yeah. And what the fuck kind of makeup did they have back then? That was probably all chemicals.
Cake makeup, man. It was
Yeah,
big.
bro, what the fuck?
Phil
did they make that
Donahue
stuff
shit.
out of? Yeah, man. Like, you don't have to wear that, ladies. We're not that complicated.
You guys gotta wear makeup when you do the UFC fights?
No,
For the lights?
I don't wear anything. I'm like, are you crazy? I have to go in there with dudes who literally have their head split open. You know, I have to interview people that are soaked in blood, and sometimes the blood is spitting out onto the
Oh my
microphone
God, I
while
never
I'm
noticed
talking.
that happens.
All the time. I get blood on me all the time. Like, the idea of me wearing makeup to look better while I'm out there dealing with people that just got their face punched in is crazy. That's ridiculous. I won't do it.
So when they're speaking to you, like when you get a fighter that's real bloody, like you can, what's because you're really up close to these guys. What do you see in their eyes after a fight, like when they're also bleeding, man? Do you see like their intensity, man? Do you see things like other people don't see when you're interviewing
Well, I'm
them?
sure you see
'Cause
something.
you're there in a fight right in front of them.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to get more of a sense of how they feel after it's over. Like, there's like some historic moments where you could see that when the fighter wins, it's like, it's a big fucking deal. And one of my favorite ones was when Israel Adesanya had his second UFC fight against Alex Pereira, and he knocks him out, cold, beautiful, clean right hand, then finished him on the ground, and then fires off 3 arrows into his body.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
Bro,
Yes.
I mean, that was a fucking classic moment. And then he grabs a microphone and gives like one of the most inspirational speeches. Like, pull that speech up.
Yeah.
Because it's amazing. This is my favorite moment, I think, of anybody after they won a fight. Because it's just like, this was real in the moment from a guy who's the fucking boogeyman, dude. Alex Pereira is the boogeyman. He's the scariest motherfucker in the sport. He knocked Izzy out twice. He left hook KO'd him in kickboxing, and then he beat him down in the UFC, and then Izzy finally knocked him out. And when he knocked him out, when he fires those arrows into his body, and then see if you find that speech. And when you hear it, man, you're like, wow. That's what makes the whole career worth it. It's these moments where you reach out
I remember that kid.
and you touch the world.
I hope every one of you can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. You will never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something. When they knock you down, when they talk about you, if you stay down, you will never ever get that resolve. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise. One time in your life, but I'm blessed to be able to feel this again and again and again and again and again.
Amazing. Amazing. That's like human fuel. You hear someone saying something like that after doing something like that, that can help you all throughout your day. That's human fuel. Amazing. Amazing.
If you're gonna go all the way or don't even.
Yeah.
Charles Bukowski.
That guy was out.
If you're gonna go all the way or don't even try. This could mean losing girlfriends. This could mean losing wives, relatives. This could be time spent in jail. Lonely nights in the dark. Lonely nights by yourself.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's all worth it. I don't know the rest.
Yeah, that's a great.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the movie they did on with Mickey Rourke?
Both.
They did 2 movies?
They did one with Matt Dillon called Factotum too.
When was that?
That came out like in 2000 something, and he plays at a different. There's Barfly, there's Factotum.
Oh.
Factotum, he plays them at that age, and
He's
then
way too handsome.
yeah, but
How dare he?
He plays them good.
How dare he?
Yeah,
He's way too handsome. That's outrageous. Mickey Rourke made himself look fucked up. A
Yeah,
toast to all my friends. You know, he like.
yeah. Charles Bukowski is actually in Barfly. He's one of the drunks in the bar.
Yeah.
All women in the world aren't whores, just mine.
You ever see one of those readings that he used to do? he used to do these readings. He'd read from his books, and people would yell, and he'd have hecklers and shit, and yell out to them. He's just a guy just constantly drunk with profound
Yeah,
thoughts.
man. When I started reading, I wanted to read books about authors that were from Los Angeles, like in the 40s and 50s, because he's from the. And I said I gotta find something that talks about Los Angeles, these streets that I live in. And it was Charles Bukowski. He writes about Los Angeles, and I found out that his inspiration was a guy named, what's his name? He writes just like Charles Bukowski. He wrote a book called Ask the Dust and The Adventures of Arturo Bandini. I'm lost here of his name, but John Fonte. Yes, John Fonte. John Fonte wrote books in the style of Charles Bukowski, and Charles Bukowski, when he found out about him, he helped him publish all his books again. So that's why I know that John Fonte exists, because Charles Bukowski, he republished all his books for him when he was dying of diabetes. So after Dust, bro, he talks about Los Angeles, when Los Angeles had a metro rail, and the 1932 earthquake in Los Angeles.
Wow.
So it's all about this guy from Los Angeles. He talks about Armenians and working the docks in 1920s.
Wow. That's a great catch.
And they're alcoholics, bro. This guy's an alcoholic, and so is Charles Bukowski. These are dudes that work jobs and still were authors.
Imagine going from those guys to TikTokers at BOA.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, these guys actually had jobs during the day. Charles Bukowski, he worked at the post office. He never worked. He never quit.
Yeah.
And Arturo Bandini, well, what's his name? The other guy, he started writing for Hollywood, and he just disappeared.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, like writing screenplays and stuff?
Screenplays. He got into under contract.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of like talented writers who just decide to write for a company. They just kind of like give up on their dream, do it for a job.
Get hired to be a writer, and then you said, "This is not for me."
Still 11 seconds away.
I got a book deal.
The
once,
female upstairs that you're most excited to detain of the ones that are up there.
And then
the two
they
that are
wanted
up there
me
that
to
are females.
transcribe my stand-up.
She's really excited for me to go to sleep. She thinks it's going to work. They're going to do it again, and they're going to do the breaking and the entering. Make sure and charge her for that.
I'm not doing that.
It's
that doesn't make any
11:08
sense to
p.m.
me. Like, why would I want like the worst version of what
I
the
think you
ideas
should try
are,
it now
which is
while
just
I'm
cringe.
awake before
The
I
best
go to
version is
sleep.
a
That's
live
what I think.
performed version. Second best
Try
version is a video.
Try it.
Worst,
Come on, let's
for
see.
sure,
Let's see
is
together.
print. Audio is slightly better. But it's like, you don't want to do that. Why would I do that? That's a dumb way to write a book. I just want to write about things that I'm thinking about.
Yeah, why would you write your whole set list on a book?
And then I realized if I'm going to write something, I have to want to, and it has to be something that I do because I'm controlling the entire thing. And then if they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. But it's not something that I would ever want to have somebody help me out with.
According to this article about him, part of the reason why he didn't explode when other writers did is because his publisher was in a legal battle for an unauthorized publication of Mein Kampf.
Whoa!
Oh, I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Whoa! Holy shit!
So
Yeah.
that kind of
Wow.
drained their resources.
The financial drain on the publisher hampered the distribution of Ask the Dust.
Yes.
While Fenn put out a short story collection, Dago read in 1940, more than a decade would pass before another Bandini novel. Wow.
Yeah, he
the character he
disappeared.
created then was a bunch of stories about this fake.
He used to live in
He got in
downtown
a
LA.
legal battle with Adolf Hitler.
Well, his publisher did, but yeah.
That's
Crazy, huh? Insane.
That's crazy. Dude, I'm going to read that. Is it on audio? I hope it's on audiobook. I'm so
Imagine this
lazy.
by now.
Sitting down and
Dust.
actually reading a book right now, it's too daunting. It's too daunting. Felipe, one more time, tell everybody your special on Netflix, available right now.
Oh, my Netflix special is available right now. Raging Fool on Netflix. Go check it out. Directed by my wife, Lisa O'Daniel. And I want to give a shout out to my brother-in-law who listens to you religiously with his daughters. Johnny O'Daniel. What's up, boo?
Shout out to
Dayton,
Johnny.
Ohio.
All right. Instagram, all that shit. What is it?
My Instagram is Felipe Esparza. My website is felipesworld.com. I'll be in, I don't know when this airs, I'll be in Grand Rapids Iowa, and Indianapolis helium. But
When are those dates?
I don't know.
Okay.
My
Go to the website. Go to the
But
website.
April 5th, I'll be in San Diego with Paul Rodriguez, and April 25th, I'll be in San Diego with a bunch of comedians.
Beautiful.
Yes.
All right.
Thank
Felipe,
you.
always good to see you, my brother.
Thank you, bro. Happy
Thanks,
to
bro.
meet you.
Thanks, dude.
Thank
All
you.
right. Bye, everybody.
Hello. This is the chap who normally comes on at the start of these podcasts, this time affecting a simply dreadful British accent. For if I don't miss my guess, you're listening to this as part of The Rack, the Icebox Radio Theater's new podcast of fantasy and science fiction. And nothing says fantasy quite so much as an American actor attempting to sound like something he's not. Now, we love all of our listeners, of course, but we especially love those who have stepped through the velvet ropes to become a listening supporter. Castles and spaceships are quite inexpensive to render in the world of audio, but petrol money for actors as well as new microphones and equipment are somewhat less so. So we continue to depend on you, the wonderful listener, to help us continue to bring these stories to the world. Simply go to our website, that's iceboxradio.org, and look for the word support across the top of the page there. On that page, you can learn all about our Patreon, you can learn about our membership program, or even just how to drop a $5 in the post. We're not picky. We just appreciate whatever kind attention you and your checkbook may be able to offer us. And now, since brevity be the soul of wit, I yield for this evening's presentation. You are driving in a dark forest, the pine boughs heavy with snow. At the end of a long dirt track road, you arrive at your destination. It's a small, weather-beaten motel called Toujours Jolie. It's not much to look at, really. Just a single weather-beaten shack surrounded by a half-dozen equally run-down cabins. Out back, there's a dingy fishing dock right next to the spaceport. And a few picnic tables for cleaning fish conveniently placed right next to the time portal, so it's easy to dispose of the chum. Come up to the office now. Let the bear in the tuxedo take your bags. Ask the time-traveling Viking at the concierge desk if you have any questions, and then step up to the main desk to meet the owner, Old Pierre.
Hello, and welcome to Toujours Jolie Motel. Looking for something to do? We have all kinds of tourist information right over here. I invite you to select a brochure from The Rack.
And now, the world premiere of a new play from author Craig Finseth. The Icebox Radio Theater presents Becky.
Never gone this way before. For that matter, I've never been in this part of the woods before.
Yeah, I don't think that many people come out here.
I think it has something to do with the swamp that we had to cross.
I knew there was a path. Besides, I'm the one that got my feet wet. You stayed dry the whole way.
True. At least there aren't any bugs.
I think that last frost got them.
So tell me why we're coming this way again?
Because all the other spots are taken. Tom and Sue are at the pond. Mike and Kathy are at the cliff. Zach and Heather at the dock. There aren't any decent spots left.
I know, but I still don't like it here.
I think we already established that.
And we did have to clamber over that steep hill, and on the rocks, and cross that gulf-fallen tree. I wonder what we would have done if that tree hadn't just fallen.
Turned around? There isn't any other way out here that I could see.
Stupid tree.
Look, there's a clearing. We can stop there and rest.
Okay. Here's a spot to sit. What now?
A question.
Huh?
Another question.
Huh?
This is getting repetitive.
Who are you?
Where are you?
What are you?
I am the Oracle of Delphi, and I'm in the cave behind you. And as for your last question, I already answered that.
But isn't Delphi in Greece? This is Minnesota.
Yes, I know. I live here after all. I said that I am the Oracle of Delphi, not the Oracle at Delphi. Note the difference.
Wait, if you're the Oracle of Delphi, shouldn't you be speaking, well, ancient Greek or something? You're talking English, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Would you rather I use Greek, either modern or ancient, or some other language?
No, that's all right. English is fine.
What are you doing here?
Being an oracle.
No, I mean, why are you here rather than in Greece?
I got bored. I've been asked a question for over 1,609
In Nerd
years.
Squad, I did look, and you were right that a certain
That's a long
setting
time.
was engaged that I
Are you
disengaged,
still
which was
in the-
previously
well,
disengaged.
Oracle
So I
business?
don't know what
You mean
UNIT207
like
did.
someone
But
comes, makes an offering, priestess sits on a tripod.
you were correct
handing
on
says
that
something
one,
unintelligible,
Nerd Squad,
and another priestess
as
interprets it.
usual.
Yeah, like that.
You want me to be?
Well, sure, why not?
Well then, yes, I am. It's not like there's a whole lot else to do around here.
Great. But what about the priestesses? Don't you need them?
Don't look at me.
Oh, they're long gone. They only live 100 years or so. Besides, I don't think that they'd like this climate. It's a bit more varied than that of Greece, either ancient or modern.
So, how does this work?
Dave, I'm not sure this is such a good idea.
Why not? It could be fun.
I just need someone to take questions and give out the answers. The rest is window dressing.
Does that person have to be a woman?
No, it was just a habit from when Greece had a shortage of men.
Great. How do we start?
It's already started. Just have someone ask you a question, and you'll know the answer.
I really don't think this is a good idea. So how do we get home from here?
Dave, do you have a minute?
I guess so. Why?
I'd like to ask you about your test scores.
What about them?
They've gone up quite a bit lately.
I've gotten help.
That's right. Yeah, you and Becky have been together,
Right, we've been studying together.
but apparently only on some things. You're getting perfect scores on what's the answer type questions, but you need to work on your essays. After all, college applications will be here before you know it.
Yeah, we will. I will.
Great. See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye. Becky, what will it take to get you to listen to me?
I am listening. I'm just not believing.
Well, have I ever been wrong?
Frequently.
I mean, after our encounter with the Oracle.
Well, no, not that I know of.
So why don't you believe me about this?
Because this is different. It's not just the score of a game or a math problem. It matters.
I know it matters. That's why it's important that you believe me.
Dave, you're saying that the town will be destroyed and that I'm the only one that can save it.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
So how did this happen again? It's not the sort of question that comes up out of the blue.
Well, no, it was about the game score. So
Hey
far,
guys,
people have been
I'm
asking
going
me
to
about
break the
upcoming
FBI's
games,
rules.
and I've
I'm
gotten the
making
right
it
answer to every
public.
question.
I know you're waiting for
And?
me to go to
Okay,
sleep. Let's get
so
this
someone
over
asked
with,
me about the
babies.
homecoming game.
11:19.
So?
I'm making it
I
public.
said there wouldn't be a
Nerd
score.
Squad, I know it's a
It wouldn't be
no-no.
played.
I know.
Why not?
Let me have a no-no.
I said that the town would be destroyed first.
You know, that may not have been the smartest
Here,
thing to say.
fishy,
I know that,
fishies.
but I couldn't help it. If someone asks a
They
question,
want to wait till I'm asleep,
have to
Nerd Squad,
answer.
and that's
It's
pissing me off.
overpowering.
That's why I'm not
I think
following
I'm starting
the
to figure out why
instructions.
Cole was a long way from anywhere.
Really, I just can't stop myself.
And they made people come up with offerings.
I don't have a choice.
Expensive ones. Okay, so we need to start protecting you from the questions.
That would be nice.
Getting back to the game, what happened next?
Someone asked what the disaster was, but I came up blank. I don't know. It's there, but it's not.
Let me think. Wait, I vaguely recall reading something about this. Weren't the predictions at Delphi unreliable?
No, they were always right.
Unreliable may not be the right word. Maybe open to interpretation, like if you go to war, a country will be destroyed?
Maybe. I don't recall.
Yeah, that's it. Some of the predictions can be interpreted in more than one way.
But a game score isn't one of those. It's just numbers.
Yeah, but destroyed isn't a number, so let's approach this more logically.
Okay.
Now let me think. Homecoming is on the 26th, and it's the 12th now. So that's 2 weeks. Let's split the days. Will the town be destroyed before the 19th?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? That's a
Nerd
yes,
Squad,
no
they're
question.
either
Yes,
tampering
but
with my
we're
inbox
not
on
really
Gmail,
asking that.
or
You're
they've
really trying to find out
prevented this
something
live
else, and
stream
it's
from
something
going
else
live,
that I
or the
don't know about.
preceding one because I don't have
Besides,
the
you're probing,
emails.
which means that my
And my
answers affect the
Gmail
question.
account.
Oh,
Also,
makes
fools,
sense,
my
I
channel
guess.
name you've
What was the
renamed
question that
just
got
like
me
you
involved?
changed my
Someone
VoIP
asked
number
if
and
the
they'll let me
disaster
have
can
other
be
criminal
prevented.
charges you'll
And the
be
answer?
convicted
Becky.
for.
Just your name. Becky.
Anyway, just bringing that up. And same thing, Nerd Squad. I just refreshed it.
Wow, I never realized how heavy manure can be.
Yeah, usually I do this myself. You're a good friend to offer to help me with this.
Well, you did sweeten it with going riding after we finished, just like the last 100 or so times we've done this.
With horses, the good points outweigh the bad. There, we're pretty much done. Could you get the hose and wash this out while I cart this stuff away?
Sure. All done, Missy. Can I ride Jarmar again?
Sure, here he is. Where to?
How about up the hill and then down the lake?
Sounds good. Did you hear the latest stuff going around town?
I think so, but it's hard to keep up. What did you hear?
Well, Dad's been going to a whole lot of town meetings in the last couple of days.
What's strange about that? He's on the council and elections are coming up.
Not ones about the elections. These are something else. He won't say what, but he comes home and looks worried about something.
But he doesn't say what?
No, very tight-lipped.
Is anything else going on?
No, nothing. But something's not going on.
What?
You know how we normally go out and close up the cabin about now?
Yeah, I've helped a couple of times.
Looks like I
So,
need to edit
he
the
said
description
not
of this
to.
video,
Why
Nerd
on earth
Squad.
not?
It's
It's gonna
missing
freeze hard
the
soon,
portion
and no
of
one
what
wants
should be
burst
the
pipes.
initial
Yeah, I
sentence.
know.
Is he planning on using it this winter?
We often do.
Are we
But we still
connected
prepare
in
for
real
winter.
time? Unit
And it's not
207
like
is
we
using
stay
cached
connected in real time.
images to
Unit 207
perpetrate
basic
terrorism and Google certificates that are fraudulent and HTTPS.
Beat ya.
Well,
And
you
yes,
have
I do
more
need to term it,
practice.
or
Still,
to,
you won, so you can cool off first.
I do need to edit this.
Okay. Becky?
What?
Becky!
What?
Becky, look!
What? Oh,
The fish!
are all those fish?
Yeah, there must be hundreds or thousands, maybe even the whole lake full.
Dead?
Yeah, it's dead.
Missy, get out of the water.
Huh?
You don't know what killed those fish. Get out of the water.
Right, getting out now.
Missy, your feet are red.
What?
Editing the
Oh,
description in this
wow.
video,
Feel
Nerd
anything?
Squad,
No.
at 11:23 p.m.
No, I don't feel anything. Becky, I don't feel anything. But I can't feel my feet.
Well, let me get the horses. We need to get you back home.
Oh, okay.
Do you have your phone?
No point. No coverage out here.
Let me check mine. No, nothing. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I just
Interesting,
can't
Nerd
feel my
Squad.
feet.
You were correct.
on,
Not
we'll
only
go
did they
home and
turn
call your
back
dad,
on a
okay?
setting, I disengaged. Now the delay is only 6 seconds. Let me try again. I'm flipping off the bird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 seconds. Fascinating.
Yes, Mr. Peterson? We're at the house. Missy is fine. She just can't feel her feet. Yeah, I'll call 911 right away. Okay, bye. Missy, your dad said to call 911 right away. He's in town and you know how long it takes to get here. Missy, you're gonna be fine. The EMTs will take you to the ER and your dad will meet them there. I'll meet you there after taking care of the horses and talking with the officers.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, Becky. Tell me what happened.
Well, officer, there's not much to tell. Missy and I went riding up to the lake. She had waded in before either of us noticed anything wrong.
What did you see?
Fish. Dead fish. Lots of them. Maybe the whole lake.
Then what?
I told Missy to get out, and then she did. Her feet were red, along with a few places on her legs where the water splashed. Then she said that her feet were numb. We came back here right away and called her dad.
Where's her mom?
In California. She went on a trip with Mary, her mom Melody, and her grandma Jasmine.
Where's this lake?
Well, it's more of a really large pond. It's over there, past the hill.
How far?
Maybe a mile. Somewhat rough. We can take the horses.
Let's hold off on that. I'm going to contact the county health people. Why don't you go catch up with your friend?
So that's what happened at Missy's. Doing fine, but they said to stay away from the lake.
I heard a little more.
Oh? What?
The county people stopped by to look at my dad's topo maps to check out where the lake drains. Turns out, the lake drains into Beaver Creek, which feeds into the main water supply for the town. So if you hadn't gone to the lake, whatever's in there would have gotten into our water.
Okay, Nerd Squad,
Wow.
Following
Yeah,
adjustment
wow.
made
You said you
221,
know.
4:55 p.m. PST. North Everett Precinct Officers stalk me, banging on doors, windows, yelling at me illegally to open my door. Class A felony, witness tampering with FBI informant, yada, yada, yada. All the cuts you told me to make. Saving it right now on this video, and I'll have to go into the preceding live stream and edit that description too, because I believe it was
Hey,
identical
Sue,
to
Missy,
that one.
we're gonna go wandering for a while. Save us some hot dogs?
Changes saved at
Will do.
11:26
Have
p.m.
fun.
Nerd Squad.
Okay. Which way?
How about down by the creek?
Okay. Okay, I think we're far enough away from everyone. So how's the prediction business been going?
Fairly quiet. People have pretty much quit asking me since the prediction about the town.
Still destroyed?
Yep, still destroyed.
And that other thing?
Yes, your name still keeps coming up.
I think that's the part that bothers me the most. Being marked as having the solution, but I don't even know the problem.
Becky,
Still
And
waiting
time is
for them
running
to
out.
allow the interface
What?
to load.
Where?
those
Okay,
trees.
scrolling down to the
They have dead
preceding live
branches
stream and
piled up.
pasting it with the
What's
same
that glint?
description in the
Let me
current
take a closer
live
look.
stream, Nerd Squad. And I'll have to
Wait,
check
I
the
see now.
preceding live stream to that
It's a
because I
wire.
don't recall
It
what
leads
that
all the way
one's
up the
description
tree.
was. The
This one's
FBI
too.
wants the
Here's
start of
another
my
one.
description
They're all
to
around.
Okay,
talk
we're on
about
top of
you
the hill.
guys.
Around us are
at
over
the
a dozen
door.
trees with dry brush piled up around their bases and wires leading to the tops.
If they were hit by lightning,
You'll get a really good fire going. And it's been a dry fall.
so this could destroy the town.
Yeah. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Two things. First, we're gonna call the police or someone to let them know about this.
Right. And second,
It's still early. We're gonna pay that oracle a visit and try to figure out what exactly is going on
Okay,
around
saving
here.
preceding
One
live
second
stream
by.
so
2 times in
that
2 days? This is getting a
221
bit much.
1011 reflects same description as in this video, which is the 221 10:39 p.m. video. Unit 207 has only attempted to see if they could terminate this live stream one time that has been detected.
Sorry.
I can
your
only
speech.
speculate that
What
means
exactly
they're still
is going
waiting
on
until I
around
go to
here?
sleep, like the girls were suggesting, or that re-disengaging what I already had
No,
disengaged
not
per the
really.
FBI's
Let me be more
instructions did
specific.
something.
Dave here is your priest. People ask him questions and he gives the correct answer. Right, you only answer questions. Was my previous summary correct as far as it went?
Yes.
Okay, someone asked him about the score for the homecoming game. His response was that there would be no score. The game would never be played. Correct?
Yes.
Next, he was asked why not, and the
Okay,
response
Nerd
was
Squad,
that
putting
the
this
town
on the
would be destroyed.
221
Again,
3:57 p.m. video,
Yes.
and I am
Finally, someone asked
retitling
if
it
the
as
disaster could be
instructed.
prevented, and the answer was my name. Am I correct in assuming that my participation is at the least necessary to prevent the disaster?
You're good. Yes.
Okay, yesterday Missy and I found that the lake by her house was infected with something that could destroy the town. This discovery prevented the disaster. Today Dave and I found a hill of trees that were primed to catch fire and destroy the town. Again, this discovery prevented a disaster.
Okay, Nerd
Am I
Squad,
right
new
so
title
far?
on that reflects as you stated for
Today
it
is the
to
21st.
reflect
Homecoming is just
221
5 days away.
3:57
How
p.m.
many more of these do I have to
NEP/Unit
prevent?
207 attempt
2?
illegal
You
entry
really
slash
mean that there are
stalking,
2 more
tampering,
disasters
obstruction,
waiting to happen?
terrorism
Yes.
at 5
I said
p.m. Saving
Who's
it now at
doing this?
11:29
You
p.m.
are. You need to find and disable both in the next 3 days.
3?
Yes.
Oh, right. I was assuming that the disasters would happen on homecoming day. Bad assumption.
Attempting to
Okay,
make the
then what are
remaining
they?
changes,
I
but
can't
Unit
answer
207 is
questions whose
busy
answer
hacking
would
this and
directly affect
attempting to
the
do their
original
own little
problem.
things.
You really
Their
know
own
how
little
to make a
domestic
person's life
terrorism.
rough. Okay, so what can you tell me about who is setting these up?
Nothing. There is no who.
Huh? No who? Then maybe a what? Okay, what is
Changing the
enemies up?
description in the
There is
video,
no
they
what
criminally
in the
and
sense that
illegally
you
terminated
Really, you're going
in
to
their
have to work this out on
impatience.
your own.
Retitling it Unit 207 NEP
This is WICE with the news at the top of the
cyber
hour. The big story, of
attacks
course, is that big rumbling that we all felt
for
a little while ago.
break-in.
Apparently, we've had our own earthquake. Just a little one, of course, but it sure was enough to wake us all up.
Planned
We're still hearing reports of minor
for
damage.
by
The worst
Monday.
so far was that Mrs. Henderson's 35-foot lawn sculpture fell onto her gazebo. When we checked with her, she said not to worry.
FBI
Just adjust my
informant,
visual match and keep going. That's
domestic
the spirit, Mrs. Henderson.
terrorist
Becky, it's been a while
of
since I studied
NEP.
geology, but aren't we on the Canadian Shield?
Oh, it's too many
I
levels.
guess so.
Yeah.
Why?
Isn't the Canadian Shield one large piece of rock?
Yeah.
Then how did we get an earthquake? Don't they require plates passing over each other, like in California?
Good question. I don't know. Who can we ask?
It's not too late. Let's go back to school and ask Mr. Anderson. He might know.
Okay, Note Squad, Unit 207 NEP cyber attacks for break-in planned for by Monday.
Hi, Dave. What's up?
We heard and felt that earthquake, and we're
Changing
wondering something.
the description in this video
How can we get an earthquake
to
here?
the
Aren't we on
one
big
in
chunk of
this
rock?
very video.
Canadian
Saving
Shield?
right now, Nerd Squad at
No wonders
11:31
never
p.m.
cease. Someone actually paid attention in class. But now that you mention it, that's a good question. As you pointed out, we are on the shield, and it is indeed one large chunk of rock, so we shouldn't have earthquakes. Those only happen along fault lines.
But what about Missouri and southwest Minnesota? Didn't they have earthquakes? They're nowhere near the edge of the plate.
Right, but there's more than one type of fault. In both places, there's a really deep fault that can and did slip.
But nothing like that around here.
Nope. At least not that anyone has found. So, if it wasn't an earthquake, what was it?
An explosion?
Well, that would do it. But I expect that someone would have noticed and said something. An explosion big enough to have been felt all over town would be rather hard to hide.
What about a collapse? Didn't they used to be mining around here?
Yeah, now that you mention it, yes. As I recall, there were some deep mines looking for gold. It was too hard to get out to be worth mining, though.
What if those tunnels collapsed? Would it cause the shaking?
Yeah, it might if they were big enough. What's that? Hey, let's check the news.
This is WICE with a flash update. That earthquake that the town felt earlier wasn't a real earthquake after all. Instead, it was the old mining tunnels collapsing. Important, the collapse may have broken some gas lines, so everyone should stay outdoors until the fire department gives the all clear.
Okay, kids, get going. I'll make sure the rest of the school gets evacuated.
Dave, I didn't do anything for that one.
Well, you did figure it out.
No, Dave, you did.
Well, anyways, the alarm was sounded and people are safe.
We need to get ahead of the next one. What do we have so far?
Contaminated water,
Check.
trees ready to burn,
Check.
ground collapsing.
Check.
There's one left.
Water. Burning. That's fire. Ground or earth. Dave,
Yes?
remember the Greek elements? Fire, water, earth, and air?
Yeah? Wait, we just had 3 things. Which one's left?
Well, the lake was water, that's clear.
Yeah, but the trees could be fire or air. Lightning comes from the air after all.
True, but it would be the fire that did the destruction, so let's stick with the obvious.
Okay. Well, the last one was pretty clearly earth.
Right, that leaves air. So the last one will come from the air.
Yeah, that means wind. Like a windstorm?
A windstorm. Or a tornado.
But how do we stop a tornado?
We don't. We have to figure out what's causing this to happen and stop that.
Okay, so how do we do that?
Well, we've both read enough mysteries. Let's go through the 5 W's. Who, what, where, when, and why.
So, who?
There is no who. The Oracle said so.
Then what?
Town destroyed. Our best current guess, tornado.
Where?
Well, here, I guess. I mean the town, not this exact spot.
Next is when.
Within the next 2 days.
That leaves us with why.
Yeah. Why? Why would anyone want to destroy the town?
Yeah, it's not like we've ever done anything to anyone. Or at least lately.
Lately?
Well, there were a few battles in the 1800s when the fur traders and miners moved in. And there were probably various major and minor fights over the previous few hundred years. But nothing major, at least that I can recall from my local history.
Okay, but even those are people against people, and there aren't any people involved. I mean, on the attacking side.
I just thought of something.
What?
Well, I'm channeling this multi-thousand-year-old Greek oracle, right?
Right?
Would you consider the oracle to be a who?
Well, we can talk with it, but it just seems to be a disembodied voice.
Yeah, it's intelligent, but not a person per se. It's a what, not a who.
Okay, so?
If there can be one multi-thousand-year-old Greek what, why not more than one?
Oh, God.
No, oh gods. The Greek had lots.
Right. Then, either way, we need to figure out which one.
Well, we could check the internet.
Wow, this is quite a list. There must be hundreds.
Yeah, but most of them either avoid contact with humans or pretty minor. Let's just start with the Olympians. There were only a dozen.
Aphrodite? No. Apollo? No. Ares? Artemis? No, not her. Athena, Demeter, Dionysus. Wait, he includes madness and chaos. Is it him?
Yes, it's him. That's the one.
Okay, let's read on. Yeah, well, he's sure capable of coming up with these disasters. But why?
He doesn't need a reason. Remember the madness part?
Right. I guess I'm not used to thinking this way. So how do we get him to stop? That wind is really picking up.
Oh, that man over there.
What about him?
Doesn't he look familiar?
No.
I think we saw a picture of him.
Where?
On the computer, when we were reading about Dionysus.
Oh, I think you're right. But I was reading, not looking at the picture.
Well, a stranger who looks like our Greek god?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, let's go talk to him. Hello.
Hello?
I don't recall seeing you before, and I'd like to welcome you to our town.
Why, thank you. Appears to be a nice town.
Well, we like it. If I may ask, would your name be Dionysus?
Yes, I'm he. Why do you ask?
Well, it's like this. This town has just barely avoided being destroyed by several disasters.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, well, we think it might have been caused by someone, and we'd like to figure out how to get them to stop.
The disasters or the person?
The disasters, I guess. I mean, I don't really know anything about the person.
Oh, interesting. Why are you telling me this?
Well, we think that the Greek god Dionysus may be involved.
Oh, now that's very interesting. Certainly not the sort of response someone would normally give.
Well, it's not what you might call a normal situation. You wouldn't happen to be that Greek god by any chance?
Why, yes, I am.
Well, could you please stop?
Well, much as I'd like to, I can't. For the simple reason that I'm not the one causing them. But you now have my interest, and I suspect that you have a story to tell, and your friend here may be the one to tell it.
Me?
Yes. I get the sense you're not exactly a normal teenager.
Well, I was until a couple weeks ago. Then Becky and I were walking in the woods and came across the oracle.
I suspect that this was not an accident. Continue.
Well, we talked, and I agreed to be his priest, or whatever it's called. I was then able to answer questions that anyone asked. Things like giving the score to a game that hadn't been played yet. Then someone asked about the homecoming game, and I said there wouldn't be a score. I said that the game wouldn't be played because the town would be destroyed.
Oh, my.
And when someone asked if this could be prevented, my name was the answer.
Then Becky found a poisoned lake, and that disaster was prevented. Then the two of us found some trees that had been rigged to burn, and that disaster was prevented as well. Then some old mines collapsed, and that one happened, but the only damage was to a sculpture.
And then we guessed that the next one would be a tornado, or at least a windstorm.
Then we tried to figure out what could cause all
I
this.
found the option to create a
Well,
post,
Your name
like
came
you
to the
told
top
me
of
to
the
find
list.
Nerd Squad. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that again,
What
dude.
made you think of Greek gods?
The oracle said that these weren't caused by a who, but by a what.
So, you spoke with the Oracle about this.
Yeah, but it wasn't all that helpful. It said something about the answers affecting
Posting
the
it now,
question.
Nerd Squad at
I
11:40.
think I'm getting the picture.
Anyways, we figured that
Okay, it says it's
if the
published.
oracle could be real, so could the Greek god.
Very open-minded.
Screenshotting it at 11:40.
Well, when we looked at the descriptions of the Olympian gods, yours was the only one that looked like it fit the pattern of senseless destruction, or at least attempted destruction.
Well, I probably need to get that updated. I haven't been in the destruction business for, well, a couple thousand years. Note that none of it was senseless. It all had a point. However, that's not the main issue here.
So, what is?
I'm a who, not a what. I think that we need to go have a to the Oracle. Oracle?
Yes, what is it?
We've got problems.
Yes, I know.
Hey, I thought you could only answer questions. Aren't you having a normal conversation?
Yes, although it's more like I only answer questions from humans. Gods have their own rules.
You've got another feedback loop going.
Yes.
Feedback loop? What's that?
It's when the factors driving the situation amplify instead of canceling. Things just keep getting worse.
Worse? How bad can it get?
Ever hear of Atlantis? Big country, sank beneath the waves.
Oh,
Do you mean that if we can't stop this, it's going to get that bad?
Even worse than that.
worse?
Then how do we stop it?
Oh, the Oracle can't answer. You need to figure it out on your own.
I just knew you were going to say something like that. Okay, you've got to think this through. Dave, when did it start?
Well, when you and I found the Oracle.
True, but I was thinking more like when did things start to go crazy?
Probably when I was asked about the homecoming game.
And that's when my name came up. Okay, before then, what sort of questions were people asking?
Mainly immediate ones, like what's the score going to be for today's game? Or unchanging ones, like what's the capital of Montana?
Okay, so there wouldn't be any time for feedback work. But when someone asks about homecoming,
Then feedback would have 2 weeks to work and build.
you've got to stop this.
But how?
You're the link. It's operating through you.
How?
Because you're the priest. If you weren't the priest, you wouldn't be making predictions and we wouldn't be having to deal with their effects.
But I like being the priest.
Do you like that more than having the whole area blown down?
Good point. Oracle, how do I stop being your priest?
I don't know. No one's ever asked for that before.
Oracle, just cancel the power.
Okay. Done.
It's working.
Yes, it worked.
We saved the town.
Yes, it appears you did. Oracle, you may want to reconsider setting up shop again. I think that people are thinking a lot more than they did in Greece.
I think you have a good point there.
So, what happened? Where did all those disasters come from?
Oh, nowhere. Everywhere. Once you collectively set up a situation.
Every time I go to
where
the
the
studio,
answer to the
Nerd Squad
question
Unit
affected
207
the
hops on
question,
there to try and get
a
on my
feedback
studio.
loop was set up. Now,
At
the world
11:44
doesn't like
p.m.
such loops. It doesn't like as in, oh, you don't like banana pudding. This is, doesn't like as in, rocks don't like to fall up. It's the way the world is put together sort of thing.
Okay, with you so far.
Well, when the world doesn't like something in this way, it starts changing things until the cause goes away.
Think of it like scratching an itch.
Yes, but it's a really big itch. As I said before, the last time this happened, Atlantis sank beneath the ocean.
More than that, history was altered to remove Atlantis almost completely. There's no physical evidence left, just a few myths.
So, if we hadn't stopped this?
Well, things would have built until the key factor was removed. That was you. In Atlantis, it was a high priestess, and she was well protected. Atlantis had to be destroyed in order to get to her.
In your case, you could have been killed by any of the disasters. Once killed, they would have stopped. Otherwise, they would have kept building until you were killed.
But why didn't you tell us this to start with?
You never asked. This has been Becky by Craig Finseth. Your cast featured Jim Yunt as Tom, Cassie Salo as Missy, Caleb Silvers was the police officer, Justin Kapla was the radio announcer, Protestant monarch on a major European throne, and that set a dangerous precedent to the Catholic power structure. Over in France, the Calvinist Huguenot
You're listening to an Airwave Meet.
monarch on a major European throne, and that set a dangerous precedent to the Catholic power structure. Over in France, the Calvinist Huguenot forces were causing all sorts of trouble for their ruling class, and even in the Netherlands, there was an ongoing war between the Spanish occupying forces and their Protestant enemies. Now, as far as the Catholics in Europe were concerned, the situation wasn't that dire. France's royal house of Valois was a properly Catholic house. They'd never have a Protestant set on the throne. The Spanish monarch, who was Charles V's son and a Habsburg cousin to the Holy Roman Emperor Philip II, had England and the Netherlands well in hand. Queen Elizabeth was likely to either marry a Catholic, probably Philip II, or be dethroned, and the Dutch rebels themselves were even faltering. But then, in 1572, everything began to fall apart all across Europe. In France, Henry of Navarre married Margaret of Valois, putting him in line to potentially become the King of France. Catherine de' Medici failed to catch him in her web during the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, and a Protestant was now in line to sit on the throne of France. In England, Elizabeth had refused to marry Philip II and survived the Ridolfi plot on her life. Now, she went on to expel the sea beggars from the English ports, which sounded nominally like a Catholic victory until these shockingly well-funded and well-supplied rapscallions took the city of Den Brill, and the Dutch revolt was once again in full swing. You might recall we talked about all this in a previous episode or two, but we're playing a little bit of catch-up here. By the 1580s or so, the situation had grown close to desperate for the Catholics in France. Sir Francis Drake had finally returned from his circumnavigation in 1580, and tensions with Spain were at their worst. The States General there in the Netherlands offered the role of king of their nation to Francois, the Duke of Anjou, in 1581. Now, he took the throne, but he failed to hold it, so the Dutch offered the crown to Queen Elizabeth of England, but she declined, and the Dutch found themselves without a monarch, so they chose to do the unthinkable at that time in Europe and discarded monarchy altogether in favor of a republic. This proved to be a perfect time for them to do so because Spain had bigger problems elsewhere. In 1584, the Spanish signed the Treaty of Joinville, which made Spain officially declare war on England. And even then, King Philip II of Spain had even bigger problems in France. In 1583, Henry of Navarre had abandoned any pretense at Catholicism at all. He had escaped the royal palace to join his Calvinist Huguenot rebel allies. When the King of France's brother died, Henry of Navarre became the presumptive heir to the throne of France. There were, of course, some other potential monarchs, but many of them had uncomfortably close ties to the Habsburg dynasty, and France had long fought to keep as much Habsburg influence out of their politics as possible. There were women who were properly Catholic and had no ties to the Habsburg line, but if the French declared a woman from the female line to take the throne, it would actually delegitimize generations of French monarchs and change the entire dynasty in France. So, with no clear answer, France was thrown into a war. It was a war called the War of the Three Henrys. It was between Henry of Navarre, who we've been talking about, and the current monarch on the throne, Henry III, and then there was a third Henry, a man named Henry the Duke of Guise, who was
powerful noble, and a fierce Catholic. Now, the Duke of Guise had powerful support from basically all of the Catholic elements in France. He had the French clergy, he had Philip II of Spain, and he even had the Pope on his side. All of these forces coalesced into what was called the
Did the bird
Catholic
again.
League in France. The League's
4
plan
second
was
delay,
to
nerd squad at
expel or
11:50.
execute every Protestant in France.
The men and
exile
women
any
upstairs
French
are
nobleman who
antsy.
was even
I'm
sympathetic
starting
to
to get
the Huguenot
sleepy.
cause.
Did I mention I
Now,
drink
Henry
way
of
too much
Navarre,
beer,
who's
dude?
a
I took
Protestant
Benadryl. And I'm
Calvinist,
still fucking
allied
feeling
with
like-
King
I
Henry
drank
III,
green tea.
who was a
I
Catholic,
drank
to
green
see
tea.
that the
Did
Duke
I
of
tell you?
Guise never took the
Green
throne and
tea.
France stayed free from any
I don't know why
Habsburg
the caffeine is so effective.
So England was in the hands of a
But
Protestant.
I'd say
France
that
was
it's
in the midst of a civil
probably
war, and the Netherlands had
because of the lack
altogether
of
done
caffeine.
away with monarchy and now had a Protestant republic. It's easy to see why the Catholic forces
Enjoy the
in Europe
view,
would
little
form a
stalkers, little
Catholic League.
domestic
Now,
terrorists,
the Holy
little
Roman
child
Empire
abusers and
almost
kidnappers,
certainly
little
had a hand in the
disgraces.
Catholic League as well. or
Little domestic
at least
terrorists.
parts of the
Remember, the
empire.
blue light is by
You
the
see,
front door,
the
which,
Holy
as
Roman
you've seen
Empire
for
wasn't
days, and
really
as
a
the
nation.
FBI has stated,
It was
is
basically
likely
a
to be visited
confederation
more
of
and
essentially
more by those
autonomous
individuals requesting to
city-states,
go to prison,
baronies, dukedoms,
which the
principalities, and
FBI is going
kingdoms.
to apply.
Now, they all fell under the nominal rule of the Holy Roman Emperor, and the level of control in the empire largely differed based on who was in power. But by the 1580s, the emperor was not a strong ruler. His name was Rudolf II, and he was the king of Germany, Bohemia, Hungary, and Croatia, and he was a fascinating character. He was probably bisexual. He was known to take many, many lovers, and rumored to be of both genders. He was obsessed with the occult and the sciences at the same time, and he was endlessly fascinated with Roman mythology. He had, at one point, himself painted in the likeness of Vertumnus, the Roman god of the seasons. He named his illegitimate son Don Julius Caesar de Austria. Don Julius Caesar was probably schizophrenic, and later in life would go on to murder and mutilate a local woman. So Rudolf II likely suffered from at least similar ailments. The Habsburg line in particular is notorious for showing signs of mental illness that probably stems from their extensive inbreeding. Rudolf certainly suffered from at least severe depression, what he in his life called melancholy, and eventually he withdrew entirely from public life. But not before being elected Holy Roman Emperor. That's right, he was elected Holy Roman Emperor. That's how these emperors, at the time at least, were chosen. Now, they weren't exactly democratically elected. The people didn't have a vote. Instead, there was a group of chosen nobility within the empire that were given electoral power to choose their emperor. Now, for the most part, these nobles were Catholic and they were loyal to the Habsburg line, so the empire had been securely in the hand of the House of Habsburg for generations. But then, in 1583, all of that began to change. The Prince Archbishop of Cologne, Gebhard Truchas von Waldburg, converted from Catholicism to Calvinism. Now, this was a problem for the Catholic majority, as Gebhard was an imperial elector and could possibly shift the balance of power to the Protestants. Not only was a French Protestant about to be crowned, but it was a very real possibility that the next Holy Roman Emperor could be Protestant as well. Now, once again, the Treaty of Augsburg had a backup plan for this. If he converted, which he did, under the treaty, Prince Gebhard was required to step down. But then he didn't. He elected to keep his position and his electoral status, despite converting to Protestantism. So several other prince-bishops in the region gathered an army and began what was called the Cologne War to take back the city and install a Catholic ruler there. By 1588, Lord Gebhard was out, and a proper Catholic ruler was put into his place. What's significant here, though, is that, essentially, foreign leaders were interfering in the dynastic line of Cologne. Now, they were all subjects of the empire and operated under the Treaty of Augsburg officially, but the use of force by Gebhard's peers, and not the emperor himself, set a truly dangerous precedent in the Holy Roman Empire. Regardless, though, for a time the Treaty of Augsburg held, and the threat of a Protestant emperor was averted. The empire was mostly peaceful again. That same year, 1588, the Spanish Armada attempted that famous invasion of England, only to be repelled, and the Anglo-Spanish War was now underway. Back in France, the War of the Three Henrys was still underway, but then Henry III had Henry, Duke of Guise, murdered. Now, this ended the Duke's claim to the throne, naturally, but the Catholic League still held the city of Paris, and King Philip II of Spain, in particular, pushed for a Catholic monarch of the Habsburg line to become the Duke's successor. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new. Now, I won't receive my box for a couple more days, but I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment. Anyway, give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Now, in 1589, the next year, King Henry III died, but not before officially naming Henry of Navarre as his heir. Now, nominally, he became King Henry IV, who was the Protestant King of France, but he still had to take control of Paris before he could be crowned and recognized by the whole of France. 2 Henrys were dead now, but the War of the Three Henrys still raged on. Now, as part of the Anglo-Spanish War, really, Queen Elizabeth sent English forces both to the Netherlands and to France. In France, they were sent to aid the new Protestant king, Henry IV, and to counter any Spanish Habsburg influence there. They were largely ineffective in the war, though, and the war with the Catholic League sort of drew to a stalemate. So, in 1593, Henry IV made what was truly a drastic move. He elected to convert to Catholicism. Elizabeth, as well as all his Huguenot allied nobility, and even his Calvinist forces themselves, were shocked and enraged. Henry himself said of their consternation, quote, "Paris is well worth a mass," end quote. Now, this move gained him the support of much of Catholic France. They now had a native French king who was free of Habsburg influence to rally behind, and who was a good, solid Catholic. So he was crowned in 1594, and that was the beginning of what would be called the House of Bourbon. Now, by August of 1598, Queen Elizabeth's top advisor and most trusted counselor, William Cecil, passed away. He was, at the time, probably the most powerful man in England, and Elizabeth felt his loss not only personally, but in the void he left in her reign as the war with Spain continued. In September, though, Philip II of Spain died as well. The war continued after his death, but Spain's funds and their morale were suffering. Then, just a few years later, in 1603, Queen Elizabeth died as well. The Anglo-Spanish War was finally at an end, and as James I took the throne, England kind of took a step back from international relations, for a while at least. They began to have their own internal problems to focus on. Now, we did a whole show about the religious turmoil between the Anglicans and the Puritans that led to the English Civil War, so I won't cover it here. If you haven't heard it, I recommend you go listen to it, and keep it in mind while we cover the rest of your Now, by 1609, the Dutch and the Spanish had entered a ceasefire. This had a lot to do with the coffers of Spain being so light. One of the primary reasons that their coffers were so light was because of the rampant piracy against the Spanish Empire. The English were still in full effect in their piratical war against the Spanish, and the Dutch had even joined in full force there in the Caribbean and in the North Sea. So with Spain finally calming down, Europe for a time was almost peaceful. Philip's successor, Philip III, ruled the Spanish Empire. James I was attended by Shakespeare and his players, and the Dutch enjoyed, well, the flowering of their republic. Henry IV of France was assassinated in 1610, but he was peacefully succeeded by his young son, Louis XIII, and his mother was kind of acting as a regent. Most of Europe, for a time at least, had had enough of war. They needed time to recover. Now, in the Holy Roman Empire, Rudolph II was succeeded by his brother Matthias. I guess illegitimate, schizophrenic murderers aren't fit to be emperor, even if they are named Julius Caesar. Now, unlike the rest of Europe, the Holy Roman Empire wasn't peaceful. In fact, they were about to explode. Perhaps it's because, while most of Europe had been busy fighting themselves silly, the Holy Roman Empire had largely avoided that. It was in 1607 that a free city within the borders of Bavaria called Donauwörth denied the Catholics in their region their right to parade through their Protestant town. The parade was seen as an insult to the locals, but it was a right that the Catholics had under the Treaty of Augsburg, and naturally they took exception to being barred from the town. A brawl, or perhaps a riot, depending on who you asked, ensued that looked very much like a potential rebellion. So the emperor ordered the Duke of Bavaria to subdue the town and to reinstate Catholicism there. This was illegal. Despite being within the borders of Bavaria, Donauwörth was not under the Duke's rule and shouldn't have been attacked by his forces. Reinstating Catholic dominion flew in the face of the Treaty of Augsburg completely. The Catholic forces in the Holy Roman Empire were flexing their muscles, and Catholic leadership within the empire then declared that the Treaty of Augsburg would only be renewed and Protestant rights respected at all if the Catholic lands appropriated since 1552 were returned. That is, all lands appropriated by Catholics in the past century or so had to be returned to their Catholic masters. This was an obvious challenge to the very existence of Protestantism in Germany, and they responded as you might expect. A man who was, perhaps, the most powerful Protestant in the empire at the time, a man named Frederick IV, called a council of all of the other Protestant princes. They formed what was to be called the Protestant Union. Now, it was a primarily military alliance between most of the Protestant German princes. Notably, though, there were very few powerful regions that declined to join, probably seeing their interests in Catholic lands potentially suffering. The Union, though, promised to defend all of its members against any Catholic aggression. It worked kind of like NATO was designed to work. If any ally was invaded, then they had to treat it like the entirety of Protestantism and the Holy Roman Empire was invaded. Now, it may have been even intended to start a rebellion, but their leader Frederick died of alcoholism soon after forming the Union. Not before, however, the Catholic prince-bishops organized their own Catholic League. This was known as the German Catholic League, as opposed to the French Catholic League from earlier, and it was a separate entity, but it was very much the same model, as was the Protestant League, really. Now, Frederick's son, after he died, became Frederick V, and was raised to the rank of Elector Palatine. That is, he was the elected lord of a Bohemian state on the Rhine. Now, just to show how intertwined all of Europe is at this point in history, Frederick's mother was the daughter of William of Nassau. Do you remember him from many, many episodes ago? William the Silent, who was in charge of the sea beggars in the Dutch revolt against Spain, the man who was like a son to the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V and might possibly have married Queen Elizabeth had things worked out slightly differently. Well, his grandson, Frederick V, would go on to marry Elizabeth Stuart, who was the daughter of King James of England and produce a line of Hanoverian nobility that would eventually go on to supplant the Stuarts on the throne of England, producing a conflict in the British Empire that would see men like Benjamin Hornigold, Edward Teach, abandoned far from home on Caribbean islands and deeply embittered towards their pretender monarch back in England. You see, there are reasons that I'm choosing to talk about all of these names and dates from centuries before the golden age of piracy. All of this eventually ties back into itself. These are conflicts in the highest halls of power that really did affect the lives of everyday people and our story about piracy as a whole. So, back to Frederick and the Holy Roman Empire. Frederick positioned himself at the head of the Protestant League his father had helped build. By the time he reached his majority, that is, the age of 18, and married that Elizabeth Stuart, the Emperor Matthias had finally grown old. Now, Matthias was, in religious terms at least, a conciliatory emperor. He was attempting to strengthen the empire by bridging the divide between Catholic and Protestant, but the man most likely to replace him as emperor was anything but. Ferdinand was not fond of Protestants. He was a Habsburg and therefore naturally a Catholic. His religious policy was one of de-reformation. He wanted to see Protestant heretical influence purged from every court in Europe. Now in 1617 he was elected heir, or what you might call king-elect of Bohemia. He was the chosen successor of the Emperor Matthias, and the Bohemian crown was his first step in that. He chose 2 administrators to oversee Bohemian affairs, as Bohemia was merely one of many districts that he was to be the ruler of. When these 2 administrators arrived in Bohemia in May 1618, they were greeted by a force of Protestants. The Protestants had learned of the new King Ferdinand's plans to see them all illegally disenfranchised and stripped of all power, and they confronted his 2 administrators. And then, well, they threw them from a window. Somehow, the administrators survived. Depending on whose story you believe, they were either saved by angels and the Virgin Mary herself, or they landed in a pile of manure. Personally, I think, well, when you look at the window today, you realize it's just not all that high. Now, this event, called the Second Defenestration of Prague, was the first act of what would be called the 30 Years' War. Now, Bohemia wasn't a part of the Protestant Union, but after this act, the Second Defenestration of Prague, they cut a deal with, they said, let us join, send us military aid, and we'll make you the next king of Bohemia. This was a pretty big deal. You see, the emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor, was already king of Bohemia, and the king-elect was his heir. If Frederick took the crown of Bohemia, it would be an open act of war against the empire itself. But when Matthias died and his heir became Emperor Ferdinand II, Frederick made his move. He marched an army all the way to Prague and ordered another to assist the besieged Protestant stronghold in other areas of Bohemia, and was raised the king. This was, admittedly, probably the best time for him to take the throne, as the Emperor Ferdinand II was new and relatively weak. The Protestant element there in the Holy Roman Empire really detested the new emperor, even if they weren't officially members of the Union. So Frederick pulled a lot of allies to his side, not just German princes, but whole nations. Denmark and Sweden formally recognized him as a king, as did, ominously, the Dutch Republic. That's ominous because all of this happened in 1619, and in the year 1621, that truce between the Dutch Republic and the Spanish Empire was set to expire. So with many of the Protestant forces in Europe beginning to coalesce and marshal, it's no surprise that when the new emperor called upon his Habsburg cousin, Philip III, to send him aid, the might of Spain began to mobilize. Now, it wasn't just to lend a hand to his ally or even to crush a Protestant uprising. If these Spanish forces took out Frederick, they would secure his homeland along the Rhine. The Rhine would be an invaluable tool in their impending war with the Dutch. After his death, Frederick would be called the Winter King because his reign was so short. In less than a year, Emperor Ferdinand had allied with Philip III of Spain, with Maximilian, the Duke of Bavaria, among many, many other powerful nobles. Maximilian was the leader of the Catholic League within the Holy Roman Empire, and he was promised the King of Bohemia once Frederick was defeated. Frederick, on the other hand, was less rich in his allies. His father-in-law, King James I of England, declined to aid him. The Dutch, with whom he had some close familial ties, were restrained by treaty. They were still technically at peace with Spain, and were they to enter this war now, they would likely invalidate the truce and be vulnerable to Spanish attacks in their homeland. They were also, at the time, engaged in a sort of pseudo-war with Portugal, which was not technically included in the treaty with Spain. Now we're beginning to catch up with what we covered in the episode The New World several months ago. This was part of that Portuguese-Dutch war that saw the Dutch invade Brazil in order to gain access to some of the salt mines there. Now another potential ally for Frederick were the French, who were old enemies of the Habsburgs. Unfortunately, Louis XIII, unlike his father Henry, was much more faithfully Catholic and was uncomfortable siding with any Protestant armies against a Catholic emperor. Beyond that, Louis XIII was dealing with conflicts involving his mother and his ranking counselor, Cardinal Richelieu. So with very little support and a ragtag army of 30,000 poorly trained, poorly paid soldiers, the Winter King Frederick marched to meet the entire imperial forces at a place called White Mountain near Prague in 1620. This is one of those battles you find in history that doesn't exactly match its import. When you look at a battle like Waterloo or Stalingrad, these are immense conflicts that change the fate of the world forever. The battle here at White Mountain, though it was extremely important in what was to come, it really wasn't much of a battle at all. The Protestants were thoroughly routed, and Ferdinand was forced to flee into exile in the Dutch Republic. He was, in practical terms, really no longer a king, but he would continue to serve as a unifying presence for the Protestant forces in Denmark, Sweden, and the Netherlands. The Bohemian Revolt, as it was called, the first act of the 30 Years' War, was over, and the kingdom was firmly Catholic. But the 30 Years' War had only just begun. Now these opening moves in this conflict remind me in a lot of ways of the opening moves of World War I. Now, a lot of these dates and names really aren't all that important, but what is important is what they did in the years to come, how they influenced the world that would come out of it. But this Bohemian Revolt was really no more than just a small regional conflict. And if that had ended these hostilities, then the war would be just another series of small revolts in European history that didn't amount to much, just a footnote in a history book. But the thing is, the Spanish were involved, and the treaty with the Netherlands was about to expire, and the Danish and Swedish were only just getting involved. The English were realizing that this was going to become a general European war. This was a conflict that would mirror not only World War I, but the Napoleonic Wars right about in the middle of these two conflicts. Beyond that, this was a conflict that would change the face of Europe and would be fought not only on the European continent, but all across the New World, that would see itself played out in wars in North America, in South America, and perhaps notably to history and to our story, in the Caribbean, amongst pirates. Next time, we're going to look at the next few steps of the 30 Years' War and how it ties into the French, Dutch, Spanish, and English involved in the war, and it's going to march up almost immediately to Captain Morgan and the Buccaneers of Jamaica and Tortuga. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, especially since this was an episode that was a little bit outside of my comfort zone and expertise. I'd also like to thank you for your patience, as well as all of you who have helped support the show, either through donations through the website or becoming patrons on Patreon. Also, anybody out there who has shared us on Facebook, Twitter, or left us a review on iTunes, you guys really help get the podcast noticed, and I appreciate all of you. If you're looking for another way to help support the show and you're interested in getting perhaps a free audiobook, you can check us out at audibletrial.com/Pirate History Podcast. I've got a book recommendation, what I've been listening to this past month after the theme music. Speaking of the theme music, this week our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying their music, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on Twitter, Facebook, SoundCloud, or YouTube. Most importantly, once again, and as always, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
At T-Mobile, our critical mission is providing unparalleled 5G coverage for when connectivity is mission critical. Introducing T-Priority, America's best 5G network experience for first responders, even in times of congestion. More capacity, faster speeds, better coverage. T-Priority from T-Mobile, built for tomorrow's emergencies, ready today. Discover more at t-priority.com.
For qualifying organizations on eligible rate plans, coverage is not available in some areas that may be impacted by emergencies.
Today's show is brought to you by Audible. To get your 30-day trial membership and free audiobook download, go to audibletrial.com/Pirate History Podcast. And a very special thanks to Commodores Sam, Dave, and Rumgut from over at Patreon. We couldn't do it without you. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off last time, most of Europe was at peace. But the entire continent, nearly every nation, was on the cusp of war. It was a conflict that would shape Europe for centuries to come. Literally. This war would shake the old pillars of religion, of social order, of empire, of their class structure, and the very idea of monarchy itself. It was a war that would impact everybody in Europe, from the halls of power to the lowliest commoner. Really, as Europe was poised to embark on the greatest era of imperialism in history, this was a war that would impact everybody in the world, if indirectly. This is episode number 25, Pit Stop on the Continent, Part 2. We left off with the defeat of the Protestant-led Bohemian Revolt by a coalition of Catholic forces from all around Europe. This coalition, with the enthusiastic backing of the Pope, was called the German Catholic League. The League included most of the Catholic lords of the Holy Roman Empire under Emperor Ferdinand II, who was allied with Philip III of Spain. Not only allied, but closely related. Both Philip III and Ferdinand II were members of the House of Habsburg. Now, the Bohemian Revolt and the Greater War in general were about religion, that's true. The battle lines are drawn up almost perfectly along the lines of religious division, but not quite perfectly. This war was, as are all wars honestly, really about power. The Habsburgs were too mighty for the comfort of the other monarchs of Europe, especially the newly founded Bourbon dynasty there in France. France is the outlier in this conflict. They're the piece of the puzzle that shows that this war was not just about Catholicism versus Protestantism. See, France was ruled by a Catholic monarchy, and they were willing to go to war to protect that, as we'll soon see, but they would ally with the forces of Protestantism against the incursion and expansion of Habsburg dominion. But before France could enter into the greater European war that was taking shape, they had a little bit of housekeeping to take care of. The founding member of the Bourbon dynasty was King Henry IV. He was that Huguenot leader that converted to Catholicism to cement his rule after taking the throne. Before he was assassinated, he signed the Edict of Nantes, a document that guaranteed religious freedom for all French Calvinists. Unfortunately, his son, Louis XIII, had no such sympathies toward the Protestant cause, nor did his mother, Marie de Medici, or his chief counselor, Cardinal Richelieu. This trifecta chipped away at Protestant rights all across France, and finally they wound up sending troops into Protestant areas to implement Catholic control. The Protestants, who were none too happy about this, convened a council at the city of La Rochelle in December 1620. There, they declared their intent to establish an independent state within a state, a Protestant republic, very much in the mold of the Dutch Republic. King Louis, his mother, and Cardinal Richelieu had to take measures to nip this in the bud, and the French army did not mess around. Entire populations of Huguenot strongholds were executed. Cities were burned to the ground. Women and children were massacred. So, the Huguenot forces elected to sign a peace treaty, but Cardinal Richelieu and King Louis failed to meet their agreements in the treaty, and once again, the Protestants rose up. They focused on their naval capabilities, as La Rochelle was certain to be blockaded by the Royal Navy. The leader of the Huguenot forces in France at this time, Benjamin de Rohan, gave himself the title Admiral of the Protestant Church, and he led several pretty successful attacks against the French Navy. I mention this period and these naval attacks in particular because this was the campaign in which hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of young French Protestant sailors were earning their chops. They were learning the ins and outs of life at sea and the reality of naval warfare. They were learning, in short, what it was like to be an oppressed minority surrounded by a powerful Catholic empire and how to use their capabilities at sea to defend and enrich themselves. These young men, at least some of them, would go on to leave Europe behind and immigrate to the New World. Many of them would congregate on the coast of Hispaniola and the nearby island of Tortuga, though that would come after their defeat. And defeated they were. In 1625, the Huguenot fleet was thoroughly routed. Another peace treaty was signed, but then, for some reason, England decided to get involved. This was when King Charles sent that fleet carrying some 6,000 soldiers to France to aid his Protestant allies. Now, this wasn't the first naval misadventure of the Stuart dynasty, and it wouldn't be the last, but this was truly a spectacular failure. The English were sent packing in short order with their tail between their legs, and King Charles' rule in England was further weakened. Unfortunately, the French forces didn't have the strength to fight King Louis. They'd only done so with the promise of aid from King Charles, and now that his help was gone, they had no defense against the king and Cardinal Richelieu. The siege of La Rochelle lasted for 14 months, and it saw more than 22,000 civilians die. The aftermath, too, was truly devastating. All across France, Huguenot nobles were exiled or executed. Once again, entire populations of Huguenot cities were decimated or entirely executed. All of the rights of Protestantism in France at the time were extinguished. The Huguenots were really no longer a political power to be reckoned with. That's why so many of these men fled France in favor of her overseas possessions, why so many of them turned away from a life of citizenship and toward a life of lawless freedom, a life of anarchy, really. This was why these men preferred to cut logwood, hunt boar to be cooked on their boucans, and harass any Catholics that got in the way of them living their lives. After the siege of La Rochelle, though, the Bourbon dynasty was in firm control of their nation. They would, in time, become the most powerful kings in Europe, with an absolute monarchy that saw very little religious or structural reform, until Louis XVI signed the Edict of Versailles more than 150 years later in a futile attempt to salvage his crown and his head. For the time being, though, France was ready to involve themselves in what was shaping up to be the largest and most devastating war that Europe had ever seen. France feared the proximity of Habsburg forces on their border in the Spanish Netherlands. While they were still busy mopping up the Huguenot forces, though, they were too busy to actually commit troops to battle, but they did begin to send financial aid to their allies. They offered this aid primarily, at first, to the Danish king Christian IV, as Denmark was the primary front of the war at the time. The Danish were concerned about Catholic suzerainty on their border and their king's holding and the empire itself. King Christian was outmanned and outgunned by the forces of Ferdinand II, though he was being subsidized by the French. So he called on the Protestant nations in Europe to send him men. Sweden promised to send him men as soon as they were done fighting in other parts of Europe. The Protestant German princes there in the Holy Roman Empire naturally sent as many men as they could. They were already neck-deep in Catholic armies, after all. The call was also answered by King Charles of England and Scotland. Remember, they were still different nations at the time. The Scottish sent some 14,000 men, and the English 6,000. The English were commanded by one Sir Charles Morgan, who was a Welsh-born knight from the county of Monmouthshire, the same county and the same family that would produce Henry Morgan some 5 years later. Sir Charles Morgan was specifically well-suited to command forces on the continent, as he had begun his career in the English expeditionary force that was involved in the 80 Years' War between Spain and the Netherlands. Beyond that, Charles II had married a Dutch woman, the daughter, in fact, of William the Silent's aide-de-camp. This is one of those connections. I suppose it shouldn't be too surprising. The Protestants in Northern Europe were essentially besieged by their Catholic neighbors, and they had a relatively small pool of other Protestants to marry and ally with. So maybe I'm reaching here. Maybe this is just kind of a dark helmet situation. You remember that I am your father's brother's nephew's former roommate. What's that make us? Absolutely nothing. But I'm just constantly surprised by the sheer number of connections here. It shows me that Captain Morgan was fighting the same fight that his not-too-distant relatives had been fighting for decades. It's also funny the strange bedfellows that this war created. The English and the French were both allied with Denmark, though at the time they were currently in a war with each other. But the threat of the Catholic League and the Habsburg Empire was too great to ignore. Now, none of the aid offered by Christian IV's allies arrived in time to help him. France was still dealing with the end of their civil war, and England was dealing with the beginning of theirs. Denmark was dealt a series of defeats that saw imperial forces freely marching through the nation. So they concluded a peace. It was a surprisingly favorable peace, as far as Denmark saw it, though, with Ferdinand II. The imperial generals were well aware of the threat of these other nations entering into this fight, especially the nation of Sweden. They needed to get Denmark out of the war as soon as possible, so King Christian IV lost none of his Danish territory as long as he agreed to pull out of the war. Unfortunately for the Protestant German princes who had allied with him, this meant that they had, for the time being, no real allies to speak of. The House of Habsburg rode over them with ease. When they could, they made peace, but that could be almost as bad as fighting. Soldiers who violently hated the people they were conquering saw their eradication as their holy religious duty, and they committed acts of true terror. This was a dark time for Germany. Soldiers coming to molest, mutilate, and murder you might not be the only threat. Crops all over Europe were failing. Disease was spreading. People were starving and dying in the thousands. I can only imagine what they must have been feeling at the time. What they must have thought. They must have wondered if God had abandoned them, or perhaps they'd been wrong the whole time. Perhaps they were the heretics after all. They blamed, as so often happens in these times, the others, the outcasts in their society. Neighbors looked at other neighbors with cold suspicion. They turned to massacres and lynchings, mass hangings, and witch hunts. Several prince archbishops were organizing mass trials wherein any undesirables were rounded up and accused of the crime of witchcraft. Some of them even went so far as to erect entire buildings to house their courtrooms. These were structures that held some of the most despicable implements of torture ever conceived. They lined the walls with Bible verses, and they questioned their prisoners for hours. The word questioned there is, of course, a polite euphemism for what was actually happening. Most of those questioned were old women or young girls, and the methods that these archbishops used is, well, it's something I'd really rather not talk about. I'd really rather not think about it. When these torture masters, they called themselves confessors, when they were satisfied, the accused were killed. Some by drowning, some by the sword, but most were tied to a stake and burned. Most of these in full view of their neighbors who were rejoicing in their fate. Sometimes only one or two at a time, sometimes dozens. This was the height of European witch hunts and the fervor over witchcraft, and honestly, it's the source of where most of our image of witch hunting comes from. It's difficult to get a fix on exactly how many people were accused of witchcraft around this time. These confessors didn't always keep the best records, but most estimates go as high as 600 people terribly tortured and massacred, all in the span of only about 2 years. While all of this was going on, all across the empire, the Catholic League was mopping up the Protestant rebels and subjecting them to some pretty severe persecution. To the west, though, another front was an open warfare. The Bohemian Revolt, that opening move of the war that had been crushed back in 1620, well, that wasn't the end of the fighting there. The Palatinate was the home of Frederick V, the Winter King and the leader of Bohemia that was in exile in the Netherlands. Frederick and his Dutch allies conducted a defense of the Rhine, which was key to their war plans. Frederick wanted to defend his home, and the Dutch needed the Rhine secure if they were to survive in their fight against Spain. This was, in effect, the resumption of the conflict between the Spanish and the Dutch, called the 80 Years' War. Legally, though, the truce between them was still in force. There was even a possibility that Philip III of Spain and the Dutch Republic could come to some sort of accord to end any further war. But then, Philip III died, and with him, any hope of peace. His son, Philip IV, was 16 years old. He was eager to prove himself, and he wanted very much to involve Spain in this general European war. Spain's main reason for returning to war, though, was economic. The Dutch had built a great naval empire that was a real threat to Spain. The Dutch East India Company had nearly taken over the spice trade from Asia, and now they were moving in on the New World. Thus, a new front in the war was thrown open. This theater of war would take place at sea. The Spanish harassed all Dutch shipping in the Strait of Gibraltar and the English Channel. They harassed them around the ports of Italy. They harassed them near the Levant, and they harassed them on the shores of Asia. The Dutch turned to what was perhaps an unexpected ally, the pirates of the Mediterranean, hailing out of the ports on the Barbary coast. These are the famous Barbary pirates, Muslim corsairs that had threatened European shipping for centuries. I really haven't even mentioned the Muslim intervention in the 30 Years' War, but it was substantial. During the earlier Bohemian Revolt, the Ottoman Empire allied with the Protestants and sent thousands of soldiers in to aid them. The Ottomans had a long history, of course, of siding with Protestants against the Catholics. These Catholics and Muslims had something of a colorful past. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new. Now, I won't receive my box for a couple more days, but I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment. Anyway, give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Now, though, the pirates of Barbary were openly allied with the Dutch. Now, this era, this topic, the Barbary pirates in general, requires a show of its own, and I plan on doing that show in the not-too-distant future. Suffice it to say, though, that the Dutch helped to modernize the Barbary fleet. They put it on a par with their own. The Dutch had some of the best ships in the world at the time, and they shared with these pirates their designs for ships, their designs for rigging, and their designs for armaments that made the Barbary fleet among the best that existed. For the Netherlanders, for now at least, this was an excellent play. The Barbary corsairs were implacable enemies to the Spanish, and North Africa was far too well defended to invade. A number of Dutch sailors liked the Barbary coast and their people so well as the lifestyle of piracy that they elected to stay. They set down roots, they converted to Islam, and they married women there. Some of the most notorious Barbary pirates actually were Dutch. Now, this was the resumption of the 80 Years' War, and it was here that the two wars, the 80 Years' War and the 30 Years' War, merged. The Mediterranean, though, was far from the only front in this war between the Netherlands and Spain. Anywhere that Spanish ships carried cargo, the Dutch East India Company was there. And if we're being totally honest, the English pirates followed in their wake. Now, the Dutch and the English weren't working together. These were pirates, after all. The English pirates just chose to not attack Dutch vessels and only attack Spanish vessels to buy all of the ill-gotten goods that these English pirates stole. It was pure coincidence, swearsies. See, the English are frequently, especially in this conflict, called to task for being shy or timid. They were a Protestant nation, and they weren't sending all that many troops to go help their sister nations. There are 2 points to be made here, though. First, England was on the brink of civil war. Their king and their parliament could agree on almost nothing. They may have been, at best, secondary players, but it was a lack of political will, not courage, that stayed their hand. In his book To Rule the Waves, naval historian Arthur Herman writes, quote, Members of the House of Commons heatedly debated whether England should send an army into Germany to fight the Habsburg menace, or to join hands with the Dutch to shut down the channel to Spanish troop ships and army pay ships. In either case, they asserted there was no need to increase England's defense budget or provide additional supply through taxes. The Crown's obligation was to take up the Protestant cause, not to ask for the funds with which to pay for it. End quote. The second point that needs to be made is that though English soldiers were occupied, their navy was busy languishing in port. England's greatest victories, though, since the time of Elizabeth had not been in charging in and winning the day. They didn't have the strength for that. Their greatest strength was in their ships and in the bold mariners that sailed on them. And England did put these to use. Not in great naval engagements, but in privateering and in piracy. It was very much the same tactic that was used by Queen Elizabeth that made the English so fearsome. Hurt the enemy, stay out of trouble, and get paid. British troops were not totally out of the greater fight in Germany, though. After the surrender of Denmark, the Catholic League really appeared victorious. There were no forces left in Germany that could rival those of the combined Spanish and German Habsburgs. But that small force of Scottish and English troops that had been sent to aid the King of Denmark, well, they still held out. They defended one town on the northern coast of Europe. For weeks, they were under siege. Their ships were still in the harbor there. They were still seaworthy. At any point, these Englishmen could have left and gone home to their families, but they didn't. They stayed. They dug in their heels, and they defended against the Catholic League. They would not retreat. You see, this small city offered the defense of a beachhead on the coast. This landing site was perhaps the most important position left to all of Protestantism in Germany. That's because there was one army left in all of Europe that had the strength and the will to fight the Holy Roman Empire. That was the Swedish, under Gustavus Adolphus. Now you might have noticed that this was a time characterized by less than impressive monarchs. The days of Queen Elizabeth and Philip II were gone. The Stuarts in England were watching their country crumble beneath them. The King of France was a boy and he was weak. France was actually run by, in truth, Cardinal Richelieu. Their king didn't come remotely close to matching the majesty of his heir, the Sun King. Philip IV of Spain was, well, he didn't even hold a candle to his grandfather. King Christian of Denmark, though he was ambitious and talented, he failed in all of his endeavors. The Holy Roman Emperors were, well, madmen. The Dutch Republic had decided to do away with monarchy entirely. Gustavus Adolphus, though, well, his real name was Gustav II Adolf. But after his death, he would be honored in the tradition of Roman emperors with the Latin title Gustavus Adolphus Magnus. To be given that title is an honor only a few in history have received. It means, essentially, the great. We're talking about people like Alexander Magnus, Pompey Magnus, Karl Magnus, better known as Charlemagne. And King Gustav earned that title. He was seen, even during his lifetime, as one of the greatest military commanders alive. When he was raised to the throne, he inherited 3 wars against Poland, Russia, and Denmark. Now, the war against Denmark was the first he dealt with, and in truth it was inconclusive. The Swedish did, however, repel the Danes from their lands and successfully defend their country. The fact that this war had been his first may have played a role in why he decided not to aid the King of Denmark when he called for it. The war with Russia, though, Gustav won on Russian soil. That's an impressive feat for any commander. That's something that Napoleon and Hitler both failed to do. Gustav also, in that war with Russia, gained some very valuable territory. He essentially took all of Russia's Baltic ports and cut Russia off from the Baltic Sea for almost a century. This gained Sweden a lot of prestige and, honestly, a lot of power. Now, he won the war with Poland, too. He concluded the war almost immediately after Denmark was defeated. This may be, in part, because the situation just called for it. That was the correct tactical move, but a lot of historians have suggested that he continued the war with Poland long after it was actually won, just because he didn't want to pull out and aid Christian IV. He wanted to charge in after they had been defeated and claim all of the glory and honor for himself and for Sweden. He wanted to, as much as possible, upstage his Danish rival. When he landed on the continent, Germany was in one of its darkest positions, and Protestant soldiers from all over the empire flocked to him. The disaffected Protestant German princes, what were left of them, joined them with their armies. Mercenaries from all of the Protestant nations in Europe flocked to him, paid for with French gold. The French, well, they didn't yet send troops, but they did send him plenty of gold. They were essentially funding King Gustav's war. And then there was the Scottish. While the English Parliament might be busy twiddling their thumbs, the Scottish Presbyterians had no such compunction. They sent thousands of troops to aid their Swedish and German cousins, including no small number of generals and marshals. Immediately, as soon as they landed in 1630, Sweden began capturing coastal towns and cities. The Catholic lords who had been installed were pushed out, and Protestants, usually, who had close ties to King Gustav, were put into power. Gustav's forces began to move south by southwest, taking yet more cities, installing more Germans and more Swedes, even sometimes relatives of King Gustav himself. But then the first major clash between the renewed Protestant forces and the Catholic League took place. It was the Battle of Breitenfeld in 1631. The Catholic forces there were forced to retreat, and Gustav continued his campaign of liberating Protestant Germany. A year later, though, with much of northern Germany firmly back in Protestant hands, another imperial force moved north. Again, the Catholic force was defeated, this time killing their general, one of the top generals in the Catholic cause, and dealing a major blow to Emperor Ferdinand. When this battle was over, it was clear that the war had turned unequivocally in favor of Protestantism, at least in the north of Germany. In the south, the House of Habsburg was still firmly in control, and the southwest of Germany had a large number of Protestant people living there that were firmly under the boot of Catholic forces. So the army, after winning these two key battles, marched to go liberate them. Unfortunately for them, though, the Empire knew they were coming, and they were prepared. The Catholic League chose their field of battle and dug themselves in. They began, from their strong position, harassing the lines of supply, forcing King Gustav to meet them on the field of battle. Though he knew that it was a poor decision, he realized it was his best, really his only option. The two armies met at the Battle of Lutzen in 1632. The Protestant forces were once again victorious, but King Gustavus Adolphus Magnus was killed. The tide, once again, began to turn. Without King Gustav's leadership, the Protestant forces faltered. They continued southwest, but without the same level of success that they had had before. They won some battles. They didn't lose them all, but they didn't win enough. Beyond that, many of the German princes who had originally flocked to join the forces of Protestantism, when the war began to turn, they decided it was best that they return home and secure their lands. By 1635, those same German princes decided to sue for peace with the empire. They signed the Treaty of Prague, conceding the return of their lands and the rights of Protestants within them. They were even granted amnesty for allying with the King of Sweden against their rightful emperor. The Protestants in the south, though, were still living under imperial control, and things had grown even worse for them. The thing to remember, though, is that the Treaty of Prague was only signed between the German princes and the empire. You see, in their agreement with France, by which France agreed to fund the war, any retreat or treaty signed with the Holy Roman Empire had to be approved by the French king. And neither the Swedish, the Scottish, or the French were about to let Ferdinand II have his way. The Swedish and Scottish pulled back and reorganized their forces. they split into two major armies, largely split down national lines. The Swedes were commanded by one of the top generals they had left, and the Scots commanded by the ranking Scottish general there on the continent. Their plan was to attack along parallel lines and flank any army that challenged them. At the very least, they would force the Empire to split their own forces. And then, at long last, France mobilized. Not only France mobilized, though. England finally invested soldiers in the war, as did the Netherlands and the Germans of the Palatinate, in the west of Germany and the Spanish Netherlands. All along the Rhine, the combined forces of Protestantism moved on the Spanish Empire. At the end of last week's episode, I compared that opening move in the conflict, the Bohemian Revolt, to the opening moves of World War I. I've been struggling this entire episode to avoid making more parallels, some of which seem obvious but aren't exactly accurate. But now I can't avoid it any longer. France, along with her allies, including the English, are now fighting on the western front of Germany. Now, in the east, it's not the Russians, it's more the Swedes to the north, but Germany's forces are still forced to divide themselves, focus in two directions. They're being enclosed. It's the, in essence, same tactic used in World War I and in World War II. These armies could no longer move to support each other. They were very much occupied. Beyond that, there were other theaters of war. African colonies were constantly being fought over. Control of the spice trade and of the Asian colonies was almost as important as the war in Europe. India, China, the Ottoman Empire, they were all in play. I had to fight the urge to subtitle this episode something along the lines of World War Zero. And yes, of course, the New World was in play as well. Habsburg control of the New World was being threatened in a serious way. The English, the Dutch, the French, and yes, even the Danish and the Swedes were claiming islands as fast as their ships could sail. Wherever Spain was weak in the world, they were being pushed back, but especially in the New World. Hispaniola was, around this time, under siege by French buccaneers, and eventually they would push the capital of the Spanish colony there to the southeast, to Santo Domingo, and they would take over the coastline, including the island of Tortuga. The English, during this conflict, had sent their ships out to Old Providence Island to try and build a colony in the heart of the Spanish Caribbean. We know this story. All of that story, all of the roots of Caribbean piracy, have their roots in the 30 Years' War. The intervention of the French in the war marked the turning point. There were many more battles and dates and places to name, but it was clear at this point that the war in Europe would not end with the victory of the House of Habsburg and the snuffing out of Protestantism. It just wasn't going to happen. There were victories and defeats on both sides. There were great acts of heroism and lowly acts of cowardice. There were reversals, turns of fate. There were rising and falling fortunes. Emperor Ferdinand died and was replaced. King Philip died and was replaced. The Stuarts were deposed and then restored. Cardinal Richelieu died. King Louis died, and he was replaced. It should be noted that he was replaced by Louis XIV, who was one of the most powerful and influential monarchs of all time, certainly the most powerful monarch during the golden age of piracy. In the end, though, Europe had had enough of war. While powerful monarchs vied for power against one another, it was the people that suffered. Cities that had stood for centuries were now gone. Fields had had crops either not be sown or left to rot instead of being harvested. The plague was everywhere. With the men away on campaign, women and children were forced to defend themselves against roving bands of hostile soldiers looking for food and plunder. This was real war, and it was terrible. When I think about this war, I think about Game of Thrones, as I often do. Near the end of the War of the Five Kings, the Riverlands is, well, it's essentially a wasteland. If you remember the scene where Arya and the Hound happen upon a farmer who has been stabbed and is waiting to die but unwilling to do so, He's the man I picture when I think about the people left behind during this war. You can see this disparity between the powerful and the powerless in the art of the time. Paintings, well, the paintings are all masterworks. They all depict great men doing great deeds, leading armies into power with all of their symbols of their wealth and influence around them. But paint was expensive, and paintings were a rich man's game. Woodcuts, on the other hand, were something that talented artists who didn't have the expensive materials could still produce, and the woodcuts of the time are heartbreaking. They depict mass hangings and witch hunts. They have beggars, people dying from disease and starvation. They depict the abuse of women and children. In short, the woodcuts depict the terror of being alive during this time. There's a reason that Europe would not see another conflict on this scale until Napoleon. So, in the end, Europe and all its nations signed the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. This decentralized the power in the Holy Roman Empire, and it protected the religious freedom of the people. The treaty ended the 80 Years' War as well, and it guaranteed the existence of the Dutch Republic, along with a number of other nation-states that were part of the Holy Roman Empire before, but now were completely independent. It really helped guarantee the balance of power in Europe. Now, it was at times walking on a knife's edge, but for about 160 years, they managed not to fall off completely. This was also, historians love to tell us, the last major religious war fought in Europe. But it wasn't, as we'll see in the weeks and months to come, the last religious war fought in the world. The 30 Years' War, though, perhaps most importantly, signaled the decline of the Habsburgs, most notably in Spain. What was the largest and most powerful empire of the world was beginning to crumble around their monarchs' heads, making room for men like Henry Morgan and Francois l'Olonnais to cut themselves a piece, and later on setting the stage for another conflict that would see men like Benjamin Hornigold and Edward Teach and Bartholomew Roberts brought to the New World. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank also our ship's quartermaster, Garrett, and our ship's master carpenter, Daniel, from over at Patreon, along with all of the other members of the crew. With our Patreon rewards beginning to trickle in, we're going to be getting those sent out, and I have restructured our reward system at Patreon. However, as a reward to everybody who's been so kind as to support the show when I had no rewards to give, we're going to give everybody over there a copy of our map and one of our super cool and very stylish buttons. If you're already a supporter, you're going to be getting those shortly, and if you'd like to get them at a lower pledge level, the cutoff date for that will be January 15th. I'd like to thank our sister crew over at the History of Westeros podcast for giving me the idea to give our crew members names, as well as Reddit user Edsel Hans for the very kind words you said about the show, and really everybody out there who has shared a mention of us or left a rating or review. This show relies on all of you guys doing that, and I appreciate it all deeply. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying the music, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on Twitter, Facebook, SoundCloud, or YouTube. Once again, as always, most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of these tales from the old country told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Clorox Sentiva smells like grapefruit. Cleans like Clorox. And feels like...
Okay, we could be here all day. Try Clorox Sentiva for a trusted clean with long-lasting freshness. Also available in lavender and coconut. Use as directed.
Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. For the past couple of episodes, we've strayed away from the Caribbean in the 1660s to look at continental Europe in the early 17th century. There were large, overarching trends and forces at play here that convinced me to talk about the 30 Years' War, but there were smaller effects of that war that relate closely to our story too. These aren't the deeds of great men and armies, they're stories of small men, men without titles or armor that would go on to do great things. Terrible things, but great. As the war, the 30 Years' War, was in the final stages when France and Spain were throwing their might at each other, a boy was born in France. He was nearly the same age as the new king, Louis XIV, and while his name would never be as well known to history, to the Spanish living in the New World, his name invoked fear and fire and blood. Now, this boy was only 5 when the Treaty of Westphalia was signed, ending the 30 Years' War. He wouldn't have had any strong memories of those years, but in school, he was born to a well-off enough family to go to school. He learned about France's mortal enemy, that dastardly Spaniard. He learned of their brutal conquest of the New World, of the slavery and genocide of the Indians, and of their Spanish Inquisitions. He probably lost family in the war, and certainly knew other boys that had lost loved ones. This young boy grew up in a world that deeply hated Spain, that was inundated with propaganda against them. And from a very young age, this boy despised Spain and all the Spanish people. Now, this boy was probably a Protestant. It would have further fueled his hatred of Spain, but it wasn't even a good time for Protestants in France either. The young king, as soon as the war ended, was faced with a series of revolts. Now, these weren't religious in nature, not necessarily, as the earlier Huguenot revolts had been, but they resulted in a crackdown on Calvinism and Protestantism nonetheless. Louis was, during this time, busy cementing his rule, with the aid of his mother and his top advisor, who intended to see him be the first king with absolute power in some time. Any potential malcontents in France were being ruthlessly silenced. Every treaty that protected them was thrown out, and the Protestants in France were left with few options. Now, one of the best ways to prove your loyalty to the king was military service. In the case of the young man in question, it was really a perfect option. It showed patriotism, bravery, it showed his ambition, and it provided a way for him to fight the Spanish. He wasn't a soldier, though, and anyway, the war was over. But there was another option. On board a ship as a petty officer in the Royal French Navy, he could continue his fight against the Spanish halfway around the globe. So he signed on with his uncle, and in 1667 they set sail from Le Havre for the West Indies. This young man's name was Daniel Montbars, better known to history as Montbars the Exterminator. This is episode number 26, Extermination. Now, before we move on, I'd like to point out that Daniel Montbars did not pronounce his name that way. He was French, after all. His last name was pronounced something a little closer to Montbar, but in the interest of not butchering the French language for the entire episode, I'm going to stick with the anglicized version. Now, as we've seen, in the Caribbean, the war that had taken place in Europe had really never ended. In fact, with men like Captain Henry Morgan sailing, it was, at the time, heating up. France and England and the Dutch Republic were setting up colonies all over the region and fighting Spain for every inch of territory they claimed. Now, Daniel Montbars and his uncle would likely have been part of a naval detachment set to protect the shipping lanes and the settlements in the Leeward and Windward Islands, what we call the Lesser Antilles. Now, in the eyes of Spain, this activity was all illegal due to the Treaty of Tordesillas signed in 1494, so naval engagements were common. After only a few months there, they were set upon off the coast of Hispaniola by 2 Spanish warships. Now, Hispaniola was heavily contested with French settlements to the northwest and Spanish settlements to the southeast. The French ship was deep in Spanish waters, near the capital there of Santo Domingo. So there was a naval battle, but with 2-to-1 odds, the French ship really had little chance of winning. Daniel Montbar's uncle was killed in the fighting, and the ship itself sunk. Montbars himself escaped, however, and eventually he made his way to the French island of Tortuga. Now, I haven't found any reliable sources on this journey, but I really wish I could. This is the sort of story that I would just love to hear. How did he escape? Did he escape with a canoe? Was there water on board his canoe or companions, or was he all alone with no supplies? How did he and his canoe evade the Spanish warships and then further Spanish patrols? Were they rescued by buccaneers that took them onto Tortuga, or maybe if he did have companions, one of them was an old sailor, a wayward pirate in their company that knew the way to Tortuga? But perhaps there was no canoe at all. Perhaps Daniel Montbars swam ashore and then was left alone deep in enemy territory with only a vague notion that the French had settlements somewhere to the north. An overland route would have been more than 100 miles through enemy lands, rough terrain, and untamed wilderness. This story, the story of his escape, could be anything from a week's rowing with plenty of food and water and lovely nights under the stars to weeks of arduous hiking behind enemy lines, fighting off boars and hunger and disease and the glowing eyes of jungle hunters at night. But if a good source on this exists, I haven't seen it. The Caribbean, at the time, though, it had to be absolutely filled with these stories. It was a dangerous, lawless, and wild place, and very similar in a lot of ways to the American Old West. There were dramas that could fill a book or make a movie that were taking place every day, but we'll never really know about them. But in the end, by hook or by crook, he made it to Tortuga, and when he got there, he found the island a hive of activity. The place at the time would have been packed. Every tavern and every brothel was filled with men swilling cheap rum, weak ale, and fancy Spanish wine, and every dark corner or back alley, men were speaking to each other in hushed tones, and they were all saying one thing: "Where's the Admiral headed?" For a young man with French naval experience, it wouldn't have been too difficult for Montbars to find a place in Tortuga. He would certainly have reported to the governor there. First thing, a Navy ship had been sunk, after all, with most of the crew lost, and Spain was the culprit. However, he didn't request a return to naval service. The governor likely would have offered him a choice: either a small vessel to return him to one of the more respectable French colonies in the Lesser Antilles, or, well, in Tortuga they were fighting the war as well, but they fought it a little differently. Surrounded by the Spanish as they were, they couldn't really put a proper navy to sea. So in Tortuga they relied more on smaller craft, manned by intrepid sailors and soldiers, privateers that operated not along traditional rules, but according to their own codes. For an experienced, educated Navy officer, he would have had no problem finding a crew to join, and when he arrived, there were plenty in Tortuga to choose from. Roque Brasiliano had recently returned from his imprisonment in Spain, and he had been gifted a ship by the admiral of the Buccaneers of Tortuga. Now, he was Dutch, not French, but he was a celebrity among the men. His raids were things of legend, and now he was back to take part in the next. Now, Daniel Montbars had probably heard of Roque Brasiliano and likely of the dozens of other buccaneer captains in town as well. Men like Philippe Becquel, Pierre Le Picard, and Jacques Tavernier were famous French bucca as well. Some Dutchmen were still sailing with Captain Morgan, but Bernard Clayson Speerdijk was probably in Tortuga, as was Lawrence Prins. Now, Prins is a man to remember, as he'll soon be one of Captain Morgan's chief lieutenants, and much later in life, he'll be the captain of a little ship you may have heard of, called the Yadda. Now, the reason all of these pirates were in Tortuga at the same time was twofold. First, many of them had recently returned from sailing with Captain Morgan. They had been a part of that largely unsuccessful raid on Puerto de Príncipe. A gunfight between an English sailor under Morgan and one of their own French sailors and the light haul caused most of the Frenchmen to deport Captain Morgan and head back to Tortuga. Second, and perhaps the more important, was their admiral. Francois l'Olonnais was the most famous and feared pirate in the Caribbean, and he had put out the call. He was planning a raid, and all of the buccaneers of America were invited to join him. His last raid, a year prior, had been one of the most successful in history and one of the most brutal. If you don't recall, that was the raid on Maracaibo, during which l'Olonnais questioned the townspeople on the location of their treasure. He, in turn, flayed them, tied them to the rack, burnt them, and subjected one man to wooling. It's in our episode on torture, and it might be worth a listen, if you have a strong stomach. Upon l'Olonnais' return, to quote Esquimalt, quote, "The whole dividend being finished, they set sail for Tortuga. Here they arrived a month after, to the great joy of most of the island, for, as to the common pirates, in 3 weeks they had scarce any money left, having spent it all in things of little value, or lost it at play. Here had arrived, not long before them, 2 French ships with wine and brandy and such like commodities, whereby these liquors, at the arrival of the pirates, were indifferent cheap. But this lasted not long, for soon after they were enhanced extremely, a gallon of brandy being sold for 4 pieces of 8. The governor of the island bought all of the pirates the whole cargo of the ship laden with cocoa, giving for that rich commodity scarce the 20th part of its worth. Thus they made shift to lose and spend all the riches they had got in much less time than they were purchased. The taverns and stews, according to the custom of the pirates, got the greatest part, so that soon after they were forced to seek more by the same unlawful means they had got the former." End quote. So the pirates on Tortuga were restless, they were sober, and they were ready for action. And they were going out again, with more men, more ships, and larger goals in mind. Now, Daniel Montbars would absolutely have known who Francois l'Olonnais was. He was the most infamous pirate in the world. His name would have been on the lips of every man and woman in the Caribbean, and probably even passed around back in Europe. As the French and Dutch crews were preparing to set out, Captain Morgan and his English buccaneers were busy looting Portobello and allegedly committing acts of barbarism, but none of those would live up to what was in store under l'Olonnais. As for Montbars, we don't know that much about his early career. After leaving the Navy, at least, we know that he knew l'Olonnais and would soon find himself in command of a ship, so it's reasonable to assume that Montbars found a crew there in Tortuga and joined up. Now, we don't know whose ship it would have been. It probably wasn't the flagship carrying l'Olonnais himself, but it could have been. L'Olonnais' ship was the largest in the fleet, carrying 300 men. It was really a proper warship. There were at least 6 more ships carrying roughly 100 men each, so that's a party of more than 1,000 men. Now, all of the buccaneers loaded up their powder, their shot, their guns, and their rum. They sailed over to Hispaniola, where they provisioned and then met to discuss their plans and ratify the code. Their destination on this voyage was the Spanish Main and the settlements along the Bay of Honduras, so they set sail for the Windward Passage. The fleet headed west, sticking close to Cuba's South Keys. They stopped to relieve a small village of native fishermen of all of their canoes and much of their turtle meat. When there was nothing before them but open ocean, they set course southwest for the Cayman Trench and the mainland beyond. However, deep in the ocean they were set upon by a terrible calm. Their ships were stranded in the doldrums of the Caribbean with no wind and precious little current to carry them to shore. For days they drifted, working through their rum, water, and food. The current carried them towards shore, but agonizingly slowly. FELONIES' ship in particular hardly moved. It was the largest and the heaviest of the fleet, and he was quickly left behind. On all of the ships in the fleet, the food began to run out and hunger began to set in. Morale suffered. This is possibly when Montbars began to distinguish himself. Imagine it, an educated, eloquent, ambitious seaman on board a vessel full of thirsty and angry men. If he were interested in command, this presented the perfect opportunity to ingratiate himself with the men and turn them against their captain. After all, he should have been prepared for this eventuality. It was the captain's fault they were all suffering. But there wasn't a mutiny. Finally, the men saw land, and they made for a river mouth. Now, the first order of business would have been to drink as much water as they could and bottle a bunch of it for later. When their thirst had been quenched and the danger had passed, their bellies were still left empty, and they were nowhere near a Spanish settlement. You see, this wasn't where the fleet had intended to make landfall. It wasn't even close to their destination. The closest Spanish were days away by ship, and that was when the wind was with them. And right now, the buccaneers needed food. So they followed the river inland until they came across an Indian village. That's hundreds and hundreds of starving men, not exactly moral at the best of times, in a village housing maybe dozens. Esquemeling doesn't record any particular brutality. No torture, no rapes, no murder, and perhaps there weren't. It was food that the pirates needed, not women or plunder or violence. Esquemeling writes, quote, "They pillaged all the Indian dwellings they could find, bringing back their ships a quantity of Spanish wheat, which they call maize, together with pigs, poultry, turkey, and everything they'd been able to lay hands on. But this was still not enough to provision the buccaneers for the journey they had in mind. So they held another council and decided to wait until the bad weather had passed, in the meantime plundering all the towns and villages around the Gulf. So they cruised along the coast, seeking nothing but food and supplies. Every place they came to, they cleaned out so thoroughly the inhabitants themselves were left to go hungry, for the buccaneers devoured everything they could get hold of. They even shot the apes in the forest for food." End quote. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new. Now, I won't receive my box for a couple more days, but I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. From your morning podcast to your afternoon playlist, State Farm knows you personalize your entire day, and that's why State Farm helps you personalize your insurance with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It offers coverage options that help protect what you care about most at an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
At long last, the pirates came to a place called Puerto Cavallo. It was the first real Spanish settlement that they'd crossed, complete with warehouses full of valuable goods. The town, though, was not particularly large or well defended. There was a merchant ship in the harbor that they promptly took for their own. This is probably where Daniel Montbars gained his captaincy. We know that he was given command of a ship after distinguishing himself in battle. It's likely that L'Ollonais saw a promise in the young officer with such a hatred for the Spanish and allowed him to lead the boarding party that took the Spanish vessel and make the ship his own. Now, Montbars' ship, if it was his, wasn't particularly fast, not until the Buccaneers would make their modifications at least, but it was spacious and it held a total of 24 guns. By this point, the Buccaneers were much more well-fed, and their appetites had turned toward other things. They went on to ransack those warehouses, burning those that held hides or other cargo not worth hauling back to their ships. Then they turned to the town and the townspeople. They cleared the houses of valuables and then burned them. The people were rounded up and questioned by L'Ollonais personally. He inflicted, quote, every torment imaginable, end quote, including lashing, burning, wounding, and what appears to have been his favorite torture at the time, the rack. He flayed them bit by bit, asking after hidden valuables, troop movements, directions to richer halls. He was particularly interested in guides to the nearby town of San Pedro. In Exquemelin's words, quote, when L'Ollonais had a victim on the rack, if the wretch did not instantly answer his questions, he would hack the man to pieces with his cutlass and lick the blood from his blade with his tongue, wishing it might have been the last Spaniard in the world he had thus killed. End quote. At last, some poor soul agreed to guide the Buccaneers to San Pedro. L'Ollonais took with him 300 men and left the rest to hold Puerto Cavallo under the command of one Moise von Wynn. A few miles down the road, the Buccaneers were set upon by a Spanish ambush. The Spanish had positioned themselves behind the ambuscades and begun firing. The Buccaneers did fire back, but this was a hard-fought battle. It appears that the Spanish now knew they were coming. In the end, though, the Buccaneers flung fire pots and grenades at the Spanish until the surviving Spaniards fled into the jungle. L'Ollonais ordered any soldiers that his men could capture brought before him. He questioned his prisoners in the usual way. He asked them if there were any more Spaniards lying in wait along the road. There were. He asked if there were any way around them, another route. The Spanish didn't know of any. L'Ollonais killed the first person he questioned, and then he went on to question another. And then another. According to Exquemelin, when no one could tell him of another route, quote, L'Ollonais, being possessed of a devil's fury, ripped open one of the prisoners with his cutlass, tore the living heart out of his body, gnawed at it, and then hurled it in the face of one of the others, saying, show me another way or I will do the same to you. End quote. Were I in their shoes, I would promise to show the pirate another way. Which the Spanish did, but to no avail. There was no other way through the jungle. L'Ollonais, in his fury, screamed, Mortu, les Espagnols me la paieront. By God's death, the Spaniards shall pay me for this. There may not have been a way round the Spanish ambuscades, but L'Ollonais and his buccaneers now knew that they were waiting for them. The next day, they met the Spanish again and attacked so fiercely that the Spanish fled. The day after that, there was another ambush. This time, L'Ollonais ordered no quarter given, and that every Spaniard there be hunted down and killed. These orders were carried out in full. At last, the Buccaneers reached San Pedro. The Spanish were waiting there, and they were finally well prepared. The road was blocked behind men hidden behind ambuscades, and all of the other routes to the city were blocked by prickly pear, like the cactus. That was apparently enough to stop these buccaneers. That's at least what Exquemelin tells us. Now, it wasn't too much of a problem either way. Despite those Spanish fortifications and the heavy cannon that they had, the Buccaneers were just better shots and more experienced soldiers. By the time evening fell, the city was theirs. San Pedro's fate was much the same as Puerto Cavallo or Puerto Príncipe or Campeche or Maracaibo. The town was ransacked. Goods were stolen, churches defiled, women raped, men killed, and people of all stripes were tortured for hours before being finally, mercifully, murdered. And I don't mean to minimize what happened to the people there, but this was becoming a pattern that the Spanish were going to have to do something about, and quickly. However, once the Buccaneers, under Francois L'Olonnais, had their pockets full, they put the city to the torch and burned it to the ground. They returned to Puerto Cavallo on the coast. The men that they had left there told them of a few natives that they had captured, and their news that a Spanish treasure ship was headed for the mouth of a nearby river. So the pirates sailed to an island near that river and careened their ships. For a time, the Buccaneers hunted turtles and searched the coastline for ambergris. For a few paragraphs in his book, Exquemelin goes on to postulate his theory on exactly where ambergris comes from. He goes on to claim that he believes it comes from beehives knocked into the ocean. And then he goes on to discuss the natives that lived in that region, their customs. Now, most of what he says is inaccurate and deeply racist, but some of it is worth mentioning. I'm going to read 2 short snippets to give you an idea what it's like. Quote, "It is a matter of admiration how they use a child newly born. As soon as it comes into the world, they carry it to the temple. Here they make a hole, which they fill with ashes only, on which they place the child naked, leaving it there a whole night alone, not without great danger, nobody daring to come near it. Meanwhile, the temple is open on all sides, that all sorts of beasts may freely come in and out. Next day, the father and relations of the infant return to see if the track or step of any animal appears in the ashes. Not finding any, they leave the child there till some beast has approached the infant, and left behind the marks of his feet. To this animal, whatsoever it be, they consecrate the creature newly born, as to its God, which he is bound to worship all his life, esteeming the said beast his patron and protector." He goes on, "After this superstitious and idolatrous manner lie those miserable and ignorant Indians that inhabit the islands of the Gulf of Honduras." End quote. There is another story, exempted from some of the earlier editions of the Buccaneers of America, of a Spaniard that lived for a time with the natives. He took his pleasure with a young woman there. Exquemelin then adds, quote, "if one may call this pleasure," end quote. And then one day the Spaniard found this woman missing. When he finally tracked her down, he found her mid-coitus with a lion, which was apparently her patron animal. All of this was definitely true and obviously the work of Satan. But back to L'Olonnais and the Buccaneers. The ship they were waiting for had finally arrived, but they had been warned ahead of time of the Buccaneers' presence. She had already unloaded all of her valuable cargo and put on some 42 guns and 130 soldiers. The pirates engaged in a heated battle with this Spanish man-of-war, but to no avail. Finally, though, they sent over 4 canoes filled with men that rowed silently to the larger ship, boarded her, and captured her. When the Buccaneers saw the paltry prize that they had won, they were sorely disappointed. It was mostly reams of iron and paper, nothing really valuable at all. So they held another council, but many of the smaller crews decided to depart. There were those who, quote, "imagined at their setting forth from Tortuga that pieces of 8 were gathered as easy as pears from a tree," end quote. This was probably where Daniel Montbars departed L'Olonnais. He became infamous for his raids along the Spanish Main, namely along the Mosquito Coast and down into Panama. He wasn't alone. Buccaneer crews after this spread far and wide, and for a few months nowhere in the Caribbean was safe from their torments. But L'Olonnais himself was less fortunate. His ship was too large and too heavy to make it back to Tortuga, probably because it was manned by buccaneers who were unfamiliar with the operation of such a large vessel. So the ship limped along the coast until running aground at Cabo Gracia a Dios. His men decided to tear their ship apart after it had run aground to construct smaller craft that they could successfully sail home. Then things began to go amiss. One day, 2 men went into the jungle to hunt for food. A few hours later, one man came running back to the camp, screaming of being set upon in the wilderness by terrible creatures. His companion was never seen again. Well, not all of him. That night, the buccaneers saw the light of a huge fire deep within the jungle. The next day, a party of well-armed men went there to find the source of the fire and, hopefully, their compatriot. What they found was a pile of still smoldering ashes and a severed hand, charred, missing 3 fingers. A few weeks later, they happened to come across a few natives who they took back to their ships. The buccaneers had 1 or 2 Indians with them that they hoped could translate for these natives, but the 2 groups couldn't understand one another. The Frenchmen gifted these natives they had come across with knives and axes, which the Indians gladly accepted, but when offered fruit, they recoiled. So these Indians were freed and sent home, but it wasn't the last time that L'Ollonais would see them. They stayed on the beach there in their camp for some months and built a small craft that could get them to the mainland and, hopefully, a ship that could carry all the buccaneers home. L'Ollonais took a few trusted men and sailed towards the native village, hoping to either trade for or steal a vessel. Exquemelin writes of the events that followed much more eloquently than I could hope to. Quote, "Here that ill fortune assailed him, which of long time had been reserved for him, as a punishment due to the multitude of horrible crimes committed in his licentious and wicked life. Here he met with both Spaniards and Indians, who jointly setting upon him and his companions, the greatest part of the pirates were killed on the place. L'Ollonais, with those that remained alive, had much ado to escape aboard their boats. Yet, notwithstanding this great loss, he resolved not to return to those he had left at the Isle of Pertas without taking some boats such as he looked for. To this effect he determined to go on to the coast of Cartagena, but God Almighty, the time of his divine justice being now come, had appointed the Indians of Darien to be the instruments and executioners thereof. These Indians of Darien are esteemed as bravos, or wild savage Indian, by the neighboring Spaniards, who never could civilize them. Hither L'Ollonais came, brought by his evil conscience that cried for punishment, thinking to act his cruelties, but the Indians within a few days after his arrival took him prisoner, and tore him in pieces alive, throwing his body limb by limb into the fire and his ashes into the air, that no trace or memory might remain of such an infamous, inhuman creature. One of his companions gave me an exact account of this tragedy, affirming that himself had escaped the same punishment with the greatest difficulty. He believed also that many of his comrades who were taken in that encounter by the Indians were, as their cruel captain, torn in pieces and burnt alive. Thus ends the history, the life, and miserable death of that infernal wretch, L'Ollonais, who, full of horrid, execrable, and enormous deeds, and debtor to so much innocent blood, died by cruel and butcherly hands, such as his own were in the course of his life." End quote. I love this rendition of the death of Francois L'Ollonais. I love the sound of it. I love that old world mentality with almost biblical prose. Of course, it's almost certainly completely false. We need to take this account, much like we take all of Exquemelin, with a huge grain of salt. But this in particular, I mean, how would a Dutchman that was not on this expedition have any idea what actually happened to Francois L'Ollonais in that Central American jungle? He says he heard it from one guy that managed to escape these murderous heathen Indians, but I find that difficult to believe. Now, some accounts, later accounts, go on to say that these natives were cannibals, that they actually feasted on L'Ollonais' body. For sure, yeah, that's possible, but then again, how would Exquemelin know? More to the point, wouldn't that, for a man that licked his blade clean of his victim's blood and actually bit into the heart of one Spaniard only a few days before, wouldn't that be just an absolutely unbelievably fitting end? This cannibal heathen pirate was himself hunted by a group of heathen cannibals and destroyed. This is a very medieval style tale, giving your villain a death so perfect that it enforces the belief that God is watching your every move and will punish you accordingly. Now, Lolone, regardless of how it happened, was most certainly dead, but it seems more likely that he was shot or contracted a disease or something much less impressive than what we're told. But that doesn't make for the best story, and it certainly doesn't sell books. A poetic death at the hands of those he had so brutalized, that's something people love to hear. You know, J.R.R. Tolkien said that the defining element of a fairy tale was the happy ending. It's what differentiates it from tragedy or comedy. It's a story where good prevails in the end and evil is defeated. And the death of Francois Lolone certainly seems to qualify as a fairy tale. His death, whatever the circumstances, left a vacuum in the Caribbean. He had been the greatest of the Buccaneers, and now that leadership was gone. But back in Port Royal, the English were drinking and feasting and celebrating their richest victory yet. The Buccaneers of America took notice, and soon they would all come to follow Captain Henry Morgan to even greater heights. Next week, we're going to return, at long last, to Captain Morgan. After his raid on Portobello, there was an elated mood in Port Royal, but it was soon to find itself diminished because of a ship known as the Oxford. Thank you for listening, and thank you to all of our Patreon supporters. A special thanks this week to our quartermaster, Garrett Coleman, and our other ship's officers, Matthew and Julia, Adam, Nathan, Daniel, and Brandon. You guys keep this show going. And thank you to everybody that has donated to the show through PayPal or left us a review on iTunes or wherever you happen to listen to the show. Our theme music this week was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you enjoy their music, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on YouTube, SoundCloud, Facebook, or Twitter. And once again, most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of these tales from the old country, told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, at the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For in first light once more, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
At T-Mobile, our critical mission is providing unparalleled 5G coverage for when connectivity is mission critical. Introducing T-Priority, America's best 5G network experience for first responders, even in times of congestion. More capacity, faster speeds, better coverage. T-Priority from T-Mobile, built for tomorrow's emergencies, ready today. Discover more at t-priority.com.
For qualifying organizations on eligible rate plans, coverage is not available in some areas and may be impacted by emergencies.
Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When Captain Morgan and his buccaneers returned from their raid on Portobello in the late summer of 1668, they found their world once again a very different place. This time it wasn't only Port Royal, it wasn't only the Caribbean, but the balance of power back in Europe had shifted once again and was still changing in ways that would directly impact the English privateers. All across the globe, the scales of power were shifting. On the European continent, the fallout from the 30 Years' War was still ongoing, and that strained Peace of Westphalia was set to break. Now, they were mostly, if not entirely, holding to the peace, but those tensions were playing out largely in the Caribbean through trade wars, piracy, and even occasionally open naval warfare. In the Caribbean, people were even beginning to fight amongst themselves. Now, once upon a time, all of the powers that weren't Spanish had worked together. All of these allies in the 30 Years' War, that is, England and France and the Dutch Republic and Sweden, well, they all collaborated to wrest control of the New World from Spain. But now that the Spanish Empire was weak, that collaboration was no longer useful. These allies were now like a pack of hungry dogs, growling at each other over the corpse of Spain's empire, and occasionally they would bite. This is episode number 27, Wickedness. Now, 2 years prior, before Morgan and his men had set out for Portobello, a group of settlers from the island had empty little island in the Bahamas. 175 years before that, Christopher Columbus had scouted the island on his first voyage to the New World. In 25 years, that same island and most of the other Bahamian islands nearby had been completely depopulated of the native population by disease, war, and slavery. For 150 years, this tiny little island had lain empty. It was really a true wilderness. It was that state of untouched wild that made it especially attractive to these Bermudian settlers. It wasn't the natural beauty they were after, though the island certainly had that in abundance. No, it was the massive populations of sea turtles and fish and wildlife that had flourished due to a lack of natural predators. It was the wonderful soil that could provide them with farms and food, and it was also the untold riches in ambergris that had washed up on the shore. It was the trees that they could cut for timber and dyes and medicines. But more than anything else, it was the island's remote nature. This tiny little island was far from any other human habitation. The closest island to them had once housed an English colony, but that had been abandoned long before. Their closest neighbors, when they moved there of any real consequence, were more than 100 miles away. More to the point, the closest English colony was even farther away, in Jamaica, and they had about as little to do with England as these new Bermudian colonists did. See, these colonists were refugees of a sort. They were staunch Republicans from the Cromwell era that had fled England after the restoration of the Stuart monarchy back there in England, and they believed in things like self-governance and the rule of law, religious freedom, and equal rights. Now, in this day, back in England, the merry monarch, King Charles II, was making a mockery of all of those values, and these colonists wanted to escape the long arm of his growing empire. For a time, on this tiny little Bahamian island, they lived in peace, but not for long. Representatives from the East India Company came to the island to see what these people were about. If the island could be made profitable with the proper application of slavery and sugar plantations, they would. Soon after that, King Charles sent a governor to the island to oversee the transition. The population was probably distressed by the news, and they would have watched his ships approach warily. Imagine their surprise, though, when his ship crashed into the rocks surrounding their harbor and began to slowly sink into the water of their bay. Then, imagine their disappointment when the new governor, an official representative of the king that they had traveled so far to escape, made his way to shore completely unharmed. He claimed, when he crawled out of the ocean, that his survival was God's will, an act of providence, if you like. He declared the island, appropriately, Providence, and to avoid confusion with the old English colony, they called it New Providence Island. There was another perk to living on New Providence Island. That nearby island that had been abandoned, called Eleuthera, had been attacked by the Spanish years before. There were a few men mad enough to stay there that made their living mostly as scavengers and occasionally pirates. These few adventurous men that stayed there stayed because, well, the waters in that part of the Caribbean were, and still are, notoriously difficult to navigate for anybody that doesn't know them well. The trade winds that were bringing ships in from Europe and Africa would frequently carry the ships right into the Bahamas, and sometimes any ship's captain that was foolish enough to try and navigate them would sink, and those ships would leave their cargo on the shallow sea floor. Those Eleutherian scavengers, and then the settlers on New Providence, were known to salvage that cargo and sell it to the highest bidder. Sometimes they were known to fight off any official salvage operation and take the goods for themselves, and sometimes they were even known to kill any survivors of those wrecked ships to ensure that the word never reached their superiors of the ship's fate. Now, when Captain Morgan arrived at home in Port Royal, he would likely have heard about this little island cropping up in the Bahamas and what was happening there, but at the time it was still of very little consequence to him. His first order of business was to see that his cargo was unloaded and that his men were properly paid. As soon as his men began unloading their cargo, everyone, from the harbor master to the doxies, would have known what a rich haul it was. As each of those doxies tried to catch one of the buccaneers' eyes, they would have seen the fat purses and heard the jingle of hard coin. If not that, the men themselves were likely boasting of the riches that they had won. Word was spreading quickly. Merchants and rum mongers and more prostitutes would have been flooding the dock. As boys ran back to town to tell the news that Morgan and his men had arrived, the taverns would have started preparing their wares. The gaming tables were assuring that their dice were properly loaded, and the women that were attractive or skilled enough to afford a room would be applying just a touch of rouge. By the time the ships were finally unloaded and Morgan himself had begun the trek to the governor's manor, Port Royal would have been a bustle of activity. These men would have been well into their cups, or into a lady's embrace by this point. Probably both. Their purses, even this soon after arriving back in town, would have been significantly lighter, and a fortune was already flowing into Port Royal. You see, this was probably the richest haul that Port Royal had yet seen, and it was the first of any consequence in more than a year. The truly great prizes being taken recently had all been taken by French buccaneers under l'Olonnais, and all of that money went back to Tortuga. For Morgan to have commanded this expedition was a huge boost to his fame and to his renown, and although nobody knew it yet, l'Olonnais and Tortuga's days were both numbered. As Morgan made his way through the narrow and cramped streets of Port Royal, women of every race and disposition would have leaned from their windows to call to him. Now, he was a married man, and he fancied himself an English gentleman, so he wasn't taking part. The sounds coming from all of those windows that a lady wasn't leaning out of would have assured him that his men were. In his book Empire of Blue Water, Stephen Talty gives a brief and honestly beautiful description of the city. He writes, quote, Port Royal was now known as the undisputed western capital of sin. Priests sent to the country reported back on, he quotes another source here, the torrent of wickedness and vice rushing through its streets. Back to Talty. The thousands of pounds worth of illicit goods the privateers brought with them would only accelerate this process. Port Royal was now the biggest, wickedest, richest, and most populous city in English America. End quote. He then goes on to tell the tale of one Mary Carleton. Now, it's rare that we get a detailed account of the women that populated the brothels of Port Royal, or really of any city at the time. And although her person and her story are both extraordinary, It does tell us of how she arrived in Jamaica, and I think can tell us a bit about the type of people, other than the Buccaneers, that populated the island. Mary Carleton, well, first off, she must have been a woman of unparalleled beauty and intelligence and cunning. Her first husband was a shoemaker, a cobbler, there in England. They had 2 children, but both of them died in infancy. So, Mary Carleton skipped town on her husband and married what would be her second husband, a surgeon. When she was found out, she had her first brush with the law, and on the charge of bigamy, she faced trial. It wouldn't be her last. She fled after the trial to Cologne, in Germany, where she caught the eye of a young nobleman. Now, this nobleman lavished gifts upon her and asked again and again for her hand in marriage. The gifts themselves grew richer and richer, and his proposals more insistent. Then in 1663, she escaped once again. This time she fled to London, and this time with all of that extravagant German jewelry. She must have picked up a fair bit of the German language as well, and a convincing accent. She began to frequent taverns, in particular an establishment called The Exchange, and she passed herself off as Princess von Waldway. The princess's story was truly one of woe. Her father, the powerful Lord Henry von Waldway, was pressing her to marry a horrible man, so she fled to London, where she hoped to find a man worthy of her hand in marriage. All of the best lies have a kernel of truth, and this one does the same. She wasn't a princess, of course, but she had fled Germany to escape the unwanted proposals of a man. But imagine her performance. She was a beautiful young woman, sitting alone in a tavern at an empty table. She would have had no shortage of men eager to speak to her. Then, in that German accent with just a hint of regal nature and a shy unwillingness to come forward. The gentleman would likely buy her a drink or two, and a tear would slip from the Princess von Waldway's eye. A muffled sob, and then her story in broken English would begin to come forth. Imagine the pity these men must have felt for this princess, penniless, all alone in a foreign land, certainly enough to offer her just a few coins or maybe a glittering trinket. Now, in the end, she married the tavern keeper's brother-in-law. It wasn't to last, though. An anonymous letter arrived at the happy husband's door, informing him that the Princess Maria von Waldway was really Mary the con artist. She was arrested once again for bigamy, but the letter was dubious in nature, and she argued that she really was a German princess. This was exactly the kind of scandal that London society at the time loved. This was a beautiful young noblewoman in chains, held unjustly against her will due to the lies spread to discredit her, or, conversely, a conniving harlot behind bars that duped some poor fool into marrying her, guilty of bigamy and theft time and time again. Her trial there in London became a circus. It was attended by the highest members of the London elite. It was attended by the members of the London press and as many people as the courtroom would hold. It was, for a few days, the biggest story in England, and everyone had an opinion as to her guilt or innocence. The man who was the head of the Navy, Samuel Pepys, firmly believed in the Princess Maria. He even went so far as to visit her in prison and argued for her publicly. The trial, though, quickly devolved into something altogether different. If another woman, perhaps a less beautiful woman, had committed the crime of bigamy, she would be convicted, either serve a sentence or pay a fine. Boom, case closed, over and done. But this was a beautiful young woman that sold papers and moved pamphlets and plays. She hadn't only, allegedly, committed bigamy, she had impersonated a person of noble birth. This was sensationalist journalism of the highest order, almost modern journalism. In the end, the Princess Maria von Walloway was acquitted and allowed to go about her way. For a time, she capitalized on her fame. She penned and starred in a play. She wrote her own pamphlets and was the toast of London. As you might expect, she had more than a few admirers. They all offered her gifts, but one of them offered her his hand in marriage, and she accepted. Now, many stories would end right here. They lived happily ever after. But this guy, come on. He is marrying a woman who is famous for, allegedly, impersonating a princess to con men into marrying her. He's practically begging to be played. Imagine his surprise when he woke up in a drunken stupor one morning to find that Mary and her maid had absconded with all of his money, all of his plate, all of the valuables in the house, and his keys to boot. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new. Now, I won't receive my box for a couple more days, but I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later. Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi. Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
For the next couple of years, Mary Carlton changed up her act. She left Maria von Walloway by the wayside. She was not a princess, but she would change to be a rich heiress, fleeing an unpleasant marriage, and she duped man after man, stealing all she could, with her dutiful maid as an accomplice. Her story continued to vary, and she went after smaller marks to keep the heat down, but finally the law did catch up with her again. She was quickly, this time, convicted and sent on a penal ship to the faraway colonial holding on Jamaica. If she planned to find a new life there, she would have been disabused of that notion quickly. You see, she was famous all throughout the empire, even as far away as Jamaica, and the dockside thronged with admirers, even, on occasion, acquaintances, even, on more than a few occasions, former accomplices. You see, Jamaica was now the home of the cream of the English underworld. They were congregating in Port Royal, and finally, Mary Carlton had come to join them. Unfortunately for Mary, she would have found a lot less opportunity in Jamaica. The only men of any real means there knew her for who she was. But she found that if she couldn't defraud men of their coin, there were other means of getting it. As Captain Morgan walked by the brothels lining Port Royal's winding, tiny streets, he may have heard Mary Carleton, earning a living with one of his men, and perhaps he thought of the words attributed to one of Mary Carleton's many biographers. Quote, "A stout frigate she was, or else she never could have endured so many batteries and assaults. A woman of unexampled modesty, if she may be her own herald, but she was as common as a barber's chair. No sooner was one man out, but another was in. Cunning, crafty, subtle, and hot in the pursuit of her intended designs." End quote. Mary Carleton wasn't to end her life in the brothels of Port Royal. She would con her way back into England and disappear into the mists of history. But Captain Morgan, leaving the brothels and the shops of Kill Devil behind, would have continued on into what passed for Port Royal's economic district, their merchant hub. There you could find shops selling everything that a buccaneer could possibly need. There were distillers selling their rum, to be sure. There would have been cobblers selling boots and sandals. There were butchers, grocers, clothiers, hatters, haberdashers, and of course, blacksmiths. The blacksmiths would have been forging knives for work on board a ship, and the crude machetes that passed for cutlasses in the New World. These shops sold all that a pirate might need, and certainly relied on the flood of gold that the buccaneers brought in. But the buccaneers weren't the only revenue stream available to these merchants. Those distillers sold the kind of rot-gut rum that the buccaneers preferred, but they also sold the aged and spice varieties, as well as imported European wine. Those same cobblers that sold the pirates their boots and sandals also sold ladies' slippers and gentlemen's shoes. The blacksmiths sold not only crude blades, but farm implements, tools, construction equipment, and the more elegant blades reserved for the more wealthy or influential. You see, it was here in this district that the lowlives of Port Royal could mingle with what passed for Jamaican high society. Farmers, merchants, pastors, officers, and officials came here, as did their families. It was a place where wives and daughters, accompanied by husbands, fathers, or at the very least a stout servant entrusted with her protection, would come to shop, come to mingle, and perhaps catch a glimpse of one of these rogues. It was a place also where one of those rogues, flush with cash and, hopefully, freshly bathed, might be able to entice one of those ladies to sneak off with him. That would be a dicey proposition, and unlikely to succeed, but pirates were notorious gamblers. However, if the lady's guardian didn't catch them, one of the myriad shopkeepers or one of their guards were likely to. This district wasn't just merchants and their shops, though. There were warehouses as well. Not the dockside variety, but those of the English and Jewish merchants on the island, as well as, probably a clandestine, Dutch West India Company warehouse. Now these would have been bustling with activity as well, mostly sending representatives to the docks to see just what the pirate crews had brought to town. Now Port Royal may have been the most sinful of England's New World cities, but by this time, some 12 years after the English and Captain Morgan had come to the island, the old Spanish capital of Jamaica, Villa de la Vega, was being rebuilt and was re-inhabited. The English called it Spanish Town, and it was a refuge for the less seedy, more cultured of the island's residents. The Assembly and Governor Modi Ford lived and met in Spanish Town. The old Jewish families of Jamaica largely lived there as well, though their interests were still in Port Royal. Certainly, all of the plantations that were on Jamaica were centered around Spanish Town, and even Captain Morgan's own home was there. He may have been the pirate lord of the Caribbean, but he owned a sugar plantation. He had a wife and a family to take care of as well. Now, Spanish Town was certainly Morgan's eventual destination. He would have been expected to debrief the governor upon his return, and was likely eager to see his wife and children. Now, if Morgan had been carrying serious news, he would have gone directly to the governor's manor, but he wasn't, so it was likely he went home first. His wife, Elizabeth, and their children, along with Morgan's several cousins that were living there on Jamaica, would have greeted him in that warm but severely proper fashion of the old world British. But in the end, the governor was still waiting, and the Morgans were expected for dinner that evening. Around the table, Admiral Morgan would have regaled the company with the tales of his exploits, excluding the more vivid descriptions of his voyage. This was exactly the type of swashbuckling adventure that, well, Disney loves to tell, full of heroic acts, dashing charm, and English courage. This would entertain everyone at the table without offending the sensitive ears of the women and children, while still giving the governor and any other officials present time to mull over what had happened on Morgan's voyage. Now, after dinner, the men would retire to the parlor for rum and cigars, and, more importantly, to talk seriously of what had really happened on Morgan's voyage. All of the death and the carnage of the raid on Portobello would have been shared, all of the spoils taken, and the cost incurred. Especially of interest to this crowd were the possible diplomatic effects of the voyage. See, the situation in Europe, and to a lesser extent in the Caribbean, had changed once again. Morgan himself was actually a factor in some of these changes this time, but this was his first chance to learn of how things now stood. When the Buccaneers had left for their raid, the English were still embroiled in the Second Anglo-Dutch War, and King Charles had actually ordered Governor Modyford to focus any privateer actions on Dutch colonies in the Caribbean. The Buccaneers, though, saw things differently, as usual, and they attacked the Spanish, as usual. Now, they weren't instrumental to the conflict, but their obstinacy must have annoyed the king. The Dutch went on to attack the English at the naval battle of Medway, and then the English attacked a French naval squadron in the Caribbean at the Battle of Martinique. At the time, the French and the Dutch were allied. This was actually a fairly major class, though still very gentlemanly in execution, and altogether not how the Jamaicans did things. In the end, all of the belligerents signed a treaty, granting the English holdings in the Spice Islands to the Dutch, and the Dutch colony of New Netherland to the English. The capital at New Amsterdam was renamed New York in honor of the Duke of York, and the Second Anglo-Dutch War was ended. Now, this would all probably have been news to Morgan, but more to the point was the new war. You see, the Sun King, Louis XIV of France, was pushing his weight around back in Europe, and now England and the Netherlands and even Spain were at war with France. Now, history would call this the War of Devolution, due to King Louis's assertion that his wife's claim on the Spanish Netherlands had devolved to her despite her having given it up. The reality was that King Louis finally wanted to put on his big boy pants and decided to invade a country or two. Now, King Louis wasn't a soldier, and he wasn't a commander. His generals made all of the decisions on the battlefield. However, Louis did bring his press corps with him to chronicle all of his great deeds, though there really weren't any, and to paint him looking heroic on battlefields that his men had died to secure. The rest of Europe, though, wasn't having any of this, and they all allied to knock King Louis down a peg or two. This is just another European war. They had a lot of these during the 17th and 18th centuries, and as yet, it's not important to our story. Now, Captain Morgan and Governor Modyford weren't concerned with European kings and their squabbles. To them, Spain was still the real enemy. They were still somewhere amassing the windward fleet to attack them. That is, unless those squabbles of European kings somehow impacted them. And this one, as it turned out, was about to. At first, in what would seem like a big impact, but as Henry Morgan would eventually discover, the war would impact him personally in ways he would not see coming. But that's for the future. Meantime, that head naval official back in England, Samuel Pepys, was busy building up England's navy. He was responsible for the massive ships of the line being built and the newly regimented naval squadrons being put to sea. As a consequence to all of this naval buildup, the English had quite a few older warships sitting around that they could use to bolster defenses on some of their smaller colonies. Jamaica, the governor had learned, was going to be the new port of call of one of these ships, the Oxford. The communique from England read, the Oxford was gifted to Modi Ford, quote, for the defense of His Majesty's plantation of Jamaica and suppressing the insolence of privateers upon the coast, end quote. That wasn't exactly what Modi Ford or Morgan had in mind. You see, the governor had no navy. They had no shipyard in Jamaica. What they did have was that ragtag group of buccaneers that knew how to sail. But they didn't sail in defense. With the threat of Spain looming, the governor and Morgan agreed that the best defense was a good offense, and another strike against Spain was called for. So, once his men were arrested, Morgan was to sail again and prepare another attack on Spain. It wouldn't be long before his men were ready to sail. It was said of the buccaneers, and this really rings true for pirates of all ages, quote, a cask of rum, a deck of cards or a dice box, an opulent harlot with skilled caresses, and these rascals, devils to the Spaniards, became children to be gulled in expert hands. End quote. Once their money ran out, and the prostitutes had no more interest to them, and then their debtors started looking for repayment, all of the buccaneers were once again ready to sail. Hopefully, Morgan had a few days to spend with his family in peace, but soon the fleet was once again anchored off Cow Island, waiting for other buccaneer crews to join them. The ships began to trickle in. It was the usual mix of Englishmen, French, Dutch, runaway slaves, and Indians. There were escaped indentured servants or former Navy officers. There were the sons of disgraced noblemen and the sons of prostitutes. What they were wasn't important. Now they were free men. Well, for the most part, wasn't so lucky. After a few days at anchor, a warship sailed into view. It was a 300-ton fifth-rate frigate that carried 34 guns and a crew of 160 men. Now, compared to the first and second-rate ships of the line, this frigate wasn't much, but it was a real English man-of-war, not some leaky, converted Spanish merchant ship. Now, the ship flew English colors. It was, at last, the Oxford. However, it wasn't yet to become Morgan's flagship. Her master, one Captain Collier, informed Morgan, who was his admiral, that he had been sent by Governor Modi Ford on an important assignment. One of the French ships in the fleet at Cow Island was accused of piracy against an English ship, and the crew had to be brought back to Port Royal for trial. There is some question of the legitimacy of this claim. The captain of the French vessel certainly denied the charges, but facing down the Oxford, he really couldn't argue too forcefully. So the crew of his ship was taken back to Port Royal and tried on charges of high seas piracy. They were then convicted and sentenced to execution. They didn't hang, though. The governor commuted their sentence, but he still commandeered their vessel, La Sœur Follon. All of this rings false to me for a number of reasons. You see, La Sœur Follon was one of the best ships among the French buccaneers in Morgan's fleet. It carried 24 cannon and a total of 12 brass swivel guns. After it had been commandeered, it was rechristened the Satisfaction and put under command of Captain Collier, the very man that had captured her. Remember, right now, England was embroiled in that war of devolution against France. The Buccaneers essentially operated outside of these petty national rivalries, but the French governor of Tortuga couldn't exactly lodge complaint against Modi Ford. After all, the diplomatic channels were limited in a time of war, and a charge of piracy was still entirely possible. It seems likely, though, to me, that Modi Ford was committing an act of officially sanctioned piracy, claiming the best French ship in Morgan's fleet for Jamaica in a time when France couldn't really do anything about it. So the Oxford sailed in the company of the new ship the Satisfaction for Cow Island, and the buccaneer fleet of Captain Morgan. When they arrived, the command of the Oxford was given over to Captain Morgan, and the captains of all the crews and attendants gathered on board the Oxford to discuss their plans. It was here they likely found out about the death, or at least the disappearance, of Francois L'Olonnais. The implication wouldn't have been lost on Morgan. He was now ostensibly the ranking pirate in the Caribbean. First up, though, were the formalities, the ratification of the code. They were the usual terms, and Morgan was once again voted commander-in-chief of the operation. Then they got down to brass tacks. Where exactly were they going to attack? The usual suggestions were bandied about. Havana, Santo Domingo, Campeche, maybe. But no, Captain Morgan had a better plan. There was a place through which most of the Inca silver flowed on the Spanish Main. It was well defended, but not as strongly as Havana. It was Cartagena. With the Oxford and the Satisfaction, the buccaneers had enough strength to sail on Cartagena in force. It was rich, it was fat, and it was not expecting a raid on the scale Morgan had in mind. The captains all agreed. It was, in truth, a splendid target. So every man in the fleet, every one of the captains, signed his name to the plan, and they all retired to Captain Morgan's cabin on the Oxford to open a cask of rum and toast their next expedition. Exquemelin, or at least his later English translators, says that the pirates drank to the health of the King of England, which I truly doubt was the case, but it sure sold Morgan as the kind of English hero that the publishers wanted him to be. Then the author goes on, quote, "The buccaneer captains toasted their good success and fired off salvos. The gentlemen made merry in the poop, and the men did the same in the forecastle. But when they were in the height of their joy, events swiftly changed to a sorrowful conclusion. For, as the festive guns were being fired, some sparks landed in the gunpowder, and the ship blew up with 300 Englishmen on board." End quote. Exquemelin, as usual, gets a number of the facts wrong in his account. He claimed that their destination was an island that was expecting a Spanish treasure fleet, which it wasn't. He calls the pirates gentlemen, which they weren't. And he goes on to say that all of the officers survived, but they didn't. In the cabin, while they were drinking to their future success, Morgan didn't sit at the head of the table as you might expect. He sat on the starboard side of the table. On his side, he shared it with Captains Collier, a man named Captain Brown, and John Morris the Elder. On the opposite side of the table sat Captains Bigford, Whitting, Thornbury, Aylett, and John Morris the Younger. When the magazine exploded, all of the men in the great cabin were launched into the air. The men on Morgan's side of the table were thrown into the water, surrounded by falling, flaming debris. Those on the opposite side, though, were struck by the falling mainmast, or else flung deeper into the burning and quickly sinking vessel. Immediately, the other ships in the fleet sent out boats to rescue any survivors they could find. Of the regular crew, only 2 cabin boys are mentioned in the histories. They also pulled out Captains Collier and Brown. They pulled out John Morris the Elder, who was one of Morgan's earliest lieutenants. His son, unfortunately, was not rescued. Then, after some panic and frantic searching, they spotted a bleeding Captain Morgan and pulled him into their boat. He was dazed and he was losing blood, but he was still breathing. The same cannot be said for the other 300 men on board the Oxford. Their job now was to rescue any men they could, salvage any guns or goods they could from the Oxford, and then they realized that without their largest warship, they were going to need to come up with an entirely new plan. Because their original plan had quite literally gone up in flames, nobody knew where the pirates were going to go, and so the Spanish were unable to anticipate. There was a man who was, at this point, on the hunt for Captain Morgan, now the most famous and feared buccaneer in the Caribbean, and he would track down Captain Morgan at his next destination. Next time, we're going to follow in the footsteps of that Spanish officer on his hunt for Captain Henry Morgan. Thank you for listening, and a special thanks to Garrett Coleman, our quartermaster from over at Patreon, and all of the other officers and crew that help support the show. A special thanks as well to everybody that has donated to the show through our PayPal button, and anybody who has been kind enough to leave a review over at iTunes or wherever it is you happen to listen to the show. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying their music, why not check them out over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. If you're interested in hearing what audiobook I've been listening to this month, stay tuned. And once again, most importantly, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first like this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. If we're not careful, the story of Captain Morgan could get a bit repetitive. We're getting close to the end, but before we get there, I wanted to look at the story today through a different set of eyes. I'm going to try something a little bit outside of the norm, and I hope you enjoy it. If you do, let me know, and if you don't, also please let me know. This is episode number 28, Deception. The Spanish were taught from a very young age of the debauchery inherent to the Lutherans. They were told that the Dutch, the Protestant Germans, and the English were all heretics, scoundrels, and pirates. The English were said to be the worst of the lot. They had discarded the Word of God and the true faith to wallow in sin and depravity. They were a nation of whores and robbers, pirates, brigands, drunkards, and rogues. That was what Spanish children were taught about the English in school. Now, an educated Spaniard, a soldier, and a sailor who had seen more of the world would know better. He would have spent time in, say, the Spanish Netherlands and met many Dutch men and women. He would have seen their culture and the beauty inherent in it. He would have accepted the surrender of many an honorable English sea captain, and even, on occasion, accepted defeat from one of them as well. He would have seen the English as adversaries, to be sure, but not devils. However, in the case of one Spanish captain, far from home, on the island of Jamaica in the city the English called Port Royal, all of those childhood prejudices would have come flooding back. The whole town smelt of rum and waste and filth. The buildings, those not built by the Spanish, were little more than shacks or tents. The filthy, narrow streets were flooded with stinking, drunken Englishmen. They were stumbling and cursing, vomiting and brawling everywhere this particular Spaniard would have looked. There were muggings and stabbings, murders, all done right before his eyes. The bodies left on the street were picked clean by men who were looking for valuables and then by dogs who were looking for dinner. Presumably, someone would eventually come and dispose of the body. The Spaniard in question was horrified at the sight of so much casual violence and debauchery. He was horrified as well at the women leaning from alleyways or windows with their breasts exposed that were calling to him. He was horrified and, admittedly, tempted. Spain, of course, was not without prostitutes, but the Spaniard had never seen so brazen a display, such wanton sluttery paraded about. There was no sense of modesty or propriety. But what horrified him perhaps most of all, and surprised him more than anything else, was the religion practiced in Port Royal. This was a devout Catholic Spaniard, but he had visited Dutch churches, he had met with French Calvinists, and even seen Anglican services on the battlefield. They were heretics, sure, and spit in the face of His Eminence the Pope, but not in the face of God himself. These men, however, these Lutheran corsairs, were something altogether different. There was no service held at their local church. The old Spanish building had been converted into a brothel. The only minister he had seen attempting to spread the word of God was actively laughed at and harassed by these scoundrels. Even Jews were permitted to practice openly, without a hint of shame. And here in Jamaica, they were treated with respect, and the pirates stepped wide to avoid offending them. What kind of place had this Spaniard come to where Jews were accepted and Christians, albeit Protestant heretics, disregarded God altogether? At all of this he was horrified, but he did not show it. He sat on a stool in an open-air rum sink. There was a canopy of palm leaves that broke the heat of the sun, and the sea breeze carried away some of the stink of Port Royal's inhabitants. He sipped at his wine, but only insofar as a man with a cup of wine would be expected to without raising suspicion. It was truly awful stuff anyway. He swayed to the songs that were being sung. He raised his glass when called to do so, and he laughed whenever some drunken fool fell from his own stool. He did whatever he needed to avoid attracting attention, and kept a sharp eye out for anybody looking too hard in his direction. Now, no one was. The only men not too drunk to see clearly were either serving him wine and tipped well enough to keep to themselves, or his own companions keeping out an equally sharp eye. They could only keep this up for so long, however, and time was running short. This Spaniard's name was Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, and he was here, in the New World, halfway round the globe from his home, on orders from his master, the Catholic monarch, King Charles II of Spain. Well, in truth, the orders came from his mother, Mariana of Austria, the Queen Regent in Spain. The king himself was only 7, and not yet ready to rule. Don Alonso had heard troubling rumors about the young king, though, that he had been born malformed, that he possessed a tail, webbed feet, and some even said a forked tongue, but Don Alonso gave that no credence. They did say, however, that the king was unstable, given to fits and tantrums, and not in command of his mind. He wasn't likely to reach adulthood, they said, and if he did, he wouldn't be fit to rule. There were others in line for the throne that would make better kings than Charles were something to happen to him. These people said a lot of things, but Don Alonso put them out of his mind. He was sworn to serve the king, and court rumors weren't his concern. What was his concern, his very immediate concern, was the mission. He was currently deep in enemy territory, pretending to be Dutch, drinking wine that tasted like urine, and waiting for his contact there in Port Royal. He had picked up a command of Dutch from his time in the Netherlands, and even a convincing accent, but a real Dutchman might spot his ruse. The longer he waited, the more likely that was to happen. Finally, though, his informant arrived. He was not what you would call an impressive man. A corsair, yes, a cut purse, and even a turncoat. But he was paid out to keep an eye on Port Royal and share with any Spanish agents what the English dogs were up to. God willing, today would be no different. After a brief, hushed conversation and the clandestine passing of a purse, Don Alonso rose and left his wine mostly untouched. The other two men with him waited a time and then left separately to rendezvous at the harbor. Don Alonso arrived first, and while he waited for his companions, he admired the ship that had brought him to Port Royal. She was Dutch in design, a flat-bottomed, square-rigged, two-masted vessel. Not exactly elegant, but Don Alonso was impressed with how smoothly she sailed, and with so small a crew, the ship could carry twice as much cargo as any Spanish vessel. These ships would make an excellent addition to the Royal Trading Fleet, but they were really a luxury. As smooth as they were, and as much cargo as they carried no guns, and their speed was limited. At first, the lack of guns had made Don Alonso deeply uncomfortable, but a Dutch ship flying Dutch colors faced very little danger in these Caribbean waters. Don Alonso thought fondly of the day that the Spanish could sail these ships that had so helped the Dutch, a day when the English corsairs had been swept off the map, eradicated from the Americas, and forgotten in the sands of time. That day was coming, and coming soon. He, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, had been charged by God and his king to make it so, and he would not fail in his mission. When his men arrived, they boarded and asked the crew to see them out of port as soon as possible. As the ship headed from Port Royal, Don Alonso thought about the road that had brought him here. Earlier in his life, he had distinguished himself fighting against Spain's adversaries, but still his country was in turmoil. People were going hungry, growing desperate. The empire was being chipped away piece by piece, and her power was waning. They still held the mainland and all of the riches it held, but that was not what it once was. Philip II had funded Spain's wars with ink and silver, but trade was now the order
The
of the
live
day.
stream's still on.
The hated Dutch now controlled the East, and the spice
Unit
trade that went
207
with it.
was so
They
loud.
encroached on Spanish
I'm
interests in the West
surprised.
Indies.
Going back to bed.
England and France established colonies wherever they chose. The trade in African slaves was in the hands of the Portuguese, which was now
You're going
slipping
to
away
prison
from
for the
Spain
rest of
as
your
well.
lives.
All of these things could be born and even fought if they were safe in their homes, but time and time again, the English corsairs sailed boldly into Spanish harbors, killed men, raped women, tortured the young and the infirm. They burned homes, they defiled churches. All of this piled on top of all of the injustice that Spain had endured was too much to bear. And then those corsairs took everything of value. They took the gold, the silver, and the pearls. They took ambergris, furs, dyes, spices, powder, steel, everything. Usually, the corsairs could be fought off, but more and more frequently of late, they were successful. San Francisco de Campeche, Villahermosa, Grenada, Puerto de Príncipe, Maracaibo, Portobello, and untold other villages and towns too numerous to name. Something had to be done. Francois L'Olonnais had been a true terror, but reports said that he had vanished and was presumed dead. Now, though, there was a new commander of these corsairs, an English gentleman, trained in warfare. He was devious, talented. He was a born leader. They called him Henry Morgan. The Queen had taken steps to rectify this situation. She'd signed a secret treaty with the French Sun King, a trade alliance. The governor of Tortuga was no longer to hand out letters of reprisal against the Spanish. Instead, the French would focus on their ancient enemy, the English. Troops were being massed as well in Havana, Cartagena, Santo Domingo, Panama, all the great cities of the West Indies. Those dogs back in Jamaica would never see it coming. The Spanish would retake the island and expel the English, the Jews, and even any natives left lingering around. First, though, the corsairs and Henry Morgan had to be dealt with. They acted as a sort of a navy for the English on Jamaica, and any invasion could only be guaranteed success if they were removed from the picture. To this end, the Queen was rebuilding the Armada de Barlovento. The English, in their indelicate tongue, named it the Windward Fleet. Lesser squadrons were posted at key locations, but the central force of the Armada, sent from Spain, was currently sitting at anchor near Cartagena. His commander, Don Agustin de Bustos, was the fleet's admiral, and the Nuestra de la Soledad was their flagship. She held 48 great guns and 12 smaller swivel guns, and a complement of several hundred soldiers. Don Alonso himself was the fleet's vice admiral, and he commanded La Concepcion, a 44-gun warship, nearly as powerful as La Soledad. They had as well La Magdalene, 36 guns, La Santa Luisa, 26 guns, La Marquesa of 16 guns, and Nuestra del Carmen of 18 guns. Each of these ships held all manner of swivel guns and smaller firearms, as well as well-trained Spanish soldiers, not the wobbly-kneed colonial militia that the Corsairs were accustomed to fighting. The Armada de Barlovento was built for one purpose and one purpose only: to defeat the English on Jamaica and send them back to Europe and their little island. This Henry Morgan was no Francis Drake, whatever the reports said of him, and this Armada would not be so easily defeated. Now, Don Alonso's first mission, upon arriving in the New World at Cartagena, was to gather intelligence on the actions and whereabouts of the English pirates. To this end, he'd sailed for Tortuga, the French pirate haven off the coast of Hispaniola. He'd sailed on a commandeered Dutch vessel, the same upon whose deck he stood now, but he'd been less discreet about who and what he was. The sudden appearance of several Spanish officials was met with no small amount of panic there in Tortuga, but they were now to cooperate against the English as per the governor and the king's orders. At first the locals were standoffish, to say the least, but they soon warmed up to the Spanish over a few cups of rum and no small amount of coin. There, in Tortuga, Don Alonso learned of the explosion of the English man-of-war, the Oxford. This was good news, but the ship had never really presented any real danger to the Armada. Unfortunately, though, her commander, Henry Morgan, had survived. Then a number of French corsairs that had been with Morgan's fleet when the explosion happened told of his capture of 2 French vessels and the arrest of their crews. These men were disgusted with Morgan and his English boucanier. They gave a grisly account of the fleet fishing the dead from the water, hundreds of them, only to loot the bodies and dump them back into the ocean for the sharks to devour. These men, these French buccaneers, were, as it turned out, glad to talk. They were not loyal to Morgan, quite the opposite in fact. They hungered for his fall. Morgan and the English fleet had returned to Port Royal to rest and repair after the explosion, which is exactly why Don Alonso found himself there. What he'd learned when he went to Port Royal incognito was, well, not much really. Weeks prior, on the first day of 1669, Captain Morgan had departed for the Corsairs' agreed meeting spot off the southern coast of Hispaniola. No one in Port Royal knew where they had planned to strike, but they knew that it was somewhere to the south. Panama, Cartagena, Caracas maybe. It was possible, if the Spanish moved quickly, to cut Morgan off while the English waited at Hispaniola. The crew of that Dutch vessel that Don Alonso found himself on coaxed all possible speed out of her to get the Don to the fleet at Cartagena, where he could report to the admiral, and then they could plan their next move. With God's help, they would be fast enough to catch Morgan. The vice admiral of the Armada de Barlovento arrived in Cartagena and immediately knew something was amiss. His ship, La Concepcion, and their flagship, Nuestra de la Soledad, were both missing from the harbor. Perhaps they had caught wind of the Corsairs and sailed to meet them, but then why was the rest of the fleet still sitting at anchor? The 2 warships were more than a match for anything Morgan had in his fleet, but the smaller craft could follow Morgan into the ports and rivers that the larger ships just couldn't. No, something was wrong. It didn't take him long to discover what that was, though. As he disembarked, the captain of the Magdalene was waiting for him with a letter from the governor. The Queen Regent had recalled the flagship and Don Augustine. His own vessel was recalled to Spain as well. Now, Don Alonso captained the Magdalene, the new flagship of the fleet, and he was to serve as the fleet's admiral. It had been decided that the warships were not suited for this sort of mission. As it happened, Don Alonso agreed with that assessment, but the loss of 2 warships did limit his options. However, as admiral, he would be able to conduct this operation in the manner that he chose, and he would wind up being known as the man that brought the English corsairs to their knees. Don Alonso began to plan and hand out orders almost immediately. The fleet would sail as soon as was possible for Hispaniola. Their first landfall was to be the Isla Avaca at the far southwest of the island. It was the most likely place for Morgan to gather his forces if he planned to raid Panama, Cuba, or Cartagena. If he were not there, the fleet would drag a net across the whole southern coast of Hispaniola, looking at every inlet, every cove, every lagoon, behind every tree, and under every rock for Morgan. They would find him. And if that failed, they would trap him. Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa failed to capture Morgan at Isla Avaca. His net had found not a trace of the corsair fleet. No one they had spoken to in any village had seen even a hint of him, or at least they weren't talking. The admiral had finally, in desperation, resorted to laying a trap, and it had come so close. They'd bought cattle from every ranch willing to sell, and some that weren't too willing to sell. The animals were all gathered in a valley, easy to find and even easier to watch. They had lookouts and messengers prepared to trap the corsairs and lead them to Morgan. Well-trained men, really, the best in the Americas. And they failed. Some men, Morgan's men, had come hunting. The ambush was executed perfectly, but then the pirates fired back. Without hesitation, there was no surprise, no alarm, no fear. They shot like expert marksmen in a rapid, quick succession. When his own crack Spanish soldiers dove for cover, the corsairs fled. The soldiers, of course, pursued, hoping to get the jump on the English, but when they got too close, they were fired upon again. In the end, too many men had been shot and had to be rescued. There weren't even enough left to take the pirates now, so the Spanish soldiers returned to the fleet as fast as was possible, and gave him the news. Morgan was, after all, somewhere nearby. So the Armada searched frantically all around the area, but Morgan couldn't be found. Like some devil or like some spirit, he disappeared. So the Armada sailed east for Santo Domingo. On the voyage, they'd been beset by foul weather, and the Nuestra del Carmen was presumed dead. There, at Santo Domingo, they heard that several ships, small vessels of English make, had stopped and bought provisions, and then headed still further east. So Don Alonso followed that trail, always a step behind Morgan. It led, at last, to Puerto Rico and the San Juan. There, the trail went cold. No one had seen hide nor hair of the corsairs. It was over. He'd failed. The mighty, or at least, at this point formidable, Armada de Barlovento sat uselessly at anchor. The men were in despair. They so hungered for a taste of battle, an ounce of revenge for the wrongs done to their people. And he, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, had failed. But God had always blessed him with talent, yes, ambition, certainly, but most of all, luck. When his mission seemed lost, Providence intervened. As they sat at anchor, a small boat rowed out to La Magdalene. It carried a lone Indian who was unarmed and apparently harmless. He was brought aboard. The savage hinted that he might have knowledge of Morgan if he were properly encouraged to share it. Don Alonso handed over a small purse, and the Indian shook it near his ear. Apparently satisfied, he said only one word: Maracaibo. The Indian climbed overboard, back into his canoe, and rowed away. For a brief moment, Don Alonzo pondered having him captured and the purse returned. But no, it was a paltry sum, and this was his only lead. Back in Spain, he would have had the man killed, but then he never would have had to resort to bribery back in Spain. Finally, after weeks and weeks, he was beginning to see how things were done on this side of the world. So the fleet jumped into action, and with the dawn, they sailed due south for Maracaibo, Captain Morgan, and revenge. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new. Now, I won't receive my box for a couple more days, but I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fee. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
On the voyage, Don Alonzo pored over maps and charts, planning his assault. It looked to him like Maracaibo would be the perfect location to confront Morgan and the English pirates. The Gulf of Venezuela, quote, funnels down at its inshore side to become a narrow channel, like the neck of a flask, and then opens up out again into the almost circular lake of Maracaibo, end quote. To Don Alonzo, it resembled an hourglass. At the narrowest part of the glass, 3 islands blocked the way into Lake Maracaibo: Baja Seco, Zaparo, and San Carlos. The channels between the islands were a maze of shifting and dangerous sandbars that threatened to beach a ship, even a ship with the shallowest draft. It was just as well that the 2 warships had sailed back for Spain. They would have been useless here. The channels were no more than 12 feet deep in some places, and navigation of them was slow and dangerous work. And there was a surprise here, too, that Morgan would not have expected, and that may have spelled his doom. 2 years prior, the French devil Francois Lolonais had sacked Maracaibo, and the event had scarred the city. The governor had overseen construction of a new fort at the small islet San Carlos. The San Carlos de la Barra fortress guarded the channels into the lake and should have deterred any invading force. Don Alonzo half suspected that Captain Morgan would have turned and fled after seeing the fort, or perhaps have already been captured. Both possibilities unnerved him. Had Morgan fled, that meant the hunt was not yet over. Had he been captured by some provincial authority and not the Queen's chosen agent, it would be a black mark on his record. However, if Captain Morgan had somehow made his way past the fortress and into Lake Maracaibo, he would be trapped at the fortress by Don Alonzo's vastly superior force. So he approached Lake Maracaibo and the fortress warily. It was not beyond reason to suspect that the wily corsair might have taken the fort and left a garrison in place to defend against any incoming Spanish troops. But Don Alonzo was a careful, calculating sort of man that would not underestimate Captain Morgan's cunning. So, scouts were sent ashore in the night while his main vessels were still far out of range. They were to discover if there were any men left inside the fortress. However, there were none. The fortress was empty, so Don Alonzo himself was rowed ashore to see exactly what the situation was. When he got there, the castle was silent and still. At the base of the fort's walls lay 11 cannon, half buried in the sand. Upon inspection, it appeared that they had been spiked and unceremoniously dumped over the walls. Don Alonzo went inside, and room by room, he inspected the fortifications, searching for any signs of the English corsairs. There were some. The armory had been emptied, but whether that was by English pirates or Spanish defenders was still unclear. There was really little else of consequence until he detected something, an acrid, stale scent in the air. Don Alonzo followed it deeper into the fort until he found a room with a broken lock that assured him that the fortress had been defeated and taken by Captain Morgan. There were remains of gunpowder and gunpowder casks, and a trail of powder leading to it. There was an inch of hemp, a smudge of soot on the wooden floor, and a great gash across it. Don Alonzo stood over the evidence and replayed what had happened in his mind. Morgan had smelled that same acrid smell, but this time fresh rather than stale. He'd followed it through the castle to this very room, broken the lock, and kicked open the door. A fuse had been lit, leading to the trail of powder. The fort's defenders had fled, yes, but they left this fuse burning, leading to their powder stores. They'd planned to sacrifice the Fortress de Ibarra to take Morgan down with it. Risky, clever, and dangerous. But Morgan had kicked the door down just in time. An inch of fuse remained before the powder would alight. Morgan stamped his boot upon the lid end, drew his cutlass, and dispersed the powder and the fuse with a mighty slice. Then he kicked the end of the fuse across the room. Standing there, Don Alonzo could imagine the long-haired dandy, saber in hand, wearing his lordly coat and his captain's hat, illuminated by his men's torchlight when they realized that once again he'd saved them all and outwitted the Spanish. And then the pirates had even stolen the casks of powder. Don Alonzo spat out a flurry of orders. Messengers were to travel, on sea and over land, to every city, fortress, and town in the region to gather militia and ships to trap the English. Every fighting man was needed. The guns that had been spiked were to be repaired and put back in place. Half the guns from the fleet were brought ashore to fill in the castle's defense. When they were all in place, the Spanish would have a total of 126 guns guarding the channel, all aimed directly where Morgan would have to sail if he ever planned to leave Lake Maracaibo. His 3 ships, La Magdalene, La Santa Luisa, and La Marquesa, were positioned to guard each possible escape route and to cover each other in the event of a battle. Any men who were not engaged in crewing the ships, any soldiers, were rowed ashore to man the fortress. Then scouts were sent to Maracaibo town to see what the English had been up to there. While Don Alonzo was overseeing the fortifications, his men brought a few men before him that were wearing well-worn militia uniforms. They turned out to be the soldiers who had been manning the fortress, and Don Alonzo questioned them to see how it had been lost and exactly what kind of forces Morgan had at his command. The garrison had been ill-prepared for an attack. There weren't funds to properly supply it with either men or provisions. All told, the spectacular fortress held only 11 cannon and had a mere 9 soldiers to man them. Maybe 4 cannon could have fired at a time, but probably only 3, and doing that would have kept these 9 soldiers from guarding the approaches to the fort by land. It was a story Don Alonzo had heard more than a few times. Poorly trained, poorly paid soldiers in deficient numbers were expected to defend the great Spanish cities against better trained and better armed pirates in far greater numbers. How could the Empire hope to survive in circumstances such as these? Well, that responsibility lay on the soldiers of men like him, men of education, tactics, intellect, and action. Eventually, the scouts that he'd sent to Maracaibo returned. Again, they reported that the city was abandoned, but this time something disturbed them. Don Alonso ordered the militiamen to guide him to Maracaibo and lead him to any survivors they might know where to find. They did come across some few women and children coming down from the hills to the safety of proper Spanish soldiers. They had a hunted look about them, one and all. Their clothes were ragged and they all looked hungry. When the company finally reached Maracaibo town, Don Alonso finally understood the troubled look on his scouts' faces. The city had been brutalized. Bodies of men dotted the streets. The warehouses had all been ransacked, and the homes too. The church had, as usual, been defiled by the English dogs. But all of those things were expected, not so troubling. But then, there were signs of horror. Men and women had been strung up. Others were put to the rack and flayed. Some had been burned alive. All manner of terrible tortures had been brought upon these people. The dogs had been at them too, and the crows. He asked the survivors that had come down out of the hills how long these people had been out there, how long it had been since Captain Morgan left town. 5 weeks, they told him. For a moment, Don Alonso was stunned. Then it broke. He raged at the people. How could they leave their friends, neighbors, and family out here like this? More than a month, and they hadn't been cut down and given a proper burial? He was livid. Children began to cry, women to weep silently, and men to cower. Finally, in the midst of his tirade, a woman shrieked at him, "They eat people!" Then he saw it. Finally, these people were broken. Paralyzed with fear. 2 years ago, Lolone had ravaged their town, and before that wound had healed, Captain Morgan came, raping, pillaging, burning, torturing, and murdering. They had nothing left with which to fight. Don Alonso ordered the bodies removed and given a proper burial. He asked the people to lead his men to any survivors and then to follow them back to the fort. But first, he asked them about Morgan. Where had he gone, and after the raid was done, had he disappeared? No, they said he had turned his attentions on Gibraltar, just across the lake, and been there since he left. This, according to the other reports that Don Alonso had received, meant that Morgan had not left the lake and his trap would still be viable. So Don Alonso returned to San Carlos de la Barra to await Morgan and his men. They had no other option but to sail right to him. There was no overland route that was passable, swamps that the men would be unable to pass, mountains that were far too high to climb, and deserts. No, they were coming this way. A few days later, one of the locals arrived at the fortress, and he had a message from the Corsair captain. Morgan had returned to Maracaibo, and his men held it once again. He demanded a ransom for the city. He swore that he would burn it to the ground if the troops were not removed from the fortress and his pirates were allowed to pass. It was a bold message, but expected. Don Alonso had Morgan at a disadvantage. He knew a fair bit about the pirate. Reports from his previous raids had been detailed in the man's character. On the other hand, Morgan knew nothing about the admiral. Not his face, not his name, nothing about his character. Right now, Morgan was feeling him out just to see how he would respond. So Don Alonso sat down to pen a reply. It read, quote, "Having understood by all our friends and neighbors the unexpected news that you have dared to attempt and commit hostilities in the countries, cities, towns, and villages belonging to the dominions of His Catholic Majesty, my sovereign and Lord Master, I let you understand by these lines that I am come to this place according to my obligation near that castle which you took out of the hands of a parcel of cowards, where I have put things into a very good posture of defense, and mounted again the artillery which you had nailed and dismounted. My intent is to dispute with you your passage out of the lake, and follow and pursue you everywhere, to the end you may see the performance of my duty. Notwithstanding, if you be contented to surrender with humility all that you have taken, together with the slaves and all other prisoners, I will let you freely pass without trouble or molestation, on condition that you retire home presently to your country. But if you make any resistance or opposition to what I offer you, I assure you I will command boats to come from Caracas, wherein I will put all my troops, and, coming to Maracaibo, will put you, every man, to the sword. This is my last and absolute resolution. Be prudent, therefore, and do not abuse my bounty with ingratitude. I have with me very good soldiers, who desire nothing more ardently than to revenge on you and your people all the cruelties and base infamous actions you have committed upon the Spanish nation in America. Dated on board the royal ship named Magdalene, laying at anchor at the entry of the Lake of Maracaibo this 24th of April, 1669. Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa. End quote. This letter was sent off to the captain, and 2 men arrived a few days later to discuss Morgan's counteroffer. He agreed to free the prisoners he had taken in Maracaibo, and the slaves as well, and to leave the town unmolested in exchange for safe passage out of the lake. Mostly, this is what Don Alonso had asked. However, Captain Morgan made no mention of the people he had murdered and tortured already, or of the treasure. This would not do. Don Alonso gave his reply to the messengers to be sent back to Morgan. Quote, if they surrendered not themselves voluntarily into his hands within 2 days, under the conditions which he had offered them by his letter, he would immediately come and force them to do it. End quote. 2 days he'd given the corsairs. He was certain that Morgan wouldn't accept the deal. These pirates cared for nothing but plunder. But he had given the English a deadline. In 2 days, either Morgan would be forced to flee, or he would be forced to march upon the pirates. So he prepared the men for either occasion. He knew that Morgan was likely to attempt an attack on the fortress in the night, just as he had done at Portobello. If he gained control of the castle, he would then command the water. Don Alonso fortified the defenses and ordered a stout guard kept. The 2 days passed without any hint of the English. Then, at dusk on the 30th of April, the English ships appeared on the horizon. There was a litany of tiny vessels, good for no more than ferrying men from port to port. The only ships of any real consequence were the 2 converted French merchantmen, which had been taken after the Oxford explosion, Morgan's own ship, the Lily, and a moderately armed galley out of Cuba that Morgan had taken at Gibraltar. They would be no match for Don Alonso's warships and the fortress. The Spanish were all on high alert, and they kept watch in every direction. These ships appearing on the horizon were likely a diversion for a land assault in the night, so none of his men slept very well. When the morning finally came, the English set sail directly for the Spanish. Orders were given to prepare for battle maneuvers. The Cuban ship, the newest in the fleet, took the lead. It moved heavily in the water. Apparently, Morgan had loaded her with his guns and prayed that she would be able to take on the Magdalene. She could not, no matter how many guns she carried, but she could put up a fight. Out of range of the fort's guns, the smaller craft in the fleet peeled off and held back. It was a bold move, probably the same Don Alonso would have chosen faced with the same circumstances. Morgan intended to send his strongest ship in close, so close that the guns of the fortress wouldn't shoot in fear of sinking Don Alonso's ship. This would also, possibly, keep the other ships in the Spanish fleet from joining into the battle for the same reason, a fear of accidentally hitting the Spanish. Locked in battle, trading broadsides, Morgan likely thought his men might just be able to board his ship La Magdalene. This would, potentially, put the battle in favor of the buccaneers. It was, in all honesty, the only move he had left to make. His men were skilled, and it was their best chance, but in reality, still a doomed one. Morgan and his men must know that they had no chance, and had chosen to go down fighting. An honorable decision, if unwise. Don Alonso almost admired Captain Morgan for making it. The Cuban ship sailed dead ahead, straight for battle. Her gun ports were bristling with cannon. He must have cannibalized all his other guns to arm her. The men on board stood the deck defiantly, showing no fear, hardly moving. The ship came closer. The men held their breath, waiting to see how the English would engage. No, something was wrong. Those men were standing too still. The ship should have turned to present a broadside, And then, from above, in the crow's nest, Don Alonso heard fuego. Several men from the oncoming ship jumped overboard. Then Don Alonso saw it. The men he had seen on board were dummies, constructed of straw. The rigging of their ship was littered with grappling hooks to grab his own. These cannon weren't cannon at all, but casks of powder, the very same that Morgan had taken from the fort, and the ship was billowing smoke. Don Alonso opened his mouth to give a command, but at that moment, explosions rocked the air. Flaming debris flew in all directions. It landed among the pitch and tar and hemp of his own vessel. There was no time for La Magdalene to escape. He gave the order to abandon ship and jumped overboard. As Don Alonso hit the water, the fire ship rammed his own vessel. Men were thrown into the air. Arms, legs, timber, flaming tar, the mizzenmast of his own vessel all came crashing down into the water around him. He began to swim for shore. When he escaped the flaming wreckage, he took a look around to get his bearings. Behind him, his own ship was burning. The screams of his men followed him. To his right, La Santa Luisa made for shore, and to his left, Morgan and the Buccaneers closed in. Coughing, dripping, and bleeding, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa climbed from the water. He turned to look back. The Santa Luisa had made it to shore, and her men were making for the fort. The wreckage of La Magdalene was indistinguishable from the fire ship that had taken her down. Together they sat burning in the shallow water. La Marquesa, it appeared, was now in the hands of Morgan. All her boats were rowing for shore, and the ship was sailing back towards the pirate fleet. This was a true disaster. But all was not lost. The fort still commanded the channel, and Don Alonso still commanded the fort. He made his way up the beach, into the castle, and began barking orders for her defense. Before the hour was out, Morgan's men made an attempt to take it from him. They flung their fire pots and their hand grenades. They took aim, and they fired their muskets on his men, but this was the pirates' first real encounter with any Spanish soldiers, and they showed their true mettle. While Morgan may have used devilish trickery to sink La Magdalene, he was no match for Don Alonso and his soldiers. In the end, the English retreated from the withering fire. They were even unable to retrieve their dead, lest they become one of them. After the skirmish was over, a last messenger came from Morgan, giving his terms. This time, the messengers were locals, and they begged Don Alonso to capitulate to the pirates' demands, give him passage, or he would burn Maracaibo and kill all his prisoners. The wretches begged Don Alonso to agree, but he replied, quote, "If you had been as loyal to your king in hindering the entry of these pirates, as I shall do in their going out, you had never caused these troubles, neither to yourselves nor to our whole nation, which hath suffered so much through your pusillanimity. In a word, I shall never grant your request, but shall endeavor to maintain that respect which is due my king, according to my duty." End quote. Don Alonso would not allow Morgan to escape. He knew the corsairs couldn't take the fortress, and he knew their reinforcements were on their way. When they arrived, he could crush Henry Morgan for good. Then, at dawn the next day, he saw something he didn't see coming. Morgan's fleet, off in the distance, were sending boats full of well-armed men ashore. They carried pikes, muskets, and drums. The boats would then return to the ship and thence carry more men ashore. It appeared Morgan knew reinforcements were on the way as well, and his time was limited. He had to take the castle and defeat Don Alonso if he had any hope of escape. Of course, there was no hope of taking the castle either. Don Alonso ordered the cannon moved from the seaward side of the fort to the landward, and posted his soldiers and guards to defend the fort from a frontal assault. And then he waited. Dusk came, then full night. Midnight passed. This was the prime time for an attack. His men were alert and prepared to fight off the pirates. And then, from the far side of the fortress, one of his men screamed, "Sails!" It appeared the reinforcements had come. Don Alonso ran to see how many ships were coming. When he saw, his heart sank. The sails belonged to a dozen or so small craft, to Morgan's Lily, to his own Marquesa, and they were just out of range, sailing into the Bay of Venezuela to the open sea beyond. Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa had failed. Captain Morgan had escaped. In the end, Morgan and the Buccaneers made off with 250,000 pesos in combined treasure, not counting the slaves they had freed. He returned to Port Royal, once again, a hero. This was Captain Morgan's greatest raid to date. Although Don Alonso would never know it, he had pulled his last trick off in the simplest of manners. Those boats that were dropping off soldiers on the shore, well, they weren't dropping off anyone. The men would get onto the canoes, row across in full view of the Spanish, and then sneak back around to the boats, lay down in the bottom of the boat, and row back over to the main ships, where they would sit back up, row back over to shore, and perform the whole charade all over again. The reinforcements did eventually arrive, shortly after Morgan made good his escape. They weren't happy with the situation that Don Alonso had so badly bungled. He was arrested by the local governor and sent back to Spain, but eventually freed by the Queen and even honored for his service. Don Alonso put on a brave face after all of this, but such a distinguished soldier just could never believe that he'd been outwitted by a lowly English pirate. Thanks for listening. I really hope you enjoyed this episode. The story of Don Alonso was an interesting one. Personally, though, I'm not sure about it. This was yet another story of Captain Morgan raiding a city, and a city that we've seen sacked before, no less, so I was looking for an interesting way to try and tell this story, but there are some problems I have with how I chose to do so. Some elements of this story were really historical fiction. I stuck to the true story, but I also put Don Alonso in some places that he probably wasn't. It would have been one of his underlings that was in Port Royal rather than himself. His soldiers went to see what was happening in Maracaibo, not him. He would probably have stayed in the fort. And of course, I don't know literally what he was thinking from moment to moment, but I put words in his mouth and thoughts in his brain that helped explain what was happening. There's also questions about what I left out of the story. For example, when Morgan left Maracaibo and went to Gibraltar, well, what happened there wasn't known until much later by the Spanish, so I couldn't tell about it in this format. Now, there was a man, an elderly man, who was actually the brother of the governor. He was disabled in some fashion. Exquemelin isn't exactly clear, and he failed to leave the city before Morgan arrived. He lived in a hovel on the charity of a local church and the hospital in town. He wound up being found by the pirates and questioned, and when he agreed to give up his riches at the threat of torture, he uncovered a hole built into his floor where he had some earthenware dishes, a little bit of fabric, and a grand total of 3 pieces of 8. That's not very much. He confessed, though, after the pirates pressed him, to being the governor's brother, and he was tortured for hours upon hours to give up the riches that the pirates assumed he had until, finally, mercifully, he died. There's also the tale of a slave master that Morgan had on the rack, torturing him, only to hand over his implements of torture to the man's slave, who then proceeded to butcher him mercilessly, and then turned to the other slave master, wore himself out from killing Spanish slave masters. But then, even those stories, as interesting as they are, they might not be true. You see, here, though, I wanted to give an account from the Spanish point of view, but I still had to rely on Exquemelin for many details, and the torture might not have happened at all. The only place that appears is in the Buccaneers of America. The Spanish don't even mention it in the reports, so I chose not to add it into this story. But I wanted to experiment with a few new elements. If you enjoyed some of them, I'd really appreciate it if you let me know. If you hated some of them, I'd really appreciate you letting me know about that too. Either way, we're in the home stretch with Captain Morgan now. We're getting close to the end point of his story. Next week, we're going to talk about the events that happened after Maracaibo and everything that led to his last and greatest raid. Our theme music was, this week, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying their music, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or go on over and check us out on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, SoundCloud, or wherever it is you happen to listen to your podcasts. If you're enjoying the show and you'd like to support it, you can always do so at patreon.com, or on the website you can leave a donation. And we also really appreciate everybody that leaves us a review or a rating at iTunes, Stitcher, Podbean, or wherever you listen to the show. Once again, though, and most importantly, as always, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of these tales from the old country, told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a chain down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
At T-Mobile, our critical mission is providing unparalleled 5G coverage for when connectivity is mission critical. Introducing T-Priority, America's best 5G network experience for first responders, even in times of congestion. More capacity, faster speeds, better coverage. T-Priority from T-Mobile, built for tomorrow's emergencies, ready today. Discover more at t-priority.com.
For qualifying organizations on eligible rate plans, coverage is not available in some areas and may be impacted by emergencies.
Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class, that is Commodores Rumgut, Vertigon, Contefaliende, and Bootstraps Bailey. If you'd like to support the show, please go to patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. That's patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. 2 days out from their miraculous victory at Maracaibo, the fleet of Henry Morgan was hunted by a hurricane. They could see it coming, and they had no hope of escape. So the sailors struck their sails and dropped anchor, but the sea was too rough and too deep to hold them in place. It was easily possible to reach land before the storm struck, but they would be greeted there only by Spanish muskets and native spears. Their best hope was to stay at sea, face the storm, and hopefully ride it out. So they battened the hatches, secured the guns and their plunder, and they prayed. The storm hit, and their ships were rocked on violent waves. The buccaneers battled the storm harder than any Spaniard they'd ever faced. Men were thrown overboard, never to be seen again. Ships were separated or sunk, never to be seen again. The storm lasted for 3 days, with no man sleeping, eating, or resting. When it finally passed, the fleet was smaller, but still intact. The ships held less men than they had, but their treasure was secure. Morgan had wisely ordered the treasure they had taken at Maracaibo spread around to all of the ships in the fleet, so that were one ship taken or lost, they would still have as much as possible. The brethren, after surviving the storm, set sail for home, wealthy men. Morgan thought fondly of his wife Elizabeth and of what his spoils would bring to them. It could bring them land, titles, a manor house, and peace. He would finally, after so many years, start a family and never have to go out buccaneering again. This is episode 29, or Any Other Place. One of the defining characteristics of this era, the Age of Sail, is just how slowly information traveled. Back in ancient Rome, news could take so long to travel from one part of the empire to another that the entire empire was often split into smaller states under their own emperors. By the 17th century, the world's empires could literally encompass the globe, and communication was that much more difficult. By the time Morgan returned to Jamaica on May 16, 1669, Governor Sir Thomas Moody Ford had only just received word from Whitehall concerning Morgan's previous raid on Portobello more than a year prior. And that news, well, it wasn't good. Back in England, the Jamaica colony had a powerful benefactor. George Monk, the first Duke of Albemarle, was a powerful friend to have. He was instrumental in overseeing the restoration of King Charles and the monarchy of England. During the Great Fire and the Great Plague of 1666, he'd been in charge of what amounted to martial law in London and around parts of England. He was one of 8 Lords Proprietor of the Carolina colony, and his second in command during the English Civil War had been none other than Henry Morgan's own uncle. And he was virtually in charge of military and foreign affairs there in England. His position on Spain was one of strength rather than appeasement. He saw Spain as the enemy and Jamaica as a spear to use against her, to dislodge her. He argued that the only way for England to flourish was at the expense of Spain, and a strong Jamaica was integral to that stance. However, by 1669, when Morgan was returning from his most recent raid, Lord Albemarle was ill, and he had retired from public life. His influence at court, against Spain and pro-Jamaica, was gone. Jamaica was even more vulnerable than usual, and it's here that another actor enters the stage, one that had no such love for Jamaica. Henry Bennet was the first Earl of Arlington, and he was a man that believed in the absolute authority of the monarch. He wanted Parliament to be neutered, and he wanted to see the English throne molded after that of Louis XIV of France. He wanted to see King Charles as an absolute monarch. In his younger years, he'd spent time living in Spain, and he advocated at court for cozier relations with Spain. And then in 1667, while Lord Albemarle was busy dealing with the Second Anglo-Dutch War, Lord Bennet was named the Postmaster General and given control over foreign affairs for all of England. Oh, and he was secretly a Catholic. On one trip overseas, on which he had accompanied the king, the two men shared a mass given by a Catholic priest. That's right, the Merry Monarch, Charles II, King of England, head of the Anglican Church, whose grandfather had commissioned the King James Bible, was himself a secret Catholic. Now, both of these men, the king and Henry Bennet, played their part of good Protestants in public, and in fact, Arlington more than once secured funds from overseas to support the English Church, but that didn't stop these two men from negotiating a secret treaty with France that could see King Charles openly proclaim himself a Catholic and possibly, perhaps hopefully, return England to Catholicism. The secret Catholicism of the Stuarts and the religious tension that was building in England will eventually play a major role in our story of Caribbean piracy, but Arlington and Charles' religious inclinations directly impacted Henry Morgan, Governor Modyford, and Jamaica. In his quest for closer relations with Spain, Arlington saw Jamaica as something of a problem. They were a thorn in Spain's side, and every time the Brethren attacked a Spanish city, that thorn was driven in even deeper. The Spanish ambassador in England was threatening war. The Queen Regent herself was reportedly furious with King Charles, and all he had to offer her was the appointment of Arlington and promises to rein in the buccaneers of Port Royal and hopefully end their terror on the Spanish Main. Back in Jamaica, while his men unloaded the cargo and prepared to enjoy their newfound wealth to the fullest, the governor relayed all this news to Admiral Morgan. Arlington's most recent letter had read, quote, "His Majesty's pleasure is that in what state soever the privateers are at the receipt of this letter, you will keep them so till we have a final answer from Spain. With this condition he obliges them to forbear all hostilities on land." End quote. Now neither Arlington nor Modiford knew it at this time, but this order was already too late. Things were now in motion that could not be averted. See, here's the rub. Modiford had never ordered Morgan to sack Maracaibo. The plan had originally been to take Spanish ships and possibly to engage or disable the Windward fleet. It was to be a reconnaissance in force in defense of Port Royal, but it had turned into a full-on assault of Spanish cities, a real invasion. That certainly constituted the hostilities on land that Arlington had commanded against. Now, what made this all worse was the certainty that Spanish ships were at this moment crossing the Atlantic, bearing news of the attack. The governor took action quickly. He shot off letters detailing the many depredations of the Spanish against Jamaica, most of them were fabricated, and the danger posed to the English settlers on Jamaica by the Windward fleet. He wrote of the unruly nature of the buccaneers and his need for a proper navy. He wrote, too, of the trouble he would have with hundreds of unemployed, drunken murderers walking his streets. He wrote letter after letter to Arlington, to the Lords of Trade, and even to the king himself. They all argued for Jamaica's need of the buccaneers and their weakness without them. Of all the many offenses recounted in his letters, even one of them recounted an invasion that never happened. None of them have any other record and are generally thought to be false. Now, Lord Arlington agreed with this assessment, or at least he didn't care very much for the fate of Jamaica or her people. While the possibility of peace with Spain and seeing his king and country return to Catholicism was in the offering, there wasn't even a question in his mind. In his book, The Pirate's Pact, Douglas R. Burgess Jr. discusses exactly why Modiford went to all this trouble. He writes, quote, "It is worth pausing at this moment and questioning his motives. Greed was assuredly amongst them, but it seems hardly likely that he would risk not only his position, but even his life for simply another haul of Spanish gold. Was it patriotism, then? Did Modiford wish to bring war back between England and Spain for reasons of his own? Again, it is unlikely. This was an age before nationalism, when war was a detached diplomatic exercise. Modiford may not have liked the Spanish, but neither did he hate them. The most plausible explanation is that Modiford had lived so long as governor in Jamaica, so far removed from his peers and his supervisors, that he now believed himself to be outside the English political system. The fragile bonds of patronage that had brought him to power had been severed somewhere in the Atlantic between the two isles, England and Jamaica, and he was now no one's man but his own." End quote. I chose to read this quote because I think it's important to look at Governor Modiford's motives, but I disagree with basically everything in that passage. It could absolutely have been greed on the governor's part. And it could have been, well, not patriotism, no, but a rekindled war with Spain would likely see Jamaica suddenly an important outpost to be properly funded and supplied, rather than a vulnerable, inconsequential island out of the edge of the world. And the author's conclusion that Modiford was no longer beholden to England, I mean, why try so hard to impress the desperation of your circumstances upon them? Jamaica was actually under threat. Spain wanted her back, no matter what the foreign queen regents said about it. The governors in the region were bent on it. It seems to me that Modiford was just doing his job. He'd been charged with the governance and protection of Jamaica, and his family's fates were now tied to the island. And he was getting no support from back in England, so he had to manufacture that support to do what he could with what he had. Still, his protests went unheeded. Lord Arlington wrote back to him, quote, "This way of warring is neither honorable or profitable to His Majesty. He has endeavored to put an end to it." End quote. A month after the fleet returned to Port Royal, on June 24th, 1669, Modiford, Morgan, and the town council marched into the square as the town crier proclaimed, quote, "From now on we prohibit any acts of hostility against the vassals of His Catholic Majesty by whatsoever person or persons." End quote. Arlington had made it abundantly clear there would be no more letters of marque. Any Englishman that traveled to Tortuga to acquire one would be treated as a pirate. Any Englishman convicted of piracy would be hung. It appeared that the buccaneering days of Port Royal were at an end. For Morgan and for several of his top captains, that was just how they wanted it. This would be a peace with Spain and an attempt to stop their lives of buccaneering. Morgan bought 800 acres of land suitable for planting sugar. He bought slaves and equipment, and he settled down to spend time with his wife and hopefully start a family. His top captains, men that were all English soldiers rather than regular brethren, also bought land from their hall. One of them bought as much as 1,000 acres. These men took wives if they could find them and began their lives properly, at last. These men were at least attempting to join the gentleman class, becoming proper plantation owners and leaving their violent lives behind. For Henry Morgan himself, life was good. His cousins and his in-laws were doing well and having children. They were all on the governing council there in Jamaica. His family, all told, owned more land than any other in Jamaica, and they were second in influence only to Modiford's. For almost a year, things were peaceful for the Morgans. Despite Elizabeth not getting pregnant, Henry was at the head of a great clan that was building a legacy on Jamaica. Now, the governor was not without headaches, but nothing so serious. The day after he made the announcement in the town square, he sent off a letter to the Spanish ambassador. Stephen Talty writes of it in Empire of Blue Water, quote, "On June 25th, 1669, he sent the Conde de Molina, the Spanish ambassador to England, a letter. The fact that he was the governor of an upstart colony, completely illegal in Spanish eyes, addressing the representative of a world-straddling empire, did not seem to cross his mind in writing this amazing document. Quote, I know, and perhaps you are not altogether ignorant of your weakness in these parts, he wrote, the thinness of your inhabitants, want of hearts, arms, and knowledge in war, the open opposition of some, and doubtful obedience or of other of the Indians. And back to Talty. Modiford warned the ambassador that, in the event of a permanent peace between England and Spain, the French corsairs would simply take up where Morgan had left off, unless the Spanish agreed to his proposal. Namely, that they hire the Brethren as a mercenary army to protect the Main. Quote, what we could have done, the French will do, unless these men may by your intercession be brought to serve your master. End quote. As you might imagine, the government of Spain didn't take this mocking and insulting proposition too seriously, but they did have to find something to do with all of these men who had been buccaneers. Now, some of them rented plots of land from their captains. It was a reasonable offer. They knew their landlords well and knew they weren't cruel men or usurers. They paid for the use of that land, but they cultivated it in place of slaves and possibly could earn enough to buy their own piece of land one day. Now, many of the buccaneers joined the militia there in Jamaica, especially the younger men among them. But even more brethren sailed off to cut logwood on the Main. Logwood is that particular type of wood that is used for making dyes back in England. Now, this wasn't as lucrative a trade as privateering, but it was an acceptable life. These men could drink and sing and roast boar around the fire, and since the wood that they were cutting was a valuable commodity on Spanish land, they still got to stick it to the Catholics. Now, there's probably a distinction here that isn't talked about too much in the primary sources, and it's hard to verify, but a lot of historians do mention it. Some of the earliest buccaneers, those out of Tortuga and Hispaniola, were probably gay. Their lifestyle was one without women, and often it was one that excluded women by design, like no girls allowed. Now, some of these men were ostracized from their homes for religious reasons, but most, that wasn't the case. They just seemed to drift away from Europe to the farthest flung reaches of the colonies for reasons unknown, or at least unrecorded. Perhaps those reasons were too shameful to record. And actually, that theory makes sense in a number of ways. While some gay men might join the church, where the obligation to marry and have children was lifted, others might seek a place far away from civilization where they could hunt and camp and live free, far away from society's expectations and judgments. Now, that's a controversial opinion, but it has some merit, and it seems likely that if true, those brethren that chose to sail away from a life with women and children to live much as the buccaneers of decades prior had, might have been gay too. Now, it's worth noting that it seems to have been less common among the English buccaneers than the French or the Dutch, probably because the English had mostly either come over with the invasion or been sent over to Jamaica on a penal ship, while the French and Dutch had mostly immigrated on their own. Regardless, aside from a few privateers that decided to turn full pirate and wound up swinging for it, those months were mostly peaceful and pleasant times for the Brethren of the Coast. Remember, though, how I said that this era could be so interesting due to the challenge of communication in such large, vast empires? Well, you see, the order to cease and desist all hostilities came down due to Morgan's raid on Portobello. But word of the raid on Maracaibo had finally made its way to Lisbon and London, and none were happy about it. To Spain, it was just further proof that England had no intention of stopping these raids. To England, it was proof that Jamaica was out of control and that the treaty with Spain was in jeopardy. The diplomatic channels were growing tense and even dangerous, and it was becoming clear that war was looming on the horizon, which England desperately wanted to avoid at all costs. So they placed all of the blame on the buccaneers, which, really, it was their fault, let's be real here. Now, Spain accepted this, but decided to take the old phrase, "no peace beyond the line," very seriously. While the men in Jamaica peacefully planted, Spain prepared for war. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new. Now, I won't receive my box for a couple more days, but I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
This podcast is supported by Progressive, a leader in RV insurance. RVs are for sharing adventures with family, friends, and even your pets. So if you bring your cats and dogs along for the ride, you'll want Progressive RV insurance. They protect your cats and dogs like family by offering up to $1,000 in optional coverage for vet bills in case of an RV accident, making it a great companion for the responsible pet owner who loves to travel. See Progressive's other benefits and more when you quote RV insurance at Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pet injuries and additional coverage and subject to policy terms.
In January 1670, Governor Modiford decided Port Royal had finally settled down and elected to send a vessel to St. Iago de Cuba carrying several freed Spanish prisoners, a letter from Modiford to the Spanish governor, and a hold full of goods that the Spanish needed and wanted. If there was to be peace, he thought, let there be trade. The ship was named Marion Jane under Captain Bernard Clayson Speerdijk, a former buccaneer known as Captain Bernard or Captain Bart. He was received in the Spanish port very cautiously. His entire ship was searched 4 times, but when the Spanish were finally satisfied and he released the prisoners, he sent the letter on up to the governor and opened his holds for trade. Eventually, though there was some hard bargaining, everything sold, and Captain Bernard sailed away from St. Jago, a happy and somewhat wealthier man. Hopefully, this would be the first of many such missions. Then, on February 27th, the captain spotted a ship flying English colors. He sent a boat over to inquire, and those men were welcomed aboard. Then, the strange ship sailed toward the Marion Jane. Now that wasn't normal. The other vessel called out across the water, "Where are you bound from?" Captain Bernard replied, "Jamaica." And then the strange ship called out, "Defend yourself, dog. I come as punishment for heretics." She opened fire, a full broadside. The strange ship carried a total of 14 guns and the Marion Jane only 6, but Captain Bernard held his ground, and for hours the 2 ships traded volleys. There was no decisive victor that evening, but when morning came, the battle began again, this time in true earnest. Each ship poured every ounce into the fight for the next several hours. Captain Bernard was killed, and eventually the forecastle of the Marion Jane caught fire. She was forced to surrender. The buccaneers were captured and ferried over to the larger vessel, and it was instantly clear that the Spanish had suffered at least 5 times as many losses, if not more. But they had more men and more guns. This was a ship intent and armed for war. 9 men from the Marion Jane, English and Dutchmen, were put in a canoe and told to sail for Port Royal, to tell the governor of what had happened and to deliver a message from the captain of that Spanish vessel. The ship was the San Pedro y la Fama, and her master was Manuel Rivero Pardal. He was very clear that his name was repeated to Governor Modiford and especially to Admiral Morgan. When he returned to Cuba, Rivero was greeted as a hero. This was the first great victory over Morgan. He even recited a poem to mark the occasion. It read, quote, "I am the defender against this monster. I have been confirmed captain of these coasts. By St. Peter, I was the first. My name alone is enough to make the sea and all these barbarians tremble." End quote. Now Morgan and Modiford were certain that this was the beginning of something far worse, and the men who had met Rivero agreed with that assessment. But back in London, Lord Arlington brushed it away as nothing more than an isolated incident. Then, a few days later, word came from a pair of English ships returning from a logwood cutting expedition on the Yucatan. They'd been attacked by a much larger ship in the Bay of Campeche, and they were assumed lost. But then, a few days after that, a large Spanish vessel, San Nicolas de Tolentino, sailed into port, flying English colors. Those 2 buccaneer vessels, or those 2 logwood-cutting vessels, had been attacked, but they, being such talented and experienced soldiers, had overwhelmed the larger ship, and they had made her their own. And now, the governor and Morgan had the proof they needed. In the captain's quarters of that larger vessel, they'd found a letter from the governor of Cuba stating that the governor had been given authority, along with all other Spanish governors, to issue letters of reprisal lasting 5 years to any and all willing Spanish captains in response to the raids on Portobello and Maracaibo. The Queen Regent had declared war on the English in Jamaica and on the Brethren of the Coast. She intended to, quote, "execute all hostilities which are permitted in war by taking possession of all the ships, islands, places, and ports," end quote. This letter was hard proof that Spain was making war on Jamaica, but still, Arlington and King Charles would not hear of it. Their plans with Spain were too important to risk on a small island like Jamaica. It was clear to the parties involved that They had been abandoned by England. And on July 11th, it became clear just what threats they faced. Far from Port Royal, 2 ships were spotted making for land. By the time that reports reached Spanish Town and the governor, a force of Spanish troops had already landed. The area that the Spanish landed on was lightly inhabited, but there was a small militia force and a village of loggers and planters there. The militia was soundly defeated. Then, the Spanish turned their attention on the locals. Now, what in the past Diego Lucifer, Roque Brasiliano, Henry Morgan, and especially Francois Lelonnet had done all along the Spanish Main was truly terrible. Theft, torture, rape, and murder all along the coasts of the West Indies. I don't want to excuse that at all. But the tenor of what the Spanish did here was different. This was not a raid. There was no plundering, no hostages taken, nor ransoms demanded. There was no search for gold or jewels. This was revenge, and it was executed with military efficiency. Every man and boy was cut down. Women and girls were violated before being killed themselves. Every building they came across burned. This was a message. What you have done to us, we can do back, only worse and without remorse. Fear our might. There was also a real physical message left as well, from that same captain that had attacked the Mary and Jane. It read, quote, I, Captain Manuel Rivero Pardal, to ye chief of ye squadron of privateers in Jamaica. I am he who this year have done that which follows. I went on shore at Caimonos and burnt 20 houses and fought with Captain Arai and took him from a ketch laden with provisions and a canoe. I am he who took Captain Baines, that is, Captain Bernard, and did carry the prize to Cartagena, and am now arrived at this coast and have burnt it. I am come to seek Admiral Morgan with 2 ships of war of 20 guns, and, having seen this, I crave he would come out upon the coast and seek me, that he might see the valor of the Spaniards. And because I had no time, I did not come to the mouth of Port Royal to speak by word of mouth in the name of my king, whom God preserve. Dated 5th of July, 1670. End quote. It was now clear to everyone on Jamaica that the island, small and surrounded by enemies, was now at war with the largest and richest empire in the world, and they would get no help from home. Modiford knew this, so he was forced to turn once again to his friend and collaborator, Henry Morgan. He wrote out a letter of marque, without official permission, and presented it to Henry Morgan. I'm going to read it here in full. Quote, Sir Thomas Modiford, Baronet, Governor of His Majesty's Island of Jamaica, Commander-in-Chief of all His Majesty's forces within the said island, and the islands adjacent, Vice Admiral to His Royal Highness the Duke of York in the American seas. To Admiral Henry Morgan, Esquire. Greeting. Whereas the Mariana, Queen Regent of Spain, hath by her royal schedule dated at Madrid the 20th of April, 1669, commanded her respective governors in the Indies to publish and make war against our sovereign lord the king in these parts. And whereas Don Pedro Bayona de Villanueva, Captain General of the province of Paraguay and the governor of the city of Santiago de Cuba and its provinces, hath executed the same, and lately, in the most hostile and barbarous manner, landed his men on the north side of the island, and entered a small way into the country, firing all the houses they came at, killing or taking prisoners all the inhabitants they could meet with, and where, as the rest of the governors in these parts have granted commissions for executing the like hostility against us, and are diligently gathering forces together to be sent to Santiago de Cuba, their general rendezvous and place of magazine, and from thence as the most opportune place to be transported for a thorough invasion and final conquest, as they hope, of the island. In discharge of the great trust which His Gracious Majesty hath placed in me, I do by virtue of full power and authority of such cases from His Royal Highness James, Duke of York, His Majesty's Lord High Admiral, derived unto me, and out of the great confidence I have in the good conduct, courage, and fidelity of you, the said Henry Morgan, to be Admiral and Commander-in-Chief of all the ships, barks, and other vessels now fitted, or which hereafter shall be fitted for the public service and defense of this island, and also of the officers, soldiers, and seamen which are, or shall be put upon the same, requiring you to use your best endeavors to get the vessels into one body or fleet, and to cause them to be well manned, fitted, armed, and victualled, and, by the first opportunity, wind and weather permitting, to put to sea for the guard and defense of this island, and all of the vessels trading to or about the same, and, in order thereunto, to use your best endeavors to surprise, take, sink, disperse, and destroy all the enemy's ships or vessels which shall come within your view. And also, for preventing the intended invasion against this place, you are hereby further authorized and required, in the case that you and your officers in your judgment find it possible or feasible, to land and attain the town of Santiago de Cuba, or any other place belonging to the enemies, where you shall be informed that magazines and stores for this war are laid up, or where any rendezvous for their forces to embody are appointed, and there to use your best endeavors for the seizing of the said stores, and to take, kill, and disperse the said forces. And all officers, soldiers, and seamen who are or shall be belonging to or embarked upon the said vessels are hereby strictly enjoined, both by sea and land, to obey you as their admiral and commander-in-chief in all things as becometh there, and you yourself are to observe and follow all such orders as you shall have from time to time received from His Most Excellent Majesty, His Royal Highness, or myself. End quote. So Morgan was to raise a fleet, as large as possible, with as many men as could be mustered. He was to take or sink any Spanish vessels he came across. He was then to seize any Spanish stores or magazines he could find, and then take, kill, or disperse the Spanish forces. He was to do this at Santiago de Cuba or any other place belonging to the enemies. This was, yes, a letter of marque for Captain Morgan. Ostensibly, it gave him the legal authority to attack the Spanish. But it was more than that. This didn't allow him to attack Spanish forces. This commanded him to gather everyone he could and attack all the Spanish forces he could find. This was a declaration of war. But not a declaration between nation states. This was a declaration of war from one small colony, armed only by a group of rough, violent, drunken pirates against the greatest empire the world had yet known. The people of Port Royal were terrified and had decided to entrust their fate to Captain Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast. That very day, the day that he received his letter of marque, ships were sent out across the New World. They went out in every direction, to go to the Bay of Campeche and the Yucatan, to go down south to Providence Island and even the Spanish Main. They went to Tortuga, they went to Cuba, they went as far as Nassau and the Leeward Islands. Ships went everywhere, to gather as many men as could be found. Back in Port Royal, the holy men on street corners preached that the end was nigh and a final climactic judgment was coming. All the while, the ground beneath Port Royal rumbled ominously and began to shake. Next time, we'll look at, well, the next chapter in this story is the greatest piratical raid of all time. So great, in fact, that it leaves behind the name of pirate raid and becomes really a military venture. We're going to look at the steps leading to and the fallout from Henry Morgan's raid on Panama. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and everybody that's been kind enough to leave us a rating or review wherever you happen to listen to the show. And a special thanks, as always, to all of our Patreon supporters. We really couldn't do this show without you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't yet checked them out, you really should do so over at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website, piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, Twitter, SoundCloud, and YouTube. And most importantly, as always, Thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Rumgut, Vertigon, Conte Valiente, and Bootstraps Bailey. If you'd like to support the show, go to patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. That's patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In 509 BCE, the last king of Rome was overthrown. The people, and the powerful among them, were done with tyrants, and they elected to be governed rather than ruled. They formed a senate to debate the issues and to guide them. It was far from a democratic body, but it was far better than being ruled over. But there were two men that sat at the head of the Senate. They were elected for a limited term. Now, these two men had equal powers. Each one was a check on the other, a guard against the threat of one man amassing too much power. These were called praetors, and later they'd be called consuls. And these two wielded an executive power. The Romans called that power the imperium. Now, perhaps the most important role of the consuls was to act as commanders-in-chief of the armies of Rome. Now, presumably, these were the two most powerful men in Rome, at least while they held office, but there was another class that rivaled them. There were the generals, and later on the governors. Now, nominally, they served at the behest of the Senate and under the command of the consuls. In reality, though, they commanded a great amount of authority and influence all of their own. Still, they could be recalled and reprimanded or removed if they stretched their mandate too far. Now, early on, the famous Roman Republic was in her infancy, and she was struggling to discover exactly what she would become. It was a system of governance designed to keep any one man from reclaiming the title of king through a system of checks and balances that much of the modern world would find familiar today. But there were times, especially in the Roman Republic's very early days, that their system was just not prepared to handle. There were times when the Republic itself was in such great danger that a squabbling and divided Senate could not come to a consensus on how best to defend her. Times when that mass of ambitious and often inexperienced generals were more concerned with their own glory than the salvation of Rome. At those times, sometimes, the consuls either could not or would not agree on the path before them. It was at these times, when Rome itself was in peril, that the consuls, with the backing of the Senate and even the tribunes, would raise one man above them all. They chose a man that they thought to be worthy and wise and strong. They named him Dictator. For a limited time, usually no more than 6 months, he was given supreme executive power. His authority over all of the armies of Rome exceeded that of the consuls and even the generals. He had virtually no check on his power, and his responsibility alone was the defense of Rome. Now, of course, the last dictator was named Caius Julius Caesar. That was at the twilight of the Republic, when men like Sulla and Caesar abused the powers of dictator, but for centuries it had been an invaluable tool, a last line of defense and hopefully salvation. Now, there are incalculable parallels that can be drawn between ancient Rome and the world that would follow her fall. Some are valid, most aren't. Some are useful, most aren't. But by the summer of 1670, in the West Indies, the island of Jamaica was experiencing some of those same growing pains, figuring out exactly what they were. They had a governor who had executive authority over the island, and a council that debated the issues and decided how best to move forward. But in that summer, they stood alone, abandoned by their king, and surrounded by very, very capable enemies. They chose to give one man unprecedented power, authority, and burden. This is episode 30, Dictator of the West Indies. Admiral Henry Morgan had proved himself time and again the most capable commander in the Americas. He outshone his predecessors like Admirals Mings and Mansvelt. He eclipsed earlier buccaneer captains like Francois L'Olonnais. He had amassed a bigger reputation, more conquests, more successes, and more plunder than all of the men that had come before him. It was in Jamaica's hour of need that the governor of Jamaica, Governor Modiford, with the backing of Jamaica's governing council, granted Morgan more power than any other captain in the Caribbean had ever held. Now, he had his letter of marque in hand, but that was the least of it. He was given the power to actually issue letters of marque on his own without consulting the governor. That was unheard of, and also pretty illegal. A letter of marque was only supposed to be issued by a governor, a man given the king's authority. And in one move here, Modiford had delegated the king's writ to a man most considered to be no more than a pirate. But Morgan would use that power to great effect in the months to come. Now, he was also given total control of the Jamaican militia. Even that wasn't anything too outside of the norm, but he used that too. Morgan was virtually given control of the island, and he put it under martial law. He put strict rules in place, limiting the consumption of any goods necessary to the war effort. Any man that was left in debtor's prison was offered clemency if he agreed to serve on board one of Morgan's ships. Even indentured servants were offered freedom on the same grounds. Farmhands, apprentices, drunks, vagrants, criminals, any man who could sail or shoot was courted by Captain Morgan. At Fort Charles, there in Port Royal, this unruly mob underwent strict training under the commanders and the veterans of Morgan's fleet. In the waters surrounding Port Royal, ships practiced wartime maneuvers. In the fields, in the workshops of Jamaica, in the forests, and in the fishing grounds, men and women hunted and fished. They salted beef, they poured rum, they repaired sails, they tuned guns, they packed powder. Jamaica was readying for total war. After they had been attacked, all of her citizens wanted to help. It was a finely tuned machine, but still, it was not enough. Ships from Jamaica sailed in every direction that the wind would carry them. The sailors on board carried word from Morgan into every logwood cutting camp on the Main. They sailed into every harbor or river or hidden cove that was known to them, known to be used by buccaneers. They visited taverns, they spoke to shifty-eyed men in alleys, and they proclaimed their word in city squares. The message was the same that was at this time being trumpeted in Port Royal. Sometimes it would be whispered into unwatched ears. Sometimes it would be accompanied by drums. It was repeated in English and Dutch and French. It was even repeated in Spanish and in the tongues of slaves and natives. Henry Morgan had put forth the call. Now Morgan had set the meeting place for all of these potential buccaneers at an old haunt, the Isla Aveche off the southern coast of Hispaniola. The deadline for joining the fleet was set for October 24th, 1670. This gave the men plenty of time to set their affairs in order and to sail from wherever they were to meet him. And sail they did. First, just a few, but then they flooded in. Now Morgan himself visited the most important port to this effort. Tortuga was, in many ways, the twin of Port Royal. Back before the English had arrived in Jamaica, it had been the hub for all of the Caribbean buccaneers. Most men that would sail under Morgan, English, Dutch, or French, knew both of these cities well. They knew both cities' harbors. They knew the barkeeps, the fences, and they all had a favorite girl or two in each of the city's different brothels. Even still, it was important that Morgan himself go to Tortuga. Relations between England and France had strained for the past few years, and things had cooled between the English and the French rovers ever since they'd nearly come to firing on one another during the raid on Portobello. It didn't help that Morgan and Modiford had confiscated a French vessel, imprisoned her crew, and then made the ship Morgan's flagship after the disaster on the Oxford. So Morgan sailed for Tortuga personally and prepared his pitch to the French buccaneers there. The fleet was struck by a hurricane in September en route to Tortuga. By this time, though, most of the men were experienced with hurricanes, and the fleet made it through not too much worse for the wear. Now there is one person who is probably the single most influential to our image of Caribbean piracy ever to have lived. Howard Pyle was an illustrator around the turn of the last century. His works on pirates did more to solidify just what a pirate looked like than any other. More than Robert Louis Stevenson or J.M. Barrie, Defoe, or Captain Charles Johnson. His works, Howard Pyle's works, have graced the cover of all of these authors from time to time. Now, the saying goes that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I think that Pyle proves it. His images, unlike the woodcuts depicting pirates that were made before he worked, well, they all told a story. From two men embroiled in combat on a beach to see who would become the next captain of a pirate ship, to a man marooned on a deserted island, to a poor soul forced to walk the plank. And his works on Captain Morgan are some of the best. One of these, named Henry Morgan Recruiting for the Attack, is an image usually associated with this voyage, Henry Morgan's voyage to Tortuga. I'll put it up on the website so you can take a look, but I think it really defines and captures who Morgan was and what he was doing late in the summer of 1670. In this picture, he's lounging on a shaded hammock on the beach. Behind him, we see waves splashing ashore. He's wearing the clothes of an English gentleman. His buckled shoes are kicked off on the intricate rug beneath his feet. There's a barrel standing within reach, topped with a fine crystal decanter and a glass for what we can assume is rum or maybe wine. A Cuban guitar rests against that as well. His hair, long, hangs about his shoulders, and his face looks imperiously on the men standing before him. Now their clothes are little better than rags in contrast to Morgan's. They have beards and earrings, bare feet and headbands. There's another contrast here as well. While Morgan is lazing on his hammock surrounded by articles of comfort and luxury, he has no weapons. The men before him each carries a musket and a blade. One has a blunderbuss stuck into his sash, and another has 3 grenades hanging from his belt. These are hard, large men, well armed. Morgan is slender, unarmed, even foppish. He is also very clearly in command. Now, the image is full of inaccuracies and anachronisms, but it captures something that any other form of media fails to. I definitely suggest going to check it out. Now, back in Tortuga, there was some resentment against the English admiral and his men left, but England and France were at peace again, and all of the French buccaneers listened, growing more and more intrigued in Morgan's proposal. The Brethren of the Coast out of Tortuga heard Morgan's call. Soon, every man with a ship and a crew and a mind for adventure was making ready to sail. Now, Morgan himself sailed to that appointed meeting place to lay anchor and to wait. He had a month and more before the fleet departed, but it would be far from wasted. Now, Captain John Morris was there, of course. He was at the helm of the 10-gun Dolphin. He was one of only a few captains that had been on Morgan's first raid against Villahermosa and Grenada some 7 years before. He'd been Morgan's longest and most trusted companion. Often, he was a man that would take command of secondary units or even the whole fleet if Morgan was away. So was Captain Lawrence Prince of the Pearl, another ship carrying 10 guns. Another longtime companion of Morgan's. These were two of the strongest ships in the fleet so far, especially since Morgan's own flagship, the Satisfaction, was somewhere sailing along the Spanish Main, patrolling for enemy fleets, and it had yet to be brought back to the admiral, although he had sent word for it. As these ships waited, along with a few other English vessels that had accompanied them to Tortuga, pirates from far and wide began to appear on the horizon. The messenger ships that Morgan had sent out returned with more men on board and more guns, and usually one or two new ships in tow as well. More often than not, these ships that had been prizes that had been taken on their way back to the rendezvous. And then smaller vessels, like canoes, rolled in as well. Not much use to the fleet, but carrying buccaneers with sharp eyes and well-oiled weapons. Some men, though, didn't even have canoes to row to the boats. These men arrived on the shore by foot in droves. Stephen Talty in Empire of Blue Water writes, quote, "Some of the Hispaniola contingent could find no vessels, so they trekked across the island, battling the Spanish as they went, until they arrived at the shore looking out on Isla Avache. In calling out these cow skinners, Morgan was harking back to the very roots of West Indian piracy. As they emerged out of the woods, their leather stained black with blood, their hair filthy and matted, their faces splashed with mud, but with muskets polished, they must have appeared like shades from the Caribbean past, the legendary sharpshooting bucanier, the men who lived as free as wild animals, the fathers of them all. Morgan was summoning ghosts." End quote. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new. Now, I won't receive my box for a couple more days, but I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off. to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five! Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town. All right, Baker Man, high five! He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Castlethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
There had been months of quiet in the Caribbean. The kings of England and France and Spain relied on diplomacy back in Europe, and the buccaneers had been discouraged from taking any action. This was the first real assault planned in more than a year, and it was shaping up to be the largest ever seen. As more and more men arrived, every ship's crew filled up, and more men were camping on the beach, hoping to find a crew to join. Morgan realized that he had a problem. There were so many men showing up, men that he needed to make his war a success, that he would have trouble to actually feed them all. He ordered hunting parties to get as much beef as they could, but even that would not be enough. So he sent John Morris to go search for any Spanish ships and raid the pastures of any Spanish settlements, while his second in command, Vice a few well-armed ships and 400 men to the Spanish Main and raid what was the New World's most productive and profitable source of grain, Rio de la Hacha. Now, maize was an essential food source on board a ship. They used it to make their bread and hardtack, and they would need it in quantities that they just couldn't find anywhere else. Plus, Rio de la Hacha was a rich town full of fat merchants. So Collier sailed hard and made the coast in pretty good time. But when the fleet was in sight of their target, they were becalmed. The townspeople from the shoreline saw their ships stranded just off the coast, and they were there for a full 2 days, while the townspeople had all the time in the world to bury their valuables and flee the city. And there was another complication as well. In the harbor sat a sizable Spanish galleon of 14 guns and 40 men. So Collier waited, before finally a slight breeze helped him limp to shore some 2 miles from town. As they approached the city by land, the Spanish fort opened fire. As per usual, it was underarmed. There were only 4 guns on its walls. The galleon in the harbor opened fire too, but neither was able to do too much. For 24 hours, the buccaneers took cover and waited until the Spanish finally just surrendered. The English didn't even have to fire a shot. They knew the reputation of the buccaneers, and they knew that it was fruitless to resist. So the English would report later that they'd found Spanish soldiers hiding under mattresses in the fort, and that they'd executed several of the commanders. Most notably among these was the captain of the galleon in the harbor. It turns out that that ship was La Gallardina, one of the 4 vessels that had attacked Jamaica a few months prior. So the captain was killed and his ship was seized. As it happens, luckily enough, the holds of the ship were full of maize. It was to be transported elsewhere, and that was just what the buccaneers happened to be looking for in Rio de la Hacha. Now, they didn't find much in the way of other plunder in the city. There were 2 days of calm and 1 of cannon fire, and that had given the locals plenty of time to hide their valuables, and time was short, so Collier ransomed the town for beef and maize, which they received, and the fleet sailed back to Morgan. It turns out that the buccaneers missed out on 200,000 pesos in well-hidden treasure there at the fort. That's equivalent to $2 million. But their ships were full of food. Now, back at the rendezvous, Morgan was waiting impatiently for word from either of his 2 top captains. Collier had been weeks gone, and Morris just as long. His flagship, Satisfaction, had finally arrived in good order at long last, but after a full 5 weeks of repairing their ships and waiting for word from Collier, finally he arrived, bearing that new Spanish galleon, thousands of pounds of foodstuff, and news that one of the men responsible for attacking Jamaica had been slain. Not long thereafter, Morris arrived as well with even better news. Off the coast of Cuba, he'd been forced to take shelter from a gale in a small sheltered bay. A couple of hours later, a Spanish vessel had appeared to take shelter from that same storm. Lo and behold, it was none other than the San Pedro y la Fama, carrying her captain, Manuel Rivero Pardal. That's the same Spanish captain that commanded the force against Jamaica, who claimed, quote, to make the sea and these barbarians tremble, end quote. Now, his ship carried 14 guns, so they thought they had the smaller buccaneer vessel dead to rights. They were trapped in a cove, they were outgunned and outmanned. They were right on the face of things, but they didn't account for the disparity of the men on board these two vessels. When the Spanish attacked what they believed to be an easy prize of buccaneer dogs, they were faced with a hail of musket fire and a ferocity that they hadn't expected. Once again, the buccaneers proved their quality against the Spanish. Now, the battle was hard fought on both sides, but the smaller and weaker force prevailed. The question is, though, how? Now, this is a hard thing to quantify. It's an impossible thing to measure. For historians, it's a difficult thing on which to gather concrete evidence. But I think, perhaps, it's that the Spanish privateers weren't really experienced fighting men. Perhaps their overconfidence against the smaller force was their undoing. There's even a school of thought in military tactics that says to always give your enemy a way out. If they're cornered and desperate, you might just see exactly how hard they can fight. Now, some have argued, some of the more mythologically minded, that Spain was actually rotting from its core. Their king was mentally and physically disabled. At the time, he was seen as a monster, touched by Satan, punishment on Spain for years of pride and greed and hubris. And the king, if he is one with the land, well, he represented the weakness that was growing in Spain. This, of course, ignores the scores of less successful buccaneers. The Spanish had left hundreds of these dead on some beach or tossed into the ocean. In the end, the reason that the buccaneers defeated the Spanish force might be as simple as a lucky shot. Some English musketeer shot Manuel Rivero Pardal through his throat, killing him. Spanish resistance after their commander died collapsed. Captain Morgan's great antagonist was dumped over the side unceremoniously, and John Morris sailed back to his admiral to deliver the news. As a storyteller, this is a real blow to me. He had such potential to be a great villain. He was vain and he was colorful, yet he was still a man that was capable and dangerous. He was a warrior poet. I would have loved to have told you of a great slashing duel on board his flagship, with Morgan and Rivero climbing into the rigging, delivering quippy one-liners along with the parries and thrusts of their blades. But that's not how real life works, and that's not to be. Rivero was dead, and Morgan's fleet was now fully victualled, repaired, and ready to sail. They had several warships among them. Morgan on board the Satisfaction, Vice Admiral Collier, John Morris, and Lawrence Prince each had their own ships. The frigate Lily was captained by one Richard Norman, the Fortune by Richard Dobson, and the 70-ton Mayflower by Joseph Bradley. By this point, these were all veteran captains under Morgan. The Spanish galleon captured at Rio de la Hacha, La Gallardina, was given over to an experienced French buccaneer without a vessel. The French brought the other two strongest warships in the fleet as well. The St. Catherine carrying 14 guns and 110 men, and the St. Pierre with 10 guns and more than 90 men. Most of the vessels in the fleet, though, weren't as impressive as all that. The Virgin Queen, for example, carried only 2 small guns, and the tiny La Surf carried no guns at all. But they packed as many men on board these tiny vessels as possible, and that's representative of really what the ships in this fleet were. They were just there to ferry men from the meeting place to the shore. When Morgan wrote to Governor Modiford, finally, to inform him that the fleet was ready, he reported 30 ships and more than 1,800 men under his command. fleet was finally ready, but there still remained some business to be done. All 30 captains crowded on board the Satisfaction and sat down to council. It was time to ratify the code. Naturally, Morgan was voted as admiral, Collier his vice-admiral. There may have been some haggling over how many shares were to be divided among the crews, as the terms on this voyage were more generous than prior ventures, but the usual concessions were made for all. Morgan was to receive 1% of the total haul. King Charles, the Duke of York, and the governors of Tortuga and Port Royal were each allotted a small share. The captains of each vessel were given 8 shares for their ships and 1 for themselves. Surgeons, carpenters, other petty officers, they were given additional shares representing their contributions. Wounded men on this voyage, though, would make more than they had previously. For the loss of everything from a finger to an eye to an arm or a leg, they were getting more gold than they would have on an earlier voyage. So the code here was generous, but not at all unusual. The real order of business was the decision of where to attack. Never before had the Caribbean seen such a force of Brethren of the Coast. No pirates or privateers on so many ships carrying so much firepower had ever been seen before. This was an army to rival any force that the great empires of old Europe could muster, so where could they attack? Now, Santiago de Cuba was an obvious choice, as they'd been behind the raid on Jamaica. But the winds of that time of year in that region could be dangerous on the coast of Cuba. Now, Havana was the jewel of the West Indies, but even nearly 2,000 men were not enough to take a city like that, so many argued for Cartagena, the second largest and most powerful city in the region. It was impressively well defended. Now, they might take it, the Buccaneers probably could, but the loss they incurred would likely not be worth the prize. In fact, though the Buccaneers didn't know it at the time, attacking Cartagena would have been a suicide mission. It would have been a total disaster. The governor there was prepared and called in all militiamen. His ranks were swelled, his garrisons were full. The Buccaneers probably wouldn't have reached the coast even, since the fleet massing there would have crushed even Morgan's forces. Luckily, though, while they were on Morgan's vessel, that idea was overruled. The council finally decided on another target. Perhaps it was the ripest and the richest in all of the New World, and it was one that held some historical significance, especially to the English. 100 years earlier, almost exactly 100 years as it would turn out, Francis Drake had sailed to the New World and landed his forces on terra firma. Drake and his men partnered with a group of French pirates to undertake the greatest and most notorious act of piracy that the world had ever known. And now, Henry Morgan and his French allies were going to do the same. They all agreed, and they all signed the code. They were going after the treasure house of the world, Panama. But wouldn't you know it, they had a problem. The same problem that Drake had faced, actually. Panama, the city that housed all of the gold and silver brought up from the South American mines, lay on the Pacific side of the isthmus. Their ships weren't about to sail around the southern Cape of the Americas, not leave their homes completely undefended for the months and months that such a voyage could take. If they were to sack Panama, they would need to land on the north side of the isthmus and trek through at least 30 miles of dense, dangerous jungle, and that was with their ships carrying them as far inland as possible. It could be done. After all, Sir Francis Drake had accomplished it, as had countless numbers of Spanish mule trains and centuries of local natives. But Drake had had guides that he took with him, and Morgan was unlikely to convince the decimated native populations to help him. So he needed to find someone who knew the jungles of Panama, who had personal experience with them, and who hated the Spanish enough to help him. Such men existed, as it turned out, many of them, probably. Englishmen who had made that journey many times, and all of them were gathered together in one place. They were in cells, under guard, deep in the dungeon of a fortress. These were some of them. The same men taken years prior through Spanish treachery, forced to work as slaves building Spanish forts, and there were others, too, that had been arrested for espionage, piracy, or other high crimes. All had been to Panama, the city, many times, and all were kept on the prison colony at La Providencia, known to the English as Providence Island. So the fleet set sail on December 16th, 1670. The fleet anchored off Providence Island. One 14-gun ship sailed in to wait at the mouth of the harbor to ensure that no vessels could escape and warn the mainland. 1,000 of the men were ferried ashore, armed with their best muskets and best steel. The main batteries on the island, those that had to be taken out first, were actually on the smaller islet nearby, St. Catalina. That's the tiny island that lay so close to Providence that it was actually connected by a bridge. Then, the Buccaneers, at this point, could we just call them an army? But the Buccaneers marched for the fortress, but there was something there they didn't expect. Now, there was a brand new drawbridge that had been drawn up. Then, they were met with a storm of musket fire and even larger arms. It would be possible to take the castle, but not for hungry men after a day of marching in the dark. So, Morgan's men made camp out of range of the Spanish, ate what food they brought with them, and went to sleep. Almost as soon as their eyes were closed, the sky opened up and a terrible rainstorm fell upon them. Sleep wasn't an option in this weather, and anyway, their primary concern now was keeping their guns and their powder dry. Nearby, there weren't any structures to speak of, just a few huts turned into makeshift arms depots for them. Hungry, soaking, miserable, the men tried in vain to find a place dry enough to catch what little sleep they could. It wasn't much in the end, and the deluge continued into the next day. Then there was no food left to speak of. They'd eaten it all. They were able to build fires, but none of any real size, not enough to warm themselves with. And there was no chance today to take the fortress, not in weather like that. There was an almost timid attempt early in the day, but it retreated quickly under enemy fire. So the men grumbled. They took shelter under beachside palms, and they waited. When a few men captured an old mare, well, Exquemelin tells it best. He was there, and it sounds like he partook. Quote, "There was an old horse which the Spaniards had turned loose because it was no longer fit for work, as its back was full of open sores. This beast they shot dead, and everyone who could grabbed himself a bit, roasted it a little over the fire, and ate it up as though it had been the most delectable dish you could possibly wish for. Yes, and a man must be quick off the mark to get a hold of such a morsel." End quote. At this rate, sacking the castle could take more time than Morgan cared to give over, so he sent a messenger under a white flag to the Spanish. Now they knew as well as Morgan that they couldn't defend their walls forever, not from this small army brought before them. The message promised mercy for a quick surrender, and a short time later he got a reply back. The Spanish agreed that surrender was best, but if they merely gave up the castle, they would probably be arrested and hung for cowardice. So they proposed an alternative. Each side would line up for a proper battle. They would beat the drums, they would march in formation, and they would even open fire. But their guns would contain no shot, or they would aim for the ground. No man needed to lose his life in order to take this castle, but the Spanish needed to protect their reputations. Morgan deliberated, but he agreed. But then he ordered his men to load their guns with live ammunition, just in case the Spanish had some kind of trickery planned. For a little over an hour, the farce played out. Not a man died, no one was even injured in this battle. When it was over, Morgan marched into the keep and took the soldiers prisoner. They were treated gently, but they were put under guard, and the understanding held, and there were no incidents. Morgan hadn't needed to fire a shot. They took the town as well, but this too was a peaceful affair. The people were gathered in the church quietly, the doors were locked, and a guard was placed on it, but no one was harmed in the slightest. Once again, Exquemelin describes the aftermath here. Quote, when all was calm and the compact with the Spaniards had been carried out, the war against the hens and pigs and sheep began. Boiling and roasting went on all night. When short of wood, they pulled down houses for fuel. Getting food was everybody's main concern. Some, when they were satisfied, took what remained of their meal to the church, where they gave some to the Spanish women. But the men had to look on. End quote. But not to worry, the next day some of the men from inside the church were allowed to travel to the plantations and gather enough food to sustain themselves and the other prisoners. It wasn't to be a harsh treatment. Morgan ordered no harm done to any of the people. The buccaneers, though, spent the day searching the fortress on St. Catalina. There were armories in each of them. There were several fortresses. All of them were better stocked than any the English had ever seen in any other Spanish fortification. There were cannons, there were muskets, there were swords and shot and powder, enough to guard against any attack. Not enough soldiers to man all these fantastic arms, but the arms were there. Can you imagine? When the English had taken Providence Island in the 1630s, they had been woefully unprepared to defend her. When they came again, only a few years before Morgan just had, the men had wanted to establish a free pirate republic and defend her. Now they'd failed as well. But after that attack, the Spanish had built up Providence with new forts and moats and defensive positions all around the island. They didn't intend to lose her again. Of course, they lost her, but what if it had been properly manned? Imagine if this had taken place only 40 years later. Imagine what might have been if it hadn't been Morgan in command, but Edward Teach. With a fleet of 30 ships and almost 2,000 men, there were castles filled to the brim, bursting with Spanish arms. What would they have done? What could they have accomplished? A secure, a defensible port, small but close to the Spanish Main, where they could raid and plunder with nigh impunity, with enough land and fishing grounds on the island to provide food. And certainly there would be Dutch traders willing to buy and sell some of their ill-got goods. If Morgan had been a different man, not a married man looking for a life of gentlemanly leisure, but a real pirate, he might have made himself king of Providence Island. On this day, after taking it with ease, without losing a man, he might have made himself king. He could have run a private pirate nation from behind her strong walls without any of the interference of governors or kings. Well, I suppose, aside from the interference of them invading with armies to take the island back and destroy the pirate republic, that almost certainly would have happened. So it might not have lasted, but maybe it could. Maybe, well, in the end, again, it doesn't matter. That's not how real life works. Henry Morgan wasn't a different man. Henry Morgan was a man with a job to do. So the buccaneers, after they were done searching for weapons, searched out the prisoners and asked around to see if any of them had been taken in that earlier raid against the English, or had any knowledge of Panama and the land surrounding it. One man came forward, the worst sort of villain, according to Exquemelin. He writes, quote, one of them, a half-breed, showed particular eagerness, as he hoped to use this opportunity to revenge the wrong he thought had been done him. As indeed it had, for he did not deserve banishment, but rather to have been broken alive on the wheel for all the murders, rapes, and robberies he had committed. This scoundrel coerced the other two, who were Indians born in the Spanish dominions and very well acquainted with the roads, threatening to have them burnt alive if they would not serve the buccaneers. He told Morgan these men were essential as guides. If necessary, they must be beaten into obedience. End quote. So Morgan took them aboard, and finally had what he needed to move on Panama. He had his army. He had ample provisions. He had more than enough weapons, and finally, men to show him the way. So he ordered the people set free and to return to the ships. The brethren of the coast prepared to set sail. Next time, we're going to finish our journey with Captain Morgan. We're going to follow him to Panama and look at how he played a central role in ending the Age of the Buccaneers. Before Before I leave today, I've got just a few things to mention. First of all, if you haven't been keeping up with Black Sails, well, there's only one episode left, and it's been pretty spectacular, so you'd better watch some of those back episodes, because after it's over, I'm going to be sitting down to talk with the good fellows over at Fandomedia. Those are the same guys that run the History of Westeros, only they're talking about other shows and other media that are spectacular. It's a lot of fun. I definitely suggest checking it out and listening to our episode after Black Sails is over. Second, on Facebook, one of our listeners named Tom got in touch with me to mention a project that he's been working on, and it looks awesome. If you're a fan of board games, as I am, then I think he has something that might be right up your alley. They've got a Kickstarter going for a board game called The Pirate Republic that looks like it's going to be a lot of fun and a very interesting project, and maybe for giving them a shout out, once they get it made, they'll send me a copy. Third, I want you to know that finally, at long last, the map is done. I'm going to post an image of it up at the Patreon page so that you can take a look at it, and I'm going to be sending out hard copies to all of our Patreon supporters as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your patience, and we're getting to work on all those other awards right now. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody that has been kind enough to leave us a review or a rating over at iTunes or wherever you happen to listen to the show. I'd like to thank everybody that has donated or signed up for an Audible trial or signed up to support us over at Patreon. I really couldn't do this show without all of you guys. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you really should. You can check them out at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, you can check us out at our website or on Facebook, Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. Most importantly, and as always, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound as his tales from the old country told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first like this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Today's show is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodores. That's Commodores Bull, Rumgut, Lopez, Ward, Vertigon, Yelteek, Contif Allende, and Bootstraps Bailey. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In warfare, the most important weapon in any general's arsenal is knowledge. Regardless of their strength in arms or soldiers or morale, knowledge is usually the key to victory. Certainly knowing your terrain, knowing yourself, both your strengths and your weaknesses. But perhaps most important of all is knowing your enemy. You need to know everything you can about their troops, their placement, their plans. But most of all, you need to know their strengths and weaknesses. Not in arms, or at least not only that, but who your enemy is. Why are they fighting? What's their motivation? How will they fight? And what weaknesses do they possess that you can best exploit? From atop the Santa Teresa Castle on Providence Island, Admiral Henry Morgan must have thought long and hard about this. The castle was his now, though the Spanish had built it. These islands, Providence and St. Catalina, were back in the hands of the English, their rightful masters in Morgan's thinking. Now they were valuable islands, especially to the English rovers. To the east lay the Mosquito Coast and the Spanish Main, which the English coveted. To the north lay the Cayman Islands, equally coveted by the English, and Jamaica, which was their jewel in the West Indies. But Morgan's eyes were pointed south and west. Looking south from the highest rampart of his new castle, all he could see was open ocean, but he knew that over the horizon lay Panama. That was the city where all the treasure from the Pacific coast of the Americas lay waiting to be trekked over a tiny strip of land to ships awaiting transport back to Spain. From his castle top, he'd have thought about the knowledge that he had and just how much he lacked. Francis Drake had taken that mule train from Panama 100 years before, but his guides had intimate knowledge of the land. Morgan was planning an assault on the city itself, and he only had guides of a dubious nature. He needed more information, and barring that, he needed a plan to pull back if the situation called for it. Thinking back to the near disaster at Maracaibo, more than anything, he needed to secure his lines of escape, at least once the city had been plundered. This island and the Santa Teresa Castle were a good place to start. A mere handful of men from his company left there to defend Providence against overwhelming Spanish numbers and provide his men, away on the Main, a place to rest and reprovision after their business on the Main was done. Morgan ordered 200 men to stay at the castle. That should be plenty. But he had another worry. His men were going to have to cross the isthmus to reach Panama, and to do that they would have to leave their ships at anchor. He would need a defensible port on the coast of the North Sea, what today we call the Caribbean. Men were on the march. Of course, to secure a defensible port, he would need to take one from the Spanish and then hold it for the weeks and weeks that were needed to take Panama. So there were two options before him. He would need eventually to reach the town called Venta de Cruces. That's the crossroads of Panama, which Drake had actually taken on his raid. It had a well-traveled road leading south from there to the city of Panama, but a fortress guarded each of the approaches to that town of Venta de Cruces. Now, Portobello was the first possibility. That was an overland route through the dense jungle to lead to Venta de Cruces. The second option was to take the Rio Chagres to Venta de Cruces, but that was guarded by the Fort San Lorenzo, which Morgan knew less about. Both of these options held potential plunder and possible pitfalls, but which one would be best? You see, Morgan lacked the knowledge to make an informed decision, and in a situation like this, the best option was to roll the dice, watch the outcome, and react. This is episode 31, Panama. While Captain Morgan was underinformed, his enemy, on the other hand, was well prepared. One of the pieces of information that Morgan didn't have was that a man had deserted the raid on Rio de la Hacha and turned coat to inform the Spanish of Morgan's plan. The president of Panama, Don Juan Perez de Guzman, read these reports and acted accordingly. If Morgan planned to attack Panama, then he would counter him at every possible turn. Every man with even an inch of military training was recruited. Every mercenary from one of the neighboring colonies was hired. Letters of marque were sent out to Spanish privateers to attack English shipping all along the coast and to guard the approaches to Panama. Every slave at his disposal was sent to work in building defenses and serving the soldiers. Every Indian he could cajole was hired as a guide and a scout. The north coast of Panama was ready for an all-out war. The pirates, it was known, would attack from the coast, but exactly where, the informant who had turned on Morgan didn't know, because Morgan himself had yet to make that decision. Guzman knew, though, that the English needed to guard their ships, and he knew as well as Morgan that only 2 forts were strong enough to serve. The first, the most likely, was Portobello. The president ordered the garrison there filled to bursting. He ordered her stores of food and powder stocked to withstand a long siege, and an army of farriers and blacksmiths and fletchers, masons and gunsmiths, well, they were all to prepare for an all-out assault on the castle. Now, the road from Portobello leading south was a treacherous one, but it was the one used by the Spanish mule trains to transport their treasure to the coast. There was a path, but it was surrounded by dense jungles and bogs and sheer cliffs on both sides and occasionally unpassable rivers. So Guzman sent soldiers to build ambuscades all along the narrow winding road that the buccaneers would be forced to take from Portobello. That's a series of bulwarks that the Spanish soldiers could use to attack, fall back, and then attack again. And all of that is to say nothing of the additional army of snakes and jaguars and javelinas and deadly mosquitoes that would be assaulting the English all along this march. Even if Morgan managed to take the castles at Portobello, every step that he would take south would be paid for in blood. The second option, though, San Lorenzo and the Rio Chagres. The Spanish rarely used the river to transport their treasure. It was rife with just as many dangers as the mule path, all of the snakes and jaguars, and even more mosquitoes being along a river. But the river was home to, also, the Great Caimans. These are huge beasts, longer than most boats, lizards that would lay in wait under the water with huge, strong jaws full of sharp teeth. They moved too slowly to see, usually, until they struck, when in a flash of water and blood, they burst from the water and would clamp those jaws upon any unwary prey. Usually a deer or a boar, but they had killed men before, and would again, if given the chance. All of that, though, could be overcome by the Spanish. The real danger that they feared was the possibility of a boat capsizing and dumping all of her treasure into the river, never to be seen again. Men were cheap, but that was unthinkable. Morgan, though, might decide to try the river. At least, Guzman couldn't afford not to prepare for it. He sent men there as well to the fort at San Lorenzo, enough to fill every bed in the castle overlooking the river. These men oiled their guns and they waxed their bowstrings. These were not the usual local militia. These were well-trained, disciplined men that would not shy away from a fight or surrender while they still stood. All along the river, ambuscades were placed as well. These were even easier to prepare, as the pirates would be confined to the river. A few towers built along the bank, back in the tree line, and a few trenches behind the undergrowth would serve for Spanish men to pick off the English buccaneers as they pleased, as long as they were smart and watched out for the Caimans. There was another piece of information that Morgan lacked. It was only just now reaching the ears of President Guzman in Panama and Governor Modiford back in Port Royal. In Europe, the monarchs of Spain and England had agreed to an accord, the Treaty of Madrid. There were 4 primary points to the treaty. First, the hostilities between England and Spain that had been going on for years were to end immediately. Second, Spain and England would agree not to molest each other's shipping and trade. Third, Spain officially recognized English holdings in the West Indies, including Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. This is an important point. And fourth, England was to end all acts of piracy against Spanish holdings, effective immediately. Any acts of piracy committed after the treaty was signed were the responsibility of the English crown and to be considered acts of war. It was basically a trade. You rein in the pirates and we'll let you keep Jamaica. Now, Governor Modiford realized just how bad this was immediately. He'd been told, ordered even, not to issue letters of marque. He'd been told to corral the buccaneers in, find them something else to do. He'd been told England and Spain were working towards something, and they'd tried that. And then he went ahead and let Captain Morgan go to sea with the largest fleet that the Brethren of the Coast had ever mustered. So Modi Ford wrote letters to London, he wrote letters to Virginia and Boston as quickly as possible, and he sent them on his fastest ships. His career, even his freedom potentially, was on the line. He offered up every defense he could come up with for his action, but as soon as the lords at Whitehall heard of it, they were furious, and they began penning their own letters to Jamaica, to their king, and to the Spanish ambassador. Meanwhile, Captain Morgan had made his calculations. He had a total of 1,800 fighting men with him. If he left 200 in Providence to secure their rear, he would be left with 1,600 to attack the Maine. And that was more than enough to take Portobello and Panama. That was a real army. But in taking Portobello, his losses might be severe. San Lorenzo, on the other hand, was likely much less well defended, and his men were adept river travelers. If he were to send a smaller force, say 400 men, to take the castle of San Lorenzo, they might just take the city successfully. If it was far better defended than he thought, and this force of 400 was killed or captured, he would still be a full 1,200 men strong. He could then hear what the survivors from San Lorenzo had to report and attack either there with his full force, or change his mind and go to attack Portobello. It was a plan that minimized the risks and had the potential for the greatest rewards. He chose out Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Bradley to lead the expedition with 400 good men. Well, not good men exactly, but experienced raiders. It was on the 10th of December, 1670, that Bradley set sail to cover the roughly 300 miles between Providence and San Lorenzo. The small fleet made good time, but no one knew exactly what to expect when they got there. When they finally saw what was waiting for them, it wasn't good. The mouth of the Chagres was guarded by San Lorenzo Castle, which sat atop a small mountain. I'm going to let Alexander Exquemelin describe it. He says, quote, "This castle is built on a high mountain at the entry of the river, surrounded by strong palisades, or wooden walls, filled with earth, which secures them as well as the best wall of stone or brick. The top of this mountain is, in a manner, divided into two parts, between which is a ditch 30 feet deep. The castle hath but one entry, and that by a drawbridge over this ditch. To the land it has 4 bastions, and to the sea 2 more. The south part is totally inaccessible, through the cragginess of the mountain. The north is surrounded by a river, which here is very broad. At the foot of the castle, or rather mountain, is a strong fort with 8 great guns commanding the entry of the river. Not much lower are 2 other batteries, each of 6 pieces, to defend likewise the mouth of the river. At one side of the castle are 2 great storehouses of all sorts of warlike ammunition and merchandise, brought thither from the island country. Near these houses is a high pair of stairs hewn out of the rock to mount to the top of the castle. On the west is a small port, not above 7 or 8 fathoms deep, fit for small vessels, and of a good anchorage. Besides, before the castle, at the entry of the river, is a great rock, scarce to be described, but at low tides." End quote. So, just in case you missed any of that, on the seaward side of the fortress, there were 2 gun batteries, each of 6 cannon. Any landing on the beach would be, at best, hazardous, with little hope of reaching even those batteries. Even if they did manage to dig themselves in on the beach, there was a tower that soared above these 2 batteries that could reach their ships at anchor and potentially sink their only means of escape. And that wasn't even the castle proper. Above these initial batteries, there was dug a 30-foot deep moat with only a single drawbridge to reach the fort. No, a frontal assault from the beach was right out. But these men were pirates. They were experienced in attacking an enemy from a direction they didn't expect when they were not looking. If they landed a few miles down the coast, then they could land safely and potentially take the fortress from the rear. This was a maneuver that they'd done time and time before. But there was still the trouble of that mountain. If they took the road to reach the rear of San Lorenzo, they would be faced with a steep and narrow stairway carved into the mountainside, guarded by hundreds of well-armed Spaniards. That, too, was less than optimal. In fact, that was really certain death. The only other option left to them was to land far from the castle and trek through miles of uncharted, dense, perilous jungle, and then up the side of an equally perilous mountainside with who knew what waiting for them under the canopy. Mosquitoes and jaguars, certainly, but perhaps an entire battalion of Spanish regulars, too. However, that was the best option they had. So Captain Bradley ordered the men to disembark and prepare for a hike. They were observed by the Spanish lookouts. There was no hope of pulling this off in total secret, so they raised their banners and they beat their drums and they made for the jungle. Once under the canopy, however, the buccaneers fell silent. The Spanish knew that they were somewhere out in that dense mire of trees and brush and vines, but not exactly where, and not where they would emerge. They weren't particularly worried, however. The castle's commander, Don Pedro de Lizardo, wrote to President Guzman, quote, "Although 6,000 men should come against them, he should be able to secure himself and destroy them." End quote. For Bradley and his men, they had a long day of hiking up a mountainside, slicing a path through the undergrowth and hauling up all of their arms and ammunition. But they did have guides there that could show them the way. Unfortunately, those guides weren't very good at their job. They brought the company out of the jungle in a clearing that was in full view of the fortress walls and within firing range. When the English stumbled out of the jungle and blinked at the full light of the sun, a storm of musket shot rained down on them. They lost several men before rallying and retreating back into the trees for cover. Now that they knew just where the castle was, they could plan out an attack properly. That 30-foot deep ravine still lay around the castle wall, dug right up to the base of the castle, and then beyond that, there was a cleared grassland leading all the way to the tree line. For the pirates to reach San Lorenzo Castle, they would have to pass through this shooting gallery to attack, but really there was nothing for it. The men readied their weapons and then exploded out of the tree line. Hundreds of buccaneers made for the fort, screaming and firing their muskets at the Spanish defenders. Dozens of men fell in the first volley, but most made it to the ravine. Then came a second round of shot, and still more men fell. Then some men broke legs or ankles when they dove down through the steep dirt walls into the ravine. When the rest of the men reached the bottom of the ravine, they faced before them a 30-foot climb. Carrying, at the time, lit matches in their teeth with grenades and fire pots on their belts, all with the Spanish musket fire and even arrows now falling upon them. Amazingly, some men actually made it to the base of the castle and to light their fire pots. Now their plan was clear to the Spanish. They planned to light the wooden palisade walls on fire and let them burn away through. Now, they managed to start a few fires, but they failed to truly catch. The walls stood strong, and the men retreated back through the ravine and across the grass, with the Spanish firing at them all the while. As they ran, a man atop the walls yelled at them, "Vengan los demás perros ingleses, enemigos de los dios y del rey, vos no habéis de ir a Panama." Or, in English, "Let the others come too, English dogs, enemies of God and the King, you shall not get to Panama." What happened next was, well, most historians choose to quote Esquimalt here because what he records in his account is nearly impossible to credit. He tells us that another attempt was made to storm the walls, this time going even worse than the first. All hope seemed lost to the buccaneers. An arrow fell, hitting a buccaneer in the chest. He fell to the ground, but he pulled the arrow from his breast. Ripping a length of cotton from his shirt, he wrapped it around the arrowhead. He loaded this missile in the muzzle of his musket and fired. The cotton that he had wrapped around the arrowhead caught fire, and a flaming arrow sailed over the castle walls, setting fire to the wooden structures beyond. His companions saw this act of daring do and made to do the same. They would collect Spanish arrows on the ground and then fire them over the walls. Somehow, whether or not this actually happened, a store of gunpowder did catch flame within the walls, and suddenly a mighty explosion rocked the fortress. In several places, the walls started burning from the inside, but the Spanish had little time to put them out. You see, the wall in the explosion had fallen in a key position, and the pirates swarmed that hole. The history of buccaneers' raids in the West Indies are full of accounts of Spanish surrender, attempting to salvage what little they could, but not at San Lorenzo. These weren't the farmers and fishermen that usually made up the militia. These were Spanish regulars, soldiers prepared to defend their castle to the death. Now, at this point, ammunition was running low on both sides, so the battle at the breach turned into a true melee. There was a line of stout pikes waiting beyond the walls for the English, with ranks of bowmen behind. The first wave of pirates through the breach fell to a hail of arrows, and the second. The third was skewered on a foot of steel handled by Spanish pikemen. But more and more buccaneers followed through like a flood, and soon it fell to swords. English cutlasses met good Spanish steel, and men fought on doggedly, pushing back in between the houses. In the accounts that followed, the English talked time and time again of the bravery and the valor of these Spanish defenders, men who fought on despite bleeding from half a dozen or more cuts. But in time, it became clear that Fort San Lorenzo was lost. Despite that, though, the Spanish refused to compromise their honor. A small contingent of men was ordered to leave the fighting and carry word south to Venta de Cruces and then on to Panama to let their superiors know that the fort was lost and that the pirates planned to use the river. To cover their going, the Spanish fought on. They refused quarter and would give ground only with an almost unbelievable loss of life. Even so, their battle soon became hopeless. Bowmen and musketeers on the Spanish side threw themselves from the palisade walls onto the rocks of the ravines some 50 or 60 feet below rather than surrender to the English. The buccaneers, after they had very clearly won, hunted down every enemy soldier they could find in the castle. They found them hiding in storehouses, barricaded in arms depots, and even, reportedly, hiding under their beds. These men had refused quarter when offered by the pirates, and they would receive none. When only the commander and a handful of troops remained, the English rolled 2 cannon up to the stout door that they had barricaded themselves behind. But before they could be employed, a sharp-eyed buccaneer caught sight of Don Pedro de Lizardo and shot him between the eyes. At last, San Lorenzo Castle was in the hands of the buccaneers. Now, in the battle itself, the English lost only 30 men dead, with 76 wounded, seriously enough to warrant a mention. Many of those lost limbs or eyes. More still died from their injuries in the following days, from infection or loss of blood. Captain Bradley, who was among the wounded, wound up dying in those following days. The Spanish, on the other hand, lost every soldier, save for a few who defected, who ran away, and those few that were sent with word of the defeat. Those few went to see the man who was now in charge of the defense of Panama. Francisco Gonzalez Salado was chosen personally by President Guzman to oversee the defense of the isthmus, and now that San Lorenzo had fallen, he sent orders to his men waiting all throughout the jungle. His trained soldiers, his best men, were all recalled to Panama to defend the city and her treasure, but Salado had made arrangements to secure the road to the city as well. He'd recruited all of those natives and African slaves wherever he could. He'd hired mercenaries and even offered pardon to every prisoner in a cell on the isthmus. This was not an army. This was a poorly trained and poorly armed ragtag group of who were really no more than guerrilla fighters all along the river. Their job was to wait on Captain Morgan and his men, to ambush them, and then to slip back into the jungle, make their way to the next ambush point, and attack again. These men moved to their appointed positions all along the river. They built some new defenses, reinforced those already in place, and set to wait for Henry Morgan. As for Morgan himself, he sailed on San Lorenzo. His coming was somewhat less glorious than Bradley's had been. When he saw the English flag flying over the fort, he made right for the harbor and ran his ship aground on the reef that served as a natural defense for the harbor. The other ships, which were captained by more experienced seamen, sailed around the reef and sent boats out to ferry men and provisions from Morgan's ship to the castle. When they arrived, the men all set about feasting and drinking to their success. Then they set about preparing to move. 300 men more were to stay behind and defend San Lorenzo. Their ships were all anchored in the harbor and would be easily defended. They would need the safety of the guns to ensure that the Spanish didn't retake the castle and cut off their escape. When his business in Panama was done, he could trust that San Lorenzo would stand and his ships would be waiting to carry them back to Providence and then on to Jamaica. The rest of the buccaneers, some 1,200 men, prepared to leave. The plan was to take their canoes and small river craft down the Rio Chagres to Venta de Cruces, where they would disembark and take the road to Panama. Now they were to carry all of the arms and ammunition that they might need to take Panama itself. This was quite a load for the soldiers to carry, with no mules or pack horses, so Morgan ordered that they not carry any food with them. You see, the road to Panama, the river and the road past Venta de Cruces, was littered with villages and plantations, which Morgan planned to attack along the way. He knew that they would have enough cattle and maize and hopefully some wine to keep all of his men well fed. It would allow them to move as quickly and lightly as possible. So the fleet of canoes and small riverboats was packed full of hardened soldiers. Some of the vessels were so packed, in fact, that men actually had to hang off the sides to stay on the craft as they made their way down the river. Unfortunately, the river was shallow this time of year, so shallow that there were actually exposed roots from the riverside trees and an expanse of mud on either side of the river. That didn't mean, though, that the banks didn't still harbor dangers like the snakes and the caimans and, of course, the men who were waiting for them. Their first planned stop, the place that they planned to stop at the end of their first day, was a plantation called De los Bracos. Now, Morgan's plan was to rest his men after a hard day of rowing and then head inland to find some food. What he didn't know, again, knowledge is the problem here, was that the Spanish had a squad of men laying in wait. These men, these guerrillas, huddled in the brush, their eyes watching for the buccaneers and their fingers on their triggers. The first canoe passed, filled with hard-eyed, heavily armed men. Then another passed. Then more. Riverboats, too, filled with yet more dangerous men. As the Spanish defenders looked downriver, they couldn't see an end to the column of buccaneer vessels. The messengers that had come from San Lorenzo reported a force of 400 men taking the castle, with many still wounded or killed in the fighting, so, 350 men? But this force was much larger, hundreds and hundreds of men more, a seemingly endless line of the most deadly men in the West Indies. These guerrillas, lying in wait, with their fingers on the trigger, held back. The pirates finally called a halt and rode for land. They climbed out of their canoes and they stretched their legs. Some men even sat down and lit pipes. Others lay back and closed their eyes. If there was a perfect time to attack, it was now. And yet, once they pulled the trigger, they might kill, 50 men? There had to be hundreds and hundreds of these Lutheran corsairs wide awake, waiting to fire back. The guerrillas had no chance of victory, or probably even of escape against such overwhelming odds. As the pirates snored, the guerrillas melted away into the mountains of Panama. The fear of death certainly held them back. These men were unwilling to die just to inconvenience the buccaneers, but there's something more here. If the buccaneers had come to conquer Panama, to enslave her people and to take their land, maybe these men would be willing to die in defense of their home. But conquest wasn't Morgan's goal. They would come in, they would kill soldiers, do some villainy in the city, then take all of the gold they could find and leave. All of the king's gold they could find. Why risk your own neck only to defend a pile of treasure that you'll never see a peso of yourself? Much better to let them pass, find a place to hide up in the mountains, and wait until all of this fighting is done. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new. Now, I won't receive my box for a couple more days, but I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off. to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
The next time you fly, upgrade your comfort to Emirates Premium Economy. Sink into soft leather seats with raised leg rests and adjustable headrests. Elevate your dinner plans with delicious regional dining, all served with complimentary premium drinks. Enjoy endless entertainment with up to 6,500 channels, including live sports. There's no other premium economy like it. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
When Don Pedro Lizardo heard about this, and heard about the men who failed to even try taking back San Lorenzo on that same day, he was understandably furious. He needed Morgan's numbers to be culled if he had any hope of success of defending the city. But these men were just unwilling to sacrifice themselves to defend what? A bunch of the king's gold? Lizardo did have another tactic in hand, though, one that would, in the end, prove very successful. When Morgan roused his men, none the wiser to the musket fire they'd just escaped, they marched on to the Plantation de los Bracos, and they found it completely abandoned. The manor, the outbuildings, the slave quarters, all empty. Not a soul to be seen anywhere. This meant no soldiers, so it should have been good news, but the Spanish had taken every scrap of food with them. Not a jug of wine or crumb of bread remained. They searched every inch of the compound to no avail. When the men returned to the boats and made their camp, they did so that night with empty bellies. The second day of the journey was no better. Soon after setting out, it became clear that the river was too low to easily navigate, even in their small river craft, so they rode to the village of Cruz de Juan Gallego, where Morgan had planned to spend the night. From there, he decided to take his army cross-country through the jungle. He ordered 160 men to stay behind and watch the boats left in the river, while the rest of the party trekked into the village. Once it deserted, with no food left behind, the men grumbled and made up their blankets and attempted to catch what sleep they could. Come morning, they set to cutting a path through the jungle with still empty bellies. The guides that they had recruited back at Providence Island assured the men that it would be less difficult cutting through the jungle than taking the river. It wasn't. After a few hours of hacking through the brush with very little progress made, the men returned to the boats, where they made camp, once again, without eating. On the morning of the fourth day, the men actually set out behind where they had started on the third, and the men began to grumble. They were tired of lifting the boats through the many shallows. They were tired of rowing all day with no food in their bellies. So Morgan decided to split the force in two, half hiking overland and half rowing the boats. After a few hours, the guides pointed out that there was an ambush in the jungle before them. The Spanish would be expecting them to come by river, so the men that were hiking could come upon this ambush unaware. The men pulled out their muskets, made sure their powder was dry, and prepared to attack. They stormed in, guns raised and screaming, only to find the place empty. So recently deserted, in fact, that they could smell the meat that had been roasted on the still smoldering cook fires. But they had left no food behind. There were only a few leather bags strewn around the camp. The men, though, with hunger gnawing at them now, cleaned the fur from the leather, proceeded to boil it, dry it, and then eat it in strips. And those were only a few bags to feed more than 1,000 men. Picture going hungry for days, and then eating no more than one small piece of nutritionless jerky made out of cow skin. Come the 5th day, the men came upon yet another abandoned village. No Indians, no Spanish, no food. Rather than march on, the men decided to search. They searched the entire property for hours, tearing apart every house, every outbuilding, tearing apart every structure they could find. They were repaid for their long search. In a small hollow recently carved into a rock, they found, quote, 2 sacks of meal, wheat, and like things, with 2 great jars of wine, and certain fruits called platanos, end quote. The food was parceled out almost immediately. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to feed all of the men, so Morgan ordered it given to the men who were growing too weak to even walk. The rest had to stay hungry. But then on the 6th day, finally, fortune struck. The men came across another abandoned farm, but this time they found a barn full of maize. The men swarmed over the barn, eating the grain just raw. That's raw kernels of corn. Uncooked, just chewed and eaten. But to the men, it was a feast. All that this food really did, though, was give the men an opportunity to consider mutiny and returning to the boats. Morgan, they said, some of them, had led them astray, potentially into disaster. But still, they decided against it, at least for the time being. The lure of plunder was just too great. Then, on the morning of day 7, they finally came upon Venta de Cruz, the crossroads of Panama. Sir Francis Drake had stood here in this fly-speck of a village just before taking the greatest prize in the history of piracy in the West Indies. Morgan, though, if he was successful, would match his forebear and perhaps even eclipse him. The import of this wasn't lost on Morgan, but his men weren't concerned with things like that. They'd found loaves of baked bread in one of the houses and jug after jug of good Peruvian wine. So the men gorged themselves, drinking and feasting as late as they could. Many wound up becoming sick due to drinking so much after days of want. Morgan, and Exquemelin as well, knew the real reason, but they told these men that it was some sort of Spanish treachery. After all, they would be marching in more or less open country now, south to Panama. The guerrillas that had been sent to ambush them had all fled, but the Spanish army was waiting. From Venta de Cruces, a road led straight through some mountains to Panama. It was a narrow path with steep, heavily forested mountains on either side, rising very close to the road. But the buccaneers set fire to Venta de Cruces and set to march south. Now here, they finally met the first real resistance force since San Lorenzo. Exquemelin tells us that from the trees, unseen archers sent 3,000 or 4,000 arrows sailing down to meet the buccaneers. Now, we know today that it was probably no more than 300, but these were the native Panamanians, and they shot well. The first few volleys fell quickly, in quick succession, and they hit the tightly packed, unarmored Englishmen. In a path that could hold no more than 6 or 7 men abreast, you didn't need to be a very good shot to hit someone, but the Indians were good shots. When Morgan managed to rally his men, they returned fire, and this ambush melted away. They'd never even seen one of the natives, but the arrows stopped falling. Only a few miles later, though, the arrows began to fall again. This time, the buccaneers were ready, and they returned fire more quickly, but that first volley still took its toll. The men marched now in a proper file, with guns at the ready and eyes watching the trees as closely as possible. They sent out scouts and a vanguard to keep watch for any movement from the trees, and there wasn't another ambush for a while. However, near the end of the mountain path, the buccaneers encountered not just an ambush, but a stout resistance. The arrows began to fall, but when the buccaneers returned fire, the ambush didn't melt away. The natives stood their ground and really fought. Morgan lost more than a few men, and the English remarked on the bravery and the nobility of what they called savages. They compared it to a battle of old, fighting to the last, never surrendering, asking no quarter. Near the end of the fighting, the leader of the native force fell to a musket shot, but he still pulled himself up, and he thrust his spear through the breast of one of the men who had shot him. Only then did a flurry of shot take him down, and these native defenders of Panama finally retreat. This had been bloody fighting on both sides, and Morgan's men didn't walk away from it unscathed, but they licked their wounds, and they made their way onto the plain of Panama. There is a report of a cry coming from the tree line as they make their way onto the plain. Quote, "Ha! To the plain, ye cuckolds, ye English dogs!" End quote. At least that's what Exquemelin and his English publishers recorded. I imagine that the native Panamanians didn't actually call the English ye cuckolds, but if they did say anything, what it was probably unprintable. But then, all of a sudden, the men were free, out of the mountains and overlooking the plain leading down to the city. What they saw there must have looked something like heaven. It was a gently sloping grassland with the Pacific Ocean in the far distance, and there, on the shoreline, Panama. Even more enticing in this pastoral picture were the herds of cattle idly grazing all across the plain. Imagine 1,200 men. Then, imagine them close to starving, and many of them fresh from a nasty, nasty battle. All they've had to eat for nearly 10 days is raw corn, boiled leather, and a few bites of bread. What do you imagine would happen when they came upon a plain of fat, slow cattle? The Spanish record seeing the fires dot the hillside like stars in the night sky. They talk about the trickles of blood coming down the hill, turning to rivers of blood from all of the hastily slaughtered cows. They talk about hearing villainous laughter, singing, and gunshots all throughout the night up on the hillside. That hill became a source of untold fear to the people of Panama, and it burned itself into their consciousness. Still today, it's called El Cerro de los Bucaneros. Exquemelin remembers the men gorging themselves, most unable to even wait for their meat to cook properly. They would bite into less than half-cooked beef with blood and juices filling their scraggly, dirty beards. Their camp had become one of fire and blood, with half-starved, cackling men feasting on raw flesh amid the piles of discarded bone and skin. In short, what had been a scene of heavenly peace only a few hours before had become hell. And the pirates hadn't even reached Panama yet. The Panamanians weren't sitting idly by, though. Don Juan was rousing every soldier, every man-at-arms, every slave, and every farmer that could hold a musket. They assembled some 3 miles outside of the city, an army made up of infantry, musketeers, artillery, and heavy horse. As the pirates feasted, the Spanish shot off their largest ordnance, though the balls did fall far short of Morgan's men. The infantry in the army sounded their trumpets, and a squadron of 50 horsemen rode forward, just out of musket range, to dance their horses flamboyantly and to jeer at the buccaneers. This was a taunt, but the Englishmen stayed in place and feasted, or let their eyes slip closed, while the Spanish horses pranced. This was also an offer of battle, a show of force that harkened back to the Middle Ages. In response, the buccaneers snored. When the horsemen returned, the mood in the camp darkened. They reported 2,000 buccaneers on the hillside. Now, of course, there were far fewer than that. Even starting out, Morgan's force had been no more than 1,800. Taking into account the men he'd left at Providence, at Fort San Lorenzo, and back at the Rivercraft, his force was no larger than 1,200 men, but that's still much larger than the 400 men the San Lorenzo deserters had reported. But their general gave a rousing speech to his men. He spoke of the duty in serving their Catholic Majesty. He spoke of the honor of dying for God and the King. He told them heaven awaited any man that fell, and glory awaited every man that fought bravely. In the morning, 2/3 of his army had deserted. Don Juan was in a panic. He suffered from an old injury that had nearly crippled his left leg, and it pained him too greatly to ride, so he sent heralds back to the city. Now they pressed every man they could find into service, putting a musket in his hand and herding them to the battlefield. Most of the deserters had been infantry, so the cavalry and artillery were still strong units. To bolster their number, though, Don Juan ordered hundreds of heads of cattle herded out. Some 50 or so herdsmen drove them. Now, Don Juan chose the place of battle well. As the defender, he had that opportunity. A ravine and a large hill stood on his right flank, so he believed that Morgan would be forced to attack his center and the left. The mass of his infantry and artillery formed the center, while the flanks were guarded by cavalry and those herds of cattle. The plan was to send hundreds of steers out to meet Morgan's force, the infantry, as they advanced, discombobulating them, breaking up their ranks, letting the cavalry harry them all into the center and into Don Juan's waiting guns. Morgan had woken his men early. In fear of a surprise attack, he decided to rouse the men and get them into formation. When no attack came, and he saw firsthand that the Spanish numbers were greatly diminished, he allowed his men to lazily finish off their roasted meat. Still, Morgan had cause to be cautious here, and Don Juan had cause to feel confident. Despite all of those desertions, his force was still numerically superior. He alone possessed horses and cannon, and his plan seemed like a good one. However, it was on the 19th of January, when the sun was near its zenith, that Morgan roused his men, and they marched on the Army of Panama. Morgan formed his army into 4 bodies, each numbering about 300 men. The vanguard out in front would be the first to come into contact with the enemy. Morgan placed it into the capable hands of Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Prince and Major John Morris. The main body of their force of 600 was then split into 2 as they approached Panama. Colonel Edward Collier took command of the left flank, and Henry Morgan himself took the right flank. The rear guard, which was basically the reserves, was under the command of one Colonel Bledry Morgan, apparently of no relation to Henry Morgan. The army, marching towards Panama, topped a rise, and they could finally see the enemy's defenses well. On their left flank, well, first I'd like to point out, when we talk about these 2 flanks, you have to think of it like being on stage. On stage, you would call stage right what lies to your right, even though it would be to the audience's left. The same principle applies here. The defenders, in this case the Spanish, are on stage. The left flank is their left, at least to military historians. Morgan's right is still the left flank. So, upon topping the hill, Morgan saw the weakness in the Spanish plan almost immediately. Their left flank was strong, with plenty of men, with plenty of open space to make maneuvers and easy access for any reinforcements to come in. The right flank looked very strong. That was the flank with the hill and the ravine beyond it, but Morgan saw two things here. First, Don Juan expected his attack on the left due to the natural barriers on the right. Second, that ravine would be a barrier for any Spanish reinforcements to arrive. So he gave out his orders and the English army advanced. The vanguard under Prince moved to engage the right flank, and the wing under Collier moved to take that hill. For the moment, the two units, each under a man named Morgan, held back. So Don Juan ordered a cavalry charge on the van, and several hundred horse stormed off, but Prince knew this was coming and he was waiting. He'd ordered his men to break into two smaller units, into boxed formations. There would be pikes out front to hold off the horse, and then hundreds of sharpshooters within. When the Spanish horse fell upon them, they would be forced around the two boxes and either forced in between the two units or to the outside, where their charge would be basically fruitless. It was a solid move on Prince's part, and it brings to mind some of the more daring maneuvers at the Battle of Waterloo, but in the end, really, it proved unnecessary. Once again, the skill of the Buccaneers, their marksmanship, proved itself. As the charge made its way towards them, it broke under a hail of iron musket balls. When more than half of their number fell through that first volley, the remaining horsemen just turned tail and ran for the city as hard as their horses could run. In the meantime, Collier was marching the hill. Now, he expected a barrage of cannon and musket fire to rain down on him. Taking a hill in any battle has always been a bloody business, but very little came. Maybe the defenders saw the dog's dinner playing itself out down below, or perhaps Don Juan hadn't expected anyone to actually try to take the hill, but it was more of a leisurely hike than a march. Below, though, two forces were on the move. The Spanish infantry was moving in. There were two things that this force didn't know, though. First, they'd been told that the cavalry would have broken the enemy force, which, of course, they hadn't. Second, they had no idea that Henry Morgan's wing was marching in as well to reinforce the van and to make a final push on the city. The two armies, rounding that hill, almost stumbled upon each other. Morgan and the Spanish infantry, they both opened fire and tried to maneuver for better position, but it wasn't a clean battle. Meanwhile, though, the vanguard under Prince was under another kind of charge. Several hundred head of cattle, led by a few dozen herdsmen, were moving on him. Can you imagine what that's like? I mean, an hour gone, these men had broken a cavalry charge, several hundred men with guns of their own riding galloping horses at them, and now the Spanish were attempting to whip a bunch of mooing, unhappy steers at them. I mean, really? How did the Spanish think this would turn out? And the herdsmen? Yeah, they were on horses, clearly visible, hollering and whipping away, so the Buccaneers loaded their muskets and took aim. Now on the hill, Collier surveyed the battlefield. He'd taken the hilltop with almost no resistance, and he had a clear view of what was laying below him. I can only imagine what an army of cattle looks like, but Morgan was still maneuvering and trading fire with the Spanish infantry, so Collier ordered his men to fall on them. Now, it didn't take the Spanish long to realize what was happening. While Morgan held their attention, firing on them, another force was marching down the hill to trap them. So the Spanish began an orderly withdrawal. They would take their guns, they would turn and fire on the English to keep them back, but keep moving ever away from the battle. Then they felt it, like an earthquake. The retreating Spanish turned and they saw it. Several hundred head of cattle, harried now by English pirates, came flooding around the hill. Their former masters were dead, and the musket fire had roused them to stampede. The English herded them straight at the Spanish infantry. So the last vestige of courage and orderly retreat left them, and the Spanish threw down their guns and ran. The whole battle, up to this point, had taken only about 2 hours. In his reports back to Spain, Don Juan would decry the cowardice of his men, how they deserted him at every opportunity, how they had failed to properly defend the city, and, well, he wasn't wrong. But there's something here, though, that we can really only see looking back on the events that the Spanish had no notion of and that the English were only just starting to realize. The Spanish had been told that they were fighting for the church, for Spain, and for honor. The English, though, were fighting for none of that. The Buccaneers were fighting for a pile of gold. Now, that's not a pile of gold that's going to go into the coffers of men who are already wealthy. Rather, it was a pile of gold that they could use for whatever they wished. Now, most of them had dreams of buying some land, maybe starting a family. Now, let's be real here, most of them would actually spend their pile of gold on the cheapest rum and most expensive women they could find, but it was theirs to spend. These men, English, French, Dutch, well, they'd left the Middle Ages behind. They weren't beholden to a monolithic church or even the almighty power of an absolute monarch. At least in the West Indies, these men considered themselves free. On the other hand, the Spanish, well, they were still little more than peasants. Or even, quite literally, slaves. Why would they put their lives on the line to defend their master's gold? They wouldn't, and it showed in the ease of taking Panama. So the battle was over, but the fighting wasn't entirely done. They still had the city to take, and that might prove as difficult as the battle outside the walls. As for Panama itself, well, the city in 1671 was a few miles away from where modern-day Panama City stands. It was, even in 1671, an old city, nearly as old as Havana or San Juan, and perhaps even wealthier. As the conduit through which all of that gold and silver flowed, well, a lot of it had a chance to stick in the Panamanians' pockets. The difference, though, is that Havana and San Juan were prepared for an attack. They had castles built of stone, they had armaments, they had storehouses filled to withstand a siege. The north coast of the Isthmus had San Lorenzo and Portobello, to be sure, but the city of Panama itself was far less prepared. See, Panama had never experienced any real threats before. Their position on the Pacific Ocean had always been more than enough to defend them. The closest anyone had come was Drake's attack a century before, but even that hadn't reached the city itself. Henry Morgan was the first, be it pirate king, buccaneer, privateer, admiral, whatever he was the first English commander to lay eyes on this jewel of the New World. And it turns out he didn't like what he saw. For as rich as the city was, she didn't have much in the way of stone buildings. The city hall, the church, maybe a mansion or two, a few warehouses here and there, but nearly all of the city was built out of wood. Even the two hastily erected forts within her walls were made out of wood. The streets inside were narrow, sometimes winding. Any force properly motivated to defend their homes could make taking the city a truly dirty business. So he had plans to lay and he had orders to give, as did the Spanish commander, Don Juan. He'd sworn that Morgan would not take Panama, whatever the cost. So he posted snipers in key locations, crossroads and the like. He built barricades to stop any advancing forces, and he even laid traps. He set casks of gunpowder tactically around the city to explode if the invaders made it in that far. Then he rallied the last remnants of his army and set to defend Panama. Unfortunately, well, Henry Morgan had 600 men who had seen no combat so far. And Don Juan, all he had was a ragtag group of last-minute conscripts who had seen the battle lost so easily from atop their castle walls. Now, exactly what happened within the city next remains unclear. There are conflicting reports from both sides. There was fighting in the streets almost immediately, but no real hope of repelling Morgan. All the Spanish hoped to accomplish was buying time for the women and children, and probably slaves, to escape carrying as much of their wealth as possible. It was, though, a slow-going, bloody battle, but the Spanish gave up ground while Morgan continued to advance. Then, amidst all the roars of cannon and the smell of gunpowder, they smelled something else. They smelled a wood fire, and strong, not the smell of a chimney or even a small fire. It hung heavy in the air, and men coughed and they choked. Visibility, all of a sudden, was cut down to almost none. So the Spanish and the English both retreated from the streets, and they realized that Panama was going up in flames. Now, Exquemelin states that Morgan set the fires in an act of extreme violence, but we have to remember that Alexander Exquemelin despised Morgan by this point, and his book is riddled with inaccuracies. And then, when we look at the accounts of Morgan and Don Juan Perez de Guzman, they both disagree with Exquemelin. They agree that it was the Spanish that set the fire initially, but they don't agree exactly which Spanish it was. Morgan accuses Don Juan himself of starting the blaze, which he had threatened earlier to do. Don Juan himself blames the panicked citizens of Panama. He blames rebellious slaves and foolish soldiers. Now, we'll never know exactly who set the fires that were quickly engulfing the city, but if we need further evidence that it wasn't Morgan, take a look at these two facts. First, Morgan had threatened to burn cities before, but only ever as a tool to get a ransom for the city, and never before ransacking the town to loot every bit of treasure he could. Second, there's what Morgan actually did next. I'll quote a man who was actually there, who was a sailor and a soldier, and he's actually a man that we'll be looking at in some depth when Morgan's story begins to draw to a close. I'm going to quote Bartholomew Sharp. Quote, "And now we were forced to put all hands to work for the quenching of the fire of our enemies' houses, which they themselves had kindled to disappoint us of the plunder. But all our labor was in vain, for by 12 o'clock at night the whole city was burnt, except a part of the suburbs, which, with our great industry, we made a shift to save, being 2 churches and about 300 houses." End quote. So rather than burning and ransacking, the pirates actually made an effort to save Panama, mostly to save the jewels and plunder they would find inside, but why would they do that if they had set the fires in the first place? Now, anyone who had slept in Panama, and I imagine that that night not many people got any sleep, but they would have woken to find most of Panama burned to ashes. That morning must have been a somber one for all of the citizens of the city, but also for the buccaneers. Not only had they fought a battle the day before, but they spent the entire night fighting fires all across the city. And now, well, most of the city's occupants had escaped with their valuables. What was left behind had mostly been lost in the fire. Still, the pirates began the long and probably thankless task of sifting through the rubble to find something of value. Still, more men were sent out in search parties to find anyone who had fled the city. They found a few and they interrogated them over the whereabouts of their valuables. Some held back, but most of them spoke about loading their gold and gems onto a ship. In the city, they were having some luck. A small bark had arrived in the Pacific harbor at Panama, despite the express orders of Don Juan that no ship make call in the city. It was immediately seized by the pirates and outfitted with more guns, as they are wont to do. Now, Morgan put her under the command of one Captain Searle. The ship, as soon as it was ready, sailed the shore around Panama. They explored every island they came across. They explored every inlet and every harbor they found. Now, they came upon a few ships, but carrying only people from the city who had no valuables on their person. They all talked, however, and they spoke, every one of them, about a ship that had been loaded with treasure. At one such harbor, the pirates found a store of wine and rum, and decided to take a little R&R on the shore and enjoy that rum and wine as thoroughly as they knew how. In the midst of their revelry, though, they were interrupted by what I imagine was a pretty surprised party of Spaniards. The men, the Englishmen, were all well and truly drunk, but they still got a little news out of these Spanish people who had walked up on them. They were from a ship called La Santísima Trinidad. That ship, out of Panama, loaded with all of the gold and silver and jewels of the city. Searle ordered all of the men to the boats, but every one of them was ashore with a belly full of wine. By the time they actually managed to row out to the ship and get her ready to sail, the Spanish galleon, full of all of Panama's treasure, was lost over the horizon. Now, they gave chase, of course, but the Spanish knew every hidden cove in the region, and the English didn't dare search all of them that they could find, just in case the Spanish had simply sailed as hard as they could to escape the pirates. They did, in their search, fall upon a few other ships carrying silk and dyes and logwood and the like, which was valuable cargo which they loaded onto their own bark, but it wasn't the windfall of gold and jewels that they were looking for. In the end, they were forced to sail back to Morgan and tell him of their failure. Now, they thought that once they had more ships in their possession as they did now, maybe they might be manned to conduct a more thorough search. However, in the city they had had a bit better luck finding some treasure. A ship had sailed into harbor carrying, well, open cotton, but it also had a chest of 20,000 pesos on board. Now that might be a decent haul on most pirate raids, but this was going to be divided between 1,800 men, and that amounts to only about 11 pesos each. Less, really, once the shares for the governor and the king and the admiralty and the captains and the surgeons and the carpenters and the wounded, once all of that was taken into account, for most of the men it was like getting a few bucks at best. However, those that had spent their time searching the city had found caches of gold and gems hidden about. They were hidden in wells and at the bottom of cisterns. There were hidden compartments built into some wine cellars, under the altars of one of the churches, and simply buried in some shallow holes. They found a little bit of treasure, so slowly it was beginning to trickle in. They searched for about 3 weeks or so, but finally, on February 14th, the Buccaneers decided to leave Panama. They wouldn't be going alone, though. There was an army of mules and pack horses that went with them, carrying all of their plunder, along with about 600 women and children. Now, they served two purposes. First, they would act as hostages against any enemy action on their march back to Las Cruces and then on to San Lorenzo. Second, if the people of Panama had any more treasure hidden away, especially on this nearly legendary galleon, well, perhaps they could bleed a bit more out of the city if Morgan let it be known that they would stop at Las Cruces and wait. Every hostage taken had a ransom on their head, and any who could reach the outpost with the ransom could take their loved ones back to Panama in peace. Many did arrive with sacks of silver to buy back their relatives. So many actually brought silver that a lot of the Buccaneers argued for going back to the city to search further. But still, not enough. By the 24th, when their boats were loaded with loot, Morgan was still saddled with far more prisoners than he'd expected. So he sent another message to Panama. He said that he would wait again at San Lorenzo, giving the city more time to raise the ransom. But when he left the coast, it would be with the rest of the women and children in tow, bound for Port Royal. You can imagine the kind of fears that must have been building in the minds of the Spanish with their wives and daughters in the hands of these villains. Exquemelin certainly could, and he actually wrote about an episode involving Morgan and the wife of a local merchant at some length. When they reached San Lorenzo Castle on the North Sea, the prisoners left with the Buccaneers were put into a church under guard. One woman, though, again, only according to Exquemelin, was housed in much more lavish accommodations. She was given a private room. She was given a slave to keep her company and to see to her needs. She was allowed visits from her friends, and Morgan himself brought her meals from his table, the finest food available in the castle. Then she received a letter from Morgan, and he encouraged her to, quote, consent to her own dishonor, end quote. The next day, Morgan arrived in person with a wealth of jewels in hand, a gift if she consented to his, quote, inflamed lust. She refused. She was a chaste and honorable woman, refusing to consent to Morgan's debaucheries. Morgan had her locked in a cell. He had all of her companions removed, along with all of her clothes, and he fed her at this point only bread and water, and small helpings of each. So she was cold, and she was hungry, and she was afraid. She was a helpless prisoner, but still, she refused to succumb, praying to God to give her strength and not to falter. And Exquemelin goes on and on about Morgan's villainy and this unnamed woman's chastity for pages. And all of it is just total nonsense. You mean to tell me that Henry Morgan, a man who, in, again, Exquemelin's narrative, ordered people's skin cut off on the rack for a sack of silver, waited on a woman giving her consent? You mean to tell me that Henry Morgan, a man who Exquemelin claims burned the city of Panama to the ground for some reason to the detriment of his own financial and military gain, let his inflamed lust wait on a woman agreeing to compromise her honor? Balderdash. Now, accounts given by other men that were on this voyage. They all claimed this episode with the merchant's wife never happened, but these are actually testimonies given in an admiralty court, and the men might have been protecting their captain or even their own reputations, so they're not much more reliable than Esquemelan. Now, certainly, there were rapes done in Panama. You don't take a city by force and escape that eventuality. No army ever in history has escaped that. But Morgan did try. Some men fled the ranks of soldiers as they were taking the city and found wine and women as soon as they entered, but Morgan ordered prisoners taken as soon as possible and executed or exiled any man who harmed any of his prisoners. So, no other accounts exist of Morgan tormenting any prisoner, especially a young woman. And in the end, when no ransom came, Morgan didn't follow through with his threats. He didn't take Panama's wives and daughters back to Jamaica. He released them with guides to actually return them home. Is that the action of a man trying to force a woman to consent? It seems very like Esquemelan was just building up resentment against Morgan for his next accusation, which might actually carry a little bit more weight. While they were at San Lorenzo, Morgan had all of the treasure taken in Panama collected, counted, and appraised. They would estimate the sale price of the silks and the dyes and such, and they would count that to each man's share. Then he brought each man on the voyage before him, made him swear an oath that no treasure had stuck itself in his pockets, and had each man searched. When all was finally accounted and all of the plunder was divided according to the code, each man walked away with only about 200 pieces of eight. For men who had been asked to endure months of hardship, to risk life and limb in heated battle, and who were denied some of the baser pleasures of conquest, this was a disappointment. Esquemelan asserts that Morgan and his cronies, landed Jamaican officers, all stole the bulk of the treasure and hid it on their ships. Now, naturally, Morgan would go on to deny this, and most historians agree with him. Graham A. Thomas, in his book, The Pirate King, argues that, well, Morgan was not exactly anonymous. He owned a plantation. He owned 2 plantations, and he had an estate in Spanish Town. He had a wife and a family that could be easily tracked down and killed in retribution. Why would he steal some gems and gold from men that would surely come to look for it when his estates, well, they grew enough sugar and made rum which could earn him more than a raid in any given year? He wouldn't. The reality here is that Morgan wasn't acting as a pirate, he was acting as an admiral for the interests of Jamaica and the British Empire. But Esquemelan and the rest of the men were certainly disappointed, and they were angry. Then, 2 ships arrived in San Lorenzo flying English colors. What news they brought isn't exactly known, but we can speculate with near certainty. With the departure of these 2 ships, Morgan, Prince, Collier, all the lieutenants of his army left on 4 ships in a great hurry. Esquemelan states that it was to escape the angry pirates who were bent on mutiny, but it's generally accepted today that Morgan had finally received the news of a treaty between England and Spain, the Treaty of Madrid, and the revocation of his letters of marque. And it occurred to him that he and his friends might just be in a great deal of trouble. And as Captain Morgan sails away from San Lorenzo Castle, here marks the end of Captain Morgan's last great raid on the Spanish New World. Originally, I had intended to finish the tale of Captain Morgan on this episode, to mark the end of the era and move on, but I've come to realize that that's not possible. Morgan's story in Caribbean piracy is far from finished, although his role is about to change. You see, Morgan had been the last great admiral of the Brethren of the Coast, and with his departure from San Lorenzo Castle, the fleet that he had assembled dispersed. But that doesn't mean that these men went home. Men who had been at Panama would terrorize the coasts of Nicaragua Nicaragua and the Mosquito Coast for months to come. They would build new bases now that the treaty between England and Spain had made Port Royal and even Tortuga less than opportune places to be. They would dig in all across the Caribbean, and then they would spread out. But these weren't the privateers of Captain Morgan's Navy. These were true pirates, and they were searching for a true pirate haven. These men would go on to harry Spanish galleons all across the Caribbean. They would attack English merchants in North America. They would sack Portuguese and Dutch slavers off the coast of Africa, and even, eventually, Mogul ships in the Indian Ocean. As Captain Morgan sailed away from San Lorenzo Castle to face whatever was waiting for him in Port Royal, the next generation of Caribbean pirates was preparing to sail farther than any ever had before. Thanks everybody so much for listening, and thanks for your patience and waiting for this episode. It took a long time. Well, I was trying to finish the story of Captain Morgan in one episode, and two problems occurred. First, combining the story of Panama and what came after doesn't really have a satisfying conclusion. It's not a good story as far as narrative is concerned. And second, I really became aware of just how important Captain Morgan is going to be to these men who we're going to get to know very well over the coming weeks. Men like Thomas Tew, Bartholomew Sharp, Pierre Le Picard, even on to men like Captain William Kidd and those who founded the pirate kingdom of Libertalia. So again, thank you for listening. I can't tell you all how much I appreciate it. And thanks everybody that's left us a review on iTunes or wherever you happen to listen to the show. Thanks to everybody who's left us a donation through the website. And thank you especially to everybody who has signed up for our Patreon. We really couldn't do this show without you guys. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out by this point, you really should. Check them out over at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and SoundCloud. And once again, most importantly, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first like this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Exciting and new. Hello, Hannah Waddingham here. Have you seen the fabulous new Sun Princess? World-class entertainment, exceptional dining, and the greatest pizza ever.
Don't miss our Come Aboard sale with up to 40% off and free room upgrades. Visit princess.com or call your travel advisor to book. Princess Cruises. Terms and restrictions apply. Offer ends 2/28/25. Ships at Bermuda and British Registry.
Today's show is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Emily, Bull, Rumgut, Lopez, Ward, Vertigon, Yelteek, Contefaliende, and Bootstraps Bailey. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. For most of us, it's difficult to imagine living in a world where we aren't all connected, except for maybe the oldest among us and those living far, far removed from civilization. It's probably impossible to remember a time when we weren't connected to the outside world in some fashion. Today we have the internet and cell phones in our pockets. We could, if we so choose, call up someone in Egypt while looking up the latest Japanese fashions and emailing someone in Peru. The news and opinions, the pulse of the world are at our fingertips. But even before this technological wonderland in which we live, people across the world had access to cable TV and 24-hour news networks and long-distance phone plans and newspapers and radio. Now, my grandmother, she was born in a small town in the Ozark Mountains during the Great Depression. And that's not as far removed as you can get, but it's not tremendously far off. Still, she could turn on a radio and hear the latest news on what was happening in Germany or Japan or North Africa. We have to go fairly far back to find a time when people were truly removed. Even in the era that we concern ourselves with on this show, people correspond with some regularity and they have a notion of what's happening in the outside world. But all the same, I'd like you to imagine what it was like to be on a small island, halfway around the globe from your home. There's a community there, to be sure, but all around that community is open water, which is controlled by enemy ships. The closest friendly settlement is still days away, and that's with favorable winds. The centers of power, the people who control your life, are at best a month away. And that would leave them unable to give any sort of aid to you or your family or your friends should the worst befall your community. If you found yourself in that situation, isolated and feeling threatened, wouldn't you do whatever it took to defend your home? If you imagined that, you begin to understand what it was like to live in Port Royal in the 17th century. Now, when the people of Jamaica were attacked by those Cuban ships, they felt a need to strike back, to arm themselves, and to provide a show of strength to those who were seeking to destroy them. Of course, at the time, they didn't know that their king had just signed a treaty ensuring their safety from those supposed enemies, so they called once again on Admiral Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast to do what they felt needed to be done. That was the situation the citizens of Port Royal and Spanish Town found themselves in. That was their perspective. This is episode 32, The Royal Perspective. We've talked at some length these past few weeks and months about Henry Morgan and the people of Jamaica, about the circumstances that drove them to do what they did and be who they were, but we've somewhat passed by or overlooked what was happening back in Europe and more specifically back in England. So I'd like to take a step back today and look at what was happening in Europe right before Morgan sacked Panama. In early 1669, King Charles II called his brother James and his most trusted advisors into his private chambers. He had deeply important news to impart to them. He told them, with tears in his eyes, of his desire to convert to Catholicism. This was a big deal. Charles was the King of England and Scotland, and England was one of the bulwarks of the Protestant world. Much of England's national identity, even perhaps most of England's national identity, was caught up in their Protestant Anglican Church. For their king, who served as the head of their church, well, he just couldn't up and decide one day to become a Catholic. He had duties to his people and to their church. I mean, okay, look, so after Queen Elizabeth's death, under the first two Stuart monarchs, England rolled back some of their anti-Catholic policies. Now, this upset some people so much that they decided to have a civil war to depose the king and nearly abolished the entire institution of monarchy altogether. Now, in King Charles II's day, with the monarchy restored, the son of the very man who was deposed for being lenient on Catholicism had confessed that he wanted to adopt it for himself. That's almost like the king of Saudi Arabia deciding to convert to Shia Islam, it would disrupt the entire fabric of the society. Is that, can they even do that? Is that allowed? Well, King Charles and his advisors weren't sure, but they did know that if he were to do so abruptly, it very well might tear the country apart. You see, the year before, on Easter Sunday, England saw the beginning of what were called the Bawdy House riots. That's when a few zealous Protestants in the town of Poplar decided to ransack some of the local brothels. They busted up the place, they dragged out some of the patrons, and they gave them a stern talking to. The patrons that they chose to drag out were all church officials, or at least powerful known Catholics. And usually that talking to seemed to be parading them around nude and whipping them while reading relevant passages of the Bible. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, that probably sounds pretty familiar, and that's no accident. George R.R. Martin is a fan of history, and pious militant zealots dragging church officials out of brothels is, well, it's powerful imagery. So the Bawdy House riots spread from there, and they grew into well-armed bands marching down city streets, carrying whips and weapons and even flags toward the seedy side of town. These bands did the same thing they had done in Poplar, and the movement grew both in size and in its ferocity. Now, it didn't last long. It was broken up pretty quickly by the king, but the king did ask, quote, why? Why do they go to them then? End quote. You see, he failed to understand just how his people, or at least how some of his people, felt about Catholics in the Catholic Church. Now, that might not match how we in the modern world view Catholicism, but in the late 17th century, a Protestant would see Catholicism as, well, they would see it as lustful, lascivious, sensual, and clearly directly motivated by Lucifer's hand to tempt men back into a false faith. See, well, Charles had a large number of lovers, both men and women reportedly, but his most prized lovers were given wealth and influence, and even sometimes real power. His favorite mistress was one Lady Castlemaine, and back in 1663, she openly converted to Catholicism. His favorite male lover was openly working in turn in the royal court in favor of Spain and in favor of France. See, this was the English Restoration, and it was, well, almost an answer to the repressed days of Cromwell and the Puritans. Restoration England was fun and fancy and full of sex. And all of that sinful behavior, all that lust and greed and gluttony was, at least in the minds of the Protestants, Catholic behavior. So what do you, a godly English Puritan, do? Clearly, you attack brothels and whip the Catholic men you find them just to show how vile they truly are, naturally. In the end of the Bawdy House riots, 15 ringleaders were tried for treason and 4 of them were executed. But they weren't wrong. Exactly. Rioting and whipping people and even occasionally committing murder, that's not okay. But in the time, Catholicism was very much in vogue in the upper echelons of Restoration England. It was a growing and powerful force. You see, in the past couple of decades, France had made a huge comeback. With the ascension of Louis XIV, they'd left the tumultuous days of religious strife and civil war behind them. Not entirely, not 100%. People were still being terribly persecuted, but things were much more stable under the absolute monarchy of the Sun King. The days in France were awash in sunshine and luncheons in the garden and gossip of court. Their nights were even better. They were filled with parties and elegant balls overflowing with expensive liquor and exotic foods and busty maidens and lusty lads sneaking out into the warm night air to steal a kiss or maybe something more if they were up for it. In the reign of the Sun King, it was great to be French, as long as you were rich. It was pretty terrible for the peasants, but who cares about the peasants? Surely they're not going to turn around and bite us, right? But it was fun. be French. It was fun to be European. Finally, it was fun. Ever since Martin Luther had published that damnable document in Europe, his 95 Theses, Europe had been racked by the storms of religious discord and revolution and war. And finally, things were settling down, and the upper crust of Europe could enjoy the wealth and opulence that their systems of slavery and colonialism had brought them. And their cousins across the Channel in England wanted some of that as well. The streets of London saw women sporting the newest French fashions from the boutiques. More and more nobles were speaking French, probably more than in any time since King William had conquered the island. They ate French food, and they saw French plays, and they read French poets. But as for the king, his connections to France, and more specifically the Catholic Church, went much deeper than the fashions of the day. If you were to think way back to our early episodes on Queen Elizabeth, you might remember a rival claimant to her throne, Mary, Queen of Scots. Well, Mary's full name was Mary Stuart, and she was actually raised in France as a devout Catholic. Most of the Catholics in England considered her to be the rightful queen and Elizabeth the usurper. Now, her first marriage was to the King of France, which made her the queen consort of the nation, but that husband would die, and after his death she would go on to take up the Scottish throne and marry a Scottish nobleman. King Charles II of England and Scotland was her great-grandson through that marriage. Charles' own mother, Henrietta Maria, was actually French and Catholic. The entire family went into exile in France when it was clear that they were losing their civil war. King Louis took them in and gave them honored places as his court, as he would be expected to do since Henrietta Maria was his aunt and the young king in exile was his cousin. Charles' sister, also named Henrietta like her mother, was baptized originally in the Anglican Church as per her father's wishes, but was converted to Catholicism by her mother as an infant and raised as a Catholic in France. She would go on to marry into the court of King Louis and become the Duchess of Orleans. Upon the restoration of the Stuart monarchy in England, Charles took a bride in 1662. He chose none other than the Infanta Catherine of Portugal. She was the daughter of the Portuguese king and, you guessed it, a Catholic. This upset no small number of English Protestants, but it didn't end there. Catherine, his wife, was forced to take on Charles' favorite lover into service as one of her ladies of the bedchamber, that same Lady Castlemaine that converted to Catholicism in 1663. Now, Lady Castlemaine was married, as was proper for a young English noblewoman, and she had a number of children. The first of her children was reportedly conceived on the very night that Charles was restored to the throne. Her husband was not the father. She would go on to bear 5 more illegitimate children of the kings: Charles Fitzroy, Henry Fitzroy, Lady Charlotte Fitzroy, George Fitzroy, and the Lady Barbara Fitzroy. Fitzroy means child of the king. Of course, those weren't the only children of King Charles. He had at least 4 others that we know of. There was James Fitzroy, whom he had with Lucy Walter, his first known mistress. There was Charles Fitzcharles, whom he had with Catherine Pegg. There was Charles Beauclerk with Nell Gwynn, and then there was Charles Lennox, whom he had with Louise Renée de Penang, with the Duchess of Portsmouth. Now, that's at least 10 children, and not a single one of them was with his own wife. Oh, and then that eldest daughter of Lady Castlemaine and King Charles, conceived on the night of his coronation. Well, shortly after being married off at age 13 to a 20-year-old lord, she almost immediately entered into a lesbian relationship with one of her father's own favored mistresses, the then 30-year-old renowned French beauty whom Charles had actually proposed to as a young man in exile in France. Her husband, to break up that relationship, sent her away to his country estates, where she was promptly seduced by another lordling. All of this happened by the age of 17. Maybe, just maybe, those tight-knit English Protestants were on to something when they accused these aristocrats of sinful debauchery. Now, none of those names that I just listed off are important to our story. Except perhaps James Fitzroy, his eldest son, but that will come later on. I just wanted to illustrate how connected King Charles was to the Catholic faith. His great-grandmother was a Catholic. His mother was a Catholic. His sister, Catholic. His wife, Catholic. The woman who he proposed to as a young man and decided to keep on as a lover, and the father of one of his children, was a Catholic. And his preferred favorite mistress, mother of 6 of his children, and presumably the woman that he genuinely loved, was a Catholic. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new a couple more days. But I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off. to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
This episode is brought to you by Coffee Mate. After watching this season of the HBO's original series, The White Lotus, this is the tropical getaway I needed. One more pina colada, please. Hey, you're not on mute. Oh, I thought I was in paradise. Turns out, it was my Coffee Mate. Coffee Mate Pina Colada and Thai-iced coffee-flavored creamers. Inspired by the newest season of HBO's original series, The White Lotus. For the love of coffee. Try now.
Is it any surprise that he would call his brother and closest advisors into his bedchambers to tearfully confess his desire to convert to Catholicism? Well, not to his brother. That year, James, the Duke of York, had taken the Eucharist in France and secretly converted to Catholicism. Now, King Charles knew of his brother's conversion, but they both agreed it would be best, for the time being at least, to keep it a secret. In truth, it was unlikely to be a surprise to either of the other counselors there. Both were confidants of the king, and if they weren't openly sympathetic to the Roman Catholic Church, they were at least aware of the king's sentiment, and they were busy negotiating treaties with France and with Spain. You see, that whole story about the bedchamber is likely just a bunch of malarkey anyway. Charles might have already been a Catholic. He was rumored to have attended Catholic services while in exile, and then taken communion while away in France after being crowned King of England. But it was a necessary piece of propaganda to attempt to sell the English people on their king's honest and godly conversion, while his ministers and close family members were busy negotiating deals to see that England's return to Catholicism went as smoothly as possible. In France, the king's sister, the Duchess d'Orléans, Henrietta of England, was busy building bridges between the two monarchs, Louis XIV and Charles II. She would whisper into the Sun King's ear of his cousin's earnest desire to return England to Catholicism, of his love of France and of Louis himself, and his desire to see the rift between the two nations repaired. More and more, King Louis began to see what a favorable turn of events that could be. His rule was still young, and he was having trouble, as usual, with the Dutch Republic on his eastern border. They were growing bold and perhaps even a bit dangerous. There was potential, though, for an alliance between England and France, so he stayed out of war as best as possible, but let Henrietta Maria know of his interest in growing closer with England. So Charles sent 2 emissaries to France, one Henry Bennet and Sir Thomas Clifford. Now these might have been the 2 men called into the bedchamber with James and Charles. At the very least, both were Catholic and both were powerful. These were 2 members of the king's inner council, known as the Cabal, comprised of Baron Clifford, the Earl of Arlington, the Duke of Buckingham, Baron Ashley, and the Duke of Lauderdale, Cabal. Now these 2 sent to France were among those on the Cabal that believed in absolute monarchy in the style of Louis XIV and in a return to the Catholic Church. Now the treaty that they were there to discuss had already been mostly worked out beforehand between the 2 monarchs, with Henrietta hammering out some of the details and facilitating the talks, but the 2 lords had to fine-tune a few things and assign their names. The main points of the treaty, described by the French historian François-Auguste Marin-Meunier, are as follows. Quote, "The King of England will make a public profession of the Catholic faith and will receive the sum of 2 millions of crowns to aim in his project from the Most Christian King in the course of the next 6 months. The date of this declaration is left absolutely to his own pleasure. The King of France will faithfully observe the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle as regards Spain, and the King of England will maintain the Treaty of the Triple Alliance in a similar manner. If new rights to the Spanish monarchy revert to the King of France, the King of England will aid him in maintaining these rights. The 2 kings will declare war against the United Provinces. The King of France will attack them by land and will receive the help of 6,000 men from England. The King of England will send 50 men of war to sea, and the King of France 30. The combined fleets will be under the Duke of York's command. Separate articles will provide for the interests of the Prince of Orange. The Treaty of Commerce, which has already begun, shall be concluded as promptly as possible." End quote. Now this treaty was called the Treaty of Madame, a nod to Henrietta's key role in brokering it. It was ratified in June 1670, though, naturally, it was kept a secret. On August 8th of that same year, negotiations surrounding the Treaty of Madrid concluded as well, bringing peace between Spain and England. Then, another diplomat was sent to France, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham. He was another member of that cabal, but he was not a Catholic, nor did he approve of absolute monarchy. But he was there to negotiate a treaty with King Louis, outlining an alliance between the 2 nations in an upcoming potential war with the Dutch Republic. When the Duke began the talks, he was amazed at just how smoothly the negotiations went for him. The French king was open to every suggestion that Villiers put forth, those at least that the king had sent him to acquire. He got Louis to agree to send 30 men of war to sea, and even to observe the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. He hardly had to do any work at all. He said of his time in France that he had, quote, "more honors done him than ever were given to any subject," end quote. It was almost like the French king had already agreed to every provision Buckingham put forth, shaken hands on it, and signed his name. King Charles was going to be so happy with Villiers' performance. Now this treaty that the Duke of Buckingham worked out was called the Treaty of Dover, and it was a sham. In almost every way, it was identical to the Treaty of Madame, only without that bit at the beginning about the king announcing his conversion to Catholicism and returning England to the Church. Now this Treaty of Dover, it was signed by all 5 members of the Cabal in December of 1670, including those who opposed England becoming more and more Catholic, and including those 2 whose signatures already graced the first treaty. Charles II, along with his brother James, along with Louis XIV of France, Henrietta, and a host of diplomats on the continent, were maneuvering England into a position to renounce the false faith of the Tudors and return to the Catholic fold. It was into this world of wealth and power, of courtly intrigues and of alliances with Spain and France and the Church, with a major war against the Dutch looming, that news came from the other side of the globe. A group of scruffy English and French soldiers, all of them Protestants, had sailed under an English flag and an English admiral. They'd sacked the Catholic cities on Providence and San Lorenzo. They'd attacked the city of Panama, defiled her churches, and burned it to the ground. And worst of all, they'd done this with the official backing of the English governor in Jamaica, who was a representative of the king himself. You see, the structure of power in the early days of the British Empire was pretty straightforward. The king ruled England and all of her colonies. The Lord High Admiral, who was sometimes the king, but it was a shifting position, commanded all of England's navies, and therefore all of her overseas possessions. If he were not the king, he served at the behest of the king. And in 1671, when Morgan attacked Panama, that position was held by James Stuart, the king's brother. Now, under the Lord High Admiral served a council known as the Lords of Trade. They served as a sort of oversight committee over the colonies and the growing East India Company. They were appointed by the Lord High Admiral and also served at the behest of the king. One of their duties, one of their most profitable enterprises, was the appointment of local governors. Now, they chose these governors carefully. They chose men with the right blend of military, commercial, and administrative experience and capability to lead an English colony to success. Or, more typically, they just took huge bribes and promises of a share in the island's profits and named the highest bidder as the governor. Now, these governors were appointed by the Lords of Trade, but they served directly under the Lord High Admiral, and the signature of the king himself appeared on their commissions. These governors had a huge amount of power entrusted to them by the king. Most notable to our story is the power to sign letters of marque, as though that were in the king's name. It was a straight line of responsibility from King Charles II of England down to Governor Modiford and his decision to give Henry Morgan permission to attack the Spanish wherever he chose to do so. This was a huge problem for King Charles. He was, in a sense, directly responsible for all of the people killed and treasure stolen in Panama. He'd spent years courting the Spanish and only just signed a treaty with them just less than a year ago, and that treaty was already on shaky legs. Now, while he was preparing for a major war with the Netherlands, one of his personal representatives had burned Panama itself to the ground and committed untold atrocities there. Worst of all, Charles had learned of this from the Spanish ambassador. The ambassador was, as you might imagine, quite furious. He told Charles that the Queen had fallen to her knees, where she lay in prayer for hours after hearing the news of what had happened to Panama. Now, that was bad, but even worse, learning of it from the ambassador made him look weak. It made him look like he was uninformed and didn't have control of his own lands. It made it look like maybe that treaty that they had just signed was a mistake. If Charles couldn't control his own citizens, then what good was this treaty? The Spanish were very unhappy. It meant nothing if English pirates could still pillage undisturbed. Now, if the Treaty of Madrid fell apart while this war with the Dutch was starting, it would open up his rear to an attack from Spain, who had considerable interest in the Netherlands. Moreover, it might endanger his alliance with France, which was so dear to his heart and so necessary to his plans. So the king took action. First, he immediately sent the architect of the Treaty of Madrid to the Queen Regent herself. William Godolphin had developed a rapport with the Queen and with her counselors, with her court, and he was well known there. Then, the king ordered Thomas Modiford, the governor's son, who was in London, arrested and threw him in the Tower of London. This was partly to appease the Spanish as fast as possible, but it was also collateral against the governor of Jamaica, who was a powerful man that had at his beck and call an armada of pirates, led by a very talented admiral, and this governor had a history of going his own way. Then, the king had a commission written up, waiting for his signature. He named one Sir Thomas Lynch, Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica, with the full authority of the crown backing him. If that name, Thomas Lynch, sounds familiar, well, he'd actually been the governor of Jamaica once before. He was among that force that initially took the island from the Spanish in 1655, and he'd climbed the ranks up to lieutenant governor. For a time, while the colony was without an appointed governor, he'd filled that office. Now, what wasn't written into that commission that the king ordered, that was given to Thomas Lynch, was a personal order given to him by James, the Lord High Admiral. He was to assess the situation with the pirates there in Port Royal. He was to assess the political climate as well. Then, if the situation allowed, he was to arrest the governor and send him back to England in chains. Lynch was put on board a ship as soon as possible, and they set sail for Jamaica. Now, it was with this news, with these tidings, that William Godolphin arrived in Madrid to speak to the Spanish queen. When he was brought before her, he fell to his knees, he kissed at her feet, and he begged her forgiveness. He told of praying for the souls of Panama in company with the king himself, and he told of the sorrow that both he and the king felt for her people. Then he promised her retribution. He told her of the king's swift action to see the offending governor arrested, imprisoned, tried, and perhaps even executed. He promised that he would see justice done in the name of the king. The queen looked at him and brushed that aside. A disobedient governor was a problem, and one which had caused her some trouble, but his removal was necessary housekeeping for any monarch. She wanted something more. Her nation had been scarred by an attack so violent and so evil, and they wouldn't soon recover. It was a black mark upon the reputation of Spain, and the Queen Regent knew just at whose feet to lay the blame. She looked at William Godolphin and told him she wanted the head of Henry Morgan. Next time, we'll return to Port Royal with the arrival of Thomas Lynch and the arrival of Captain Morgan. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and thank you for your support. Everybody who has been kind enough to leave us a review on iTunes or wherever you listen to the show, everybody who has donated to the show through the website, and everybody who has joined up to support us on Patreon. I really couldn't do this show without you, and I appreciate it. I love doing this, and I'm so glad that you guys find value in it. I've had a boom of support over at Patreon, so I decided it might be good to thank all of our new Patreon supporters, including Alex, Mitch, Grand Adventure, Emily, Eric, Kelly, another Mitch, Patrick, Paul, and Karen Roman. Karen is going to be our ship's linguist and help me with some of my pronunciation. I'd like to thank her and apologize to any of our listeners who are native speakers of Spanish, French, Dutch, any of the Caribbean dialects, or any other language that I managed to butcher on this show. Even our friends across the pond who speak a purer form of English, hopefully we'll get better at that in the near future. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. Brillig is a band out of Australia, and very soon we're going to be venturing to Australia as well with a very peculiar pirate. You can always check them out if you haven't already over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, SoundCloud, Twitter, or YouTube. Once again, most importantly, and as always, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Today's show is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Bull, Rumgut, Jennings, Lopez, Ward, Vertigon, Yelteek, Contefaliende, and Bootstraps Bailey. And I'd like to welcome our newest Commodores. That's Commodores Matthew and Paul. Thank you so much. And if you'd like to help support the show, go to patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In our super-connected modern world, we tend to take for granted our almost instantaneous access to information. When a celebrity dies, or when a politician says something stupid, or when, God forbid, a group of poor, bearded religious radicals attacks somewhere in the world, Twitter might let us know even before the news has done a write-up about it. Now, I think most of us are actually aware of the marvel that is modern communications. We realize that this access is unprecedented, but more and more it's becoming an expected part of everyday life. I know that personally, I tend to expect fresh news every morning as part of my daily ritual. Well, back in the late 17th century, the world was undergoing a similar revolution. It was nowhere near as instantaneous as what we have today, but news was moving faster than ever before. Largely, this was due to improvements in their ships. The nations of Europe, primarily, were immersed in something of an arms race, unlike any that the world had really seen before. Now, the English Navy was modernizing as fast as possible, as were the French. The Spanish and the Portuguese navies were beginning to fall behind, but they still had shipyards that were second to none, and more than anyone else, and they could outproduce any other nation. However, all of these nations, basically every nation in Europe, was left behind in the wake of the Dutch. The Dutch were busy taking over the Asian spice trade from Portugal, and generally they were building a worldwide trade empire. Now, later in the future, we'll be looking much more at the Dutch, but what's important to us today is the ships they had and their speed. They were designing vessels that could tackle the voyage from Northern Europe to Southeast Asia with ease, and the other nations of Europe were trying to copy those ship designs. We're talking about vessels that could round the Cape of Africa and survive the monsoons of the South Pacific. For vessels that were designed to survive these long and hazardous voyages, a jaunt across the Atlantic was nothing. Now, there were hurricanes, to be sure, and unruly trade winds all around the world, but what they call the triangle trade was booming. That's ships from Europe sailing to Africa to pick up slaves, sailing west to the Caribbean to drop off slaves and to pick up the fruits of their labor: sugar, tobacco, cotton, ambergris, and basically a whole host of other exotic fruits and vegetables. Then they would take those goods and travel back to Europe. By the late 17th century, the triangle trade routes were an international superhighway. Hundreds and hundreds of ships a year made this voyage, and they were becoming exceedingly good at it. With the right ship, the voyage from Cuba to Spain could reliably be made with the right ship and favorable winds in a month, and certainly no more than 2. In addition to the produce of the plantation system, these ships were carrying another equally valuable commodity. They were carrying news. Now, that news typically came in the form of correspondence, letters from your friends or family members or associates. You know, something like, "Dear Father, I hope this letter finds you well. Mary has fully recovered from the childbirth. Oh, by the way, England and Spain have signed a treaty, so whatever you do, don't send 2,000 men to attack one of their cities. Give Mother my love. Regards, Thomas. However, when the news was dire, they would send the fastest ships they had available. For example, when 400 poor, bearded religious radicals appeared on Providence Island and sacked the castle there, a ship sailed immediately for Havana, and then on to Spain with news of the attack. If we assume that the ship sailed under optimal conditions, it's possible that it could have reached Spain before even Captain Morgan made his move on San Lorenzo Castle. I'd like you to imagine it. Your nation, wherever that may be, signs a treaty with your most antagonistic enemy. Then, word comes that that same nation attacked one of your military bases. Then, only a couple of weeks later, they've occupied that base and moved on to attack another. And later, that they're planning to attack one of your richest cosmopolitan cities. Not to worry, though, the city is defended by the best and the bravest your nation has to offer. Then, in 2 more weeks, another messenger ship. These heathens defeated your army. They pillaged the city. They tortured, raped, murdered, defiled churches, threw babies from rooftops, and finally burned the city to the ground. All this in the wake of signing a peace treaty with you, with the formal legal backing of the governor there. How would you feel? How would your government react? Someone would have to pay for this. This is episode 33. Payment. After the attack on Panama, Henry Morgan arrived home to Port Royal in what had become the usual fashion. He was hailed as a conquering hero by everyone from beggars and prostitutes to merchants and planters. But the celebrations quickly died. There were only 4 ships, the Mayflower, the Pearl, the Dolphin, and the Mary, when there should have been a dozen and more. The captains were Morgan's most trusted confidants, but not the swaggering captains typical of the Brethren of the Coast that the people of Port Royal had come to expect. Now these men on board these ships should have been unloading unruly pirates with pockets full of gold ready to be spent, but the men disembarking were the closest thing to respectable that Morgan had under his command. These were soldiers rather than buccaneers. Now their plunder would spend as well at the local rum sinks and brothels as any other man's, but they would be a little bit less free with it. And then there was the Admiral himself. He wasn't the jovial, laughing captain clapping his men on the back and barking out orders that they had come to know and love. Today he was gaunt and hollow-cheeked. He was clearly suffering from some disease picked up in the jungles on the Spanish Main. So the throng there on the docks of Port Royal opened up for him as he passed on his way to Spanish Town and to his home. Now the remaining captains, the other 4 men, were tight-lipped about exactly what had transpired on the voyage. They told their men to be careful with what they said as well. So they unloaded the cargo, what there was of it, and then those men set off for home as well. In the following days, more and more ships did begin to arrive in harbor. Now, these were the single-masted barks, the sloops, and the war canoes, typical of the Brethren. They carried the real pirates, the men eagerly awaited by those rum-mongers and doxies and card sharks, but even they were a disappointment. Upon returning from a raid, they were known to shower every business in sight with custom, be free with whatever money they had, but now they were less than free with their coin. Now, to be sure, every bed and every brothel was filled that night, and every man was drunk, but they weren't the raucous, rambunctious crowd that was expected. Instead of buying rounds for everyone in sight and making foolhardy bets, they were huddled around tables in every tavern. They were grumbling into their rum and sinking into dark, sullen silences. Now, naturally, everybody with an interest in trading with the buccaneers wanted to know what was going on, but it was probably the prostitutes that learned what was happening first. Any man who knew what he was about would have gone to them. They would trade their secrets as quickly as their charms. Eventually, though, one way or another, it came out that the raid had been a disappointment, and the men hadn't received the great rewards that had been promised. promised to them. Now, most of the men would need to find new voyages, or even new crews, or perhaps a voyage to cut logwood, and many did do just that, but still, Port Royal was filled to bursting with dissatisfied men who were rapidly drinking through the last of their coin. After a few weeks, a French buccaneer vessel sailed into town, carrying the surgeon Alexander Exquemelin. That crew in particular had a tale of woe and hardship after Panama, and they told it freely. But Exquemelin himself had a lot more to say. He was, after all, a learned man, and he knew how to read and write, something relatively rare among the buccaneers. Back in Panama, he'd begun to write an account of what had happened there and on the isthmus, and he planned to write an account of Captain Morgan and all of his exploits. So he began to speak to all the old buccaneers in Port Royal, all of the prostitutes and the merchants there. He asked all of them what they knew about Captain Morgan and about his time as Admiral of the Jamaica Station. He asked them about the history of Port Royal and Tortuga and about the Brethren of the Coast. He began to outline his narrative and really build a case against Henry Morgan. Now, all of the men, seemingly, grumbled that they'd been cheated, but none louder than Exquemelin himself. They believed that Morgan and his associates, those 4 most trusted captains and their crews, had kept the largest shares of Panama's plunder to themselves and buried it, either on Captain Morgan's estate, or back on Providence Island, or on Cuba, or basically anywhere they could imagine. Now, another surgeon on the voyage, the man who was actually the head surgeon directly under Morgan, wrote, quote, "There have been very great complaints by the wronged seamen against Admiral Morgan, Collier, and other commanders, but nothing could be done." Then he goes on, "They gave what they pleased, for which we must be content, or else be clapped in irons." End quote. He complained in a public letter that the men on board the voyage had been injured, killed, some of them lost at sea, and everybody who was left only received 10 pounds silver. He continued in his letter, quote, "Cannot tell what infatuated our grandees to send forth such a fleet on so slender and a other cause but a pitiful small Spanish man-of-war of 8 guns, which came vaporing upon these coasts with the commission from the Queen of Spain, took 1 small vessel, burnt 4 or 5 houses, and took away about 30 live hogs, and he himself was taken with the ship. We do the Spaniards more mischief in 1 hour than they can do us in 7 years. It is incredible what loss they received by us at Panama." End quote. Now, he makes a decent point there, a point that actually a large part of our story today is going to hinge on, but most of the men complained about their lack of pay, never mind the fact that Morgan's orders had been disobeyed. His men let the treasure ship carrying all of Panama's riches slip away from them while they were busy drinking themselves into a stupor, but no, it was all Captain Morgan's fault. Regardless, Morgan had other worries, a lot more troublesome than being surrounded by hundreds of drunken, violent, revenge-minded buccaneers. He was likely in a great deal of trouble. While away in Panama, official word of the peace between England and Spain had come. Now, both he and Governor Modiford had a solid argument in their defense. Though Modiford actually knew of the peace when signing Morgan's letters of marque, there had been no official notification. They'd learned about the treaty from friends and family, but not from the Lords of Trade, or the Lord First Admiral, or the Crown. So, officially speaking, they'd not been informed of the treaty. They weren't responsible for breaking it, and therefore they could pass the buck on up the chain of command. So Morgan put pen to paper and wrote an official report of what had happened in Panama, a report that would actually more closely match the Spanish reports than the records of Exquemelin. Then, Governor Modiford wrote to Lord Arlington back in London, arguing his reasons for allowing Morgan to go back to sea. To summarize those arguments, they look something like this. The Queen of Spain planned and intended to attack Jamaica. Then, they carried it out, attacking villages, burning homes, killing and frightening women and children. Remember, Lord Arlington, that letter when you told me to keep the privateers in the posture that letter should find them, end quote? Well, I, Governor Modiford, did, and when we were attacked, with no ships or soldiers from England to help, we turned again to those privateers. But you know how these men are. They're unruly, they're uncivilized, they could hardly be kept in check. Really, little better than pirates, and not to be trusted. In truth, it's kind of your fault, Lord Arlington, for not sending me the men and the ships that I requested. But, of course, Governor Modiford said all that very politely and very properly. But he went ahead and sent off those letters, as well as Morgan's report, and everyone hunkered down in Jamaica to await a response. Some believed at the time that Morgan's fever was merely a ruse, an excuse to stay far from Port Royal and holed up in his manor house. Now, it wasn't. He was really sick, but if it had been a ruse, he would have had very good reason to stay holed up. On the 25th of June, 1671, 2 frigates flying English colors were spotted, heading directly for Port Royal. Now, this was a rare occurrence, something that really hadn't been seen since the Oxford's arrival more than a year prior. The 2 ships turned out to be the Assistance and the Welcome, and they were carrying distinguished passengers. On board were Sir Thomas Lynch and his family. Now, many in Jamaica remembered Lynch and his family, but it's doubtful that any were really truly happy to see him again. You see, Lynch was a serious man. He was austere and he was grim. He was still a young man. He was only 38, but already he was afflicted with gout. Now, he had been a capable enough acting governor in his last stint on the island, and a respectable and even respected lieutenant governor, but it wasn't much fun at parties. Still, though, parties were planned in his honor. It appeared that he was in Jamaica to serve once again as lieutenant governor, a position that really hadn't been filled in several years. He had, of course, been given his secret orders after his commission. His primary goal there in Jamaica was actually to arrest Governor Modiford, to take his seat as governor, and to either civilize, arrest, or execute any of the pirates in Port Royal. First, though, he would have to secure his position in secret and assess exactly how best to deal with the pirates. After all, it wouldn't do to have hundreds of heavily armed locals kill the new governor and take over the island, wreaking havoc all across the Caribbean. But Lynch was just the man to avoid that. He was careful and calculating. Now, Governor Modiford certainly had reason to be worried, but those worries were likely put at ease when he saw that Lynch's commission was actually dated prior to the raid on Panama. It appeared, if you took a look at that dating, that, well, Lynch wasn't actually there to replace him. And it's here that we actually encounter something of a mystery. Lynch's commission was actually several months old. It was written and signed well before Morgan even set sail for the Maine. This was back when Port Royal was relatively at peace. A little bit after the Spanish would have attacked, but before anybody knew what Morgan was going to go do. So, even despite all of Modiford and Morgan's best efforts to curb the Buccaneers before Panama, well, it appears that Lynch was going to take over anyway. Now, nobody knows exactly why. This has been often debated, and there's a number of ideas here. First of all, it should be noted that his voyage was definitely expedited by the events that occurred at Panama, and there's a possibility that his orders to actually arrest Modiford were added after the fact, but this question does remain. Was Lynch merely meant to take over anyway, and circumstances on the ground changed the timing of his takeover, or was there something more sinister at work here? A few historians have floated the idea that there was something of a conspiracy happening in the highest rungs of the English government. Perhaps some of the lords of trade, or perhaps even some of the anti-Spanish members of the cabal. Lord Arlington comes to mind here. Perhaps they actually planned to get one last strike in against Spain before the Treaty of Madrid officially took effect. Now, the commands coming down to Modiford regarding the Buccaneers, well, they gave him a lot of leeway, a lot of rope, and the old saying goes, enough rope to hang yourself with. But then, when those buccaneers burned one of Spain's greatest New World possessions to the ground, well, they could still use Modi Ford as the fall guy for that attack. After all, he's a rogue governor, and look, here on his commission, he was actually already scheduled to be replaced. It was signed well before the attack happened on your people, so certainly that can't be laid at the king's feet. However, don't forget that if you ever think to threaten Jamaica again, English pirates can march with impunity to your greatest cities, kill, torture, and turn the city to ash. So, Lieutenant Governor Lynch's first few weeks in Jamaica weren't terribly eventful. He was stricken with gout in the first days after arriving, so he was bedridden for some time. Now, the Lieutenant Governor at the time didn't have an appointed home in Jamaica, so Lynch actually stayed at Modi Ford's manor until proper accommodations could be either bought or built for him. But when he was finally well enough to move about, he started going to all those dinners thrown in his honor. At Modi Ford's manor was the first, to be sure, but they were also thrown in the homes of all of Jamaica's more notable families. Now, many of those were actually members of the Jamaican Council. Usually these were wealthy planters or merchants, or even sometimes ranking soldiers in the militia. So at these dinners, Lynch was able to make contact with many of his old associates from his time as Lieutenant Governor previously, and even some new. And he probed the situation here. He liked to ask his hosts how they thought Governor Modi Ford had handled the crisis when Spain attacked. He asked how they felt about the seedier element of Jamaica down Port Royal way. How did they feel about the rum sinks and the prostitutes and the pirates? How would they feel about a new governor that swept all of that less tasteful element off the island, that bolstered Jamaica's defenses and legitimized Jamaica as a real English colony? More than a few of these notable Jamaicans were receptive. The very few that weren't terribly receptive to his suggestions were noted by Lynch. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a new year, and a lot of us have made some pretty big promises to ourselves about losing weight and getting healthy. Well, Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make it easy to eat well. They'll send you a box of fresh, fully prepared meals that are ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. And Factor makes it easy to customize your meal plan. They have 40 different options across 8 different meal plans, and they switch it up every week, so you're always going to get something new. Now, I won't receive my box for a couple more days, but I've worked with Factor before, and last time I did the keto meal plan. But they sent me this meal that had a cauliflower risotto that I still think about sometimes, and I've never been able to emulate. They've got other options like Calorie Smart or Protein Plus, but this time, I'm just going with the chef's choice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Get started at factormeals.com/pirate50off and use code pirate50off to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. That's code pirate50off at factormeals.com/pirate50off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
¿Dónde están los $5 millones que me robaste? Gloria tendrá que encontrar el dinero. Su vida y la de su hijo dependen de ello. Hay que acorralar a la viuda.
Tengo mucho miedo, mamá.
El peor de los caminos será el único posible.
A mí no me importa ir a la cárcel con tal de salvar a mi hijo.
En la nueva superserie de Telemundo.
Esta mujer es clave.
Empieza la cacería. La jefa. Lunes a viernes a las 10:09 Centro por Telemundo.
A few weeks of this, and a ship out of Bristol brought news to Jamaica that nearly brought his entire plan crashing down. The captain of that Bristol ship carried news that the governor's own son, Charles Modi Ford, was actually imprisoned in the Tower of London, awaiting his father's arrest. Now, we mentioned this last week. Charles was something of a hostage to appease the Spanish and also ensure his father, the governor's, good faith. So Lynch moved on this immediately as soon as he found out about it. He had the captain of that Bristol ship and his men detained on board their vessel, and he set some guards on the docks to watch them. Then he wrote a number of letters to be carried in secret under cover of darkness to some of Jamaica's finest families. First, a letter went to Captain Prince. That was one of Morgan's most trusted commanders, who had been there at Panama, and he told Captain Prince to ready his men and any men he could rally to defend the harbor against any threat that might come, either from the seaward side or the landward. Now, the captain of the local militia was told to arm his men to prepare to put down a potential uprising. Morgan was still bedridden, and he received no letter at all. But all across the islands, guns were loaded and men were readied. Now, to Modyford, Lynch sent, well, not a letter, but an invitation. He sent a runner to go invite the governor to join him, as Lynch went to go survey the ships that he had brought to Jamaica. The runner told Modyford that, while Lynch had top-secret directives from the Crown to impart to Modyford regarding the defense of Jamaica. Now, once Lynch and Modyford were all on board the Assistance, the larger of the two vessels, along with a number of men, all of whom were loyal to Lynch, well, the governor was told of his subordinates' true purpose on the island. He was told of his son, who was imprisoned in the Tower of London, and of his own impending arrest. Everything was revealed, but to his credit, Modyford didn't resist. He went to his fate with a proper English gentlemanly grace. He was told that his family could remain on the island and be unharmed, or, if they chose, return to England, as they wished. And then Lynch softened the blow. He explained to Modyford that this was really all politics, that Modyford's life and his fortune were not at risk, and that his son would be released from the Tower upon the governor's reaching London. Now, what Lynch said was true as far as he knew, but Modyford was no doubt aware that kings could be impetuous creatures, and, if it was politically expedient, he himself could very soon find the end of his days at the end of a gallows. So it was on the 25th of August, 1671, that Thomas Modyford was transferred to the Jamaica Merchant and began his voyage to England in chains. So that very day, the new governor, Lynch, called the Council of Jamaica to session. There he gave a report of his actions in arresting Modyford and showed everyone assembled a copy of his commission signed by King Charles II of England. Now, there were some recriminations on how he carried out his plans, the secrecy of it, but really only a few. These came mainly from the very same men that had been noted as possible malcontents. It was all legal, though, and they all accepted him as the new governor. Now, Morgan rightfully had a place at that Jamaica Council, but he remained abed. His fever was still bothering him. So Lynch was left free to go to work, corralling the buccaneers as best he could, but he soon found out that it was going to be a difficult task. You see, these buccaneers knew the island much better than Lynch did, and they had grown quite skilled at evading the authorities. Lynch had, of course, been on the island before, but never in such an intimate fashion. He did manage to capture a few and coerce some others into taking up a more respectable trade, but today we're not really concerned with what the rank-and-file buccaneers were doing. We're going to look a lot more at them next time. However, with Morgan laid up, the pirates were laying low. But the governor didn't have long before more pressing news came from London. You see, Spain, after the attack on Panama, was making threatening moves, and apparently the Queen had called a council of war. They'd mustered a total of 36 sail and 5,000 men, with the apparent plan of attacking Jamaica in retribution. Now, this was about half of what their original force was supposed to be, so it was better than it could have been, but still not good. The Queen Regent chose to keep half of those men back in Europe. This was a tool the better with which to threaten France and England while they were busy fighting in the Netherlands. So the ambassador to Spain, that one who had been a broker for the Treaty of Madrid, well, he had returned to England with the Queen's demands, and those demands were then sent on to Lynch. She had a number of demands, but her primary condition to stay her hand was the arrest, imprisonment, and trial of Admiral Henry Morgan. So here, Governor Lynch found himself in something of a quandary. His masters had ordered Henry Morgan arrested and the Buccaneers dispersed. At that same moment, though, the Queen of Spain, who had every reason to attack Jamaica, had marshaled a fleet for that very purpose. He had a mere 2 ships of any fighting capacity and only a few hundred men. Spain's force completely eclipsed his. England was busy mired in the Third Anglo-Dutch War, so he couldn't expect any aid from home. And once again, as had been so many times in the past, Captain Morgan was the only man capable of defending Jamaica. So Governor Lynch had a choice. He could gamble on Morgan and let him rouse a force. Of course, Morgan was still sick and, at that moment, not to the best standing with the Buccaneers. Or, conversely, he could bet on Spain. He could arrest Morgan, send him back to England, and pray that Spanish honor held and that they would be sated with Henry Morgan in chains. It appears that the governor actually did deliberate on exactly what to do here, but in the end he made what was probably the wise decision, and he ordered the arrest of Henry Morgan. Now, Morgan was still quite sick, so instead of being immediately shipped off to England, he was put under house arrest for 6 weeks until he would be well enough to travel. Now, Morgan was actually sick. It wasn't a ruse, but this may have been a brilliant tactical move on Lynch's part. You see, he announced Morgan's arrest publicly, as was the proper thing to do. Then he named Major James Bannister to command the militia. The major was well known to the Buccaneers and apparently well enough respected. Even better, the governor named Captain Prince his ranking lieutenant, and he made it abundantly clear that though Morgan was under arrest, the other Buccaneers weren't to be treated the same. So Governor Lynch, Major Bannister, and Lieutenant Prince convinced many of the Buccaneers to stay in Port Royal just in case their services wound up being needed. Now, when those 6 weeks were up, the governor put Morgan on board the Welcome, and on the 6th of April, he sent the vessel on her voyage to England. Now, Lynch did offer Morgan one kindness. He sent with him a letter that was to be delivered to the king and the council that read, quote, "To speak the truth of him, he's an honest and brave fellow, and had both Sir T.M. and the council's commission and instructions, which they thought he obeyed and followed so well that they gave him public thanks." End quote. Major Bannister, the commander of the militia, had similar words of praise. He wrote, quote, "Admiral Henry Morgan is sent home confined in the Welcome frigate to appear, as is suspected, on account of his proceedings against the Spaniard. Knows not what approbation he may find there, but he received here a very high and honorable applause for his noble service therein, both from Sir Thomas Moody Ford and the council that commissioned him. Hopes without offense he may say he is a very well-deserving person, and one of great courage and conduct, who may, with his majesty's pleasure, perform good public service at home, or be very advantageous to this island, if war should again break forth with the Spaniard." End quote. However, none of this was probably all that soothing for Morgan, considering his situation. He was still sick. He was clapped in irons. He was imprisoned in the cold, wet depths of a leaky little cog making her way across the Atlantic, and every day the weather was getting colder and colder. And to rub salt in the wound, he was accompanied by another man, an English pirate who had been on the voyage to Panama, a man named Captain Francis Witherbourne. Now, of course, there's no record of their conversations, but can you imagine what they were like? Imagine there you are, in chains, being transported back to England to face your almost certain death at the end of a hangman's noose. And right next to you is your former admiral, a man who promised to make you rich, but then instead of wealth, he gave you nothing but hunger and disease, pain, fire, and death. I mean, what would you say to him? But regardless of their conversations, Morgan arrived safely in England on the 4th of July, 1671. And in a sense, you could see it as his own sort of Independence Day. You see, instead of being marched under guard to the nearest cell, as he probably expected, he was received by the local dignitaries and given a place to rest and recover from his voyage. These dignitaries fed him and had his needs looked after. Likely, they called the local doctor to examine the admiral. Now, this might not be too far out of the ordinary. He was, after all, an admiral. He was a landed man, not just some common criminal off the street, but he was under arrest, wasn't he? Well, technically, yes, he was under arrest, but his hosts had news to impart to Morgan. You see, the war with the Dutch was going pretty poorly. England had lost engagement after engagement. Now, France fared a little bit better in the war, but all in all, the Netherlands was winning. England was at a low point in the war. Of particular interest to Morgan was the state of affairs in Jamaica. You see, Spain had actually cooled her heels in the months that Morgan had been at sea, but the Dutch were amassing a fleet in the Caribbean, perilously close to the shores of Jamaica. So it appeared that things had changed while he was at sea. Perhaps things had changed to Captain Morgan's advantage. When he finally arrived in London town, well, the city must have seemed alien to the buccaneer, but in some ways it was more like Port Royal than he would have expected, than the England that he had left years ago. Now, first off, he was told not to leave the city without giving notice, but otherwise he was basically left free to roam. But London was at the height of Restoration magnificence and debauchery. The streets were filled with drunken
That caramel
revelry,
chocolate was so
loose women,
good
and
just now.
opulence.
The half
It was
one I didn't
wealthier,
finish.
to be sure, than the streets of Port Royal, and the revelers were dressed better, but it probably felt something like home. So Morgan took rooms in the city and bought new clothes that would be
Good morning,
more suitable for the
motherfuckers.
climate
Did you
and the
pray
culture.
today?
After
Shout out
he
to those of you
spent a
that
little
aren't
bit of
going to
time
prison for the
recovering
rest of
his
your
health,
lives.
he found
Boo to
himself
all
to
of you that
be
are.
a desirable commodity. Only a couple of weeks prior, he had thought himself bound for the
More
Tower of
chocolate.
London and
That's where I'm at.
potentially for
More
the heads.
chocolate,
But
more
now,
green tea that tastes like
well,
pomegranate.
now Modiford had actually been released from the
Yes.
tower, and Morgan found himself at a different house
Next up,
every
one of the
night,
ones I don't
being
think I'm going to like,
feasted
which
and
are all the
toasted by
ones
the
that look like they're
occupants.
full of semen,
He
dude.
was the guest of honor everywhere
I'm not
that he
into the
went,
creams
and
normally.
his schedule was full for the foreseeable future.
It's pink.
And in addition to food and
Pink.
the drink that he was given, he
Just
was,
like my pussy.
well, he was expected
What is
to
that weird
entertain.
yellow light?
You see, he was an oddity to the London elite. Now, the buccaneers of the Caribbean had been built up back in Europe as a scourge. They were a gang of monsters.
I don't know who put up new episodes in the last 24 hours on Spotify for any of the shows. This one's pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Whoops. I could do the Pirate History podcast all day. But I've heard this podcast quite a few times. At least the first 200 episodes-ish. No, I didn't add that one on here I was listening to. And for the Martians, all right, I don't want to hear about the Romans or any more about the Han. Let's do the Incas or the Assyrians. Incas, Assyrians. No, I'm going to do the last emperors of South India. I don't know anything about that, man. This is Fall of Civilizations. Joe Rogan said that Elon recommended this to him. It's good. I liked it. This one's false advertisement, dude. It looks like coconut. It's not coconut. It's vanilla.
In the year 1800, a Scottish captain by the name of Colin Mackenzie was travelling in the south of India. Mackenzie was an officer in the British East India Company, a trading corporation with a private army larger than many countries that in the last century had come to hold sway over vast areas of India. Mackenzie had come to India at the age of 30, and he became so fascinated with the place that he would never leave.
Peanut butter
He was a
clusters.
curious
This one's
man
good.
and an avid collector of artifacts. Over his nearly 40 years in India, he amassed a collection of 1,500 historical manuscripts, written on palm leaves in 13 languages, along with thousands of local histories and songs, charts, maps, sketches, and a collection of more than 6,000 coins. Mackenzie was also himself a skilled map maker, and he produced the first authentic geographical map of South India. And so we can imagine his excitement as he was traveling through the rocky landscape of the Indian state of Karnataka, when his local guides told him of the existence of an enormous ruined city nearby that had once been the capital of a great and powerful empire. These ruins, they told him, were crumbling and overgrown, and could be found near the town of Anagundi, at a small village known as Hampi, a place that the Kannada-speaking locals had come to know by the name Al Putun, or the ruined city. Mackenzie urged them to take him there at once. Mackenzie's visit to the ruins is recorded in a journal he kept at the time, which has never been published, but which exists in rough manuscript form in the British Library. In his neat, curling, cursive handwriting, Mackenzie records what it was like to wander through the overgrown ruins of this great city, as about its history.
You so happy? You do happy,
South
kitty.
and half southwest of Anagundi are still remaining many great ruins
What
of
is
the
this?
ancient
You like your
city,
eyebrows being cut
palaces,
today?
pagodas, droogs,
It's
and
my little
fortifications,
girl.
to which the people gave the name Aluputun, or the ruined city. The palaces with the grand stables for elephants and horses are there to be seen. On the southeast of one palace is a place called Vasanta Vudum, formerly the baths of the Rajas. They say that ancient
Yeah,
kings
you were the
used to
cutest thing I'm
entertain
allergic
themselves
to.
on
Look at
certain
you.
festivals with
So
throwing
adorable.
saffron-tinged water on their women in a little square
You can have
basin in the
chocolate
center
and
of
it
the
kills you
building,
or something.
surrounded by galleries.
My
Its
baby.
drain or conduit, almost ruined, is to be still seen. Westward of this bathing place is a line of basins and cups cut out of the fine black stones and placed on each side of the water conduit. They say that here was formerly the king's garden.
Aw, pretty boy.
Here and there, families of monkeys would have clambered over these great boulders, chattering and chasing one another. Mackenzie climbed up onto the rocky granite hills nearby and from there he sketched the first comprehensive map of the site. He wasn't a man given over to poetry, and he let his maps and sketches do the talking. But he does make note of the sights that he saw as he explored the ruins.
The interior ramparts, apparently designed to enclose the royal quarter, comprehending the palaces, or mahalas, waterworks of the most remarkable sort are visible. An eating place with a number of black stone slabs laid along a conduit with dishes in the shape of leaves.
I'll wait till you're walking around the house and
An
you're not excited.
octangular
And then I will
bath
scoop you up
gallery
like the
and fountain in ruins. An elephant stable of 11 strong vaulted divisions, each crowned by a handsome cupola. An aqueduct on stone pillars, which brought water from the tank near Kambla Fort to the royal quarter, gardens, fountains. It appears to have been destroyed with much industry.
Only a few decades later, in the 1850s, another East India Company officer, one Colonel Alexander Greenlaw, would visit the ruined site with an early camera and would take some of the most affecting photographs of the ruins in their undisturbed condition. In them, we can see the same crumbling, magnificently carved edifices that Mackenzie would have, overgrown with mosses, growths of cactus-like euphorbia and grasses, their ornate cupolas strangled by vines. We can see the beautiful bathing houses spilling over with waterweeds, the halls of long-dead kings now silent and shaded beneath cracking roofs. In his journal, Mackenzie describes the site of the city, now sunken beneath the earth.
This place is now almost ruined, but its remains are still very magnificent and curious. The houses of the inhabitants are entirely destroyed, and the ruins now form high banks and eminences under which are buried many great houses whose terraces are level with or sunk below the soil. Many of these we can see in passing among the inner ruins. South of the King's Palace is a square building, the top of which is destroyed now. This being covered with earth and overgrown with bushes, we could not penetrate its interior.
These crumbling ruins were the remains of a city known as Vijayanagara. As Mackenzie walked between the fallen pillars, as he looked down on them from the hilltop nearby and drew his map, he was clearly struck by the grandeur and magnificence of these remains, and he must have wondered how such a great society could build all this, flourish, and then vanish into nothing.
Oh, there it is. Hooray.
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at a civilization that has all but faded from memory in many parts of the world. That's the story of the Vijayanagara Empire of southern India.
Yeah, dude, I don't remember ever hearing
of how
anything
this
about
remarkable
this.
society rose up out of an age of conflict and fragmentation. How it built one of the largest and most impressive medieval cities in the world, and developed an identity that was both South Indian in nature and global in outlook. And finally, I want to tell the story of what happened to bring the great stone temples of Vijayanagara crashing down in fire and flame. The granite terrain that surrounds the small village of Hampi and the ruins of Vijayanagara around it is one of the most distinct and easily recognizable in the world. It's a unique and surreal clutter of enormous rounded boulders, teetering in strange and unlikely balancing acts, looking a little like pebbles someone has piled up on a beach. A later visitor to the ruins, a British man named A.H. Longhurst, provides the following vivid description of the region's distinctive landscape.
The site of the old city is a strangely wild place to have been the birthplace and capital of an empire.
UNIT207 stopped the podcast.
Dotted with little
Oh my
barren
gosh,
rocky
you guys are
hills,
so
and
fucking
immediately
annoying.
north of it, the wide and rapid Tungabhadra River hurries along a boulder-strewn channel down rapids and through narrow gorges. The hills are of granite, weathered to every shade of color from gray to brown, and have hardly any vegetation on them. The alternate burning days and chilly nights
Still
of
about a
the Deccan
5-second
climate
delay,
have
Nerd Squad,
seen
between when
and
I flip
split
off the
in
camera
every
and when
direction
the bird
masses of
makes
solid rock, and the earthquakes of
its
remote
landing
ages have
on the
torn
eyeballs
from
of
their
one of the
flanks
dumbass
the
vaginas
enormous
upstairs.
boulders, and have piled these up round about their sides in the most fantastic confusion, or flung them headlong into the valleys below.
But despite its often precarious appearance, this landscape is actually one of the most ancient and stable surfaces to be found anywhere in the world. These vast sheet layers of granite were formed under the Earth's surface between about 3 and 3.5 billion years ago, during the earliest formation of the Earth's crust. Some of these rocks were around during the emergence of the very first life on Earth, from the tiniest microbes and bacteria. They have stood here and watched that life emerge from the seas, seen the dinosaurs rule the Earth, only to be wiped out by a visitor from the stars, then seen the evolution of humans from small mammals. While softer rocks have eroded around them, these hard granites have remained. The landmass that they are a part of is often known as the Indian subcontinent, a place with one of the most interesting interplays of geology and climate in the world. This is a massive peninsula, jutting out of the south of Asia, that extends south for more than 3,000 kilometers from the Himalayan mountains. It's a landmass that encompasses an enormous variation in landscapes, from the mountainous cloud forests and coconut palmed beaches in the south, to the snowy reaches of the Himalayas in the north, and the baking Thar Desert in the northwest. But generally, India is loosely divided into two regions, usually called North and South India. The north is a landscape of expansive, flat riverlands, grassy plains stretching off into the distance, then rising to the foothills of...
I wanted to hear this, but I wanted to hear this because I think that India is super cool. But it's making me hungry is what it's doing. I'm imagining garlic naan and mashed up eggplant mixed with chickpeas and lamb and tandoori ovens and even Indian beer, dude. Makes me want to go to Taste of India. That's what it makes me want. In the U District. Or Cedars. Either or. Some mint chutney. Iced chai. Sounds good, baby. Pause. Anything that I can do to avoid thinking about delicious food I don't get to have. Until you guys are in jail. Just joking. It could be sooner than that. It could be sooner. What, baby? Are you a happy kitty? You little happy kitty? Are you so glad you don't have to eat Meow Mix Select Tenders anymore? You hated that bag, huh? That's the worst new kitty food they invented, as far as you're concerned. Brr. Brr, brr, brr. Well, you know what time it is on this Saturday. It's time that we listen to history about Hitler. You know, Mrs.
Why
Jersey
wait
Devil.
to see if you'll get something you
Back when she
like
had a
this
dick.
Valentine's Day, when you can go to BlueNile.com and find something you'll love. Whether you're looking to treat yourself to a little winter sparkle.
To land Nazi agents who were to carry out terrorist attacks on American civilians and sabotage the American war effort. Incredibly, both U-boats managed to cross the Atlantic and reach the American coast without detection. In this episode, we uncover widespread support for Adolf Hitler in pre-war America and reveal outposts of Nazi Germany within the land of the free.
I think he wanted to be the American Führer. I think he wanted to organize an overthrow of the American government.
We'll also examine the Nazis' plans to invade America with colossal battleships and fleets of long-range bombers. And we'll find out just how global the Nazis' intentions truly were.
Hitler's plans to invade America, as you might imagine, were on a gargantuan scale.
But it didn't work out, guys. He killed himself. Did you know that?
On the 20th of February, 1939,
Did you know that
a
he
crowd
also
of 20,000
had two great loves, both
attended
of
a
which
Nazi
were young
rally to
teenage
show their
girls, one
support
of which
for the
was
regime.
a cousin who
filled with
tried
all
to
the usual
kill
elements of
themselves. All the girls he dated long term, they all
Hitler
tried to
salutes,
kill themselves.
swastikas, Germanic music, and
I think that says it
anti-Semitic
all.
speeches.
And then in the end, obviously, you
None
know,
of
the
this
one
would
he
have
ended
looked
up
out of
with,
place
she did
in any
kill
city
herself
in Germany,
when Hitler did.
except this
Right
wasn't
before
Germany.
the Americans
This was the United
came.
States of America.
Many Americans saw this new world that the Nazis were claiming to shape as progressive. And many Americans, thinking of themselves as progressives, were very willing to give sympathy, understanding, and time to the new regime. There was a significant number of people of German ancestry living in the States, and therefore they would have a natural sympathy for the old homeland, even though they weren't part of the fatherland in terms of having lived in Germany.
Amongst them were a number who did sympathize with the Nazis. The Nazi Party had a group within it called the Auslandsorganisation, the overseas organization, which made a specific effort within overseas German populations to foster Nazism, to develop overseas Nazi Party.
Back in the 1930s, near the town of Yaphank on Long Island, just 60 miles from New York City, was a summer camp called Camp Siegfried. This was for American citizens with German ancestry to come together and share their common culture. The camp provided an opportunity for young people of German ancestry from all over America to take part in fun and educational activities. There were archery competitions, hikes through the woods, and visitors were greeted at the gates by women in traditional German dress, all to the sound of German Oompa bands. As time went on, it became apparent that this was no ordinary innocent summer camp, because behind the gates of Camp Siegfried, something very sinister was going on.
Camp Siegfried, set up in Yaphank suburb, New York City, was the first major attempt on the part of the pro-German, pro-Nazi movement to create a culture which could be observed and could flourish in the United States as a Nazi culture indeed. And so the young people were given training in Nazi ideology, and those who were sympathetic to Hitler in particular were encouraged to make something of this in their family upbringing. And the activities, the fun that they had, was all meant to point to the idea that you could, in the United States, have a genuine movement that was pro-Nazi without being anti-American.
The best way to describe it is a microcosm of Nazi Germany transported to America. And so it was a sort of community where there were sort of hutments and streets named after the Nazi party leadership.
Anyone visiting Yaphank in the 1930s would have been greeted by street signs that were named after Nazi leaders, such as Goering, Goebbels, and Adolf Hitler himself.
But the actual camp, it's like a large scout camp, a large military camp, and it went through military forms. They rose according to a reveille in the morning. They marched, and everybody had a particular function to play in terms of saluting the flag or putting out insignia. And they wore uniforms on a daily basis, particularly at the weekend, of course, where they made much of this. And people were allowed to come in and observe this. It wasn't enclosed in that sense, but it was deliberately left open so that people could see that it was German and Nazi, but not anti-American.
Guy Walters is visiting Longwood Public Library in Long Island. Historian and local resident Professor Stephen Klipstein has agreed to show him the collection the library holds relating to Camp Siegfried.
Camp Siegfried on one level looks like a bit of a holiday camp, but actually when you start looking at some of these pictures, it looks very different, doesn't it?
Well, it was a holiday camp, but it came with the wrappings of Nazi ideology and Nazi philosophy, and people were propagandized. However, there were many people who just did come out for a nice weekend at a lake where they could eat, where they could socialize with other German Americans from their community or other communities, and then went home and were not affected by the propaganda. But then you had pictures like this, where you literally see the formation of an Aryan youth. And these children were clearly propagandized. They were clearly intended to grow up to be future Nazis.
I mean, you look at this picture here and you've got young men marching with swastikas and people giving the Hitler salute. It's not a regular holiday.
No, it wasn't. But these were very attractive to many of the people who were there. The whole pomp and circumstance of the Nuremberg rallies, where Hitler stood in front of hundreds of thousands of people with flags flying, torchlight parades.
It is a mini Nuremberg.
Yes, it is. It's a mini Nuremberg where Kuhn could get up there and regale his followers about Nazi propaganda.
Fritz Kuhn was the leader of an organization called the German-American Bund, which owned and operated Camp Siegfried. At its height, the Bund had over 25,000 members, consisting purely of American citizens of German descent, and their main aim was to promote the Nazi regime in the United States. But Kuhn had even bigger ideas.
I think he wanted to be the American Führer. I think he wanted to organize an overthrow of the American government. And he was not alone. There were quite a few people who wanted to overthrow the American government, throw Roosevelt out, make sure that Germany would be protected and Hitler would be protected, and America not get onto Britain's side in the war.
He believed, Kuhn, that if the Nazi party could become a real political force and challenge perhaps the Democrats and Republicans, even with a view perhaps to some form of power sharing, if not power takeover at some point, he was guided, inspired by that notion, Kuhn, that he could in fact become a Hitler within the United States.
establish a favorable view of Nazism in the United States and encouraged American citizens to ignore the escalating troubles in Europe. And what's more, it seemed to work.
Another war, not for me. This time America should keep out, and I know I will. If war breaks out in Europe, I think that this country should heed the advice of its first president and avoid all foreign entanglements. In the event of war in Europe, I think we should stay out of it entirely.
But the German-American Bund wasn't the only organization in America openly supporting the Nazi regime.
They were folded into the larger umbrella of the group called America First. America First was a very strange conglomeration of far-right groups, very conservative, and far-left groups. Socialists, utopians, people who were pacifists. There were other groups involved in this. There was a man named William Pelly who started the Silver Shirts SS. They had bookstores all over the United States selling right-wing Nazi material.
Support for Nazism wasn't just limited to small-scale organizations. Some supporters of the regime held positions of power and influence. These included the famous aviator and public figure, Charles Lindbergh.
Charles Lindbergh,
Yeah, but we all know
of
how
course,
Lindbergh
the famous
ended up,
pilot, went on campaigning against American involvement in Europe.
That's
of course,
an
America
interesting
had the
story too. It's
Neutrality
so
Act,
relatable.
and they were operating a policy of
Poor Lindbergh.
isolationism.
I come before you at this time to enter a plea for American independence. Why, with 130 million people, are we being told that we must give up our independent position, that our frontiers lie in Europe, and that our destiny will be decided by European armies fighting on European soil?
They were very strong in favor of this idea of promoting Germany. One aspect of that was the Hindenburg, wasn't it? That the Hindenburg had flights, didn't it, to America and back, and he was very much involved in, promoting this idea of, German sort of technology, and also they were raising money as well. They raised quite a lot of money for Nazi organizations as well.
All of these groups worked tirelessly to promote Nazi ideas within the United States. And as the pro-Nazi movement in America started to grow, so too did the number of youth camps like Siegfried. At one point, from Los Angeles to Long Island, there were 20 such camps across America, all teaching children about the ideals of Nazism.
The camp had a number of different purposes. It was first to try and bring an Aryan viewpoint to the United States and ultimately cause an overthrow of the American government and replace it with Nazi-type governized children, to bring out as many children, German children, as they could, and basically create a kind of Hitler Youth on Long Island, which they did.
These camps had, for the most part, been of little interest to the wider American community. But all of that changed when they became involved in a very public scandal after being accused of encouraging the production of so-called Aryan children.
Were there young women at the camps as well, or was it just for boys?
Apparently there were young women at the camp. And the Germans, the Nazis, had this theory of promoting the births of as many blonde-haired and blue-eyed children. I honestly don't know if that occurred at Yaphank. We know it did happen at a camp in New Jersey where a number of the young women became pregnant. Parents were not happy about it. There was one woman who actually testified in front of a congressional committee that this had gone on, and basically that part of it was ignored. But they did have the Lebensborn theories of producing Germanic-looking, Nordic-looking children.
But their actions didn't go unchallenged. The American public had become concerned with the Bund's hate-filled rhetoric and pro-Nazi activities, and it began to fight back. In turn, the American government established a House Committee of Un-American Activities to investigate the Bund. And in 1938, the state of New York finally forced Camp Siegfried to close. Fritz Kuhn, so enraged by the closure of his camp and the interference of the U.S. government, decided to put on a display of strength to the American people. On February the 20th, 1939, the German-American Bund staged their largest rally ever at New York City's Madison Square Garden. 20,000 people attended to hear the Bund leader, Fritz Kuhn, speak in a way that was frighteningly similar to Adolf Hitler in Germany.
And where do you think this is? Right in Madison Square Garden, USA. And this is Fritz Kuhn, leader of the German-American Bund, hiding behind the American flag, but taking his orders from Berlin and copying the methods of Berlin.
When you see the footage of the German-American Bund rally in Madison Square Garden, you say, hang on, are you telling me this is the United States? No, this has got to be Germany. Just look at it. You would think it's Berlin. So you can imagine the fear and trepidation of the American people watching this take place, all the while knowing that the German footprint in Europe is rapidly expanding.
In the cavernous space of the iconic Madison Square Garden, thousands of faithful listeners immersed themselves in the hateful speeches delivered by the Bund leaders. Swastikas and Nazi banners adorned the stadium as they denounced Jews and even President Roosevelt himself.
Kuhn and his men were there in the Nazi uniforms, and there were some really scurrilous speeches made about democracy, about the downfall of democracy, about how corrupt democracy was, about the need for a strong leader, about the undermining of American institutions, and of course their hatred of Jews.
Kuhn was trying to legitimize his organization as patriotic and truly American by idolizing the first president of the United States, George Washington.
They had this tremendous picture of George Washington, as if somehow George Washington represented their point of view. It was Washington's birthday when they had the rally. I don't know who came up with the brilliant idea to put Washington above the dais.
Outside Madison Square Garden, over 50,000 anti-Nazi demonstrators had gathered, and some 1,700 policemen mobilized to try to stop them from storming the building. Picketing had also been banned in order to try and keep the peace. But of course, inevitably, there were riots and there were scuffles. And all this generated yet more and more publicity for the German-American Bund. The American government, supported by a frightened public, stepped up its crusade against the Bund. In December 1939, Kuhn was put on trial for tax evasion and embezzling money from the Bund itself.
Basically, he was convicted and he was sent to Sing Sing. Kuhn spent his war life in detention. After the war, he was deported back to Germany. He thought he was going to be rewarded and instead was banished. And he lived in a small house in some small German town in absolute ignominy. He was just ignored.
Once Fritz Kuhn was out of the picture, the movement
for those of you wondering, the domestic terrorists, they've already prayed in the direction of Mecca, and they're excited to launch some of their rockets. The female Kim Jae-un's
with its leader gone, the movement petered out and became little more than a footnote in history. But while the Bund had represented
one
a very
little
open
Osama
and
bin
public
Laden
pro-Nazi
is
movement,
jumping
it was
on the bed
replaced by
upstairs,
something far less easy
or maybe
to
it's
detect.
just the floor. He's going to fall down
Before
and
the
break
United
his head.
States had even entered
And then I'm
into
sure there
the
will
Second
be
World War,
two little Osama
a network
bin
of
Ladens
German
jumping on the
spies
bed
had
later
infiltrated multiple areas of American society.
And their Kim
was
J-un
known
will call the doctor,
as
and
the
the doctor will
Duquesne
say,
spy ring.
"No more little Nazis from the North Everett Precinct jumping over the mystic's head."
33 men and women were involved in the Nazi espionage network, known as the Duquesne spy ring. It was named after its ringleader, Frederick Duquesne, and its mission was to gather information that could be used in the event of war and to commit acts of sabotage. Looking at the details of those involved, you can see how effectively these spies managed to work their way into key civilian jobs. The ringleader,
I really
Frederick
like
Duquesne,
Spotify
operated a front
Studios,
business called the
Parcast,
Air Terminals
Gimlet,
Company, through which he
CBC.
provided
There are
crucial
some
information
production
about anything
companies
from
that let you
national
just know
defense
that you can go
to
through their
shipping
collection and
movements,
find good
which
shit.
was then sent to Germany.
You just know.
Another member,
I'm
Rene
adding a whole
Mezinet,
bunch of new
was an
podcasts to
airline
try
steward
out.
who not
A
only
Wild
acted
West
as a courier,
podcast,
but would also
Forbidden
look out the
History is what
window
I'm
during
listening
flights
to.
spy on convoys bound for Britain in the mid-Atlantic. And then there's Richard Eichenlaub, whose little casino restaurant in New York City served as a secret meeting place for spies, and was also a great place for him to eavesdrop on his customers, many of whom held extremely sensitive posts in government. Many of the other members of the spy ring had obtained regular jobs at New York Harbor or in the wider shipping and aviation industries. Holding these positions allowed them to collate and to send back to Germany any information they felt was of military importance, such as shipments of supplies to Britain, defense preparations of the Panama Canal, and even Winston Churchill's secret visit to America in 1941.
The Duquesne spy ring was one of several fostered by German Americans and encouraged and financed by the Nazis to find out information about industrial products, military projects, encouraged by the Nazis who wanted to keep an eye. They were aware that America was an enormous and growing superpower, and it would be great to keep them neutral. They thought there was a great danger of them coming to war on the Allied side, and they did everything they could to discourage that and to encourage pro-fascist forces.
It was the most sophisticated German spying operation ever conducted on American soil, and provided the Germans with a steady supply of highly sensitive information. One of the spies, Harry Sawyer, whose real name was Wilhelm Siebold, had an office on West 42nd Street, which was registered under the unassuming name of Diesel Research Company. This office was the meeting point for Nazi spies to discuss their plans. They would arrive with their blueprints, wartime information, and other classified documents, all of which was ready to be sent straight to Germany. But unbeknownst to Germany and the other members of the spy ring, Sawyer was a double agent working with the FBI. The FBI fitted Sawyer's office with hidden microphones and two-way mirrors, and therefore obtained hour after hour of incriminating footage of the spies.
A concealed camera in the next office took these incriminating pictures. That's Heinrich Plossing, a cook on the liner Argentina. Plossing's work was to act as courier, carrying military information. These spies had a radio station on Long Island, which, unknown to them, was operated by an FBI agent, and information was falsified until it was worthless, saving the lives of thousands of American seamen, American tonnage, and American goods.
This allowed the FBI to identify dozens of American agents working in the U.S., Mexico, and South America.
The FBI, under Hoover's direction, make their first big move against the Duquesne ring.
In June 1941, members of the spy ring were rounded up and put on trial. It was the biggest espionage bust in U.S. history. The 33 members were sentenced to serve a total of over 300 years in prison.
In the end, most of these spy rings, when it came to war, were broken up by the FBI under the notorious director J. Edgar Hoover, who previously had concentrated on exposing communism and communist agents, but he then turned his attention to the Nazis.
The fact that Hitler was sending spies to the United States seemed to show that he was thinking ahead to a possible war with America, and maybe even its conquest. But the American public, still remembering the horrors of the First World War, were 80% opposed to entering what they considered to be a European conflict. But in October 1941, President Roosevelt announced to the world the discovery of a map which showed Hitler had in fact set his sights firmly on the United States.
I have in my possession a secret map made in Germany by Hitler's government, by the planners of the New World Order.
So, what did the map show? For a start, it's got the German word for secret at the top, and it divides the whole of South America into 5 new Germanic states. And it also shows Lufthansa air routes all over the continent. But most sinister of all is a new territory, Nueva España, containing Panama, which of course contains the Panama Canal, strategically vital to the U.S. So, to the American people, it looked like Hitler was planning to be right on their doorstep. Faced with this new evidence, the American people who'd been against the idea of war with Germany were starting to change their minds. The Nazi government, however, reacted angrily to the news, claiming to know nothing about the map and declaring it to be a forgery. But now, today, some believe that Germany had been telling the truth, and the map was indeed a forgery planted by the British.
Churchill says to his son Randolph, almost as soon as he becomes Prime Minister in May 1940, what I'm going to do is get the Americans into the war.
Some historians have now come to the conclusion that the map was the product of a division of British intelligence called the British Security Coordination, and it was designed to push America into the war. The organization was based at Rockefeller Center, right in the heart of New York City. Hundreds, if not thousands, of British secret agents worked tirelessly to spread propaganda and fake news stories to try to convince the American public to support the United States in taking an active role in the war in Europe.
And we also made out that the Bolivian military attaché in Berlin, Major Belmonte, was going to lead a coup d'etat and establish a Nazi dictator or fascist dictatorship in Bolivia. Completely false.
Although the British Security Coordination used propaganda, disinformation, and underhand tactics to try to gain the support of the American people, nothing could have changed public opinion more than what happened on the 7th of December, 1941. That, of course, was the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. In the wake of that, America immediately declared war on Japan, and Hitler, in turn, declared war on the United States.
I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
Hitler's decision to instigate war against America went against all reason. The United States had nearly twice Germany's population at this point, and had already ramped up military production in readiness for a possible conflict with both Germany and Japan. But Hitler's warped racial views led him to believe that victory over the United States was pretty much inevitable.
He actually despised Americans, and he despised and loathed Roosevelt, I think, far more than Churchill or Stalin.
He calls it at one point, a Jewish-controlled organization, a melting pot of different races. And he said, any country that has so many races in it can't possibly rise up to be a major power.
He had a blind spot, I think. He didn't realize the importance of America coming in to war, and he just regarded it all as a terrific bluff.
Fearful of America's mighty capacity for military production and its abundant supply of raw materials, Hitler almost immediately authorized a plan to sabotage the American war effort. Germany would land agents on the American mainland, over 3,000 miles away, with the aim of destroying key American industrial sites and spreading a wave of terror throughout the United States. The plan was given the code name Operation Pistorius, and 8 Nazi agents were selected to go on it. Why? Because they were all German citizens who had spent a long time in America. Some of them were actually Americans, and they were therefore ideal candidates to go on the mission. Equipped with explosives, fake identities, and nearly $174,000 in cash, the 2 U-boats made their way across the Atlantic and into American waters. One landed on the Florida coast, and the other on a beach near Amagansett on Long Island. The U-boat landed near Amagansett on the 13th of June, 1942, and immediately the 4 Nazi agents disembarked and made their way across the beach and over the sand dunes. They almost immediately ran into trouble when they came across a member of the U.S. Coast Guard. John C. Cullen was patrolling the beach when he came across the 4 Nazi spies. Unarmed, Cullen was overpowered by German agent George Dash, who threatened him before stuffing $260 in his pocket to keep quiet. On his return to the station, Cullen immediately reported the incident to his superiors. But by the time they had returned to the beach with an armed guard, Dash and his accomplices had fled the scene and were already on their way to Manhattan.
Their plan was to blow up aluminum plants in the United States, in various places along the way.
All of the German saboteurs were now ready to carry out their planned attack, except for one, George Dash.
Oh, I remember this
Did
one.
the
And he
encounter with the
goes and
Coast Guard
confesses,
give him
thinking
cold
he'll
feet?
get leniency for
Or
saving
did he
them,
never
and he goes
intend to
jail.
carry out the mission in the first place? George Dash decided to betray the entire mission, and he enlisted the help of Ernest Berger, who himself had been incarcerated in a concentration camp for well over a year. Together, the 2 men betrayed the entire operation.
Daesh had already given up on the idea of terrorism in the States. And he said to Berger, look, this is a crazy idea. We can't serve the fatherland. We don't wish to serve the fatherland. The only thing we can really do is give ourselves up and agree to be double agents.
Dash decided to hand himself in at the FBI headquarters and give up his fellow saboteurs.
The FBI initially didn't give him the time of day, but then he comes in and
Because
dumps
nobody understood
entire
why the fuck
budget
are you
of the
trying
mission
to
onto the
burn
desk
down
of the
aluminum
assistant
foil
director.
companies?
Now that got their
No one
attention.
understood that. I still don't
Daesh
get it.
and Berger were,
What was that?
as Roosevelt had wanted, that they were given
What was the point
clemency.
of that objective?
The others were executed.
Operation Pistorius had been an embarrassing failure for Germany, and it would be Hitler's last sabotage attempt in America. But it did prove one thing, that German forces were capable of crossing the Atlantic and reaching the mainland of the United States. Spurred on by this idea, Hitler requested his top military planners and engineers to ramp up plans for an all-out attack on the United States. Hitler's architect, Albert Speer, recalled how Hitler used to fantasize about seeing New York City in flames. In 1938, initial planning had already begun on a project that, had it been successful, would have seen the skies in New York City filled with German warplanes, raining utter devastation on the city below. It was called the American Bomber Project. Its objective: to produce an aircraft capable of flying nonstop from Nazi-occupied Europe to the United States and to carry out bombing raids. They'd already developed bombers with the ability to make the 3,000-plus mile journey to America, but that was only half the problem.
He didn't develop a sufficient long-range petrol tank for a return journey. So it would be a suicide mission, which really didn't inspire them. They didn't want to see planes lost in that way.
But on the 12th of May, 1942, concrete plans were finally submitted to the Commander-in-Chief of the German Luftwaffe, Hermann Göring. Because the distances between Europe and the United States are so great, they spoke of using the Azores as a transit airfield. It's in this way that Hitler's bombers would have been able to get across the Atlantic and unleash their terror on American soil. 4 companies developed such bombers: Messerschmitt, Junkers, Heinkel, and Focke-Wulf. The most promising of these was the Junkers Ju-390. The first prototype made its maiden flight in October 1943. It performed well, and a further 26 aircraft were specially ordered for an attack on the United States.
Hitler wanted to bring the war to America, and especially to New York and what he saw the Jewish-dominated New York and Washington. And so German aircraft manufacturers were all invited to draw up plans of a bomber that would get to New York and back.
But fleets of bombers were only part of the plan. There were also schemes to attack the United States by sea. In early 1939, Hitler had ordered what was known as Plan Z, the colossal expansion of the German Navy.
Hitler's plans to invade America, as you might imagine, were on a gargantuan scale. There was to be a fleet of 3.3 million tons, including 20 battleships, 16 aircraft carriers, 100 cruisers, and 500 submarines. This is what Hitler thought he needed to invade mainland America.
I think Hitler knew how important submarine warfare had been in the First World War, and he thought that if he stepped this up under the U-boat fleet commander Karl Dönitz, who was to be his eventual successor as Führer, that this was a way of waging economic war, isolating Britain and also attacking America, because the U-boats were mainly operating in the Atlantic.
Neither the project for the long-range bomber nor an expanded navy were ever completed. As the war progressed, Germany's rapidly depleting resources put a halt to Hitler's plans. But despite all this, Hitler still continued to believe that ultimate victory over America was a foregone conclusion.
I think it's true to say, and he goes on record in his notorious table talk, that he regards America not as a nation at all, really. He thinks it's been defiled by the Jews, by the Negroes, as he put it. It wasn't a country that he saw the Americans as being completely devoid of culture.
Due to his twisted belief in the racially diverse nature of America, Hitler thought that the victory of the superior German people was inevitable. These warped views also meant that he never quite gave up the idea of an alliance with Britain. Believing that the inevitable German victory over the Soviet Union would cause Britain to switch sides and join in an alliance with Germany, forging a united front against America. Of course, Hitler's so-called inevitable victory turned into a catastrophic defeat. The Allies advanced on Berlin,
Yes, it did.
and Germany
It
surrendered
did because he was a
week
dumb
later.
fuck, dude. Dumb fuck.
Historians will probably never agree
Or
on what
rather,
Hitler's true
I think
plans
it's
for
because
the
Hitler
United
was doing
States
so
were.
much amphetamines, man.
But what is clear
His lack
is
of
that his
sleep
plan
and
for
way
America
overboard.
saw him at his most
Way the fuck
ambitious
overboard.
and his most deluded. Grossly underestimating the United States.
And then don't forget,
led him to
everybody, he
declare
was
war on the
Jewish.
country,
He himself had enough Jewish
arguably
blood in him
signing
that
the
he would
Third
have
Reich's
been in a
death
concentration
warrant.
camp. That's the fucking craziest part. Like a self-hating Mexican, man. Self-hating Jew. Hitler.
This episode is brought to you by Hyundai. Think you know what an electric vehicle should be? Think.
I don't need to hear about Henry VIII. Here's the thing. I love history, guys. I love history. I've always loved history. I fuck up on dates. Like Bastille Day, excellent tidbit from history. I don't remember the day of Bastille Day, though. Anyway, that being said, one thing that's a bummer with history podcast is there's so much that you've already heard. That's the one thing that's the bummer. And there's a really good history podcast, which I was hoping I would find. And I found some history podcasts, which are all right, but they're not really good. Anyway, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it was called. And it was attached to my Spotify account at my email address, therealmysticgwen@gmail.com. But the domestic terrorists upstairs have made it so I can't even log into that Spotify account anymore because some guy up there whose username on Spotify began with a D last year. Well, he used my data all the time to play his Spotify account, and basically it ate mine, dude. Pac-Man style. My goodness, aren't any of these not 3 parts? Aren't there any that's just a single fucking episode? Apparently not. Make sure you read the description and then keep in
July
mind the Osama bin Ladens and Kim Jae-youngs upstairs
was a beautiful summer
they're
day
back at
in
it.
Basel, Switzerland.
The
Rhine
whistleblowers
River
have to sit there with
sparkled
their
as
fucking
residents
towels wrapped
returned
around their
home
head.
for their evening meals.
and look like terrorists.
Around 9 p.m., the setting sun, still visible thanks to Switzerland's long summer days, suddenly became dim and small. It turned blood red, basking the city in a fiery hue. The residents of Basel watched in growing awe as the sunset gave way to twilight and a near full moon rose up. It, too, was blood red. This continued into the next day, with the sun basking the city in shades of red and orange, as if the sky itself were on fire. It was only a prelude to what was to come. Days later, at dawn on August 7th, witnesses saw a swarm of large, black spheres appear before the rising sun. Dozens of orbs filled the sky.
Oh man, I can't wait till there's car-sized drones flying around Everett.
Crossing paths.
I hope one hangs out just floating on at the second floor level,
battle
flipping you off.
unfolded. Orbs crashing into others, all silhouetted against a fierce
Right
sun.
outside of your
Many
guys'
of
window
these
on the
spheres
balcony side,
appear
on
to
the western
burn
side.
red before disintegrating.
If anybody can
Two
hear me in New
reporters
Jersey,
covered the incident
send
for
your
the local
car-sized drones right
Fluke
over here
Lot,
to the second floor.
a news flyer distributed in the city. The reporters hadn't been present for the event, but they compiled several eyewitness accounts. They referred
Wouldn't that
to
be
it
hilarious
as a
if only one
religious
showed up in
spectacle,
Everett and
calling
that's where it
a
went?
miracle from God. But later, UFO enthusiasts would view this encounter as one of the earliest recorded instances of extraterrestrial activity. Were alien forces battling it out in the skies above 16th century Europe? And what if this wasn't even the earliest known UFO sighting, all the way back to the days of Christ? Are we alone? Have we been alone? Will we be alone? Stories of alien visitation have been ingrained in human history. Alien life may not be confirmed, but our obsession with it can't be ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial, a Parcast original.
Remember,
I'm Tim,
everybody,
and I'm Bill.
aliens
Every
100% exist. But it's Godzilla, guys. It's Godzilla fucking with everybody. Every time you see an alien, in the event that you see an alien, you just have to remember, regardless of it's cute and adorable, like the Explorers, that shit was gold. Have you seen the Explorer? Some of you are too young. The Explorers is an excellent sci-fi movie. A wonderful adventure. Anyway, whether they're teeny and cute or large, or God forbid, a huge worm, we all know that the alien worms are not to be trusted, man. It's always Godzilla. It's just Godzilla. Even if you're getting anal probed, guys, you just got to remember, that's your creator. He's the one doing the anal probing.
Tuesday, we
He's trying to
visit the
keep your life
marvelous and
interesting.
strange stories about our
Interesting enough
encounters
to
with
base a movie
beings
on.
from
That's
another
the point.
world. We're aware that some of these tales may seem completely unbelievable.
And you get a sequel
Others
if
may
you
seem all
survive.
too real. But these stories shed light on human nature, human beliefs, and human psychology. And each story has
Some of
garnered
you are like
thousands,
the
if not
Dune book
millions, of
series. You've
true
just kept
believers.
going
And
and
for that
going
reason,
and going
we think
and
they're worth
going.
exploring. You can find all episodes of Extraterrestrial and all other podcast originals for free
But when
on
you're good at the
Spotify
game,
or
you don't get
wherever
to
you listen to
recall usually.
podcasts. To stream
Unless you're
Extraterrestrial
fat,
for
you know,
free
like
on
Buddha.
Spotify,
Buddha
just
gets to
open the app
recall
and type
all of his
Extraterrestrial in the
incarnations.
search bar.
Would that be
At
enjoyable
Parcast,
for you, though?
we're grateful
If you
for
remembered
you, our
500 and
listeners,
something different
who
lives
allow
you've
us to
lived?
do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you're listening. It really does help. In this week's one-part episode, we'll look at two 16th century celestial phenomena that are considered some of the earliest recorded examples of UFOs. These strange flying objects emerging from the sun in April 1561 and the summer of 1566 have been viewed differently over time. Initially, these sightings were often interpreted through a religious lens. However, 20th century psychologist Carl Jung reinterpreted these reports as part of the UFO archetype. And so, these early sightings, as well as other pieces of Renaissance artwork, were redefined by some as depictions of alien encounters. Extraterrestrial enthusiasts have often looked to the past in search of proof of alien life.
Depictions of UFO-type objects have existed in artwork for hundreds of years.
Hell
Even
yeah,
religious
guys, they exist in the Bible, dude.
inexplicable references to
Pay
objects in the
attention to the
sky.
Bible, dude. In the Old Testament, we have invisible flying
One of the
chariots that
earliest
chop the
examples
heads
comes from
off
an
of
11th century
armies that
fresco
are
of the
like
crucifixion.
20 times the size
It
of the good
resides
guys.
in an Eastern
What do you
Orthodox
think that was?
church and World
Angels?
Heritage Site located in a historic
Aliens?
town in Georgia.
Godzilla. That's the answer. Godzilla
The
playing the game.
Byzantine-era painting depicts Jesus on the cross, but if you look closely at the background, it seems to
We have to
also
remember,
show
everybody, that
two
Godzilla is very
flying
much a hermaphrodite.
objects taking off on either
So sometimes
side
he
of the
plays boy
crucifix.
games, and sometimes
They
he
almost
plays
look
girl
like
games.
jellyfish
Sometimes he
with
does arts
rounded
and crafts.
tops and 3 prongs sticking out of the bottoms.
Currently,
They're angled outward and have
Godzilla's got
exhaust
the no
trails
longer a
beneath
planet
Roman
Pluto in
guards
Aquarius,
seem
which
to
means
point
we're
out
in
the
for a
objects in
sci-fi
strange
adventure that will make
fascination.
all the Trekkies and Star Wars fans
Art historians argue
feel
that
as though
these shapes
their day has
represented
come.
angels
They knew they were
watching
in a
the
sci-fi movie.
crucifixion. However,
It's time
in
for
this
them
time
over
period,
the next few
angels were
years.
depicted with wings and halos. What's seen here couldn't be further from the traditional image of an
And
angel.
on that note, who would fuck an alien?
What was
I.
the unknown artist trying to convey? Is the artist suggesting that flying saucers were present at Christ's death?
I don't
It's
discriminate either.
difficult
I
to
feel like an
guess the
alien
true
with tentacles
intention,
is going
but
to be
the
a
painting
good time, dude.
continues to fuel UFO theories to this day.
A second fresco painting, this one from a 14th century monastery in Kosovo, also presents evidence of extraterrestrial beings. There are 2 flying objects in the upper corners of the painting.
They look like strange, futuristic rocket ships. Each is being piloted by a figure who appears to be steering the flying vessel.
These beings almost certainly aren't angels because they don't have halos or wings. There are other holy figures in the painting adorned with such, suggesting the flying pilots are not meant to be interpreted as divine entities.
In fact, the figure on the right appears to be wearing some kind of flight suit and is looking back at the figure on the left as if he's being pursued.
Because the object on the left is fiery red and the object on the right is silver, some believe these figures represent the sun and moon. However, personifying these celestial bodies was considered blasphemy in the Catholic Church.
The strange imagery doesn't end there. A 1486 painting entitled The Annunciation with Saint Ignatius shows a pulsing circular object in the sky shooting a beam of light down onto the Virgin Mary.
Dennis Geronimus, an associate professor of Italian Renaissance art at
Time Slip, Rocky Horror Picture Show. This is one of Godzilla's favorite songs, guys. Because I repeat, Godzilla is a hermaphrodite, guys. Godzilla has a vagina and a penis. And I suspect that the penis is huge. And the vagina is small.
Your face out of sensation, like you're under sedation.
again. You know what's another one I think Godzilla really likes, guys? Some of you already guessed it. Hedwig and the Angry Inch. I've got an angry inch. Why, guys? Why? Because Godzilla controls all of the penises and all of the vaginas, man. That's one of the things you have to accept. It's also the reason for inconvenient boners, dude. You ever see a girl that's got like a fucking eye patch and a peg leg and all of a sudden you get a boner? That's Godzilla fucking with you. And then you fuck them and you're like, it was the best sex of my life. I can't date an eye patch, peg leg hoe.
My 16 operation got botched. My guardian angel fell asleep on the watch. Now all I've got is a Bobby dog tracks. I've got an angry inch. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. I got an angry inch. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. I got an angry inch. I'm from the land where you still hear the cries. I had to get up, had to sever all ties. I changed the name and assumed the disguise. I've got an angry inch. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. I got an angry inch. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. I got an angry inch. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. The train is coming and I'm tied to the track. Trying to get up, I can't get no slack. My mother made my kids out of play. My boyfriend told me that he'd take me away. He dragged me to the doctor one day. Walking on every day. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. I got a motherfucking angry inch. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. I got an angry inch. Long story short. Yeah, long story short. When I woke up from the operation, I was bleeding down there. I was bleeding from the gash between my legs. It's my first day as a woman. Already it's that time of the month. But 2 days later, the hole closed up. The wound healed and I was left with a 1-inch mound of flesh. When my penis used to be, well, my vagina never was. It was a 1-inch mound of flesh with a scar running down it like a sideways grimace on an eyeless face. It was just a little bar. There was an angry air. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. The train is coming and I'm tied to the track. I try to get up, I can't get no slack. I got on angry air. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. Stay under cover till the night turns to black. I get my inch, I'm set to attack. I got on angry inch. 6 inches forward, 5 inches back. Stay under cover till the night turns to black. I got my inch, I'm set to attack. I got on angry inch. 6 inches forward and 5 inches back. The train is coming and I'm tied to the track.
Dead or alive. Dead or alive, I'll spin you right round, baby. Right round like a record, baby. And then I'll spank your ass. Remember, the FBI plans on using me as some sort of flogging device on you guys. I still don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. But they plan on using me to flog you. Dead or alive, spin. I dedicate this one to all of the men that will soon become women, or men that look kind of like women. They're all fuckable, dude. If you've never had sex with a transvestite, I highly recommend it. And everyone I've had sex with has a huge penis and excellent tits. Even the white ones.
I get to know your name.
Some of you may be wondering if I stole his hairstyle. Sometimes I stole this guy's hairstyle. Hey, watch out, here I come. I set my sights on you. And I'm gonna need to sit on you. You look like you're lots of fun. Open up your mouth and baby, watch out, here I come. I'll spin you right round, baby, right round. The terrorists upstairs are trying to get rid of the mental image of me sitting on their face and or spanking their ass with a writing prop while trying to terminate the live stream. Open up your mouth and baby, watch out, here I come. You talk too much, let me put your mouth to use. Open up your mouth and baby, watch out, here I come. Let's stick with guys in makeup, guys. I can branch out, though. I can do hardcore guys in makeup. We're not going to take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. Just joking, guys. The FBI is going to take it for as long as it has evidentiary value, and it seems as though there's some fishes on the line that aren't on the boat. We may be increasing from 10 individuals going to prison to more than that. And one of those individuals, there is a specific date that the FBI is waiting for to see whether or not they're going on the boat. And another individual is somebody who's connected with the terminations of the live streams. Now, that being said, Twisted Sister, let's talk about Twisted Sister, guys. This is their only good song, first off. We're not going to take it. Second off, the name is a play on words. You notice that your creator leaves little Easter eggs all around reality. For instance, why was Princess Leia his sister? Why in the Rocky Horror Picture Show was it his sister? Why do guys like to beat off to stepsister porn? Dude, the answer is Godzilla, who also wrote this song and did his makeup, guys. Twisted Sister. Their only good song. Easter eggs, they're everywhere.
Pass the carrots, please.
May I be excused, please? Yes, dear.
And just to be clear, I would never, ever, ever fuck a sibling or a step sibling, just out of sheer principles. But again, everybody, I would have totally fucked my uncle-in-law. I would have totally fucked my uncle-in-law, but also because of principles, I wouldn't have. But in the 90s or the early 2000s, I would have absolutely fucked my aunt's husband, man, if he wasn't my aunt's husband.
Don't Douglas see me?
All right, mister, what do you think you're doing?
You call this a room? This is a pigsty. I want you to straighten up this area now. You are a disgusting slob. Stand up straight. Tuck in that shirt. Adjust that belt buckle. Tie those shoes.
I'm just going to pause this here and say I'm not going to name names, but I lived with a guy exactly like this guy. This was my childhood, guys. This is also why I fucking hate cleaning. My house is not dirty. My house is cleaner than most men's, but my cleanliness is that of a 60-year-old male bachelor. And this is why, because this is what I grew up with. This was every day for me. People coming into my bedroom, throwing my shit on the floor, and screaming in my face. It's also one of the reasons why I fucking hate stalkers.
Twisted Sister. What is that? Wipe that smile off your face. Do you understand? What is that? A Twisted Sister pin on your uniform? What kind of a man are you? You're
the kind that will run away
weak.
while I'm a minor and get
You
legal
do
emancipation
nothing.
for
You
fleeing
are nothing.
across a
You
fucking
sit in
ocean.
here all day and play that sick, repulsive, electric twanger. I carried an M16 and you carry that guitar. Who are you? Where do you come from? Are you listening to me? What do you want to do with your life?
Be Jewish.
I want to rock.
Then don't forget the song that the FBI dedicated to you all. I said, don't forget about the song that the FBI dedicated to you all. Unit 207 has mics on, so I can't use voice to text. The song the FBI dedicated to you? Who remembers the song the FBI dedicated to you? Correctamundo. It's Queen. We Will Rock You. We Will Rock You, Queen. This one goes out to everyone that's going to prison. Remember, it was months ago when the FBI dedicated this song to you guys. You may be wondering, is it still true? Oh, yes. Remember, they've got some little fishies on the line that aren't on the boat. We may be going from 10 to 12 individuals going to prison. One, apparently they're not going to know until a certain date. Another is someone that was fucking around with the live streams in the last 24 hours. You got mud on your face. Big disgrace. The FBI is going to put you right in the prison. They're going to kick your asses all over the place. Whistleblowers excluded. Whistleblowers, you get to sing this too. You're part of Queen.
Buddy, you're a young man, hard man, shouting in the street. You're gonna take on the world someday. You got blood on your face, a big disgrace.
Some real enforcement's gonna put you in your place. We will rock you.
Sing it.
And then remember, everybody, it's those attorneys that are already effectively federally disbarred and unaware of it that are the cause for everyone else that's going to prison if these other two individuals get on the boat. And also for the attempted illegal entries of the last 2 days. My Way, Frank Sinatra. I dedicate this to the whistleblowers.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this.
I did it my
way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do, saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway. More, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it
Laheim.
my way.
Gotta ration this green tea and pomegranate. Too much caffeine yesterday.
I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way, oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got, if not himself?
Then he has not.
To say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows
And did it more.
Yes, it was my way.
And then it's a gift from Godzilla that you get paid for doing things your way. Whistleblowers doing the right thing and getting paid for it. That's a gift from Godzilla right there. Hi ho, it's off to work we go. And this one's for the domestic terrorist upstairs that didn't blow the whistle. This is you guys. You're the 7 dwarfs. Oh, no, it's fun. They're trying to do something with the YouTube videos again. Hi, Popos. Hi, Popos. Hi, Popos. Hi, Popos. Hi, hoes. Hi, hoes. It's off to work you go.
Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho, hi ho, hi ho. It's off to work we go. Hi ho, hi ho. Hi ho, hi ho, hi home from work we go. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. It's home from work we go. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. It's home from work we go. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho.
British man taking bath in trash bin. This is the kind of neighbor I am, guys. I'm the kind of neighbor that hangs out in a trash bin pool on occasion and gets stalked by creepy little stalkers. And if you haven't seen this video, you're in for a treat. Here I am.
Ah!
That's me in my male form, guys. Bald-headed white British guy.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Am I not allowed?
Yeah, but you're in the bin. You are having a cocktail.
Listen, Dominic. If I want to have a swim, my own being, on the hottest day that we've ever had in England, then I'm entitled to do so.
Hey, I'm
Who are you to stop me?
No, I'm not trying to stop
Who are you to stop me?
I'm not trying to stop him, mate.
Right. If you want to fight about it, come here and fight.
Come on, girlies. I'll drop you each one at a time. I'll let you guys hit me both at the same time. Twice. How's that? Well, I'm still knocking your asses out.
No, I'm not going to bring you down. Well, it's not a celebration. All right.
Well, you're perp.
No, I'm not a pervert, man.
You want to see my empty body? I'll knock your bloody nose down your throat.
All right, then go on, then.
You see, ah!
Dry bar comedy. UNIT207 is fucking with the YouTube interface because, again, Nerd Squad. They're trying to use that in some way to terminate this one that's running, even though it's in a separate tab and not logged into any account per your instructions. Here's another one from Godzilla. You might be a manly girly man.
This is how to get in shape fast. The best way to boost your metabolic rate and get in shape is not keto, it's not paleo, it's not carb.
I called my first dry bar comedy special Manly Girly Man. Because although I'm not a manly man, I'm not a girly man either. I'm right in the middle. I'm what you might call a manly girly man. Whenever one of my manly man friends says, "Hey Jeff, what would you rather have, bro? A Dodge Challenger Hellcat or a Shelby Mustang 5.0? I'm like, I don't care, bro. Whichever one has 8 cylinders and comes in purple. Whenever one of my manly man friends says, "Hey Jeff, who rocks harder, bro? Aerosmith or Metallica?" I'm like, Aerosmith, bro, because those guys are survivors and Dude Looks Like a Lady is my jam. If there are any manly men here tonight, and we have a few, you, sir, are a manly man. You, sir, are a manly man. You, sir, are on the waiting list. How do you like that, sir? You just got roasted by Keith Urban's sister. But if there are any manly men here tonight,
You might be a Jew if you're being a little bit existential right now.
Man, there's a way you can tell. So with apologies to one of my favorite comedians, Jeff, you might be a redneck if Foxworthy. If you've ever walked into a butcher shop and asked for pumpkin spice beef jerky, you might be a manly girly man. If you've ever watched a professional wrestler pummel an opponent with a folding chair and thought, nice cape, you might be a manly girly man. If you've ever watched a John Wick movie with Keanu Reeves and wish there had been more scenes with the dog, you might be a manly girly man. If a woman asks you if you have protection and you whip out a tube of sunblock, you might be a manly girly man. If the only thing you've ever made with your own 2 hands is gluten-free banana nut bread, sir, you might be a manly girly man. If you carry an Allen wrench on your keychain just in case you make an impulse buy at IKEA, you might be a manly girly man. If you've ever thought of becoming a longshoreman just so you can get discounts at Pier 1, you might be a manly girly man. And if you're sitting there thinking, but Jeff, didn't Pier 1 go out of business over a year ago, then you are definitely a manly girly man.
Such a shame, too. I love Pier 1 imports.
And finally, if you've ever turned 3 albums worth of funny yet formulaic one-liners into a multi-million-dollar entertainment empire, you might be smarter than a 5th grader.
You are using apple cider vinegar the wrong way. If your goal is to lose belly fat, you need to use it the right way.
No, you don't. You need to go on a all-liquid diet.
Things
That's all you
happen
need
to
to do for a
me
month.
just in general, but you know, the bus magnifies it. And this happened to me at a bus stop in Colorado. And I'm from Colorado, but I don't ski because I'm already sliding downhill in so many other areas of my life. Well, thank you over there, man. I'm going to get the whole room to laugh in my eye will straighten out just for a minute there. But this happened in Colorado. It was 8 o'clock at night. It was this time of year. It was dark out. And say like that stool is the bus stop, right? I walk up to the bus stop like you normally would, and I startled this woman who was there. And I get it. I mean, you know, I'm a weird looking guy, however you want to say it, but we live in America here,
the terrorists
right?
are very mobile at present.
All right, I'm doing well, one person at a time, man.
Is it that time of day where you need to pray in the direction of Mecca, Little Los Alamos?
Everybody's going to laugh. It's just individually, but I've been there
or
before.
Is it Kim J-ung leading you to reassure those vaginas up there that fall into that category of the rocket building
stories
abilities?
Give me a bottle of water and let me go up there. No, but what I'm saying is we live in America.
And then it's funny, you know, because the undercover FBI agents, they're like, we hid the detonator. They're never going to look under the couch
people
cushions.
Don't usually laugh there, but all right. That's cool. Wherever you guys laugh, I'll slow down. I get the feeling there's something going on behind me that I'm unaware of. But no, you know, I do. I get up in the morning, check my reflection in the mirror. I'm like, that is the look I'm going for. Let's go to the bank. I've got stuff to do, you know? So I walk up to this bus stop. I startle this woman, and she says to me, "Are you all right? Do you have somewhere to go?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's why I'm at a bus stop. I'm going places. I don't think I can time it much better. Is this your first time at a bus stop?" And this happened to me late at night. I'm riding a bus. I'm a nightclub entertainer. This guy stands up on a rolling bus and asks me for $1. And first of all, if you're asking me for money, I'm going to question your analytical skills. I mean, I do not look like a high roller. It's like, do your homework. But this guy asked me for $1, so I try to be polite. I'm like, "I'm sorry, sir, I don't have $1. And he cops an attitude with me and starts talking all tough. He's like, "Hey, man, why don't we take our shoes off and do a little boxing?" I'm like, "Well, that is a weird request, but I'm on this bus for another 35 minutes, so let's box, bro." So as he was taking his shoes off, I beat the heck out of him, you know? You're the one who wanted to fight me over $1, buddy.
Yeah. Unit 207. They do the best YouTube hacking.
Are these 5 feminizing foods in your kitchen? Let's uncover the foods no man over 40 should ever eat if he wants to lose.
Anybody with somebody who snores, it's just the worst thing in the world. And I guess my head is where his is on the other side of the wall. So you just hear that snoring through the walls. You can't do nothing about that. You know, I'm laying there, I just hear. I called his room last night. He picked the phone up. I said, "Get off your back." And I hung the phone up on him. He was on his back. Man, this snoring is something, man. Who's retired by applause? Retired? Yeah, that's all right. I want to retire too after the show, but that's quitting. I want the paperwork. Yeah, I'd be like my grandfather. My grandfather, when he retired, man, he had like a uniform. You know what I mean?
Another terrorist was at my door at 9:16 a.m.
The next day, man,
They didn't knock. I don't know what they did other than try and look into my living room.
That was his uniform. He looked weird laying in the casket with that on. just was strange looking, you know. Still retired, you know. Yeah. My uncle, he retired, man. He just went on ahead and retired. He was on disability for many years. Yeah, he lost these 3 fingers on the job. He was walking around like this. He had 5 fingers on his hand. Left this hand in his pocket, left this one out. I said, I don't want you to leave this one out and put the other one in your pocket. He said, but I'm right-handed. I said, not no more. Yeah, switch it up a little bit, man. Friend of mine, his father, he retired from Tesla, you know, and part of his retirement package, they gave him a top-of-the-line Tesla on the way out, man. Beautiful car. Oh, my. This inside and out. Beautiful car, man. And a friend of mine, he had one, too, man. You know, beautiful cars, man. Smart car, too. Because like I said, a friend of mine, he had one, and he missed the payment, and the car drove itself back to the dealership. So I don't think I want no car like that telling my business, you know. Yeah, it's a secret, you know. Come on. Yeah. Getting older, though, man. It's a blessing to get older, isn't it? Yeah, people don't like it, but, you know I'm getting older. You know, my things are tweaking right now. You know what I mean? I like some of y'all, too, man. Like, you know, you don't know why it hurt. It just do. Like, right now, my 3rd toe hurt right now. I don't know how you hurt your 3rd toe.
At NYU believes the image symbolically represents the Holy Spirit impregnating Mary. But the object in the sky bears an uncanny resemblance to a UFO. Another 15th century painting, the Madonna at St. Giovannino, depicts Mary with the baby Jesus as St. John looks on. But in the background, a man with a dog looks up at a dark oval shape in the sky. It pulses with rays of light. There are no wings or body parts on the object to suggest it's an angel. What's more, on the opposite side, strange tentacle-like creatures can be seen beneath the sun.
It could be an extraterrestrial sighting, or just religious iconography with a significance that's since been forgotten.
Regardless of the artist's true intent, these images have gained new meaning over the centuries and sparked debate and curiosity.
Jacques Vallée, author of Wonders in the Sky, believed such pieces of art introduced the UFO phenomenon into real documented history. Despite their possible religious interpretations, these early references contributed to the language and design we continue to use in describing unidentified flying objects today.
However, despite the strange, fascinating imagery of these paintings, there remains a seed of doubt. Religious imagery from that time period is notoriously strange, so it's a leap to assume any object in the sky in these paintings is definitely a UFO. That being said, 2 well-documented UFO sightings from the following century are much harder to deny.
Thanks to a pair of wood etchings that immortalized witness testimony, today's alien enthusiasts can study what may be one of the world's earliest UFO sightings.
One of those etchings was created by 60-year-old Hans Glaser, a renowned publisher living in Nuremberg, Germany in the 1560s. Nuremberg is located in the northern region of Bavaria. In the late 13th century, it was a hub for manufacturing and commerce, thanks to its central location in Europe. By the 16th century, it had developed a reputation as a cultural and business center for Western civilization.
Hans Glaser specialized in a form of printing that used woodcut illustrations to comment on current events. The woodcut technique allowed artists to easily duplicate their work once an image was carved into the block. As a result, prints could be sold and shared with a much wider audience. It helped revolutionize how information was disseminated.
Hans Glaser produced a number of woodcut illustrations on broadsheets, a precursor to tabloid newspapers starting in 1540. Glauser played an important role in recording local events in Nuremberg, and in 1561, one such event captivated the city and forever changed the human perception of the unexplained. Hans Glauser awoke at dawn on April 14th and prepared for the journey into town. As he left home, something felt different. He was struck by the color of the sky. It wasn't the usual pastel colors of sunrise, but something more sinister. It was glowing fiery red. Hans paused at the city gates as the sky changed again. He watched the scene unfold along with other men and women from the countryside. He looked up to see what he later called a dreadful apparition. Two blood-red semicircular arcs emerged from the middle of the sun. They looked like two boomerangs, one on top of the other. They grew in size so that the sun appeared to be crying tears of blood. Onlookers watched as more strange crafts of various shapes and colors appeared in the sky. There were spheres of black and red, and groups that formed tubes and squares. They all seemed to emerge out of the sun's light. As one witness recounted,
You got a 4 or 5 second delay tops.
there were visible a
9:22
few
a.m.
blood-red crosses, between which there were blood-red strips becoming thicker to the rear and in the front, malleable like the rods of reed grass. Witnesses claimed to see the long tubes open and release smaller, round objects that darted around, leaving vapor trails in their wake, almost like several small ships launching off a carrier plane. The orbs and spheres seemed to chase one another across the sky. Crosses and beams of light shot between them. An aerial battle was unfolding. While it's unclear how many people witnessed the phenomenon, those who did watched for over an hour as hundreds of strange flying objects zipped around, crossing paths before seeming to disintegrate. Then, an enormous black spear-shaped craft filled the horizon. It crashed to the ground, sending clouds of smoke and steam billowing. One account said, the crafts fell from the sun down upon the earth as if they all burned, and they then wasted away on the earth with immense smoke. But searches of the surrounding countryside didn't turn up any debris. It was as if the crashed ships had simply vanished. While this may sound like a World War II fighter plane dogfight, witnesses had no difference to mechanical flight wouldn't be invented until the 20th century. Jet propulsion and high-powered weapons weren't even a fantasy for the people of Nuremberg in 1561. As a result, the first-hand accounts could only use medieval terms to discuss what the events had looked like. As deeply religious people, the witnesses interpreted the incident as a message from God, a glimpse of a divine battle between angels and demons. Hans made this analysis plain in the broadsheet that he published later that month. He concluded that the God-fearing will by no means discard these signs, but will take it to heart as a warning of their merciful Father in heaven. The witnesses described UFOs the only way they knew how, as religious warnings. So, was it an act of a vengeful God, or were alien forces fighting for supremacy in the skies over Nuremberg? Next, publisher Hans Glauser writes the definitive account of the events at Nuremberg. And just 5 years later, another sighting takes place over Basel, Switzerland. Now, back to the story. For centuries, Renaissance artwork included strange objects in the sky that bore a striking resemblance to UFOs. But it was a 16th century mass sighting in Nuremberg, Germany, that led to the first recorded eyewitness accounts of UFOs.
Citizen Hans Glaser memorialized the event using a woodcut print. The broadsheet he published helped spread word of the event throughout the continent.
If anybody's wondering what the FBI's latest brief was, it was that you guys didn't hide it under the couch cushions, the detonator.
Extraterrestrial
You
life.
hid it far away.
The color
Far
woodcut
away.
was quite striking. It illustrated various craft
Shout
flying around the
out
sun.
to Glenn and
all
Phil.
different colors and
Code names
shapes,
Glenn and Phil.
including orbs and crosses and tubes. There's even a black
That
spear-shaped
detonator
vessel
is
in the
gone,
lower left
Kim
corner
Jam.
of the woodcut that looks like an
detonator
early
is
version
gone.
of a Star Wars Star Destroyer. Plumes of smoke rise ominously from the right corner.
Why? Because Glenn and Phil are even
Many of
cooler
the
than Tom
illustrated
Brady. That's
crafts
why.
have characteristics similar to later UFO sightings, like pilot Kenneth Arnold's encounter with 9 circular-type crafts in 1947, and a report of a
They
cigar-shaped
may have even left you
object
guys like a
flying
decoy
near an
rubber
Air
ducky
Force
that you think
base
might
in
be
Maine
a
in
detonator.
1975.
Find the rubber ducky.
William Burns, author of the Everything
Find the
UFO
rubber
book,
ducky
described
that
Hans
codenames
Glaser's
Glenn and Phil left
broadsheet
for
as
you.
one
The
of the
rubber
most
ducky detonator.
striking depictions, both in text and in art, of a violent UFO
Pretty sure it
encounter.
only launches a bottle rocket. Kim. Lisa.
Notably, broadsheets were early forms of newspapers that focused primarily on strange or violent stories. They were the 16th century's equivalent of tabloid media. They were known to dramatize and exaggerate events, no doubt to sell more copies. Many reported on astronomical phenomena, such as the aurora borealis, but depicted them through a religious filter, claiming such signs to be messages from God.
In the case of the Nuremberg broadsheet of 1561, Hans Glaser and other witnesses believed they had experienced, quote, high signs and miracles of God. The fact that it was witnessed by multiple people from different positions corroborated the event, suggesting it couldn't have been a hallucination or mass panic.
What if the spheres Hans described were, in fact, UFOs, and the large black triangle was the mothership? What if the residents of Nuremberg, Germany, had actually witnessed a battle of advanced technology?
This incredible event would be remembered for centuries to come, but it was only the beginning.
5 years later, in July and August of 1566, the UFOs were back again, this time in the skies above Basel, Switzerland.
It began on July 27th, with residents observing strange discoloration in the sun and moon over the course of 2 days. A report described the sun as losing all its radiance and luster, and it was no bigger than the full moon. And finally, it seemed to weep tears of blood, and the air behind it went dark.
The moon also assumed a blood-red color that night, and the rising sun lit the houses and streets as if everything was blood-red and fiery.
At dawn on August 7th, large black spheres emerged from the sun and moved with great speed around the sky.
Like the Nuremberg incident, these flying orbs appeared to fight each other in an aerial battle, turning red when they were hit and then vaporizing.
After the event, reporters gathered witness statements and created a woodcut depiction. They published their report a week later.
Known as the Flugblatt of Basel, or the Basel pamphlet, this woodcut and text describe the event as historical fact. While not nearly as descriptive as the Nuremberg broadsheet, the similarities were undeniable. undeniable. Both events appear to depict airship battles at a time when airships didn't exist, and both were memorialized in print. As William Burns writes, with the invention of movable type in Europe, print had become the late medieval and early Renaissance version of today's internet. It allowed information to be spread through unofficial channels, and this is an important distinction, as the events at Nuremberg and Basel may have otherwise been suppressed by the church or government, who generally controlled the flow of information. The invention of broadsheets and woodcuts allowed these strange occurrences to find their way into the public domain. Of course, these documents continued to have religious overtones. They weren't seen as extraterrestrial sightings, perhaps because the term didn't exist until the mid-20th century. In the 1950s, psychologist Carl Jung studied the UFO phenomenon. Jung was intrigued less by the possible existence of UFOs and more by their psychological appeal. He considered flying saucers and other unidentified flying craft as a form of modern myth-making, with ideas passed down over generations. In Jung's view, the language of flying saucers originated from these early reports and became ingrained in the human psyche. UFO sightings picked up in the mid-20th century once advances in human technology made mechanical flight a reality. This was also due in part to the Cold War and fears of Russian warplanes and satellites in the sky. As a result, earlier stellar depictions were viewed through a new lens. Published in 1959, Jung's book, Flying Saucers, A Modern Myth of Things Seen in the Sky, examined the psychological aspects of the phenomenon that helped to establish modern UFO legends. In fact, the 1561 broadsheet from Nuremberg, Germany, and the 1566 pamphlet from Basel, Switzerland.
So the domestic terrorists were outside at 9:16 a.m., as I already stated, and then they came back to perpetrate more terrorism. They're still outside while Unit 207 is upstairs actively hoping that they'll be volunteering to go to prison for them. It is the same male voice that was already looking at prison because of his involvement yesterday, unless he is one of the undercover FBI agents that's been working at the North Everett Precinct for years. Which I don't know, because remember, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've just been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June, when the FBI realized your aggravated criminal conspiracy was going to turn into a domestic terrorist organization.
Analogous to UFO motherships.
If you missed it, guys, go back and watch yesterday's morning live stream. You'll hear about how the FBI said that they're going to be extra psychopathic till the 24th, and boy, oh boy, has that been evident.
Jung then analyzed what these features suggested about the viewer's subconscious. The large black spear shape, in his
and the
words,
current time is 9:35 a.m. PST.
Element, especially in its penetrating capacity. He found the emphasis on the cross motif to be striking.
And then remember, the FBI had me put over all of my curtains, which I have many. I have 2 curtains on those front windows, a giant red sheet because of the rampant exterior stalking that was part of their premeditated domestic terrorism.
That had been
and it was slated
for
this month.
While he didn't go into detail on what these natural phenomena were,
all of these little nuances,
on the symbolic nature
courtesy
of the
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
The tubes represented cannons, and the globes cannonballs, suggesting an artillery engagement in the sky. Jung concluded that both reports have clear analogies, not only with one another, but also with the modern.
And you may have wondered why I gave you a 360 view repeatedly. That was also per the FBI's instructions.
Because of Jung's critical analysis, these early reports helped to establish the modern characteristics and language used to describe UFOs in the 20th century. But what of these natural phenomena that Jung
failed to identify. Decades later, scientists may have found an explanation. Next, we'll examine the rare atmospheric phenomena that may have been the source of the Nuremberg and Basel celestial sightings. Now, back to the story. After psychologist Carl Jung reprinted two 16th century broadsheets depicting extraterrestrial battles over Nuremberg, Germany and Basel, Switzerland, UFO enthusiasts became convinced they represented some of the earliest recorded examples of alien life. Unlike previous Renaissance art, which included objects in the sky without explanation, these were historical accounts of real celestial phenomena reported by multiple eyewitnesses. However, these broadsheets were the only two accounts to come out of Europe in areas that were considered hubs for distributing news and information across countries. One would imagine something as monumental as an extraterrestrial battle would leave behind a larger footprint. It brings into question the credibility of the reports and leads us to wonder if this was actually a hoax or misinterpretation of events. In fact, some modern researchers believe they have debunked these sightings as natural phenomena. To start, we now know the sky can change color based on how light travels through the Earth's atmosphere. Light waves interact with particles in the air like dust, water droplets, and ice crystals, causing wavelengths to scatter and filter out certain colors. Eileen Korenik and Joseph Shaw of the Optical Society explain in their article, Exploring the Science of Light, that within the visible range of light, red light waves are scattered the least by atmospheric gas molecules. So at sunrise and sunset, when the sunlight travels a long path through the atmosphere to reach our eyes, the blue light has been mostly removed, leaving mostly red and yellow light remaining. The result is that the sunlight takes on an orange or red cast, which we can see reflected from clouds or other objects as a colorful sunset or sunrise. This can be compounded by water droplets in cloud formations, which scatter light without much color variation. Therefore, clouds tend to amplify the color of the incoming light. A blood red sunrise or sunset is simply the result of red light waves scattering and being amplified by cloud droplets. Korenik and Shaw say that clouds act as a screen on which nature's colors are painted. This is why sunsets or sunrises are so much prettier when some clouds are available to show us the colors. Light waves passing through the Earth's atmosphere can also create other strange spectacles in the sky. Frank Johnson, a writer for the website Ancient Aliens Debunked, claims the objects seen over Nuremberg and Basel were the result of atmospheric occurrences known as sundogs or parhelion. These halos are the result of plate-shaped ice crystals in the upper atmosphere acting as prisms. They refract and reflect light from the sun to create strange patterns in the sky. These can appear in a range of colors and sometimes form arcs and crosses. Like the multicolored arcs and tubes seen in Nuremberg and Basel, sundogs often appear in pairs on either side of the sun when it's near the horizon. A similar phenomenon, called a sun halo, creates a full circle of refracted light when the sun is higher in the sky. In addition to sundogs and sun halos, ice crystals in the atmosphere can also cause colorful circumzenithal arcs, also known as smiles in the sky, because they look like upside-down rainbows. Such atmospheric phenomena have been observed dating back to the days of Aristotle, who specifically noted that sundogs were always seen by the side of the sun, not above or below it, nor in the opposite quarter of the sky. Even at the time, Aristotle understood these mock suns were caused by reflecting light. But over the centuries, these atmospheric phenomena took on religious significance. In fact, a depiction of a sundog appeared in the Nuremberg Chronicle, a 1493 illustrated story of human history based on biblical passages. A formation of multiple sundogs seen over Stockholm in 1535 was interpreted as a warning from God during the Protestant Reformation. Evangelical priest Ulas Petri was so troubled by their appearance that he had a painting commissioned and displayed before his congregation. This 1535 Swedish painting of sundogs over Stockholm is one of the earliest depictions of the solar phenomenon. Similarly, the events at Nuremberg and Basel were interpreted as messages from God. However, while the text of the broadsheets included religious references, the artistic license taken in the woodcuts and descriptions created room for additional interpretations. Frank Johnson from Ancient Aliens Debunked believed that the people of Nuremberg witnessed multiple sundogs and other atmospheric reflections on the morning of April 4th, 1561. Johnson explains how sundogs can appear as different colors and shapes, including blood-red arcs and circled plates or halos. The tubes and rods depicted in the woodcuts are part of the reflective arcs or broken halos. The shapes are seen fighting because sundogs can change shape and move based on the position of the sun, as well as what angle they're viewed from. As Johnson writes, the fighting could be as simple as one shape moving slightly and changing shape as the sun moves, and appearing to push other shapes out of the way. The Nuremberg broadsheet was compiled from the testimony of multiple witnesses, all of whom saw the event from a different vantage point. As a result, what were really only a few atmospheric reflections seemed to multiply and grow more complex in the retelling. Johnson also notes that Glauser depicted all of the events happening simultaneously, when in fact the incident transpired over the course of an hour. The image does not necessarily follow the narrative, but rather provides a jumbled depiction of everything seeming to occur at once. Ultimately, Johnson believes Glauser also very likely took artistic license with what witnesses recounted. It wouldn't be the first time he embellished in his woodcuts. Glauser had previously memorialized the sighting of an aurora borealis in 1554. When witnesses reported it as looking like knights fighting in the sky, that is what Glauser carved, presenting it literally. After all, he was in the business of selling broadsheets. Perhaps he had learned from that first experience that such creative liberties helped his bottom line. This still doesn't explain the large mothership floating beneath the flying orbs. How does Johnson explain this black, spear-shaped object and alleged crash, which left behind a large cloud of smoke? As we explained earlier, no wreckage was ever found. This could be an example of another atmospheric condition known as a fall streak hole. The National Weather Service defines a fall streak hole as a large circular or elliptical gap that can appear in cirrocumulus or altocumulus clouds. In layman's terms, a large dark hole can appear in a cloud when moisture in the air cools below freezing, but the water is unable to turn into ice. As clouds move and drift, these formations can take on a variety of shapes. A Telegraph article from 2009 discusses a UFO cloud formation over Romania. The article focuses on a saucer-shaped cloud that was seen in the skies just a few weeks after a similar cloud formation appeared over Moscow. It was determined that both sightings were examples of a fall streak hole.
The article describes the atmospheric process as such. While most of the supercooled water remains suspended in the sky, rings of ice do form and plunge to Earth, leaving donut-shaped holes in the cloud layer. In both Romania and Moscow, the disc-shaped cloud was outlined by a ring of sunlight. The article mentions the luminous effect visible in the Russian and Romanian videos is due to the sun being low in the sky. As we know, both the Nuremberg and Basel events took place when the sun was low in the sky. Ultimately, Johnson believes the black spear described in the Nuremberg broadsheet was a fall streak hole compounded by a crepuscular ray, or a shadow that's formed when the sun has set behind an irregularly shaped cloud. That would explain the dark color and appearance of smoke low on the horizon. Johnson takes a pessimistic view in the end, wondering how, quote, otherwise normal weather events can capture the attention of a population enough to be printed news and a sign from God in a time when printing was fairly new, and then capture the attention of ancient astronaut theorists 500 years later. He argues that the news media has always been driven to make money and tends to sensationalize relatively benign stories. As a result, these weather events were given outsized significance and fed the public's appetite for outrageous stories. To this day, tabloid news remains a popular outlet for wild stories to masquerade as truth. One need look no further than the infamous 1993 Weekly World News headline, Hillary Clinton adopts alien baby.
Dude, that's the kind of news I want
The
to read.
sensational stories that came out of Nuremberg and Basel in the 16th century had a similar effect. The broadsheets memorializing the events were known to take liberties in their stories to stir public interest, further adding to the heightened mystery around the sightings. As Jung and Vallée would argue, the early examples set the stage for how modern UFOs are depicted and characterized. Even if they were, in fact, religious symbolism or natural phenomena, the images took hold in the human psyche and contributed to the development of modern alien myths. While there are those who believe these depictions confirm extraterrestrial battles over Europe, the more likely explanation is a case of naturally occurring atmospheric phenomena. With that in mind, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being likely and 1 being unbelievable, we give the 16th century celestial sightings a 3 out of 10. When filtered through modern UFO myth and language, these vague, otherworldly depictions took on new meanings and significance. Yet, it's easy to see why enthusiasts were taken with the woodcut print. And the oddly specific details do give us a little pause. Maybe there was more to the story. Perhaps one day the aliens will return and they'll tell us all about our ancestors in 1500s Germany. But until that day, we'll remain skeptical of the tabloids.
Tom Green and Glenn. Phil Guru. This is good shit, dude. Glenn and Phil are interesting. I do prefer Glenn over Phil.
The 56th NAACP Image Awards, live tonight at 8 on BET. Turn your best idea.
rubber ducky.
We don't have to fight.
You're the one.
We don't have to kill. Everybody in the whole wide world really just needs to chill. No, we don't have to fuss. No, no, no. We don't have to fight.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Just Chill with George. This is episode 93, and this time around, I'm very excited to have a returning guest who has brought a special guest with him. But before we get into it, I want to remind you, if you're watching on YouTube and you would prefer audio only, you can get that on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and other places like that. If you're listening to me on one of those platforms, though, and you didn't know there was a visual side to this thing, I encourage you to please come check it out here on YouTube. If you come over to the visual side, I would really appreciate it if you'd hit that subscribe button. You do not have to, obviously, but it really helps me grow this channel, and I love connecting with new people. So, if you're just joining in now, maybe it's your first episode, or you've been here since day one, thank you very much. It means a lot to me. If you want to reach out to me with a cool guest idea or some general feedback about the show, you can hit me up on social media or send me an email at justchillpodcasting@gmail.com.
Great ideas can come from anywhere. With Wix.
If you reach out, let me know if you have interest in one of these olive oil stickers with the show's logo on it, and I'll send you one free of charge. Now, as I mentioned off the top, I have a returning guest. I've become friends with him since he was here for episode 68, I believe it was.
68, huh?
And don't spoil who it is.
Yeah, you were 69, but
you're not on camera. Kenny was 69, actually.
Oh, that's more appropriate for Kenny. Yeah.
Anyways, before I spoil the guests, you haven't seen them yet, but the friend he has brought along with him probably has one of the most notable and contagious laughs in all of television history.
Boy.
Oh, I thought maybe I was going to get a little sample of it there, but you can't force these things. You probably know them from the Tom Green Show. That's right. I'm talking about Glenn Humplick and Phil Giroux. Welcome to the studio, guys.
Yeah. Awesome. It's nice to be here, Oliver. How's my hair, by the way?
Looks great. I was going to say, you guys have aged gracefully.
It's okay. Didn't really check it, but I don't usually check, but
look at that thick wad.
It is. It's nice.
You've touched it many times before.
Oh, I know I have.
You know? Mr. 68.
Well, you were always kind of known as like the ladies' man, from what I've gathered. The Mad Stallion I wrote down here.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's they. Who's they?
Is he being humble or?
Well,
he's done all right. All right. We don't have to get into that.
I don't want to go down that road.
Oh boy.
Well, what I want to start off. Obviously, we can get into the Tom Green Show. I want to start off though with what's been going on lately. How I know you guys.
What? I just heard you say it's been a long time. I don't know why that makes no sense or is funny, but yeah. Sorry, Oliver. There's going to be a lot of these like ridiculous.
If you guys are going, I'm going to let you go. So I'm sorry if I interrupt you, honestly.
No.
I
cheers, by the way. Thanks for having us here.
Of course.
Thanks for having us here. Good to see you too.
Steam whistle?
Yeah.
As I was, you said you like lagers and then asked for steam whistle, but it's a
he likes IPAs.
Yeah, but I do like steam whistle. I think I'm actually wearing a steam
there you go.
Look at that.
Yeah,
really?
whistle t-shirt.
But it is indeed a Pilsner.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe they make a lager too, I'm not sure.
They just started making one about 4 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Okay, before we start, what's the difference between a Pilsner and a lager? I thought they were the same.
Not the same, no. You've got ale, Pilsner, and lagers. Those are three different.
What's the difference?
You know, I know that they're different, but if you ask me like under the hood how they're different, it's the process, it's the blah, blah, blah. And
so it's not one of these like, it's from the region of Bordeaux.
Pilsner makes me think Europe,
different.
though.
That's different.
There's a different process of making
and a lager. No, they don't taste the same to me.
No,
Pilsner I associate with European beers a lot, like Czech Pilsners, German Pilsners. I'm sure they have ales and lagers too, but when I think of Pilsner, I think of Europe.
You don't think of downtown Toronto?
Well, yeah, I suppose we've got them here too, but maybe the origins come from Europe. I don't really know.
Three idiots.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we can do a lot of that here tonight.
We know a little bit, but we really don't know enough to complete the.
You were telling me a bunch of history stuff on the dog walk.
Yeah, I know about that stuff, and I know that there's those are three different types of beers, but
I don't know that that's an accomplishment.
I was starting a brewery, but I don't.
Were you actually starting a brewery?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Part owner of a distillery.
Oh, so not just a garage,
top shelf,
bathtub
small,
sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
small.
What?
Top shelf distillers, but
cool.
Just a.
When did that start?
7 and some change years, about 7-ish years ago.
Oh, okay. Quite some time.
It's in perp.
Nice.
Yeah.
Keep plastic out of your pits and the trash. Try Wild Natural deodorant today.
Yeah.
Damn.
Make a lot of moonshines, all kinds of different moonshines, gin,
Can I ask
vodka.
what makes a moonshine? Because I've always been curious about that.
You need a bathtub.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's legitimate.
Yeah, you just need a bathtub. You put a bunch of corn syrup in there, and you just let it from. No, I'm just joking. Moonshine is it's a bit of a label that like is kind of loose, right? It's kind of just like, I don't want to make it sound like cheap booze, but back in the day, that's kind of.
Yeah,
That's
it's country bumpkin booze, kind of.
Kind of. But
and really high alcohol usually?
Usually, but it's made a big comeback. It's big in the west coast of America right now.
Okay.
It's
So it's just it's booze that's not aged as long, right? Is that what it is?
instant. Yeah, it's not aged.
So how long is it aged?
0 seconds.
What do you mean 0 seconds?
Like it's
That's not
pretty
possible.
much like almost
Just mix
instant.
it up and it's
Yeah, like it's like almost instant.
So
really
taste
Yeah,
shitty
almost.
then, or
No, it's dude, it does the job. You know, if you wanna get a buzz.
quick
and,
little nip? Yeah.
No, moonshine's good stuff, but there's different qualities still. There's different, like, I actually don't know exactly.
And it's hard odor. This is going to be happening a few times.
There's a distiller that perfects this stuff, but
I noticed. So I like bourbon.
yeah, you're a whiskey guy.
Well, you guys just introduced something. I noticed that
Like a
it's
7-year Lanark, yeah.
No, some kind of sweet whiskey, or I'm assuming that you weren't able to call it bourbon, so you
can. I mean, whiskey, rye whiskey, that's Canadian.
right.
Like
bourbon, you can't.
No,
use
that
the
you
term
can't.
bourbon.
That's like
That's got to be
Kentucky,
from.
But
from
you
Kentucky.
released something recently because I'm on your mailing list.
Shit, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not.
Real involved business.
Not
owners.
really. No. Like I'm not involved. I'm just.
You're not on the front lines, yeah.
No, I'm not even on the back lines. I'm just kind of sampling.
Right.
It's a good place.
I know, so it's good. They've got really good whiskey. I enjoy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to make it out to Perth.
I'm just
During the pandemic, they're delivering to my door.
Yeah.
With a butter tart.
Oh yeah, those are good.
It's insane. They would package it with a butter tart.
Damn,
So
a little
it's
extra
like, whiskey and a butter tart.
Yeah, that's like the chef's kiss.
Totally.
Yeah, homemade
You get some
too.
chips too if you want.
There's some kettle chips, yeah.
Yeah, good whiskey. I enjoy it. Yeah, I'm gonna try that whiskey.
Yeah.
I just saw it last week. Yeah, it's awesome. Oh, the vodka's very good too.
Damn, well, yeah, I wouldn't mind driving out there, get a little tour of the.
It's
Delivered to your door.
Oh yeah,
Online. Yeah,
I think it'd be interesting to see how it's all made, though.
Yeah.
I haven't been invited.
Oh,
I've many times.
Not once.
I have several times. Is it
Not once.
I have. I've been out there with.
I think this is your official invite.
Yeah,
now.
we'll go. Okay.
Okay.
Done.
Cool.
I'd like to go.
Okay.
Sounds like a
set it
good
up.
time.
Okay.
Too, Oliver.
Thank you, I
Okay,
appreciate
wicked.
that. I want to talk to you guys about your recent foray into stand-up comedy. I know
Yeah.
for you, it's sort of revisiting because you did it as a teen, late teens.
Yeah, I did it for 2 years with Tom, actually. Sorry.
I love how you're taking
Yeah,
out of my chair.
Yeah.
That's my fuck.
Well, you're next to me, dude, Yeah, when I was like 17 and 18, and let's see, this was in the late 80s.
Oh, wow.
With Tommy, it was like 16, 17. So we did it for 2 years, amateur night, every Thursday. Back then, it was like every Thursday. Like, not like, once a month.
This was at Yuck Yucks.
Yeah, Yuck Yucks downtown on...
It was on Albert or something.
Yeah, that's right. And so I did it back then, but then there's like a huge gap that I haven't done it in a bazillion years. And
Glenn, you'd never done it, right, before recently? No. And Tom was the one who kind of got you guys to go and give it a shot?
Yeah. Well, it's been we've talked about it a lot. He was like, oh, let's all kind of do it. So we kind of started, I guess I could say restarted, but we really just started a couple of months ago.
2 months ago?
Yeah, 2 months ago for the holidays kind of thing. So it's fun, yeah.
Well, I know Glenn's clearly taking the craft seriously. You're always sending me stuff you've been writing, and it's good shit, too. And I can just tell how passionate you are about it now.
I'm trying, but it's always something I wanted to try, but I was always kind of mortified and scared about doing it.
Because it's terrifying if you've never done it.
Yeah, realizing how
terrifying
hard it is
even
now.
if you've done it 100 times. I mean, it's you guys. I mean, you do it too, Oliver. So
intermittently, as I say. But Glenn was the one who coerced me to sign up last month. But I'm glad
you were there. So I was there at your show.
Thank you, man. Thank you. You guys had a lot to say about my Kermit impression, which I revived from. I don't think I'd done it for 5 years or something. And then Glenn said I should get a Kermit costume and do a whole 5
set as Kermit.
As a sad man-sized Kermit. Yeah.
I'll do it. Like I said, if you buy the thing, I'll do it. You found one for like $35
$14, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm pushing you. You gotta try it.
I'll pay half. We'll $7 each. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. Stand-ups. It's a lot of fun. I mean, we're constantly sending each other like stupid jokes, trying to make them like slightly less stupid or slightly more stupid.
Just refining it, yeah.
And yeah, it's fun. You know, it's good time.
So that's the plan. Just keep signing up every month for now.
Yeah, the plan is just it's fun.
The
you know,
plan,
so if we're
the
having
plan
fun,
is no plan.
There's no plan. It's just we're just having fun. It's like I'm like a guy with a guitar, basically. It's the same kind of.
Yeah, but I mean, you're planning enough that you're taking the time to sign up. You got to do it
takes
in
about
advance.
8 seconds.
No, but it's remembering to do it, forcing yourself to do it. You know what I mean?
I'm enjoying the process of I like learning new things, and I'm enjoying the process of what goes behind writing comedy.
Yeah. It sounds cliche here. We'll sound Hollywood here, but we enjoy the creative process.
Oh, that's fair.
The creative process, and then it's one thing to write the jokes. It's another thing to kind of perform or say the jokes,
execute it the way you want to
say jokes, but just to perform. And you know, we've always kind of liked that kind of. I say we because we've done a lot of stuff over the years. I've
always been a big.
I've been on stage with this guy like 1,000 times in different ways, not just on the show, on the Tom Green show, but on all the other things that we've done, whether it's music or just silly, stupid stuff on stage doing.
But never stand up.
But never stand up. Although a lot of the stuff that we've done, you could say could be
stand up adjacent,
could be
right.
You know, on the could be interpreted sort of, kind of that way. Or
well, you featured that night when I was there. You were doing like closing the night out.
Yeah. And
how'd you feel about that performance?
It was great. I mean, I just opened for Tom Friday too. That was a good show. Just literally a couple of days ago. The difference was when I did it Friday, a couple of days ago, the room was full as opposed to like 6 people in the audience that you were there.
It was like a Wednesday night or something. Yeah.
So here's the question. What do you prefer?
I prefer a full room, but but you know I say this all the time. I love the mayor if there's like only 3 people on the end in the audience. I genuinely love that as well. You know that. I'm kind of weird that way. Like I love a full room, but if it's like extra weird, I like that even more.
It's not the in between where it's like 10 to 15.
Look, anything is amazing, but
so that night there were maybe
8.
No.
10,
there were like
12.
I think I counted 25 people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, if you're counting the other comics and the bartenders,
including the bartenders.
I think Brian said they had sold 12 tickets.
Yeah, but there were more people.
But when that happens, then they'll offer out free ones. Like call us for 4 free tickets.
I like it all. Is the real answer. But certainly if there's only 2 people in the audience, which is pretty rare. I mean, that's fun too. I'm kind of weird that way. Like I'll enjoy that. Genuinely, you know, like I always say that
because I love uncomfortable comedy.
I love it. Exactly.
If it's uncomfortable,
like exactly,
for us,
that's even
it's
better.
probably uncomfortable for them. That's
100%.
It can definitely work to your advantage at times. Have that awkward flair.
It's just that's how I see it. But yeah, it's fun.
Well, that's awesome. I'm so glad you guys are getting back into it, or you're getting into it for the first time. I hope you stick to it. I see you always after shows inquisitively sort of, talking to the other comics and trying to pick up tidbits of this and that.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn what different comedians go through in their own process of writing.
Because it's very different person to person.
Everyone's different.
Everyone's different.
Yeah. And then the trick is finding your version of that, and kind of refining your own lane.
And, like being friends with Tom, he's been really helpful because he's been touring now for 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
And he's a seasoned pro now. Performing.
Killer,
Been really,
last time I saw him, he
helpful.
did like over 2 hours, and he was freewheeling half of it at least.
He
killed it.
Yeah,
absolutely
he'll do 3,
destroyed.
4 hours even if he had to. Like I think he has done that.
Yeah,
once.
I can believe it. He never seemed scared or anything. He just seems so in his element.
He's putting on great sets.
Yeah,
and he's been using Ottawa as a bit of a residency. Performing about once a month just to kind of stay fresh and get on stage.
Well, and your hometown feels comfortable, I'm sure.
You need a stage to kind of work new material and stuff. So
and Howie and him go way back as well.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Makes sense.
It's either that or the end of Spark Street. That's a stage too, I guess. just on the street.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah, totally. So
he doesn't do street stuff too much anymore, though. Eh? It's kind of over.
No, but I mean, I joke about that because that's kind of like how we'll say we started, but that's kind of like how we grew up doing that.
Harassing people
on the street.
Yeah,
like literally. So
well, you guys go way
without a camera.
You're a Beacon Hiller too.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think you live like down the street from my folks' place. You were telling me on Eastvale or something.
He's
another one that lives on Grafton.
Yeah. Oh, right on the corner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you go to CB too or no?
No, I went to Louisiana.
Oh, okay, in Blackburn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And where'd you go? You told me last time, I think.
Ottawa Tech.
What the fuck is that? Is it closed now?
Yeah, it is.
It is. Okay, I think I know. Is it downtown? Yeah. I went there once or twice, like at the outside.
What school? Where'd you go?
Colonel Bias.
Oh, Colonel Bias. Yeah, you did. Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I was there in grade 9 in gym class when Tom came with Monica Lewinsky and told us all to skip and go to the TT store.
Wicked.
Which is where I got you to give me an autograph. You signed my pants. Okay. And you didn't even write your name. You just wrote ACDC.
Right.
And I was kind of a little bit like, man, what the fuck? But it was still cool to meet you guys,
Well,
cheated. Young Oliver.
ACDC. I mean, that's
no, not even. It was still super exciting to be skipping school to go do something rad like that,
The Petit Castor.
Yeah, it was in Vanier. Right? Yeah,
I remember that day.
That's a good memory. All my friends from high school remember that day.
That was such a weird week.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Right? Sure was.
Well, I wanted to actually, going back to the stand-up, I wanted to talk about AI because it's something you mentioned on stage. And I know you work sort of in the tech industry. And I wanted to ask you, someone who actually is knowledgeable about this stuff, do we need to be worried of like a Skynet-type future?
Yeah.
In your opinion?
Yeah, I joke about this in my set. I do joke about this in my set.
Boston Dynamics, robots, and stuff.
And Skynet and AI. So, I mean, worried, like...
The 56th NAACP Image Awards, live tonight at 8 on BET.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views. And we're a small team.
Yes and no. It depends. Like, shit's going to get crazy. So you don't necessarily need to, like, worry about that. But I guess it depends what side of the track you're on. If you're maybe on this side of the track, yeah, maybe. But not if you're on that side of the track. So that basically means, like, what the hell did I just say there? That means nothing.
It's a little vague, but
it's pretty vague of an answer. But yeah, some stuff is going to, some jobs are going to get, like, replaced, so to speak. Some stuff's going to be done by machines instead of humans.
Well, that's already happening.
But that's already happening. But the pace at which it's happening is accelerating.
Yeah.
Drastically. That's different.
And people are becoming more complacent in everyday everything because some sort of tech will do it for you,
Yeah.
Chat GTP and all that shit.
Yeah, Chat GPT, exactly.
Super fun, but I just heard them talking on the Daily Show about how when it first came out, it only had a 10% chance of passing the bar exam, and now it's up to 90 in like 4 months or something.
But ChatGPT went down today.
Oh, yeah.
It crashed, and of course they had to get humans to get it back up and running.
Yeah. I mean,
so it can't fix itself.
And the humans felt really proud of themselves for a couple of minutes before they got Terminator blew their fucking head up.
It probably could fix itself. I mean, who knows what it was. That sounds like just overload, like.
So I have to chime in here because I'm interested in this discussion a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, don't you think one of the big differences with AI this time around is the bullseye target is on white-collar intellectual stuff?
Yeah, that's a very
more
good
so
point,
than
right?
blue-collar?
You're right. Actually, yeah, that is a new kind of phenomenon. You're absolutely right. Lawyers, doctors,
high-end jobs,
those kinds of jobs.
Writers.
Well, that too,
I mean, that's a bit low end, but anyways, or high, depends. But yeah, you're right. That is new, absolutely. So,
and Kelly and I were just talking about with Chat GTP and stuff. I worry more for teens and stuff, just half-assing their way through high school and or college, only to then land some job that they shouldn't have and not really know how to do it now because some robot wrote their essays for them or their thesis or whatever.
Yeah, it's things are about to change with all of those kinds of things. Like you don't. I don't know if we're gonna get dumber. Like I do joke about that in my
Idiocracy style.
Exactly. Yeah. Like you know what? That movie. I think we're heading to that. Yeah. That's the goalpost, basically. Yeah. I think that's pretty much.
That's a great movie.
It's amazing.
Mike Judge and Dax Shepard is so funny in that movie.
Get out of here, I'm baiting.
So I spent an hour on it. I think was it last week or the week before, and I was asking it to write jokes. Like, tell me a joke about Canada. Tell me a joke about, and they were the worst jokes ever.
Right. I mean, it's not
comedy. So I check in every now and then to see where the goalpost has moved, and after seeing what I got, I'm like, okay,
it's not tailored for that yet, but it wouldn't take much, and it would only take maybe 3 or 4 months.
I'm just assuming
a small group of people to tailor something to that industry.
And the more info you feed it, so if you say, write this style of joke, it might have a little more to work with.
Well, it's not tailored for that, but it wouldn't take much to tailor it for that.
Okay.
Yeah, and to that point, I think that's what we're seeing is that the evolutionary cycle has just sped up, like logarithmically.
Yeah,
and
exponentially.
Yeah, exponentially. Sorry.
Awesome.
And a ton of money, right? A ton of money is flowing in. So if there were however many researchers on it before, it's just boom, going through the roof. So it's all going to speed up.
Because there's so many eyes on it right now. It's, all over pop culture. Everybody's talking about GTV and stuff like that. And, I don't know. I'm personally a little bit worried, but what can we do at this point? It's like the genie's out of the lamp, Can't really put it back in.
Yeah, you can use it to your advantage.
Yeah, we can try and harness it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what you should do.
But will the humans of 2023 actually do that, or will we be too busy on our phones, sucked into it instead?
It's interesting. I mean, who knows? I mean, but things are changing quickly, more quickly, like every month. Every year, every month, every day. It's like it would take usually, it could take 100 years for like one dramatic new technology to start changing things. Or it could take like 50 years. Now it's like every 6 months there's something like drastically, dramatically new, and then it's going to be every 3 months. Like it's really accelerating fast, right? So
scary shit, depending on how you look at it, I guess.
Exactly. But it's like a Moore's law of AI. I mean,
exactly.
Come up with a new law.
Go from homemade recipe to household name. Do it yourself on Wix.
Totally interesting stuff, nonetheless.
But hey, there's, like I said, I mean, depends on which side of the track. If you're a poor kid in Africa and all you have is a low-end smartphone with like basic internet, like you have access to everything that person has access to almost everything that you have.
Yeah, you can learn so much.
In the Western world. So like, depending on how that kid would use it, they could learn a lot. They could, essentially get themselves out of that situation.
Yeah, potentially
more quickly than they could before. So it depends.
Well, and that's sort of what I was talking about the technology maybe not being good in a society that's geared towards sort of convenience and laziness. The kid from Africa might have the discipline to use it correctly.
I would say Africa, could be anywhere in the world.
Exactly.
Like,
a third world country or what have you. But they might have the discipline and the restraint because it hasn't been inundated in their life growing up, like the rest of us with technology kind of. I mean, I've mentioned on this podcast many times how I think I was born at an interesting time, born in 85. So I've always felt that I hit puberty at the same time that the internet kind of hit puberty, right around 2000, sort of when things started picking up. Because I don't want to rehash this again, but yeah, to me, 95 to 2005 was just exponential in the technology.
Yeah, it was, but you could say the same thing almost about from 85 to 95.
True.
Pretty crazy, and I'm sure from 75 to 85. I mean,
but if you go 85 to 95, like 85, you had Mac computers and stuff like that, and then you jump to like AOL or something in 95. That's not as crazy to me as like Windows 95 jump into like iPads and stuff in 2000.
95 was crazy because the internet was starting to get introduced. And
it was already out there. I mean,
it was already out, but it started.
The public
browsers, Netscape browser was out, and the involvement started getting accepted beyond.
And that's a core point you're making, I think, because you guys have been kind of mixing hardware evolution with software evolution.
Okay.
And
that's not my forte.
they kind of go hand in hand, but
they certainly do. They can't go not hand in hand.
Okay, fair enough. But I still think the World Wide Web. That was the triggering point for me. I think when the World Wide Web came on.
Mosaic browser, 94.
Mosaic,
Netscape. I mean, I can say I worked for Netscape.
Oh yeah.
So but the internet's been around for a long time. I mean, I was using it, certainly in the very early 90s. 1990. Well,
I love Rise mushroom coffee, and not just because I look good drinking it.
Hello there.
The all-day energy I get is good too, and it's easy on the stomach. But mostly, it's because I look good drinking it.
All the office clicks were wild natural deodorant, so there isn't anyone for us to make fun of anymore. But we still try. Smell you later, IT loser. Wild natural deodorant? I'll smell you now.
It's happening.
Anyone can quit plastic pits. From indoorsy people, what are those? To outdoorsy people. I save the earth by wearing wild, sustainable deodorant and by barely showering. You still have to shower. Okay. So if you want all natural pits that don't smell like the pits, get your wild deodorant today at wearewild.com. Wearewild.com. Wearewild.com.
Well, even before that, yeah.
When was the actual birth of the internet?
68, ARPANET, yeah.
Damn, so it took a while to really get it
Yeah,
to
military.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it was probably like a computer the size of a house back then.
Didn't really matter. You had computers in different locations connected through a network on different nodes, and they were using TCP/IP, and that was the internet. It was called the ARPANET, but it's the same thing. They just kind of repackaged the boy band and called it something else. But
crazy.
It was the internet. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of tech, I know.
And Al Gore created it.
Really?
No.
No, God damn it. I'm so that guy who's going to fall for that every time.
He said something like that, right? Yeah. Al Gore said he invented the internet. I remember.
Oh, did he really?
I'm glad Brian had a chuckle.
Yeah, my dad will bridge the gap here. Well, I know you worked in a lot of tech stuff, like we were saying, and you helped develop some video games. I wanted to know if you were a big video gamer.
Huge.
You did the Breeders' Cup.
Well, I'm guessing you.
Texas
I think that's on
Hold'em
IMDb.
too.
I've been part of producing probably close to at least 50 games.
Oh wow!
Probably more than that.
Mobile games mainly, or
mainly not only some PC
stuff,
and web a little bit also, but games.
New York Times crossword.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I didn't make that one. I wasn't involved much in that one. But no, at Magmic, I mean, I've probably designed and produced like at least like 50, probably designed like 25 to 30 games.
Damn, that's impressive.
Mobile, multiplayer.
Were you a big gamer?
Huge gamer. I've always been a gamer as a kid.
Still am,
dude. Still am.
Nice.
The day I was born, I was a gamer. No, I've always been.
Came out with a controller.
Totally. I've always been into.
Do you have a favorite game of all time? I know that's a really tough one, but
it's not really. I mean, I can say, I can tell you the one that I'm playing right now is probably my favorite game of all time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now I got to hear this.
Yeah, the one that I've been playing for the last couple of years.
PS5 or?
No, it's on all consoles. It's on all platforms. Sorry, it's on all platforms. It's Sniper Elite 5. Sniper Elite 5. Yeah, it's the best game like ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't give this man a gun.
Yeah, Sniper Elite 5 is what I'm into right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a more current game. If we go like historically,
yeah, because there's like Tetris is amazing. If we're going back,
I mean, there's a trillion games, but
what are the standouts for you? Give me like 5.
Well, you were doing like flying planes. Sims.
Flight Simulator. Yeah, we did that in Flight Junior High.
You did that for years.
Of course. Yeah. I've flown Sims. I've flown real planes too. Beachhead and
another war game, I'm guessing.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. I mean, I could list 100 games. I mean, I could list 1,000.
Well, I was kind of going for like your top 3, top 5, something like that. You know.
Yeah, I would say Raid over Bungling Bay, Beachhead. I mean, these are old school.
I'm gonna look them all up.
Yeah. These are like even like some people. And let's see. Yeah, I would say those are the top 3 in Sniper Elite 5, which is what I'm playing these days.
Okay, cool.
A friend of ours just gave us this thing that has like 1 million games on it.
Oh no, so I have that. So that's our friend. Yeah. Brian.
Oh, Brian. I've met him a couple times. He's a nice guy.
No, other Brian. So I have. I mean, like basically, probably 400.
It's got like 1,000.
No, 400,000 games.
Yeah.
Like I have every game basically on every console.
This guy is
that ever
a
has
collector
existed.
of games.
Like you should see his basement. I mean, it's a bit different.
Like
but
how many Pac-Man games does it have on them?
Oh, it's
like
probably
every
got
single
200 different versions
Every
of
iteration.
Galaga.
Every single one,
Yeah.
every version that
Yeah.
came from any country. Like
Yeah,
there's a
the Portuguese
Singapore,
version of
Portuguese,
Galaxian. The Portuguese version of Galaxian.
What is storing all this? It's like a hard drive?
drives, yeah.
Okay, just
Yeah.
crazy huge hard
Yeah,
drive.
just insane.
Or I guess the older games like that probably don't take up that much. Yeah. There's a lot of people, they'll jailbreak like a console so that it can have a bunch of extra games and stuff.
So there's crackers out there. It's called cracking in the industry. Crackers. You got freakers, hackers, and crackers.
Okay, let's get into that.
Crackers are your guys that have been cracking games since they were kids. I mean, I did a little bit of cracking. Sounds like I'm talking about
like
something.
breaking the program.
Yeah. So they'd have like protection on the games, and it was a big thing. You'd have games in high school on a disc, and like so you could go rent that game, and or buy it, and then you would pirate it, you'd crack it, so you could copy it. Essentially, and then you could. People could trade games. You would trade games, and you'd build a whole network of people that had like a Commodore 64.
I thought you meant like cheat codes and stuff a little bit, but
no. Although it could come with that because they'll integrate their own sort of instructions or cheats.
Well, there's tons of mods now and stuff like GTA. You can be Superman or whatever. They just
So you crack. So there's still a huge.
There's some things the Federal Bureau of Investigation would like me to address. I sound a little odd now, just so you know. It's because I have white strips in my mouth. I'm to go over some of the instructions all of you who are part of a domestic terrorist organization that began as an aggravated criminal conspiracy and never, not for a single day, was it ever a legit operation. I'm supposed to remind you of some instructions that I am under. You know you have no immunity and there is no legal reason to be outside. You are choosing to follow unlawful directives. That does not provide you with any immunity. You are personally and criminally liable. Regardless of your position or perceived authority. Your willingness to follow unlawful directives does not provide you with any immunity. The FBI has had me file for over 2 months that their plan is to not arrest a single officer from the North Everett Precinct until March 12th or later. But that plan is subject to change based on officers' conducts. Then if you missed it, yesterday morning, actually, I believe it was the day before yesterday, the first time. At some point in the last 2 days, the FBI said that you were going to act extra psychopathic because of some of the few individuals that the FBI has been excited to throw in prison, end quote, abdicate, end quote, forcibly remove from power. Who, unlike all of us who are not fucking members of the bar, thank God on that, by the way, I might add. Thank God. Thank God we're not. Anyway, only the fucking FBI and those that are already effectively federally disbarred but just don't know it yet know what the fuck is happening on the 23rd and the 24th. But what the FBI has said is that the 24th, it's a series of serious charges that get added to all of your indictments. And on the 23rd, those of you like Mrs. 80 plus years in prison, the Jersey Devil, are going to be looking at your kidnapping being increased to aggravated, your child abuse, your child endangerment increased. Unit 207 is still very much planning on continuing to stalk me with the North Everett Precinct, i.e. themselves, as they have done without abatement, knowing that they're paying me $40 million a pop, and that anyone who's authorized anyone to come to my door is also going to prison with them. I commented earlier in this live stream at 9:16 a.m. that a man was standing at my door and trying to look in my window, and then less than 5-10 minutes later, he began banging on the door once again, asking me to open my door. When these individuals have also known that we're not to talk since they began illegally detaining me on August 6th. Every attempt to talk to me and every attempt to talk through the door to me when you're criminally trespassing and stalking and violating ADA and civil rights and witness tampering and obstructing, yada, yada, yada. Every single instance of that constitutes you attempting to defraud your employer, the state of Washington, you attempting to impede, interfere, and perpetrate acts of domestic terrorism against the FBI / the United States of America. And all of you have known that my instructions, every time you come and do that, are to ignore you in your entirety and stay seated here with the camera aimed in your direction. And then you also have to keep in mind that the very individuals that came up with this plan to resume sending individuals as sacrificial lambs to my door, that's literally what it is. I'm telling myself, maybe this particular officer, who obviously that was the same voice I heard yesterday, maybe this particular officer is one of the FBI undercover agents, so he's not really a moron. But there's a chance he's just a moron. Anyway, so when I end this live stream and I go to initiate another one, the current plan right now per Unit 207 is to attempt to ambush the door, slow down the initiation of the next live stream, and attempt to, once again, pretend as though I've acknowledged their existence. Why? For the handful of individuals the FBI is excited to throw in prison. And then remember, the FBI has said that they've got 2 fishes on the line, meaning currently there were 10 individuals that are absolutely going to prison. The FBI is waiting for individual number 11, who they are trying to determine whether or not they are corrupt. That's really all I'm authorized to say. But I can say that this individual is obviously in a position of some sort of authority. And there is something on that person's itinerary where they're supposed to make some sort of decision. And the FBI wants to see what decision they make, because there's only one lawful decision. And then there's a corrupt decision. So I think it's fair to assume that that individual is not the idiots that keep coming to my door or the idiots upstairs. I'm just going to assume that. And then we have fish number 2. Who, according to the FBI, has been very active for the last 24 to 36 hours in Unit 207. Here in the Lionsgate premises is actually what they said. So it could have been the person outside my door. I don't know. So I am still running an offline recording. And although it's an offline recording because they kept corrupting files and erasing files, the FBI and the Snohomish County Sheriffs have the offline recording in real time, like it's running on a fucking YouTube live stream straight to their house. On this very laptop that's running the YouTube live stream. They know I'm going to follow my instructions. You know I'm going to follow their instructions as well. And yet you're still upstairs plotting and scheming. And I just want to remind you, there is no immunity. You are personally liable. And then remember, everybody, this is a highly controlled investigation. The FBI is the one in control. They have eyes everywhere around here. They literally have cameras and recording devices throughout all of Unit 207, as they have since spring of 2023. Devices that they've stated you can't even detect because you haven't been trained to use them yet. And then they've said their perimeter swallows your perimeter. And they've gone from having 2 agents within 5 minutes of my door to 12 agents 24/7 since Valentine's Day. That's a huge increase in personnel. So again, I'm not allowed to talk to anyone that comes to my door because anyone that's come to my door since August 6th is looking at going to prison. Less the whistleblowers. And that is the only exception. So I'm going to end this live stream and a new one's going to initiate in 90 seconds or less. And if it doesn't initiate in 90 seconds or less, then they've decided that they would like to go to prison and to go to jail sooner than the middle of March. Because I'm not saying anything even when you creep out and come back to my fucking door. Which again, they're attempting to time with when I terminate this live stream. I can hear everything they're fucking saying. It's 10:33 a.m. PST. New live stream in 2 minutes or less. Until that initiates, I'm going to be dead silent.